If you enjoyed today's story, please consider subscribing to this channel, where a new original sci-fi audiobook is uploaded every Thursday morning. Thank you for listening. The Misfits, Book 1, by P.E. Rowe. Read by P.E. Rowe. Sci-Fi Weeklies, 2023. Copyright 2023 by P.E. Rowe. The Misfits. When rehab was over, they gave us a ship. Technically, I guess it was me they gave it to, but I'd prefer not to think of it that way. All of us earned our ticket out one way or another, so it's hard for me to issue orders to proper fighters who've earned back their civilian lives. The trouble is, after paying the steep cost of trying to keep the letters and the independent systems safe from war, it's hard to go back to regular life. Can't see things the same. I guess we all jumped to take the shot at another mission after almost losing it all and then being laid up so long. In a way, I guess it was a gift. That, or rehab never ended. Maybe it never does. I asked the Commodore to at least give us a good ship. You know how it is with a band of washed-up misfits full of replacement parts. You know you're never going to get the good stuff. She told me, "Birch, I'm giving you all a special ship, one that guarantees you won't do anything stupid, like slip up and take your broken-down bodies back into combat again." That's how we ended up on Yankee Chaos, which was an old bucket that was hardly space-worthy before we got our hands on her. We quickly learned there was a catch. The ship didn't have an AI. It had a person. Or she'd been a person, technically. It isn't easy to say. She was with the stringers along the lines between the Kappas and Dana Point, in the year both sides were using the Anacapa moons as staging areas. Rishi was in the medical bay when Yankee Chaos got clipped by a stealth formation of Terran starfighters, leaving the poor kid slowly suffocating with half the ship blown out and the air scrubbers gone. Yankee Chaos's AI, a Mycon, had a sense for the urgency of the moment, and a strange sense of either morality, or what Rishi had called it, genuine love for her. In any case, that Mycon told Rishi he wasn't going to watch her die. Apparently, it's possible. Some of the ancient machines know how to do it. She's sworn to secrecy, but that Mycon is gone now, and Rishi is the Yankee Chaos. Says it's quite a different feeling than a body. The Commodore was right, though. She knew just what to do to keep us out of a fight. We keep a tight, tidy ship as priority one. The first one to put a scratch on Rishi deals with all of us. Us? That'd be me, Hale Birch, captain of the Delta Gamma Guard. Retired from active duty following grievous bodily injuries, which left me mostly mechanized from the waist down, along with a robot right hand and forearm. The gang? They all have their own afflictions, and their own reasons for crewing up with me and Rishi. Soch was a lunar body combat specialist, who ended up like most of his kind, half blown to hell, but unlike most, he was just too stubborn to die. So they did him up like me, roboticized half his body, but unlike me, they had to fix up half his head, and he was so hardcore he asked to keep the metalwork, so the enemy would see the cost of doing business whenever he came calling. They let him keep the metal, but they wouldn't let him keep in combat. I guess they thought he was a little bit too eager. For Lita, it was much the same story, but she came all the way from Tresia, where their doctors were far more open-minded about bending the old ethics, and were plenty liberal when blending nanotech with biotech. She showed me pictures of her first days after, all burned up and banged up. She looked worst off of any of us. She's better now, though, at least on the outside. Me and Soch clank around the ship like a pair of pre-division ring welders, while Lita glides like a ballerina. Looks an awful lot like one, too. In the eyes they gave her, she could see halfway to Athos from the west end of the exclusion zone. Then there's Ren. Her scars are different. Got worn down trying to save green kids and old hands like us who are getting fragmented on the battlefield. In the moment, you're too desperate for help to think of what that help cost the helpers. But it cost Ren plenty. Now she's out here with us, and we're glad to have her. A band of misfit warborgs like us need a little adult supervision every once in a while. Oh, and they also gave us a Herald. A new one, actually. Came out of the box pristine. Only one of us with all his working parts, and he's a multi-use model. Figures. Anyway, he's good for spacewalks and given a hard time. So that's who we are. That Commodore, or Hearn was her name, She gave us a sleepy first mission. At least that was what it seemed in the file. But she told me, Birch, I have a feeling there's something more here. She had a sense for the peculiar and the extraordinary, which was how she matched wits with the architects of nearly every last Terran and Trasp infiltration along the outer lines. This trip went the other way, though. Out toward lonesome space, way past Priam and the Gonies, out where anyone living there surely intends to be left alone. The planet we were sent to check out was a little colony world called Tashini, which was home to a sect of purists called the Baroche, who came down from a peculiar group of Luddites on Charis. It seemed a bit funny to me, a group of space Luddites who'd hitched a ride 500 light years on an FTL ship so they could farm their own vegetables. But who am I to judge? Anyway, they'd been out there for several generations, building up their own particular agronomy they were integrating with the planet. From the notes and pictures, this Tashini didn't look all that special, just isolated. A good 3-week jump past even the outer boundary systems where almost none of the inner battery folk ever wandered. It was pretty common for the Baroche to integrate new elements to their farming ecosystem every few years. They had a generational vision, so each implementation was a methodical addition, followed by careful study of the effects on the entire ecosystem before they made another change. Apparently, they'd worked for nearly 30 years in correspondence with geneticists and biological engineers on Athos to engineer and introduce chickens to the planet. But they had chickens, real chickens. Again, a total contradiction you'd think from Luddites, but I guess since a chicken farm harkened back to early animal husbandry on Earth, they were happier with that than a protein printer. Who knows how people frame their ethical codes? Ours was sure funny on close inspection. The Baroche had gone silent according to their contacts on Athos, hadn't been heard from in nearly 2 years, which wasn't like them. Even in the hardest days of Burning Rock, with ships from both factions banging away at each other by the thousands, the Baroche still expected a yearly visit from their Athosian colleagues on the far side of the conflict. They needed technical help from the colleges with every new ecosystem change they implemented. They'd integrated pet dogs, bees to pollinate and make honey, a few different kinds of yeast and mushrooms, even some unique kinds of seaweeds that hadn't been seen since Earth. And they always had a forthcoming project that had been meticulously planned. But recently, no contact. So the Athosians called High Command in the letters to see if we could spare a ship and a crew to go check on them. Send in the Misfits, I guess. It seemed like a decent way to break in a new outfit. I'd crossed paths with Soch before, when I went back in for my arm after I'd broken in my new undercarriage. He was a hard ass. Only time he ever complained was when his mind betrayed him in his sleep. That was how they tracked his pain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said a word. Lita seemed all right. She was quiet. I don't think she was intimidated by us 2 broken hardasses. It struck me it was just her personality. She'd been around plenty of banged-up hardasses on her side of the conflict. And it also struck me in the first few days aboard Yankee Chaos that she was a hardass herself. Maybe more so than me and Soch. Ren struck me as about the most kind-hearted person I'd been around for a long while, always looking to connect, make conversation. She even seemed offended when we gave our Harold a hard time, as though he could feel it. And Rishi herself, I think I'd have liked her a lot when she was a person, because I liked her a lot as a ship. She was as sarcastic as they came. It took 3 or 4 times of her telling me, "Let me give you a hand with that, Captain," before I caught on that she was doing it on purpose. Then I couldn't tell whether she was being self-deprecating for being disembodied and handless, or giving me a hard time for my robot arm. It was probably both. She was a hell of a chess player, too. At least if she was being honest about not pulling from the ship's processing power to play. She could do that, set her baseline to human-level processing, which is where she normally operated. Said it felt much more natural to her. Anyway, by the time we got out to Tashini, even all of us, as accustomed as we were to milling about on the floors of rehab hospitals with nothing to do, we were itching to get off the ship and have a look around. The trouble was, the first sign we saw was ominous. According to the calendar, the planet should have been in the throes of a new spring, and all the images we'd seen from the past excursions captured a green northern continent with plenty of plants around the settlements where the Baroche grew crops. All we could see from orbit were dust clouds and rusty red landscape. Not so much as an acre of greenery. Even more ominous, there was no answer to our transmissions, just silence. They were Luddites, sure, but we knew they kept their ears on. That point was really our first major decision together. We were all military, even Ren, though she'd been off the front lines, of the battlefields anyway. The command structure was like muscle memory for all of us. I wanted our outfit to be less formal though, so I opened up a discussion for a lot of reasons, not least of which was so Rishi could have her say. Technically, she didn't have a rank, but also, technically, if she didn't want to go down to the surface, she wasn't going to fly Yankee Chaos down there anyway. So, I was the captain, sure. I was also open to better ideas than I had, and most of all, making sure Rishi's feelings were honored. I'm for waiting until we have good remote sensing data and a thorough analysis of it, she said. Until we know what's happened down there, it's probably a bad idea to go rushing in. Soch was just a grunt, but he was a moon-hopping grunt, which meant his biological half was colder and harder than his steel side. Even he agreed. Could be chemical annihilation. I've never heard the Trasp going that far, but I wouldn't put it past them. On the Baroche? Ren asked. On anyone, Soch said. Are you good to enter the atmosphere anyway? Lita asked Rishi. It's a pretty low-risk maneuver, she said. Plus, if I go down, you all go down with me, so I suppose I should be asking you all. Do you trust me? Sassy ship, Lita said. Let us know when you're ready to take us down. Ren and Rishi had a few suggestions for proper tests to run before we even thought about entering the atmosphere to do a flyover. Ren suggested we thump an uninhabited area and do laser spectroscopy of the cloud, by which she meant to drop a modest-sized rock from orbit and kick up a plume so we could take a soil sample, so to speak, without even going down there. That seemed sensible. Rishi also suggested that the loss of a drone or two would be negligible if it kept us from going into a deadly environment. Plus, we could also gather decent data just by sitting in orbit for a day or so. Tashini's atmosphere was pretty clear. I authorized all three. Then I helped Ren with the remote sensing while Lita and Soch plotted the thump. Rishi piloted the drones, taking us on a tour of the former settlements. There was a lot of action at the comm station for about 24 hours. Nothing in the remote data suggested what had happened down there. Radiation levels were normal. The atmospheric composition suggested everything should have been fine. Just no Baroche. It all vanished. The drone footage gave us the first clue. Crops had disappeared, leaving sandy soil, a vast red dust bowl, sure. But in areas where the sand had gathered, in the lees of small hills and down in the gullies, the husks of dead insects collected in large piles, thousands of small wilting exoskeletons of bees. That's not creepy, Ren said. A plague of honeybees? Those don't look like the honeybees the Athosians engineered for them, Rishi said. Those are much larger than a typical honeybee. Even creepier, Ren said. Great. Around the time we were getting a sense for the landscape from the drones, Rishi finished processing all the remote sensing data with Harold. There was nothing obviously harmful in the environment. There was also no sign of a kinetic attack on the planet's surface. What we had was a bona fide mystery with a single clue: the piles of dead bees. Rishi suggested we do a flyby and pick up the drones. It would give us an air sample we could filter through the airlock and test. So I approved the flyby, and down we went. We tested the air and got a closer look at the landscape on Tashini. All of the structures were intact, and given the timeline of the last contact with the Baroche, whatever happened had to have happened in the past 2 years. It sure didn't happen recently, though. Ren gave us the all-clear on air quality. She didn't find any harmful pathogens or microbes in the air we tested from the airlock. Should we have a look around? Soch said. This is the part where we could just go back and say they're all dead and we have no idea what happened to them, I suggested. That's an option. They looked at me like I'd lost my mind. I'm just saying, they were isolationists living light years past the boundary systems. Not like they'll be sorely missed. We came all the way out here, Lita said. Might as well at least go back with an answer. Okay, I said. We land? Drop me first, Lita said. I'll scout a site. She went back and got suited up. Lita had a 10-point drone suit that could carry a feathery creature like her. Me and Soch would have dropped like a ball of iron in that thing. But she suited up, hopped out the airlock at about 3,000 meters, and dove. We circled for a few hours, taking in her visuals while she was flying around. Eventually, she identified a decent site in one of the central northern villages for us to have a look around. Full suits, I said. I don't care if we think it's safe. They're dead for a reason. Sure thing, boss, Soch said. I liked that. Boss. Had a better ring than captain. Ren stayed with Rishi in the ship. She wanted no part of that dusty rock, leaving it for the former grunts to explore. So it was me, Soch, Harold, and Lita kicking around that dead town. We walked up and down the main square. Dirt roads and small buildings, fabricated all of printed polymers, but shaped to look like old Earth, farming times. It was cute, dead cute. Every now and again Lita would go buzzing by, leave us a cue on the structures ahead, telling us something we should check out. Then she'd float off again, every so often sending us visuals. After about an hour of kicking about, we found our first skeleton. "Ren, what do you want to do with it?" I asked her. "Tissue samples, please." "Obviously, yeah," I said. "What do you want?" I started to think to send her a visual of the corpse. I thought it was a man from the clothes, but he was badly decomposed. It looked like a pretty miserable way to go, laid up in bed solo, no one around to bury him. Then I figured Ren probably didn't need to see that, so I described the state of things and asked her what we should do. Then we collected what she asked for. Lita, meanwhile, was still out buzzing around the village, told us she'd found something, to come quick. We thought that first poor bastard had got it bad. Lita called us to a building toward the back of the town. It was some kind of dusty food storage shed, and curled in the back was a pair of skeletons bunched up together, a mother and a child. Around them was a pile of those bee creatures. The bones the bees had clustered around had been picked so dead clean there were little pockmarks all up and down the skeleton, like the bees had tried to eat up the bones, too. "God damn," Soch said. "There's our answer. Let's get the hell out of here, Birch." I was about to agree. "That's not normal behavior for honeybees," Rishi said. "Not even the most aggressive bees of Earth consumed large prey, unless it was dead already. Certainly not like that." "So maybe we go back to Athos and tell those professors they got the formula wrong, and maybe they should rethink their genetics," I said. "I doubt it's that simple, boss," Lita said. "We could leave Harold to figure it out," Soch said. "I think me and Birch would prefer not to get what's left of our human halves eaten by a swarm of carnivorous bees." "Fair," Ren said. "But it also seems they're all dead out there, no? If it's safe, I'd like samples of the bees too, from as diverse an area as we can manage." "Plus," Harold said, "Harold does not want to be here any more than you do, gentlemen." "What eats robots?" Soch said. "Nanites," Harold said. "That's the analog you're looking for." "Yum," Soch said. "Okay," I said. "Let's fan out and pick up some bee samples at this site. Then Rishi can take us to a few more sites and see if it's the same story. First sign of a living bee and we'll reassess. Until then, samples." "Sure thing, boss," Soch said. We started at that site and spent the rest of the day village hopping, collecting samples for Ren. As we were going along from town to town, she said she and Rishi could build a genetic map of the bees and how they'd spread out, maybe track whatever happened back to the source. Ren also compared these bees with the genetic code from the Athosian case files, and quickly identified a mutation all these bees carried. But there were also at least another 12 epigenetic factors that had followed on from that one genetic mutation. "They were omnivorous," Ren said. "Ravenous. Likely consumed most of the living organisms, plants, animals, fungus, humans, anything organic." "Then the bees themselves died off once they'd finished eating everything?" I asked, continuing to pick up samples of the little creatures. "Yes, I think it would have happened fast, too." We were at Site 12 at that point, doing our best to move back in the genetic line. We were pretty certain we were moving in the right direction. Lita was buzzing over the village, while me, Soch, and Harold walked the open spaces and alleyways. Suddenly, Lita came over comms. "Might want to get the ship up, boss," she said. "I think we got life." "Bees?" I said. "Negative, fire. 6 o'clock. Hang on. I'll get Rishi a bearing." "It's probably a bot," Harold said. "They're Luddites, stupid," Soch said. "All humans lie," Harold said. "I'll bet it's a nurse bot, smuggled in to help with a large family." After a few minutes of crosstalk and confusion, Rishi was up in the air. The line of smoke was nearly 20 kilometers outside the village we were surveying. It was in the foothills. "Stay clear of that site," I told her. "Send drones to scout it." "Overprotective," Rishi said. "I have line of sight." "It's not what you can see he's worried about," Soch said. "You're our ride too, Yankee Chaos. Remember that." "Maybe you should remember that too while you're standing on the ground, Soch," Rishi said. "I've got eyes." She sent an image through our helmet visors. "Told you," Harold said. It was some kind of ancient-looking Tenshi, or at least that's what we called homemade robotics on Delta Gamma. "If you can call that monstrosity a bot," Soch said. The bot was waving a pair of rusty arms beside a signal fire, while Rishi's drone circled. "Your long-lost cousin," Soch said to Harold. "Funny," Lita said. "I was going to say the same thing about you two." Harold let out a long, satisfied chuckle. "Now, children," I said. "Lita, can you get up there? Looks like a tough spot for Rishi to land." "Roger, boss," Lita said. "Keep your head on a swivel," I said. Lita flew off that way. Meanwhile, I had Rishi circle back for us. She'd identified a landing spot for Yankee Chaos about 1 kilometer down the hill from the campsite. We'd have to hump in from there. Rishi came back and picked up us stragglers and headed for the mountain. "Bot's nonverbal," Lita relayed from ahead a few minutes into our flight. "But it's flagging me into a cave behind the campsite, boss. Proceeding with caution." "Please do," I said. "It's got printed joints, the bot," Lita said. "Strange mix of polymers and hammered metals." Soch and I looked at each other and shrugged. Harold seemed interested. A few moments later, Lita shouted, "Oh my God." Then there was a long pause. "He's alive. He's breathing." Lita fed her stream through to Rishi, who played it for us on the view screen in the rear airlock. He was a man. He looked more alien than man, but it was definitely one of the Baroche. You could tell by his clothing. He was so emaciated he was all teeth and eyeballs. He looked in shock to see Lita, but then again, it could have just been his eyes nearly stuck that way. Then his eyeballs started rolling around in his head. "Lita," Ren said, "if you move him, it may kill him." We were almost on the ground. Ren came back to the airlock to load up Harold with a full med kit and some fluids. As soon as we touched down, I sent him. "Harold, get up that hill." Rishi had barely touched the ground and opened the back door before that bot took off like an Athosian striker. It was actually stunning to see how capable a multi-use could be, for all the flack we gave Harold. He covered the kilometer uphill in less than a minute. Me and Soch started up ourselves, listening in as Ren directed Harold and Lita to start fluids. I calmed Ren privately. She wouldn't leave the ship. Said she could direct Lita and Harold until we brought the survivor down to her. I got the sense she didn't want anything to do with it. Emaciation. Poor bastard was a tough sight, sure, but I was a little surprised she wouldn't even come out of the ship for that. Lita called down, stating the guy was short of breath. "Low flow oxygen," Ren said, and she specified the flow rate on the IV as well. "Everything's slow. Don't shock his system or he'll die." Soch and me kept climbing. We were carrying a scoop stretcher, some blankets, and a fresh set of clothes. Ren suggested we clean him up right there before bringing him into the ship. She even sent us scissors and a toothbrush. Of course, Harold had all those human care protocols, dental hygienist, barber. Actually gave a decent haircut, too. By the time we got up there, I could see what she was thinking. Soch and I were well glad we had our suits on. We couldn't smell him through our rebreathers, but be sure he smelled to death, and a whole lot of it. Lita thought he was aware of us, or of something anyway, but the guy was out of it. Ren had us gently lifting him up, so he could sip electrolytes. Then, after a time, she moved him to coconut water. His eyes got increasingly more alert. After about 10 hours of stable vitals, Ren gave the okay to move him, so Harold shooed us out and got the guy cleaned up. The guy still hadn't said a word, but his eyes looked like he was beginning to grow more aware. When Harold called us back in, the man said to me, "Are you real?" "Sure," I said. "It's happened before. They weren't real the other times." "This is your lucky day, friend," I told him. "Today, odd as we may look, I assure you, we're real." As we were bending down to pick up the stretcher, he put his hand on my head. "Thank you," he said. I could see tears in the poor guy's eyes. We all knew that moment. When we got back to the ship and laid him up in the medical bay, Ren wouldn't go in there. I didn't really want to press her, so I assigned Harold to care for the guy 24/7, hand and foot, until he could get up on his own again. Meanwhile, just that little movement put the guy back into a deep sleep. Ren said that was normal. Even digesting that little amount of coconut water was a chore for a system that deep into starvation. He'd need rest before he'd be able to tell us what the hell had happened to his people. The bees, obviously, but how? Rishi, Ren, and I thought that we should continue to trace the genome of the bees back. We were about to take off, and Harold nearly had a fit. I mean, a fit for a robot anyway. "What's the matter?" I said. "His robot," Harold said. "We can't just leave it out there." Soch and I looked at each other. "Hell, I'll go get it," Soch said. Pieces did its part. The guy might want him for old time's sake. It surprised me. I was going to ask him to go anyway, but Soch surprised me volunteering. About an hour later, off we went again, picking up husks of bees, bringing them back for Ren to read the genes on. It was like a kid's game of sorts. Warmer, colder, hot, hotter. It took about 16 hours for us to get to about where we figured ground zero to be. Rishi flew us over, did some LiDAR and some sonic mapping. Turned out to be this Byzantine area of muddy underground cave systems. Hell if I was going to allow any of us to go down in there. Not even Harold. We sent in the drones to map and take a look. We even managed to grab samples of rock and soil from deep down there. It was tough clearing through so much biological debris from the millions of bees to get to the mud and rock. From the maps the Athosians had of the Baroche communities on Tashini, it looked like we were just a few kilometers outside of the southernmost villages, a farming valley of nearly 20,000 Baroche only 2 years prior. We collected our samples and Ren wanted to call it a day. It had been quite a day. "Hey boss," Soch said. "Not that I care either way all that much, but if it's all the same to you, do you mind if we got off this rock?" I thought about it. "We don't need any more samples, do we?" he said. "I don't know. Rishi, do we?"
"I suppose it depends on what these samples tell us, and what the Baroche gentleman tells us when he wakes up."
"What do you think, Rishi?" I asked her.
"Orbit will be fine,"
she said. So she took us up, and we all had a decent sleep on matters, floating around Tashini knowing there was no possibility of anything buzzing outside Yankee Chaos's hull. I woke up the next day with the feeling that I wanted to check on this Baroche fellow and see if he was ready to tell us anything. He'd been through as much as any of us, which was saying a lot, but I had the sense that if I'd have been picked up in his condition by a group of well-meaning strangers, I'd have had the courtesy by that point to at least offer them my name. I'd had the chance to stew on it for a minute, and it was a little curious to me how he'd been clever enough to head for the hills all by himself and seal himself in that cave. That was something I did notice in the confusion of finding him there. He'd used a polymer extruder to print an airtight wall in that cave, along with the screw-down hatch, both made of the same dense plastic the Baroche built their houses out of. I wondered how he knew to do that when all the others hadn't, so I figured I'd go down there and ask him, see what he had to say. When I entered the medical bay, he was awake, clear-eyed. I could tell right away he knew I had questions for him, and something told me he knew what the questions were. He certainly anticipated my first one. "My name is Christoph," he said. "I'd like to thank you, Captain. I presume you are the captain, yes?" "You presume correctly, but you can call me Birch. We're a little more democratic around here than most ships, or we're trying to be. Authority announces itself," Christoph said. I had given up hope of a rescue. "That implies you did have hope at one point." He shook his head. He was so gaunt it was tough to fully read his emotions. "You have to act as though you do either way," Christoph said. "But I suppose people like all of you know this. We've had our turn, sure." "I hear you have a human doctor on board. I haven't seen her yet." "She's watching over you. I'm making sure of that, Christoph. She was a researcher, got conscripted from the lab to tend to people like me, Soch, and Lita in our hardest moments. Patient care isn't really her favorite thing in the universe. Must be rewarding to save lives, though. For you, for her. Thing for her is, for every one of us you see, there's 100, maybe 1,000 never made it off Burning Rock. Most who made it to her table breathing didn't leave that way. So, I see. I know I must be quite a sight. We've all seen worse. You're not Athosian." I shook my head. "We're from the letters. The Athosians sent us out to check up on you, figure out what happened. Our doctor is working on the biochemistry, but we're guessing it had something to do with a genetic mutation in the bees. There's a lot we don't know yet, though. I figured you might be able to save us a lot of time and trouble." He didn't answer. I couldn't tell whether it was a sigh or just a regular deep breath. Then Christoph looked off to the side and shook his head. "It's okay if you don't talk," I said. "We'll piece it together one way or another." "Tough to say to people like you," Christoph said. "How do you mean?" "People who went into battle, toward the danger. I'm alive today, the only one, because I didn't. I noticed your setup in that cave there. Pretty slick. I wasn't the only one who hid. I just didn't come out after. I'd studied human nature, history." "What do you mean after?" "Your robot, Harold? He told me you traced back the bees' genetics to the south." "Yeah, we're working on the reasons. You have any ideas?" "No, unfortunately. That's why we needed the Athosians. None of us were skilled in that science. But the change in the bees started down there first, slowly at the outset, then nearly all at once." "But you had the foresight to head for the hills.
Nearly everyone else went south to help. I was one of the builders in our village, so I knew how to work the extruder. And I hiked. I thought to build a shelter for myself and some friends and their families. Then I was going to go south to help too. I built the robot you saw at the site to help carry the printer up the mountain. Then we went back for as many provisions as we could carry. On the way back to town from the second trip, the swarm arrived. Looked like a gray cloud pushing across the horizon. Sounded like, well, hell descending. So I ran. I didn't open the door for 4 weeks. I had a solar panel to charge George by. George? The bot I built. I'm only a first-generation convert. It was over 20 years ago, but I came from Cheris, so I knew enough robotics to piece together a brood of a unit like him. Had access to batteries to run the printers, solar panels to charge them. I see. Anyway, I shut George off for 4 weeks and read off of battery power. When I stuck my head out after, what was left? He shook his head. Pretty ugly, I said. A few had found a place to hide. The lucky ones. Maybe, I don't know. The others would have gone fast, you know. Anaphylaxis would have set in quickly, I'm guessing. Everything was gone. As bare as you found it, nearly. I saw what was going on down there. Neighbors. He shook his head again. Enough to make you head for the hills again. Christoph nodded. I think we came across one of your neighbors who made it. Maybe the last one. Maybe you've seen things like that before, Mr. Birch. I never had. Doesn't matter whether you have or not. Tough either way. Every time. I'm not proud of what I did. Survived? Can't fight a swarm of bees the size of the horizon, Mr. Christoph. And I know enough about human nature to know it wouldn't have gone well for you if you'd walked down into that town all fat and happy after 4 weeks with a loaf of bread for your neighbors to split. You've got no cause for shame by my reckoning. All the same, he said, here I am, and nobody else. Makes 2 of us. I paused to count. Actually, let's call it 6. Harold's pristine, though. Much better shape than that clunker of yours. What'd you call him? George. He's in the storage. Soch went up and got him. Soch is the guy with half a face. Scary looking and acts tough, but a much bigger heart than he lets on, between you and me. I'll be sure to thank him later. And thank you, Captain Birch. Just Birch, please, I said. So just out of curiosity, Christoph, any idea why nobody contacted Athos or anyone in the letters for help? I didn't know whether anyone did or not. I assumed they did. From what we heard up north, though, when things turned, it happened fast. Hours, not days. Only a few of the elders in the southern capital would have had access to the comm station. I don't even know where it was. Another question, if that's okay, I said. I've done survival training, and I know you eat what you have to eat if the need arises. You all didn't eat the bees. They were toxic. Almost killed me after the food ran out. I imagine that very thing might have gotten some of the survivors. Toxic, I said. We'll have to add that piece to the biochemistry puzzle. I let the guy rest after our talk. He'd filled in a lot of the pieces and been much more open than I would have guessed. Rishi and Ren didn't know what else they could need from the planet to settle the mystery of the bees. I thought about hanging around for a few days while we settled it, just in case we needed more data. Ren wanted to get back to the Omegas for the Founders Festival. Plus, we had to drop off Christoph somewhere, get him some proper medical attention. I decided we should stay in orbit a little bit longer, just in case something obvious did come up in the science Rishi and Ren were doing. Harold was occupied with Christoph, so me and Lita and Soch got out the sticks and played sabaka all morning. It was strange, a bit like being in the hospital again, all that downtime, only now it felt all right, normal. I never knew Soch and Lita before we were all shot up, but it sure felt like being part of a unit again. I guess we were now. Soch whipped both our asses with half a head. I'd hate to seen you before you got all blown up, I told him. He was uglier, Lita said. Too good looking for you, fly girl. Yeah, right.
Like I said, just like being a unit. By about mid-afternoon, Ren came in. I was going to fix her some food for all of her hard work, and the game was winding down anyway. But it turned out she came in to let us know they'd figured it out. There'd been this fierce little cyanobacteria down in those caves that was native to Tashini. I guess they'd missed it in the survey when they scanned for habitability. Rishi's model showed it triggering the mutation, and then the interaction with the human environment triggered the deadly cascade of epigenetic switches that followed.
That, Rishi said. And we can engineer a bee from code sequences, sure. But unless we colonize it with all the same bacteria it would have had on Earth, It's tough to know how any creature's body will react to being colonized by an alien microbe.
That sure is hell a cautionary tale, I said. Best spread that information around the battery. Soch started laughing, then kept laughing oddly ferociously for such a serious subject. What's so funny? I said. Luddites, he said. Poor bastards. Go forward, you get a head like mine and legs like yours, Birch. Go backward, you get eaten by a swarm of carnivorous bees. Universe has a sense of humor.
Somebody does, Lita said, shaking her head.
I'll let our guests know, I said to Ren. Thanks to you and Rishi.
Take him some food,
Ren said, grabbing me before I went in there. She got me a pouch of banana, some more coconut milk, and an egg wafer.
Tell him to take it slow, she said.
Yes, Doc.
Don't call me that, she said. Captain.
Point taken, I said. I brought the food in to Kristoff. I didn't need to tell him to take it slow. It was hard for me to fathom how he hadn't already ate up half the ship's stores. But I guess the starved, like anyone else, become accustomed to their own mode of being. He nibbled away at the egg wafer and sipped the cocoa juice. He seemed pretty restrained when I related the news to him about what had killed his world. I suppose the why didn't matter all that much after what he'd been through. It wasn't like anyone could have known. So, I said, we're going to do our best to get you back on your feet over the next few weeks. It's a good 4 weeks to the Omegas. Then I guess we'll have to figure it out from there. Get you back to Charis somehow.
I've been thinking, Mr. Birch.
Just Birch, Kristoff.
Sorry, Birch,
he said.
I don't want to go back to Charis. It's the last place I want to go now. Most of the people I did know there all came with us to Tashini, and the rest, I've got no family there.
What are you trying to say, Kristoff? Be direct.
If it's all the same, Birch, I think I wouldn't mind it if the folks on Charis assumed everyone on Tashini met the same fate.
You'd like to be dead in their eyes.
Or forgotten. Nobody knows me on Charis. They sure would if I came back alone, though.
I see.
That's not the kind of life I care to lead, if you get my meaning.
Oh, I do, I said. I don't mean to give offense, Kristoff said. I'll get back to normal in a few weeks, Harold says. Look normal, anyway. So it's not like you and your friend who wear the scars. But there wouldn't be any escaping it on Charis regardless. Not amongst my people. That's fair, I said. I'll put some thought into how we handle that.
I already have, Kristoff said. If you're open to my input.
It's your life, friend. You should have input.
I'd like you to consider keeping me on, Captain Birch. I think that once I get back some strength, I could be helpful to you and your crew.
A Luddite?
He smiled. I wasn't ever that committed. You met George.
I couldn't help but laugh. Fair play, I said, pausing to consider how a guy like him would ever want to be around a crew like ours. I don't mean you any offense, Kristoff, but each of us has a function here, and I'm wondering what skills you'd bring to the equation.
I've been thinking about that myself. It strikes me that it might be useful to have a guy around who built a sturdy brute of a bot using a strip battery, a residential printer, and a processor from an antique Swatch. Before I fell in with the Baroche on Charis, I was a skilled robotics technician. But more than that, Captain Birch, you'd be getting a man with a keen eye for the horizon. How many people do you know who've survived an apocalypse? Seems to me that's a useful skill in itself.
I caught myself involuntarily stroking the scar along the left side of my chin. You make a case, I said. Like I said earlier, it's more of a democracy around here than a military vessel, so I'm going to have to talk to the others. You're really going to have to learn to stop calling me Captain, though. But I will make your case to them, Kristoff.
Thank you, Birch.
Before pressing on from Tashini, we sat for a meal. Me, Lita and Soch, Ren, even Kristoff came out and sat with us. Didn't eat much, but it was good he had a chance to finally meet Ren face to face. Harold prepared a nice meal, and even though she was quiet, I had a sense Rishi was enjoying the scene too. Then we set back on our way to the Omegas. It was sad, you know. The kind of sad we'd all seen too often. The loss of a whole colony. Maybe we were the only crew in the galaxy who could end up at a horrid site like Tashini and have it seem like an ordinary Thursday. But at the same time, I felt oddly okay. We'd rescued Kristoff, and that meant something. I think all of us were a little subdued.
Heck of a first mission,
Rishi said to me that evening while I was lying in my rack. Truth, I answered. How are you getting on, Yankee Chaos? Quite a couple days for you too. It's not like you were steel-spitting rockhopper like Soch or Lita before all this.
Before all this, I was a person, so there's that.
Also truth, I said, laughing.
It's funny though, Birch. From the time it happened, I was always glad to still be here, rather than dead. But until these past few weeks, I'd felt, I don't know, a bit alone. I don't feel the same way I once did. Not so intensely. So I wasn't exactly lonely, but I thought it would feel weird having a crew living on the ship.
It doesn't?
It does, but I don't dislike it. It feels kind of like I have friends around all the time.
That's because you do, kid, I told her. I think we're going to be all right together.
Sleep well, Captain,
she said. Sleep well, ship, I said, knocking the hull. So that was how our first run went. I think that's about everything. Can't think of anything else. I'm not a fleet guy, more of a grunt, so I'm not sure if this is how a log entry is supposed to go. Guess it'll do, though. Until the next one. Birch of the Delta Gamma Guard, Captain, Yankee Chaos, End log. Archaeologix. After we got back to the lettered systems from Tashini on that first run, the Commodore put us space grunts right back to work. Ren hardly had a day or two to take in the Founders Festival on Omega J, but at least she got that. We found out quick our new lives weren't going to be all apocalypses and space mysteries like some adventure series we used to watch as kids and wonder about, pining after a life of non-stop action in space. It was a lot like the military in that respect. A lot of formality and boring details, followed by a lot more waiting around. Speaking of formality, this is Hale Birch, Captain, Yankee Chaos, Log Entry 8, following a run that could be categorized as a space adventure of the First Order. One big enough to change perspectives on the shape of things, humanity's place in the universe, the power of black holes and black magic, and a host of other mysteries. No small things. After that first run of ours on Tashini, my other log entries got real short and mundane. Picked up Dignitary X and delivered to Ferrocylinder and Deltafina. Picked up Commissioner Y and delivered to the Omegas for congressional hearings. What they wanted from us more than anything was a head for the shifting landscape on the fringes of the conflict. We could read such things, so we became more like a private security service than anything, a safe ride for important people. Our charge was for things to stay uneventful, and I'm not sure we could have been any better at it. We were starting to think the greatest hazard in our new lives was going to be death by the long, slow, monotonous grind of space boredom. Then the Commodore pinged me halfway between Delta Mu and Ennis to tell us to abort our next VIP shuttle service pickup and make our way to Athos. We had a new date with a pair of archaeologists who had the need for a ship and a crew who could navigate through dangerous space, by which she meant the combat zone. Much as we didn't like taking Rishi in there, she was game. All part of the job, she said. I think she was getting bored too. We didn't know it at the time, but those archaeologists were going to be more trouble than any of us bargained for. I suppose I should back up by saying I needed Rishi to look up what an archaeologist even was for me. Turned out there wasn't a lot of cause for their kind on a planetary ring or a space cylinder where most of us lived. The only ancient civilization any of us had even heard of was, well, Earth, obviously, and the artifact on Kappa 363b. Cruising through the Western Battery with the Aterans and Trasp about was always no small matter, and we didn't have much choice if we wanted to make our pickup on schedule. So we plotted our dropouts in interstellar space as far from Burning Rock, Richfield, and Dana Point as we could, skewing our course toward the areas we thought the Aterans controlled. Then we stopped off at Port Cullen for a brief reprieve before heading on to Athos in damn near record time from the far side of the letters, figuring that the head archaeologist would be impressed we'd arrived so soon. Turned out we were destined to be wrong about everything on this run. All the way from the letters, she said when we met her at the terminal on Moses Mesui, salty as a dried pin steak. Might as well have sent you from Cheris. The archaeologist, Dr. Kita Bankara, looked us up and down, poorly masking what seemed like disgust to all of us. I'd have thought ill of her and might have presumed she had a thing against veterans like me and Soch and our metal parts if she hadn't looked Lead up and down with the same contempt. About the only one she didn't cuss out with her eyes was Ren, who, let's face it, is near impossible to dislike. The first point of contention was when I told her we need to stick on Moses Missouri for several hours while we reprovisioned. We had been out for almost 3 months straight, except for the stop on Port Cullen. Why didn't you do your shopping there? Dr. Bankara asked me when she came to inquire why we hadn't already taken off. We thought it was more important to get here fast and pick you up. We don't have any details, such as how long we're going to be out for, so we didn't know how to provision.
We'll need to load gear on Athos, where we'll be picking up my assistant, she said. You can send your Harold out to shop when we land there. I should have put my foot down right there, or I guess both prosthetics as the case was, but I figured it was best to start off the relationship with as little friction as possible. Turned out I was just giving Dr. Bankar a license to bark more orders at us, but, hindsight. Off to Athos we went, didn't even stay on Athos for long enough to refuel. When we got to Athos, we were met by a shipping container filled with enough cargo to fill up Yankee Chaos's back storeroom and half the hallway between the medical bay and the crew quarters, and there was no loading crew to move it. All this gear is necessary? I asked her. It obviously is, or it wouldn't be sitting in the loading area, she said. My assistant will be along shortly to instruct you on how to load it. Care to tell us how long we're going to be out for so I can instruct Harold on provisions? Yes, Mr. Birch, planned for 12 months. 12 months, you say? I was clear, no? 2 things. If I'm going out with you for a year, you're going to learn to call me Birch, just Birch. And 2, you better get a lot less salty and fast, or we're not lasting a year, I can assure you. Ah, she said, completely ignoring me. There's Carolina now. She walked off to greet the girl stepping our way, and if Bankara was as salty as a pin steak, the sight of Carolina was a ray of sunshine. Both me and Soch couldn't help staring her way. Scrape your tongues off the deck, boys, Lita said, appearing out of nowhere from behind us. That one's 2 tiers out of my league, even. Lita looked Soch up and down. Bet you wish you'd opted to have them put the rest of your face back on right about now. Maybe she likes tough guys, Soch said. If I meet one, I'll let her know where she can find 'em, Lita said, walking over toward the young assistant. While they were milling about outside, I stepped inside and called Harold down to go shopping for provisions. Told him to take Christoph with him. Thing was, poor Christoph was still rail thin, struggling to put the weight back on, especially since we'd run out of coconut bars 3 weeks back. Ren took to calling him Juice because he seemed to drink 1,000 calories a day, and pretty soon the rest of us were calling him Juice too. He needed a new identity anyway, which is another story for another day, but the short of that one was that we figured to start the process with a nickname, so Christoph became Juice. I gave him the ship's digits and told Juice to get as many coconut bars as he wanted, and I told Harold to send back a crew of loaders for all those crates. When I went back out into the loading area, Soch and Lita were already moving crates around to the horror of the young assistant. Not those, please, Carolina said, gesturing for them to put down the boxes gently. Aren't they for the back, you said? Soch said. Yes, but the equipment in them is for the forward sensory anchor. It's very sensitive. Do you want us to install it? Lita said. It needs to be installed in space, she said. On site. Leave those for your Harold, please. He'll have to install them on the anchor when we get out to our destination. We can't even fly with it attached, it's so fragile. They were vacuum crates, so the kid urged them to put them down like they were made of Athosian bell glass. Things were going well. Hail, Birch, I said to the kid, extending my hand. Carolina Dreesen, she said, shaking my hand. My good hand, that is. That's a famous name. She shrugged. The only one my parents gave me. There's a lot of Dreesens, I said. You? She made a gesture, sort of circling her finger around and then bringing it down to a point in the middle, as if to imply she was right in the center of the bullseye. So? My father is Barnard Dreesen, she said, looking a little embarrassed to say so. I wasn't sure why. So this archaeology business is what? A hobby of sorts? More of a passion, Mr. Birch. Just Birch, I said. Don't take this the wrong way, but don't be surprised if I come to you to figure out what's going on with this little excursion. That professor of yours is a little... Temperamental is the polite way of putting it, Birch, Carolina said. Some people use less charitable words. Bet she doesn't talk to you like that, Ms. Dreesen. She shrugged. Thought as much, I said. Anyway, I've got Harold sending back some loaders. Use them. My crew, I think you'll come to like them, but sensitive equipment isn't exactly our specialty. All the same, Birch, whether she ever says it or not, both Dr. Bankara and I are happy to be aboard. Yankee Chaos is at your disposal, I said, sort of. The kid smiled and stepped back toward the boxes to make sure nobody touched them till the bots got there to load them properly. What do you think, ship? I said to Rishi in my earpiece. A year out, she responded. I think I'm going to dump that archaeologist on the first rock she's dumb enough to go digging on. Be nice, I said. That is me being nice. Once we got the loaders back to the ship, those bots got things situated according to Carolina's liking in short order. Only problem was we ended up waiting on Harold and Juice to come back with the groceries, which irked Dr. Bonkara to no end. Carolina, Lita, and Soch spent some time getting to know one another in the atrium, which was actually a nice feature of Yankee Chaos's line. Most ships produced in the early years of the fighting didn't have much of a view, but Yankee Chaos was more of a transport vehicle than a fighting vessel, so our common area had a pretty decent skylight, which, in the afternoon on Athos, made for a comfortable warm light that kept the place looking cozier than usual. They were sitting in there when Juice and Harold came back with a pair of loaders to pack the food cabinets. Just as they arrived in the ship, Dr. Bonkara came out, presumably to bark at me to take off immediately. "Who is this man?" she said. "That's Juice," I told her, "one of our crew." "Why didn't I meet him on the way here?" "He was working on his robot in the back, I guess." "He looks gaunt. Is there something wrong with him?" "He's getting over a medical issue," I told her. "Thyroid?" she said. "Minor bout with an apocalypse," Juice said. "Happy to meet you, ma'am." We all chuckled, including young Carolina, who couldn't help herself. "It's Doctor," Bonkara said, ignoring Juice's extended hand. "Do you think we could cram any more crew on here, Captain?" "If we chuck about half your gear out the airlock, sure," I said. She didn't much care for that comment. "Anyway," I said, "we're loaded and damn near busting at the seams. Rishi just needs a destination." Bonkara handed me a tablet, and the destination sure was a shock. Kappa 363. "Sure about that, Doctor?" I said. "Could be a bumpy ride." "Quite sure. Your job is to mitigate the risk, presumably why the Letters Command sent you." "We'll do what we can. Last we heard the Aterans controlled the system, but that's a hot area we probably shouldn't linger in too long." "We'll stay as long as possible, or necessary," Dr. Bonkara said. "At least it's not Trasp territory," Soch said. "Are we good, Rishi?" I said. "Setting a course, Birch," Rishi answered. And that was takeoff. As much as it tried the patience of the salty doctor as we took to calling her behind her back, we had to take a cautious approach to the Kappas. Even though the Aterans currently controlled most of the Kappa systems, as far as we knew, they'd been aggressive in recent months. It was becoming difficult to tell the two sides apart, at least as posturing went. And I well knew they wouldn't be happy about a vessel showing up in contested space. If we'd told them we were coming, they'd have said no and blasted us if we showed up anyway. Neither side had time for archaeological expeditions. We were all curious as hell as to what these two archaeologists were up to. But Dr. Bonkara told us it was all classified, and Carolina, for as much as we all liked her, she wouldn't say a word neither. The only thing they told us, apart from a set of coordinates, was that it was imperative they had time to set up their gear and examine the object they were after, which apparently was just an ordinary old asteroid, at least as far as they were telling us. I figured if they weren't being open with us, I had no intention of being open with them, so I had Rishi do her best impersonation of an ordinary ship's AI, and asked her to glean whatever information she could off them. She was a good enough spy that Rishi and I had a decent picture of what was going on by the time we were preparing to jump into Kappa 363, just not the why. Rishi brought Harold in to double-check her calculations on the final jump. Thing was, if we wanted to go in unseen, we were going to need to drop out in that asteroid field. Otherwise, any Aterans hanging around would have eyes on us almost instantly, so it would be touchy. And we needed to get to work right away, which meant a busy day for Harold. Carolina had all the gear for that special sensor lined up and ready to go for as soon as we jumped in. When Rishi was ready, we hit it. A 12-hour shot to the head of a pin, and there we were floating right behind the target, A54 3Z4X. Harold had studied the install specs for their special sensor gear, so he had all the parts and tools lined up and ready to go. It was still a 2-hour install, though. Bonkara insisted we hide as tight to the asteroid as possible to decrease our exposure. It wasn't any type of flying Rishi couldn't handle, but a person on that kind of spacewalk would have been a little more than disconcerted. Didn't bother our Harold none, though. As Harold was out fixing the sensor to the forward anchor, I approached Carolina Dreesen. "I know where we are," I said quietly. "I'd like to know why." She looked surprised. "I'd like to tell you, Birch, but it's something you'll have to take up with Dr. Bonkara. Or maybe you should ask your ship. Don't think I don't see you talking in your ear all day." I was starting to suspect that this excursion was something far more important than me and Rishi figured at the outset. Carolina Dreesen? What were the odds that of all the archaeology students on Athos, the daughter of one of the most powerful families in the galaxy would end up on our ship for this mission? That was no coincidence. Powerful people didn't trust anyone better than their own.
I went up front to check in with Rishi and hardly got up there before she sent me back.
Bankara is prepping the girl for a spacewalk, Rishi said.
What the hell? I said. Rishi pulled up the video on the front screen. Not on my life, I said, heading toward the rear airlock. What the hell do you think you're doing? I said to Bankara when I got back there.
What does it look like, Mr. Birch? I'm sending my assistant out to survey the site.
Not solo, you're not. Not a chance in hell. We're in a war zone, or hadn't you noticed?
There are no troops waiting for Carolina on that asteroid.
Or we wouldn't be here, yes, I said. But this girl, smart as she may be, has zero training in combat readiness, situational awareness, or risk assessment in a war zone. And, in case you hadn't noticed, she's also Barnard Dreesen's daughter.
Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about any of that right now.
No, sorry, Dr. Bankara. I am responsible for the safety of everyone on this ship. There are two options. She stays on board, or my people go with her. That's non-negotiable.
Unacceptable.
Lita, Soch, report to the airlock, I said. Then I stared down that salty archaeologist to let her know I wasn't budging. She shook her head at me, scowling. When Lita and Soch showed up, I told them they'd either be suiting up to escort Carolina on the walk, or they'd be locking both archaeologists in their bunk room. We're all ex-military, I told Bankara. We know what classified means.
Very well,
Bankara said. Full gear, I said to Lita and Soch. I want a 2-minute turnaround on my mark, and not a hair on that girl's head out of place when you get back. Sure thing, boss, Soch said. They started prepping, and by that time, Harold was back in from his spacewalk. Bankara was ready to start scanning the asteroid, so she asked me for Harold's help, seeing as she was sending her assistant out the airlock. Is that sensor of yours going to alert the Terrans? I asked her. Bankara paused to consider.
Highly unlikely, she said. More likely they'll see us than pick up the scanner somehow.
What is it? I asked her. Or is it classified?
It's a neutrino pulse emitter. Should give us a 3D map of the asteroid to the molecular level.
I wondered how long she was going to pretend we were still at an asteroid. I suppose as soon as Soch and Lita floated inside that artifact and came back with a story to tell.
I'll need your ship's AI to help process the data,
Bankara said,
to reduce the time we spend on site.
Absolutely, I said. I'll have Harold set you up at the comm station. Bankara held the spacewalkers until the scan was finished. Took about 5 minutes to shoot the whole field. I asked if I should send Harold out to disassemble and take in the scanner, but she said there may be some follow-up to do based on what Carolina found on site. So we left the sensor out there and dropped our 3 walkers just above the asteroid surface. Rishi got me a clear view of the 3 of them floating toward a round outer door and then entering a dimly lit corridor. What are you seeing, Rishi? I asked. She answered in my earpiece.
It's the second Kappa artifact, all right. Most of the files on that are sealed, so I can't compare like for like, but what else could it be?
I stepped away from the comm station to the head of the ship, where Rishi projected the data she was processing from the professor's scanner. Any idea what they're looking for in there yet? I asked her.
No, she said, but they're floating along the inner wall. They've got the girl on tether. I'll let you know.
Good. Lita was flying the skiff, which was about the only thing I felt good about. From what we could gather, they were looking for a specific marking on the interior walls, but Carolina was having a difficult time locating it. This might be something people with our skills could help with, I told Bankara as I returned to the comm station, navigating in difficult territory.
She'll get it,
Bankara said. I made a gesture toward my swatch to let her know the clock was ticking. Juice came down to watch, and Ren was there too, looking on from behind the comm station. There'd been enough old tales about the Kappa artifact that even though they didn't know what Rishi and I knew, they also kind of knew what Bankara was looking at. It was another 10 minutes or so later when Carolina piped back in.
I've got a plot number, I think. 4638. Sending visual now.
Confirming, Bankara said.
Is that it? Confirmed, Carolina. I'd like images of the entire plot and the 7 around it. I'm locking in your position.
I had Rishi in my ear telling me what they were looking at. Markings of some kind.
They're totally different, Carolina said.
Open channel, Bankara said back to her assistant. Nice to know what we're not supposed to know, I said. I shouldn't have said it, but it felt good to get under that salty skin of hers. She shot me a dirty look.
Look alive, Birch,
Rishi said.
Eyes on 2 Terran starfighters. I'll get you a bearing.
On my way, I said, heading up toward the front. Soch, Lita, Rishi's tracking too. Got it, Birch.
Soch came back. When I got to the front, Rishi had a clear line of sight, which meant the Aterans did too. If we were lucky, we'd blend there in the shadow of that asteroid, and they wouldn't be inclined to look our way or to scan us. ETA? I said to Rishi. If they jump in, she said. A minute? A little more? I had a nervous tic that I developed in the field when my unit was out, tapping my forefinger against my thumb over and over. I heard it now, though, on account of the prosthetic. I'm calling it, I said to Rishi. Lita, get her out of there. You and Soch double time it back now. Received, Soch said. I heard Bankara bellowing at me from the back of the ship. Plot your moves, ship, I said. I will not have you taking fire. Roger, Captain, she said. Then I flew back to tell that salty professor to shut up and strap in. I told Juice and Ren the same. Then I sent Harold to secure the airlock. The neutrino emitter, Bankara barked at me. We can't go anywhere until it's secured. It's as secure as it's getting for now, I said. Our people take precedent. ETA, Lita? 1 minute, she came back. Ren and Juice were secured in the atrium by then. Bankara was glaring at me, but knew better than to say a word. They're on us, Birch, Rishi said. Changing course and jumping. Hell, I said. Get that airlock open, Harold. I pointed at that archaeologist. You stay strapped in no matter what. I rushed back up front to watch the view screen fixed on the door of that artifact, and to track the Aterans coming in. I strapped in myself. Put out our ID and let them know we're a scientific ship, I told Rishi. Might distract them enough to put them back a few seconds. Rishi started transmitting. The second they're in that airlock, I told Rishi. They'll get bounced to hell, Birch, she said. As long as we don't get blown to it, I said. Your mark, ship. Harold, I said. We're jumping the second they're in. Secure that Dreesen girl at all cost. It happened fast. Almost simultaneous to the Aterans jumping in, Harold had the airlock door secured. The Aterans jumped out firing on us. Rishi's burn flipped us over and around that rock in half a second, just before the bolts started blasting the asteroid's surface. Then Rishi jumped us out of there. Even I felt like my heart was in my feet, and my feet had been gone 2 years nearly to the day. As soon as we were stable, I shot back toward the rear, grabbing Ren and Juice along the way. You stay, I shouted at the archaeologist. Carolina was floating, safe in Harold's arms, it seemed. Soch had gotten banged around and had a cut on his forehead, but he'd managed to grab rail with his prosthetic hand, which had kept him from bouncing off the walls like Lita had. She was out cold. Bring her, I told Harold, pointing to Carolina, who was wide-eyed and shaken but seemingly unharmed. We've got Lita. I noticed just then that Harold's leg was broken clean in two, hanging on by the dermis, but we were weightless at the time, so that could definitely wait. Me, Ren, and Juice wrapped up Lita and boarded her to the medical bay. Lita had a few broken ribs and presumably a concussion. Ren got to work in there with Juice, who, it turned out, had some medical training himself from when he was younger on Charis. He'd been correct about being a handy guy to have around. I left those two and Harold to their work and headed up front to confer with Rishi. She'd pulled some new info from their data files when Bankara looped her in. Yes, that was the second Kappa 363 artifact, which we were almost certain of, sure. But there were others, which nobody else knew about, at least according to any database Rishi had accessed since her digital apotheosis. Presumably, traveling to all those other artifacts was what the year's worth of groceries was all about, but Rishi still didn't know what they were hunting for at that first site, and why it was worth nearly getting shot to hell for. As soon as things settled down, we agreed it was time to clear the air. Just then Harold came in, his left leg flapping behind him like a boot with no foot in it. He told me what had happened in the airlock, frame by frame. Said he'd broken his leg deflecting Lita away from young Ms. Dreesen. It sounded like the right call from the way he described it. He also said Lita was now conscious and healing rapidly, thanks to the nanites circulating in her blood. Part of his calculation, of course. I let Rishi set the course, as long as it was out of the Kappas, naturally. If I'd had my way, it would have been back to Athos to drop off our guests. Instead, I went down to check on the one I liked and the crew member I liked a hell of a lot more than her. You good? I said to Lita when I got down there. Little bump, she said. Don't know what the fuss is about. And you? I said to Ms. Dreesen. All right, she said, wincing slightly. I presume it was your order to your Harold. I can vouch for us Warborgs to take a hit. I'm sure you're tough for a kid from Athos, but even I don't want Lita landing on me at 7 Gs. Get some rest. Bankara tried to pull me aside on my way up to quarters, but I told her I could wait until we were well out of the Kappas and we'd all gotten some rest. Plus, seeing Lita and that kid laid up like that affected me. Always had whenever I'd seen my people injured. Maybe more than killed even. It brought some things back. It was my fault. I never should have let them off the ship without knowing what they were after and the urgency of it. That was on me. I'd also taken the Archaeologist's word on the neutrino emitter being undetectable to the Aterans. It was also possible we'd tripped a sensor in the belt on our way in, but we couldn't know now. Anyway, we'd gotten lucky. The following morning, I called everyone to the table in the atrium, which made 8 of us, including Harold, but of course Rishi was there as well. Lita had her right arm up in a sling, but apart from that and Sosha's stitched up forehead, the only sign of damage was Harold's busted leg, which Juice promised to get to work on after our little breakfast meeting. I'm happy to go on, I said, under the condition of openness. We show all our cards and you show yours, I said to Bankara. Complete honesty. Birch, Harold said, in the spirit of honesty, would now be okay? He'd asked me if he could apologize to Lita the night before, and I told him to let her rest. I figured it was a decent way to start. Harold explained the moment to her. Over-explained, if you ask me. Angular momentum, calculations, percentages, and all that. Practically put up a chart. So you kicked me into the bulkhead for the sake of Carolina's pretty smile? Lita said. That's what you're telling me, Carbon Fiber? It was the best outcome in the moment for everyone. Harold couldn't tell, but she was busting him big time. Soch burst out laughing, and Lita did shortly after. He tried to explain. Harold, I said, you're good. Bygones. It was my call. Thanks for getting the Truth Council going. I'll go next unless anyone objects. No one did. I am at fault for all of it. I never should have let anyone off the ship under those circumstances, and we escaped disaster because we were lucky, not good. That's part 1. Part 2 is that we, by which I mean Rishi and me, know we're after the Kappa artifact, and that it's not the only one of its kind. Part 3 is that we go no farther until you, Dr. Bankara, come clean about why. What is the point now? She said. Your exit from the Kappas almost certainly destroyed the neutrino emitter. That first stop was to calibrate it so we could scan the others. I noticed Ms. Dreesen cast a bit of a glance over toward Bankara. Rishi had noticed it too. Should we return then? I asked Bankara. Or is there another way? Possibly, she said. We should go forward. We'll just have to examine the sites ourselves. More spacewalks. Spacewalks are a lot easier without a Terran starfighter stalking outside, I said, presuming we're going where I think we are. And where do you think we're going, Captain Birch? Well, nowhere until we know why the urgency, if we're being honest. You have orders, Bankara said. He doesn't go unless she says so. Isn't that correct, Birch? Carolina said. What's so special about your ship's AI, if we're putting all our cards on the table? I laughed. Well, you sly little fox, and here I thought we were outfoxing you. Wait, what is happening? Soch said. I have no idea, Lita said. The little one's the boss, Ren said. Try to keep up, you two. Oh, Lita said. Oh! Actually, it's her dad's the boss, right? I said. Benefactor and interested party, she said. Boss is a strong word in this case, but he does expect a return here. Your ship's AI, Birch. What am I missing? Rishi's a person, not an AI, I said. One of the elder Mycons uploaded her to keep her from dying in combat. Carolina shook her head, scoffing. It's always a Mycon, most troublesome model. Be careful how you speak of any Mycon around here, Rishi said. Well, ship, Carolina said. Introductions are in order. Rishi Sarrel Companies, formerly of Blair Athos Cylinder of the Deltafina Group. Pleased to meet you, Rishi, Carolina said. And I presume you two have been spying on nearly everything we've done, Carolina said. So what don't you know, Rishi? Exactly how many alien artifacts you know about and why you're after them, Rishi said. Carolina exhaled and stared across the table at Dr. Bankara, who shook her head. I presume you're not taking us anywhere until we know everything, Rishi said. I'll brief you in Birch, Carolina said. No good, I said. Come one, come all, Ms. Dreesen. No more power games, no more secrecy. Oh, and in the interest of full transparency, Juice over there wasn't joking about surviving an apocalypse. That actually happened. Well, congratulations to you, Mr. Juice, whoever you may be. Soch burst out laughing, which got Lita going as well. Most interesting breakfast I've had in a long time, he said. Oh, this hasn't even begun to get interesting yet. Carolina said, sighing. You will all be debriefed and are bound by the non-disclosure arrangement through the military contract with the letters. I'll remind you now and again when we part.
Of course, I said. Then Carolina explained the entire wild tale.
When that second Kappa artifact was discovered, the initial people who happened upon it found that it had unusual properties. We saw as much in the scans, Rishi said, unusual energy fields. We think they're powered by micro black holes, but the tech in those artifacts is beyond us. Its existence was publicized briefly at the time when it was first discovered by amateur archaeologists, and then the information was quickly sequestered. What almost no one knows is that a second party, a very clever second party, figured out exactly how the first party found the site, visited the artifact, and went inside.
So shrugged. So, he said, we were just in there ourselves. It was a big empty cylinder.
We did not go in. We were in a giant antechamber,
Carolina said.
The woman who went in claimed to have lived an entire simulated life on Earth in the 20th century of what our historians call the Common Era, right at the dawn of human space travel. The truly interesting thing about her claim was that when she was cross-examined by our most learned historians of the era, she had details that far outstripped their knowledge, things even people in the columns couldn't have known.
So it couldn't be verified then, I said.
Fittingly enough, we sent a Micon to the archives of the First Sun, which confirmed her accounts. The specificity of these historical details was impossible. I mean, things no one in the battery could even think to know.
Like what? Wren said.
Sham, My Gallant, Twice a Prince, and Private Smiles,
Carolina said to a table of blank stares.
Those were the names of the losing horses in the greatest horse race of the 20th century, which she claimed to have watched on television, for example.
Like horses? Juice said. They used to race them?
Apparently, Carolina said.
How would that work?
It's not important, Carolina said. It was correct in the archives, though, and every other detail that could possibly have been corroborated down to street names, political figures, songs, everything, which means one of two things. Either those aliens know us better than we know ourselves and built her a perfect sim in that cylinder, Rishi said, or correct,
Carolina said, looking around and then gathering that a few of us rock hoppers hadn't fully caught on yet.
They actually sent her there. Ooh, Wren said. Well, that is unexpected. And these artifacts, we believe, are seeded throughout the galaxy. We know they talk to each other, and we believe we can trace them back to their origin, either a mothership or a homeworld somewhere in the galaxy, if this race of aliens is even from our galaxy.
Guess that explains why you hardly blinked when I told you our spaceship was a person, I said. Yours was bigger.
Very colorfully put, Mr. Birch.
So, our plan is to go after these super advanced aliens and do what exactly, Miss Dreesen? I asked her.
Investigate their nature, and, if possible, determine their intentions.
We all sort of looked around at each other. Well, that's certainly one plan, I said. Speaking of the people of Earth, though, I think they had an expression about leaving well enough alone. Had something to do with waking up sleeping animals. I was trying to remember which one while we were playing Sabaka the other day. It wasn't horses.
That's very clever, Birch, Carolina said. It's not like that hasn't occurred to my father or me or Dr. Bankara. This is why we're going with one ship, limited weaponry, with the deliberate understanding of what we're doing, rather than some hapless expedition stumbling upon first contact and behaving rashly. Our charge is to go, very delicately, and see if we can establish contact with these newly discovered neighbors of ours.
One last thing before we talk all this out, I said, pointing at Dr. Bankara. Is she really that salty, or was that all part of the act? It was dead silent at the table for a moment before Carolina couldn't help laughing. Dr. Bankara looked dead-faced over at Carolina and then around the table, jaw hanging open, appalled at my bluntness. I guess you solved that mystery, Birch, Lita said.
She is my mentor, Carolina said, and you will show her the respect she deserves.
I nodded and gestured for everyone to settle down. That's better, I said. Now that we're all on level footing, I propose we assess what the next steps are, and we clear this with my boss, Miss Dreesen, before moving forward. I had a long talk with Rishi first, and then the others. I was surprised at how quickly we came to a consensus. The sentiment was that none of us had survived the things we had so that we could go tuck our heads in a hole and hide from the universe. We'd found ourselves in a unique position with our unique experiences informing us, and we were ready for what came at us, super aliens or whatever.
Even Christoph, or Jonathan, or Juice, or whatever we were calling him that day, he was surprisingly gung-ho for a reforming Luddite. Secrets of the universe, he said. Those don't get revealed to many. A chance at that is worth risking our lives over. So we decided to poke the donkey or wake up the sleeping ostrich or whatever the case was. Carolina filled us in on what they'd been looking at in the second Kappa artifact. Turned out that Bankara had discovered that the wall markers inside the artifact had changed slightly between each of the times it had been visited and catalogued over roughly a century. The marking Carolina had been inspecting back at Kappa 363 was at a key spot in the artifact. Carolina believed that they'd figured out what that specific marking symbolized. Communication channels, essentially what that artifact was talking to. And they believed that with a few other images from the other sites, we'd be able to extrapolate a map of the entire network of alien artifacts. It was a hell of a theory. Meanwhile, I sent poor one-legged Harold out to assess the damage to the professor's neutrino scanner. Scanning would be a lot safer and faster than spacewalking into every one of these cylinders ourselves. It occurred to us, too, that eventually these aliens might not be so welcoming about us poking around in their sleepy cylinders. Our Luddite friend Juice also proved extremely useful on that front, too. Harold determined the two of them could fix it, but he'd need a few delicate prints to be executed, especially on the receiver panel, which was a very particular type of nanoglass. Only Bankara had any idea how the thing worked. It was beyond Rishi even. But Juice printed it, and Harold installed it, and the whole operation ended up taking about 4 days. To top it off, to test the thing, Juice ended up scanning Harold's busted leg so he could print him a proper splint. And while they were doing that, Rishi and I spent those 4 days with Carolina, charting out our course of action. That little delay ended up working out great. Sure, Bankara was still salty about us breaking the gear in the first place, but she was the one who chose to leave the scanner out on the hull in the Terran space anyway, so we weren't going to let her give us a hard time about it. Less than a week from blasting out of the Kappa 363 system, we were at our second mark, an asteroid way out in the boundary system circling a star that only had a number. As far as we understood, it had only been visited the one time by the group that had scanned for these artifacts nearly 20 years prior. Carolina and Dr. Bankara were confident they'd be able to scan the wall, but after several hours, despite what they said was decent resolution considering the unit's compromise, they hadn't been able to agree on which set of markings corresponded to the earlier excursion's notes. Would it help if you went in? I asked Carolina. As far as we know, there's no Terrans and no Trasp this far out.
Unfortunately, no, she said. We don't have a third reference point like we did back at Kappa. We'll have to try and decrypt the whole wall. And if we can't, we may have to wait, who knows how long, maybe decades, till the markings change again.
They had the readings they needed, though, so we pressed on to the next artifact. Another 5 days worth of jumping into uninhabited space, way past the boundary systems. I spent most of that time playing Sabaka with Lita and Soch. Juice would come and join us every now and again, but he wouldn't play for any kind of stake, which Soch didn't much care for, even though he was definitely warming to our new Luddite friend. Ren, meanwhile, tried to make herself a useful assistant to the two archaeologists and Rishi as they tried to solve the galaxy's most perplexing puzzle.
We only really have that one reference point,
Rishi said to me one of those nights.
It's like knowing a single word in a whole novel and trying to extrapolate the plot. Could be the only word we have is but.
Is that but with 1 T or 2 T's? I asked her.
Whichever you like, Birch, she said. Maybe we'll figure out more the farther out we go. Could be we got another word entirely.
From then on out, we averaged about a new artifact every 10 days, and we were cruising so much the zero-G time was starting to make even young Carolina cranky. Lita didn't atrophy much with the nano-blood she had pumping through her. Me, with my robo-legs, all I had to do was hit the bands a couple times a week. Everybody else, though, even Soch, who had a left half to attend to, had to fight over treadmill time. And poor Juice was still bone thin, working to get some heft back to him, when there wasn't much of anything there to begin with. That was about all the goings-on. Here we were again, drowning in rushes of excitement, only to be awash in boredom for ages between. Each stop only seemed to deepen the difficulty of solving the puzzle of the code on the walls of the artifacts. Rishi likened it to adding about another 1,000,000 words to that novel she was talking about. For me, it was too complex to even pretend I knew what they were decrypting, or failing to decrypt as the case was. By the time we got to the 12th site and scanned the wall,
We had no new ideas and no more artifacts we knew about. Carolina and Bankara had been certain that the key to locating other artifacts was in the code itself, but that just wasn't panning out. Carolina wanted to press on, but I was reluctant to fly any farther from home, especially if we didn't have any real assurance we'd find another artifact as a waypoint. I was for exploring the unknown as much as any space captain, I suppose. But by that point, we'd been out nearly 4 months and had made exactly 0 progress on their code. After a long discussion, we compromised. We wouldn't double back for another 4 weeks, but we wouldn't go any farther unless Rishi and the Archaeologix made progress. I had Soch and Harold go out and tether up an asteroid on a line, so we could get a little spin-G while we let our problem-solving team grind away at that code. Ren, Rishi, Dr. Bankara, and Carolina spent nearly 16 hours a day working at their puzzle, while me, Soch, and Lita played chess and sabaka. Juice and Harold, meanwhile, were doing work on Christoph's dusty old robot George, which he'd got some upgrades for back at Port Cullen, intending to give the brood a bigger brain. I have to admit, I'd all but given up hope 2 weeks into spinning around that tethered asteroid turn after turn. And to be honest, I was missing Rishi a little. Even though she was there, we'd gotten in a nice pattern of talking each night to recap, discussing things. She was so focused on the puzzle, I didn't want to draw her away. She ducked in on me one night, told me she was taking a break. Not that she needed it the way the rest of us needed sleep or anything. She just wanted to take a step back. She asked me what I'd been thinking about with all that downtime. Actually, that girl, I said, the one who went into the artifact. I was thinking about it, going back in time. Can you imagine being stuck back there on Earth, knowing about the future, about the worlds that would grow up here around the battery, the thousands of systems, the trillions of people? I don't suppose anyone would have believed her if she'd told them what she knew. What do you think, Rishi? Do you think the artifact simulated it? Or could those aliens have really sent her back there? Transferred her consciousness or whatever? Rishi was quiet. Can I ask you, Ship, do you experience time the same way since, I mean, if they can send someone back in time like that, time must not be what we think it is. Still, she didn't answer. You there still, Rishi? Shh, she said to me. A few seconds later, she came back. Sorry, Birch. I gotta go. 8 hours later, she'd cracked the code. It wasn't so much a language or calculations, but a map of all those artifacts barking out their positions through time, from their placement millions of years prior, right up to the moment Carolina and our crew had rapped on their door. They must experience time differently from us, Rishi told me after showing the map to the group, all at once and not at all, as though it were a solid object, but also not even there. Entropy is real, but time is just a perception of it that can be warped or not even perceived at all. It's very complicated, and I don't think we'll understand until we meet them. Toward that end, Carolina had us untethered and flying off to the next artifact to confirm Rishi's map almost the second our little conference adjourned. If Rishi's findings were correct, we had the location of every one of the artifacts talking to their network, and they were all over the galaxy. There was even one back toward Charis that nobody knew about. What do you suppose your father would make of that? I asked Carolina that night after we'd all eaten. She sighed. My dad's not really the type who warms to things that are out of his control. You don't say. Yeah, really, Carolina said, smiling. Family trait, I guess. We've made a lot of very deliberate choices on Athos to build the society we have. A lot of those decisions came down from my direct ancestors. When I think of who my father is, Birch, I have to remind myself how much he has to live up to. It's a funny business you've gotten yourself into, kid, reading the layers of time hidden in objects. You know, Mr. Birch, Dr. Bankara said, you're proving to be not nearly as flat and one-dimensional a person as I'd thought. Why, Doctor, I think that's the kindest thing you've said to me this entire trip, and I'm still not sure whether it's a compliment or an insult. I actually got a smile out of her. Everyone else laughed. It's not our fault, Carolina said, when the laughter had died down. People are wired to forget how little control we have over the universe. The layers hidden in ancient things, Birch, they remind me it's okay to let go. That's a healthy manner of being for one in your family line, Ms. Dreesen. Me, I get a reminder about my place in things every time I need to recharge my legs, or walk for that matter. If we wake up these creatures or rouse their interest or whatever, let's hope they don't feel inclined to give us another lesson.
The following day, soon after lunch, we dropped out at a system as far from human civilization as people had been since we'd left Earth. There it was, the next artifact, sitting exactly as Rishi's map had predicted. I was equally impressed and troubled. These beings, whoever they were, had basically left a trail that mapped out every last outpost in the galaxy. Not the action of a race that felt like they had anything to fear from anyone around them. And right in the middle of Rishi's map, a few thousand miles from the inner ring, there lay the mothership, or homeworld, or whatever monster was awaiting us. It's a long run out there, I told the group. Leaves us almost no room for error on the way back. Safe play would be back to reprovision at the boundary worlds. That's 8 months, Birch, Soch said. Besides, juice don't eat much if it comes to that. That brought a muted smile out of everyone. I surveyed their faces. Only one who looked apprehensive was Ren. And you, Ren? Good to go?
I'm not going to lie, she said. This whole business scares the hell out of me, Birch. But I'm a scientist at heart. This has the potential to be the greatest discovery, maybe ever. I'll die for that.
Before John? I said. No one objected. Ship?
I concur, boss, Rishi said. We go.
So she set a course and we tightened our belts, played chess and sabaka, and tried to forget about every horror story we'd heard about a single ship out in lonesome space. And after nearly half a year, we came to find out that Bankara was actually nearly personable over a game of chess, provided she was winning, so Lita did her best to whip her salty ass at every opportunity. None of the rest of us could beat her. I remember asking Juice one day whether he was glad he'd asked to stay on with us misfits, crammed into our little bucket for half a year with hardly the room to stretch his skinny legs. You forget where you found me, Birch, he said. No place I'd rather be. Abject boredom, the mysteries of the universe, greatest adventure of my lifetime. And I outsmarted the apocalypse. That was just before the climax of this whole ordeal, which all happened so very fast and unfolded as follows. Nearly 6 months out from Kappa at that point, Rishi dropped us out a short hop away from the X at the center of her celestial mystery alien map. From that distance, we'd hoped to get a peek of something ahead, but it wasn't a total surprise when we didn't pick up a thing. None of the other artifacts looked any more conspicuous than the space rocks around them, so we all talked about it one last time and decided to jump in there and see what we'd see. When we jumped in, there was clearly an object about mid-system pulling on the planets, but we couldn't get a decent picture as it was shrouded in darkness, and for some odd reason, the starlight wasn't hitting it in any natural manner. Then, as if somebody hit a switch to turn on the welcome lights, the entirety of this structure began to glow an eerie blue. The ship was pyramid-shaped, and so massive as to be hardly fathomable. Not so much a ship as an ecosystem, or a world unto itself. Scale is always difficult in space, but from our distance, the ship was the size of Athos. Not the planetary ring around Athos, where 4 trillion people lived, but the gas giant herself. And the lights were on. We were all up front, crammed into the forward area of the bridge, trying to get a view with our own eyes out the viewing panel. I was about to say something about no turning back now, since they'd put the lights on for us. Then suddenly, we were all a lot closer than any of us ever wanted to be. It must have been like that woman who was transported back in time, because we all appeared elsewhere. In the ship was my best guess, because it had a similar dark look to it that the artifacts did, almost like backstage of a show, the inner workings. Then, suddenly, it was all black around us with an eerie white glow around the edges. There was gravity. We were all there, even the 2 robots. Sounds unbelievable, but before we had a chance to really react to the sudden shifting of our senses from place to place, there was a face, a non-distinct face, neither human nor alien. I suddenly felt obligated, as the captain, to greet whatever intelligence was at the heart of the situation, but before I had the chance to, it greeted us in its own manner. The bots dropped, went completely inert, and as much as you try to intellectualize not caring about a non-sentient thing such as Harold, it's hard not to care about a human-shaped object with human behavior and a human face. I didn't like the feeling one bit. We all looked around at each other. I happened to be standing beside Carolina Dreesen. She was shaking. I was about to reach for her to reassure her when we all dropped too. It's difficult to say, even in hindsight, what happened. Nearest I can put it into words, we all had the information sucked out of us almost instantaneously. It was a blinding pain that lasted not even a second, or at least it seemed so.
We just found ourselves on the floor, disoriented. We got up slowly, helping each other off the floor. The bots, too, clicked back to life and stood. Again, I was about to speak, but was preempted. "You have evolved," it said, and it sounded slightly surprised. Then, most shocking thing of all, Rishi appeared, floating right in front of us, not in any ethereal sense, but in her own body. It was Rishi. She'd shown me pictures of herself from before. She met eyes with me, clear as day. A strange mix of shock, terror, and delight came over her. "Interesting," the voice said. Then it looked past Rishi, to us, and simply said, "Go home, little ones." Then we were all back on the Yankee chaos, crammed onto the bridge looking out the window at that ship. "Rishi!" I said. There was no answer. I panicked. I started shouting at the open space as though it could hear me. I wasn't having it, not unless I knew she was okay. It was Soch and Lita had to calm me down. I was ready to fly in there and cut a hole in that thing's hull to get her back. Maybe a minute I went on like that, half losing my mind before I came to my senses, realizing I had obligations to the rest of them. Then, in an instant, that alien ship vanished and the stars changed. And if my eyes didn't deceive me, we were floating static in space just astride the Kappa artifact. 5 months' journey in the blink of an eye. I was alone on the flight deck, looking out at the asteroid.
"Look alive, Birch," Rishi's voice echoed in the room. "Eyes on 2 Terran starfighters. I'll get you a bearing."
"What?" I said. "Rishi? You're okay."
"Are you?" she said. "You may want to get the others back on board before those Terrans get here, boss."
"This can't be happening," I said. Then she ordered the team back on board herself. I headed back to the atrium. Dr. Bankara was seated at the comm station, looking just as dazed as I was. I heard Rishi trying to talk Soch and Lita back to the ship. Luckily, Carolina had her wits about her and knew we were in a moment. Juice and Ren were sitting there dumbfounded, watching things unfold just as they had before. "Strap in, I guess," I told everyone, heading back up front to do the same. It happened almost identical to the first time. Only Lita was able to cover up her chest with her arm, so her humerus got broken instead of her ribs. Otherwise, identical. Only we knew. All of us except Rishi, it seemed. The chronometer was set back to that day we jumped out of Kappa 363. All the data we collected, gone. Rishi swore she'd experienced none of it. Broke-legged Harold the same. But we all knew. It was the oddest feeling. This time, Carolina was hardly bothered by the sudden jump out of Kappa. She barely let Ren even examine her, just brushed off the ordeal. Lita had braced a little better this time, so she didn't lose consciousness, just kept cussing Harold out for breaking her arm. He was confused because she kept saying, "You did it again, you damn bot. You kicked me into the bulkhead again." Ren stayed in there with her, but the rest of us gathered around the table in the atrium.
"The artifact," Carolina said. "It's just like before with the woman who got sent to Earth."
"Except we didn't go inside," I said. "Me, Bankara, Ren, and Juice were still on the ship."
"Maybe you don't have to go inside for it to work," she said. "It's trying to deter us."
It was almost unbelievable, but we knew her well enough by then to know what she was thinking. She wanted to go after it again. Soch, bleeding above the eyebrow from the identical cut from months earlier, looked over at Carolina and said, "Even if we didn't go nowhere, that thing gave us fair warning enough. This mission is over, Carolina. Over." She took a deep breath and shook her head. Then she looked over at me. I concurred. Some things are beyond us. Even Dr. Bankara agreed. So we patched up Lita, got the ship in order, and started back to Athos. Along the way, we talked about it, whether it had been real or not. 5 months of our lives. It was real to us. Certain games of chess, the stories we told each other about ourselves, it all felt like it had happened. We talked about that lady who'd gone back in time, and the more we thought about it, the more we doubted. It had seemed as real to us as it had to her. I still remembered the names of the horses from her vision when Carolina told them to us. That's how real our journey had seemed. Where did we go? "Time's a funny thing," I said to Rishi the night before we got back to Athos. "You said something about it being fluid, flexible. It was you that figured the whole thing out, you know."
"I'm sorry, Birch. I don't remember," she said back to me.
"That's okay," I said. "You know I nearly lost my mind when it took you from us. Even if you remembered the trip, you wouldn't remember that. I wasn't going to let it happen."
Thank you, Birch. I just wish there was something I could do. You all seem so sad.
No, it's not sadness. It's like it's too overwhelming to process. Bigger than us, you know? Those emotions were real to us. Then suddenly reality tells you something different. I felt those things, though.
I believe you, she said.
You know I love you, kid, I told her. I didn't tell you before I lost you, but I'm telling you now so you'll always know it.
I feel the same, she said. I wouldn't be with you all if I didn't.
One thing about Rishi I knew. She always told me the truth. It sure felt that way, but she also knew how to keep her secrets. The following afternoon, we were back on Athos, touching down in Ithaca to drop off Carolina and Dr. Bankara at the spaceport outside the city. Bankara smiled at me as she departed, shook my good hand, too. Stay salty, Dr. Bankara, I told her. We wouldn't have you any other way.
Mr. Birch, she said to me, take care of yourself and your crew.
Carolina stuck around until the loaders had taken off all the gear. Then, just as they were finishing up, Barnard Dreesen himself arrived to pick up his daughter. I caught a glimpse of him through the glass in the gateway. Miss Dreesen, I said to her as she was getting ready to part from us.
Carolina, Birch, please.
Carolina, I said. It was strange. I had about 1,000,000 things I wanted to say to her. Lessons learned, about the struggle to remember how small we were, being awash and things beyond our control, about the decisions coming her way, and how they always trickle down to the legless suckers like us on the other end of them. But it was almost like we'd shared enough to know. We didn't need to say any more.
I'm not going to forget you, she said, embracing me around the neck. I'll call you if I ever need a ride to the letters.
And we'll gladly take you, I said, so long as the boss approves. Carolina said her goodbyes to Ren and Lita and Soch, and then she went inside to tell her dad about the time we broke the universe. At least it felt that way to all of us. So how do you keep a log like that? I guess you do what I've done. Start at the beginning and tell it through as best you can. Then you move on to the next one a little wiser. At least that's the goal anyway. Until the next one. This is Birch of the Delta Gamma Guard, Captain, Yankee Chaos, End log. Wizard of Athos. Hail Birch, Captain, Yankee Chaos. Log entry for run 26. Once again, we got told to drop our prior run to pick up another charge. In this case, we were taking a commissioner from the letters out to meet with a delegation in the boundary systems for regional trade talks. The new call was so urgent that we were told to drop the Lady Antus and head toward Edoras to pick up our next passenger. The commissioner was none too happy. But it came down from on high, and the letters set her up in a nice suite in the capital where Soch and Lita dropped her off. We didn't know anything about this urgent run, except that our contact was supposed to brief us with the details when we picked him up in a Terran space. Ordinarily, a ship like ours from the letters wouldn't get within a few hundred light years of Edoras, nor would any other outsiders without cooperation from leadership in Hatfield. We were given strict orders not to run any scans, nor to approach any planetary bodies close enough to take imagery, or the Terrans would blast us to dust. As we neared a Terran space, they gave us coordinates for a dropout where we were to meet an operator with their special forces. The whole situation was odd. Neither the Trasp nor the Terrans were known to rely on outsiders for anything, even such a small thing as a ride to the letters. And they usually guarded their territory fiercely for the sake of keeping information on critical infrastructure out of the hands of any outsiders, even neutral ones like us. They invited us over and then refused to let us in the door. We were given coordinates in interstellar space between the Cat and Trinary system and P2, or at least those were the names we had for those systems from the pre-war days, and we didn't dare scan to confirm our location. Ultimately, it didn't matter, because as soon as the Terran transport vessel arrived with this operator, we knew we were headed back out of their territory anyway. He floated into our airlock in a light suit, the kind of nanosheet shirt and sphere a civilian would wear. I took one look at him and knew him for what he was immediately, because there's two types of operators in my experience. The first, the common type, has a sharp-eyed presence about them you can spot 1,000,000 kilometers away. They look as deadly as they are. The second type, the uncommon kind this guy was, you'd never know he was an operator unless it was written on your call sheet. He looked like any old guy,
but he wasn't that, not by a long shot. I had this guy pegged from the jump as the most clean, cold, psychopathic killer you could ever come across, which meant that as a warfighter, you only ever wanted to see him when he was on your side, and certainly not for too long, because he'd surely left a long trail of compatriots in his wake he'd discarded like useful chess pieces in accomplishing his objectives. A guy like that never gives it a second thought. My goal every moment in his company was to keep myself, Rishi, Ren, Soch, Lita, and Juice off that long list of dead colleagues, no matter what. He floated into the atrium from the airlock and took down his nanosheet and had a look around. "Well, this is some crew," he said. "What's this? Some retirement community for busted veterans? Something like that?" "Near enough," I said. "I'm Hale Birch, the captain. Over there is Soch, Lita, Ren, and Juice. You can address the ship's AI as Rishi, and we have a herald aboard as well. We were told you had the details on the run and that there was some urgency to it." "No fussing about here, Captain," the operator said. "You can call me Transom, and your information is correct. Highest urgency. Care to give us a heading and we can brief along the way?" "Ruskin Outlet," Transom said. "It's a little moon port out in the boundaries between Harcourt and the Mysis system." "Yeah, I know it. Outlaw country. Any directives leaving a Terran space?" "Straight line from here to there, Captain Birch." "Rishi?" I said.
"Plotting a course, Captain,"
Rishi said in her blandest AI voice.
"Barring unforeseen complications, travel time will be 4 days, 13 hours, and 6 minutes.
"No seconds?" Transom said.
49,
Rishi said. "Your AI can't take a joke?" "Basic model," I said. "Early war era." "Right. Fits in great around here, I'm sure." "Might as well strap in and get to it. Before we do, I'd like to dismiss these two," he said, pointing to Ren and Juice. Ren and Juice looked at each other. "Why don't you two have a seat up front while we discuss the details," I told them. They looked at Transom as though he might have had psychic powers, but it was as simple as I said before. Operators know how to spot their own. Ren and Juice were about as civilian-looking as they come. Me, Lita, Soch, and Transom, we all floated over to the table and belted up as Juice and Ren headed up front. Rishi ran the countdown as soon as everyone was strapped in. After the jump, Transom looked us over and began. "A Terran High Command has high confidence in the following intelligence. Somewhere either in the boundaries or the inner barrier, one of our own is developing a superweapon they're concerned about. We're to find it and neutralize it as quickly as possible. Simple as that. Any and all necessary force is authorized. I have a single source on the Ruskin Outlet with a lead on one of the people connected with this weapon's construction. Beyond that, I know just about as much as you do now." Lita and Soch both looked at each other, expressing in their eyes the confusion I shared with them. "Do you have any idea what the weapon is?" I asked him. "Negative, just that it's major and that it's deadly."
"And Edoris's solution is to outsource it to us?"
Lita said. "No, to me. You're my ride. It's that simple." "That simple, huh?" I said. "I suspect if it were that simple, you'd be on your own scout ship, flying out to Ruskin solo, or within a Terran crew." "I may need to call upon a crew with some experience at some point," he said. "And High Command thought it might ruffle a few feathers back home, sending out a squad of our special forces to hit our own citizens." "So there's a lot more here than you told us a few seconds ago. Just to be clear," Soch said, "we've all done our share of killing, Transom. You don't have to sugarcoat anything or keep us in the dark. But we're technically civilians now, so we make the call on what we see fit to kill for." "And I have no idea whether killing will even be called for," Transom said. "It's a super weapon, supposedly being developed by a splinter group of Terran scientists. I'm supposed to locate and neutralize the weapon and its creators. The only reason I'm being vague is that our intelligence is literally that vague." "Yet somehow Edoris has high confidence in it," I said. "Yes. Why?" "Multiple sources."
"I thought you said you had one contact,"
Lita said. "I only have one contact. High Command has multiple. At least one source comes from a Terran intelligence contacts. Our other source comes from Athos. When both our AI and theirs points to the same thing, you can bet your life on it. The intelligence is good, or I wouldn't be strapped in at your table. This isn't your first mission, is it, kids? Why the hell are you all so jumpy?" "You," I said. "Each of us paid our ante, lost a hand, 2 of us literally, and we cashed out. So you show up and aren't straight with us. It gives us cause to ask a few questions, that's all."
"Athos,"
Lita said.
"What do they care if Edoris is building unsanctioned weapons in the boundaries? Everyone knows the Trasbar."
"Oh," Transom said. "That is something you might like to know. Their intelligence echoes our own on that front. Trasp isn't the target, from what we can tell. Athos is. Or Iophos, maybe both. Call it Dreesens and Helenia. All those assholes. Frankly, it'd be fitting if they got a taste of it for once if you ask me, but I don't issue the orders. That was the first thing he said that made any sense. A Terran High Command couldn't afford to piss off Athos, and any aggression against the inner systems from any Terran people, even without their sanctioning it, might have given Athos cause to take Trasp's side against them. And us? We could more or less travel freely about the territory between Trasp and the letters without any suspicion. That was the main reason for the Terrans calling us in. The other reason I suspected I didn't care to talk about there at the table. But Rishi and I discussed it later that night. We were disposable. "I've never seen you so jumpy before, Birch," Rishi said as I strapped into my rack. "What's this guy's deal?" "He's a perfect killer," I said. "No conscience about it, not a second thought. I'm sure he's got orders to clean us all out if things go wrong. Hell, probably even if they go right. Believe me, I'll be looking for our out on this before we outlive our usefulness. I'll let you know if I see anything coming." "You won't," I said. "He's a pro." "You speak from experience, Birch? I get the sense there's more than you're saying." "I've met one of his kind before, Rishi. Only reason I'm here talking to you still. At the same time, there's more than a few in my company that aren't talking any longer because of the same guy." "I'll watch his every breath," Rishi said. Transom didn't show his face much over those first few days on the way out to Ruskin Outlet. I think it was because he could tell we weren't about to be shined on by his act. Transom was probably convincing at playing both Mr. Tough Guy and Mr. Nice Guy, depending on what the situation required. I guess it was a mark of respect he didn't try to play either. He came out for meals and mostly kept quiet. I'd told Ren and Juice to steer clear as much as they could, and he mostly let them be, but everyone was on edge. I woke up on night 3 to a woman's blood-curdling scream echoing through Yankee Chaos's corridors, like she was being murdered. "Rishi." "Lita," she said. I unstrapped and pushed toward the door, arming myself in the process. "She's okay," Rishi said. "Ren's with her." I pushed my way down there anyway. Lita had never made so much as a peep at night before. Juice and Soch were on their way down too. "Back to your room, you two," I told them. Transom poked his head out to see what the commotion was. "Always this lively around here?" he said. "Just for you," I told him. "Give us some space." Ren was tending to her when I knocked, and she gave me the okay to come in. Lita was breathing heavy but assured me she was fine. She'd had a nightmare about her burns. Those Tressian doctors had done such a good job repairing her body it was easy to forget she'd been through anything, much less the burns she'd suffered. "I'm okay, Birch," she told me. "Just embarrassed is all." I told her she didn't have to explain a thing to any of us, but if things weren't edgy enough before then, they certainly were after that. The following day, we were slated to arrive out at Ruskin to meet this contact. Transom sat down at breakfast beside Juice, and I happened to be up front watching on the monitor with Rishi. "What are you doing hanging around this bunch, Slim?" Transom asked Juice. "They rescued me," he said, "and I liked them." "What do you do? Obviously no good in a fight." "I fix things." "Isn't that what the android is for?" "Who fixes the android?" "Touché," Transom said. And Lita was just entering the atrium. "That Lita, she's pretty delicious, huh? I bet that's not lost on a creep like you, is it, Slim? She catch you hovering over a rack again last night? That's what all that screaming was about, I'll bet." "Screw you," Lita said, staring over at Transom. "Leave him alone." "I was just going to ask him what a guy had to do to get a taste." "Stick out your tongue and see what happens," she said. "Feisty," Transom said, smiling. "Is there a better creature in all creation than a feisty girl like that?" Lita floated around behind him, and as he turned his head around to meet her again on the other side, he found Soch's half-metal mug floating right there in his headspace, staring him down. Transom smiled and sat there in silence, surprised by the fact that Soch was even in the room, much less that he'd moved in on him without his noticing. Soch strapped himself at the table between Juice and Transom, didn't say a word about it, and that was it for Transom's mouthing off to the crew for the remainder of the trip. When we got to Ruskin, I thought it was best to leave the crew on the ship while Transom and I sought out this contact of his. Ruskin was a quiet, dusty port, small enough that a crew of 6 touching down was a lot more conspicuous than a pair of guys who looked like they fit into a place like Ruskin. I had Rishi in my ear, steering us to the warehouse where Transom's contact worked as human oversight on the freight flow. The building was nondescript and quiet, and Transom didn't wait for an invitation or use the front door. Just walked around the back and slipped into the delivery port like he owned the place. I followed. He walked right up behind the contact and pulled him aside by his shoulders, pushing him gently up against the wall, staring down into the guy's surprised eyes. "Can I help you?" he said. "I'm looking for Trungi," Transom said. "You know where I can find him?" "That depends." "Good," Transom said. "I'd have been disappointed if you were as stupid as you looked. You did let me walk right up on you, though. That's pretty stupid." "Who are you guys?" he said, looking over at me as though I might be of some help to him. "I'm here from Edoras, Trungi," Transom said. "Does that help?" "Maybe. I'm looking for something very specific. Important people on Edoras would like me to find it, Trungi, and I would like you to help me out." "I might have an idea of somebody who knows something like that," Trungi said. "That's good for you," Transom said. He stood there through a long, uncomfortable silence as Transom continued to stare him down, still clutching him about the shoulders. "Information," he said. "Out here it costs." Transom just looked at the guy, and there was a long silence as Trungi reconsidered his position on remuneration. "In this case, even though I told your people my expectations, just your consideration will be enough, friend." "Go on," Transom said. "I heard a rumor there's people in Danisport. There's talk, not of weapons, but a new power source. Very small, compact. People were talking about it because when they can mass produce something like that, it could change the boundary systems. I'm not so sure I care about that, Trungi. I want to hear about the weapon." "That's all I know about the thing, but the people who were supposedly moving these units through Ruskin were working for the same guy rumors say is building a weapon." "What kind of weapon?" "A bad one, a bad one." "Did you hear that, Captain?" he said to me. "A bad weapon. That's all I know." "Any weapon is a bad weapon," Transom said, pulling a knife from its sheath along his right thigh and holding it up in Trungi's face. "Especially when it's trained on you. What do you think, Trungi? Is this knife a bad weapon?" Maybe for me," he said, starting to shake, pulling his head all the way back to the wall. "Who should I ask about this bad weapon?" Transom said. "And bear in mind, if you send me down the wrong road, I'm coming back until I find the right one. On the other hand, if you give me a better lead than you, I'll have no cause to ever see you again, Trungi." "As I said, Danisport, Scout City, they work for somebody." "Who does?" "Shade's people." "Who do they work for?" "I don't know. You have to ask Shade. He moves things for the guy. It was just odd materials coming through here into Danisport. I asked about it. Shade's not the guy. Just the middleman, building those reactors, small reactors." Poor Trungi was damn near ready to piss himself. "Is that all?" "That's all," Trungi said. "Your people can track down this Shade?" Transom said, looking over at me. I nodded. Someone in the letters would have a file on a character like that in those boundary worlds. "Trungi," Transom said, "I don't want to have to come back here again. If I do, I'm going to be very upset. If you talk about this to anyone, I'll come back here and, well, you get the idea." "I swear," Trungi said. "I know you do. You've been very helpful." He eased up on the guy's shoulder with his left hand and slowly lowered the knife and put it away. Then he casually strolled out the cargo port in the back the way we'd come in. "What did your people promise him for that intel?" I asked him on the way back to the ship. "Hell if I know," Transom said. "They obviously didn't have any intention of giving him anything if they sent me to question him." Danisport was located in the thin stretch of quasi-independent barrier systems between the Trask Protectorate and the Lettered Systems. All that territory was largely anarchic and home to a lot of off-book trading between Trask and the Letters. Transom didn't care about any of that, just finding Shade. I told him we'd need to stop off in the Letter so our AI could dive into the appropriate databases. I took the chance to file a preliminary report to the Commodore and let her know we had our hands full with Transom. She sent back a pretty clear response. "Mission critical. Give all cooperation. Athos insistent." We stopped in interstellar space in the deltas where Rishi could get a decent tap into the Letter's network. She pulled as much intelligence as she could on Danisport and tried to find information on anyone using the name Shade or intel on any new reactors, but we got nothing useful back. "We'll have to figure it out when we get there," Transom said. "So I'll need to borrow your crew, Captain." It was exactly what I wanted to avoid, but it seemed there wasn't much other choice if we wanted to be rid of this guy. Find Shade, find the weapon, find a way to get the hell away from Transom before he knifes somebody. "I want you and Metalface on board coordinating, Captain," he said, referring to Soch. "The less conspicuous we can be in a city like that, the better. Slim and the quiet one can go out together. They make a decent couple, don't you think? That's fine, I said, thinking that I could keep Juice and Ren safe better if they were far from Transom rather than in his reach. I'll take Lita with me, he said. And you can direct your Herald from the ship as well? He has intel gathering programming? Nothing specific, but I can have Rishi scare up some protocols for him. We'll figure something out. Good, he said. I don't want to be here long. We go in, gather intel on this guy's network, and find a weak spot in his security and snatch him up. That means we're ready to fly out of here in a heartbeat. I'll get the word out, I told him. I directed everyone on the crew to have a stream up every second they were off the ship. I wanted to see and hear everything. About 10 minutes after landing, I decided to shadow Juice and Ren with Harold. I took one look at that city and didn't like what I saw, and those two were about as street savvy as a pair of 10-year-old kids from a farming cylinder. They didn't have a prayer of blending in. Lita, I wasn't much worried about. Even with Transom, I knew she could handle herself. I had Ren and Juice walk a perimeter around the aerodrome to get a good survey of the city's center, keeping them clear of any suspicious business. They were too green to spot anything useful, and Harold was too busy watching their six to be of any additional use himself. I chalked it up as a rare opportunity for those two to stretch their legs. Transom and Lita, on the other hand, knew just which dark corners to seek out. Within a few hours, they were sitting in a bar that was covered by the biggest protection syndicate in the city. Lita was talking friendly with the bartender, batting her wide eyes at him. She played it off like she was impressed by his tough guy act. The bartender. Eventually, Transom left her there long enough I started to get concerned about what he was up to. For about 40 minutes, the bartender spilt everything about how the city's underground worked, who the players were, everything. Might want to get Lita out of there, Birch. Transom came through on the comm. I had a talk with the bouncer that's going to flag our faces on their system. Is he going to be a problem? Who? The bouncer. Not until they find him, but when they do, they're going to want to talk to us. I've got a lead on Shade's location, but I got to move on him now. Get everyone back to the ship and be ready to blast out of here in less than an hour. Do you need Lita for cover? Negative. Get her out of there. I called everyone back in and told Rishi to monitor as much of the citywide comms as she could. Transom had switched off his stream, so we couldn't track him, but I had little doubt he'd show up soon enough. Sure enough, about 40 minutes later, Transom came strolling back to the ship rolling a large metal suitcase like he was off for a 2-week holiday on Lime Harbor. He didn't even look over his shoulder as he came up the causeway. This guy was something else. Transom wheeled the case up the back ramp, undid the lid, dumped the guy out on the floor, and chucked the case out onto the tarmac before raising the ramp and giving me the all-clear to get us out of there. Then he dragged the guy, bag on his head, into the rear airlock and shut the hatch. Meanwhile, Shade's friends showed up just in time to fire off a few futile shots at Yankee Chaos's departing broadside. Rishi saw it coming far enough off that we were long gone into the dusty wind and out of the atmosphere in short order after that. We're going to jump out, I told everyone over the speakers. Strap in. About 15 minutes into the first jump, I floated back toward the airlock to see what Transom was getting up to with Shade. I found him floating by the hatch, looking through the window with a grin on his face. He looked pretty pleased with himself. What are you so happy about? I said. First time I ever abducted anyone in his own suitcase, he said. How does that not bring a smile to your face, Birch? He tell you anything? Nah, he said. Hope that jump didn't bounce him too hard off the bulkhead. I could have Ren take a look at him. That would kind of defeat the purpose of me stuffing him in the airlock. It's important he wakes up in there. That's kind of the whole thing. The effect of it, you know. I see. You will, Transom said. He'll be fine. I mean, probably. I shook my head. Let me know when he's talking, I said. I want to be here. I told Rishi to lock out the outside controls to the airlock, so the best he could do was threaten. I wasn't going to have him dumping the guy into space, and I surely didn't put it past Transom. Hey, Birch, he shouted down the atrium about an hour later. You gotta come see this. Rishi put the feed from the airlock up on the float screen in the flight deck. Transom was right. The guy was freaking out. I floated back there to make sure it didn't get too dire. Shade was writhing in there, struggling in a fruitless effort to find some way out of the straps Transom had secured around his wrists, twisting his head around, trying to get the bag off his head. Transom was already tormenting him through the comm. We're going to have a conversation, Shade. That's all. And if it goes well for you, we may just drop you on a moon somewhere in the letters. If it doesn't, well, you're a smart guy, right, Shade? A smart guy floating in an airlock. The subtext is pretty obvious. I don't want to insult you by stating the obvious, do I? That'd just be patronizing. I'd sooner space you than patronize you.
Have you asked him anything yet? I asked Transom. We're warming up to it, Birch. I don't tell you how to run your ship. I have thoughts, but that's beside the point. Just let me do my job here. Transom went after the guy psychologically for a good 10 minutes. Shade was crying like a baby before Transom had even asked a question, swearing he'd tell him anything, betray his own mother, anything but getting spaced. He didn't want to die like that. Nobody wants to die like that, Transom said. Not your choice, though, but you could choose to help me out a little. And in turn, I could make a choice that benefits you, Shade. Anything, the guy coughed out between wails. I want to know about the reactors. The reactors? Don't make me repeat myself, Shade. That makes me think you're going to lie to me. Like the black boxes? That's what this is about? It might be. I just moved them. Describe them for me, so I know we're talking about the same thing. They're small, about the size of a small suitcase. Not a big suitcase, Transom said, grinning, still pleased with himself over that one. This guy who comes through Scout City has me run them out to the boundaries, all the way through the letters. They're powerful. I don't know how they work, but they're real. Powerful enough to change things. That's what he says. Who do you mean by he, Shade? He's just a middleman. Works for some old guy. His boss is some kind of wizard. A wizard? Like that's his clownish nickname, like yours is supposedly Shade? No, he is a wizard. Not like metaphorically. He has powers. That's what my guy says. The old man's a shapeshifter. Immortal. Hundreds of years old. Have you been listening to me, Shade? Yes, sir. Yes. Please. Believe me. I'm not lying. Can you tell where I'm from by my voice? You're a Terran. I think you're a Terran. That's all I can guess. You've got a good ear, Shade. Now, do you think the Terran High Command sent a guy like me all the way out here to look for a wizard? I don't know what you're doing, man. I don't. It's true. It's all I know. I'm looking for a weapon, Shade, and these little reactors have something to do with it. I don't know about a weapon. This guy just says they'll make the outer worlds more independent. All the stuff I've done in my life, and I end up in some Terran lunatic's airlock over some kind of generator? Transom couldn't help laughing. That is ironic, Shady boy. You just made me smile. That's a good sign for you. This conversation is going well. All I need you to do now is give me your guy. Where can I find him? The wizard or the young guy who works for him? Either. Both. The more you give, the happier I get. I mean, I never met the wizard. And the young guy, he always comes to me. I don't know where he comes from. Oh, that's a bad answer. Wait, let me think. I'm trying to think. I'm not so good at thinking right now. It's a lot of pressure, you know? You'd like me to take a little pressure out of the room. No, please. I'm joking, Shade. I'll give you a little help thinking. This younger guy, he's from Scout City? Somewhere else on Danisport? No, outside. Somewhere far, I think. The letters are beyond. So he comes on a ship then. Any idea what type of ship? My syndicate has people in the airfield. I could get you the manifest from his last run. Probably his registration's on file. I bet you'd like it if we went back to Danisport. We could call them from somewhere. Then you get your info, and you can leave me off there. I never seen nothing, I swear. You know, Shade, I had no idea this was going to be such a productive day, and just non-stop entertainment. I should really thank you. I haven't had this much fun since I vaporized a company of trash gene freaks outside Badgley Quarter. You should have seen the looks on their faces when they realized what was coming. Nice, Shade said. Transom laughed. That's it. Now you're getting into the spirit of things. He turned to look at me. This guy, Transom said, shaking his head and shutting off the light in the airlock before floating up toward the front. Hello? Shade's voice echoed over the comm speaker. Hello? Please, somebody out there? Rishi flew us to a little outpost just into the letters territory in the deltas. It was a little anonymous rocky moon with a spaceport, but it was far enough into our territory that Shade's people would know better than to come after us. Within a few hours, we had flight logs, a ship's registration, cargo manifests, and even a face and a name to go with our middleman, Braylon Keel, which Letters Intelligence rated as an alias with highest confidence. Once Transom was satisfied that we'd squeezed as much information out of that lead as we were going to get, he agreed to dump Shade on that lunar outpost while the Intel Bureau was tracking down our middleman. We left Shade in the hangar with the bag still on his head. I could almost detect enough gratitude in Shade's voice when Soch shut him loose to make me believe that if we ever got back to Scout City, we might find Shade in another line of work.
Our intel bureau was confident we'd find Braylon Keel somewhere in the outer letters or the boundary systems, so we started the 2-day trek out that way while we were waiting on more specific intel. We didn't have to wait long. Before we'd even jumped out of that little minor delta system, they'd identified a small settlement in the Omega sector called Minstick. They were confident it was Braylon Keel's base of operations, and that we'd find him out there when we arrived. I was pretty familiar with the Omegas, but I'd never heard of the place. Apparently few others had either. It was a recently developed commercial center with few residential occupants, mostly warehouses and automated manufacturing facilities, and a few corporate regional offices. Few nosy neighbors, and few questions about cargo moving in and out. All in all, a pretty decent place for someone to get lost. The benefit of the newness of the settlement was that the Intel Bureau had a recent city plan by which to plan an op. Mostly, we let Transom take the lead, adding our input when it helped. Our primary objective was locating the middleman, but nearly as important would be to get our hands on one of these modular power generators, so we could send the specs and data to the Intel Bureau. They could figure out what kind of weapon it powered better than we could. If we got really lucky, we thought we might even find the wizard there on Minstick too. With a total unknown commodity as a target, Transom thought it was best to treat Braylon Keel like he was an operator. With his background, he'd either be a genuine nobody or a serious individual with a desire to be left alone. So we planned for major trouble as a precaution. Ran and Juice would stay on the ship, while Lita and Transom would directly approach the target, ostensibly on business. Me and Soch would run cover from outside, while Harold stood ready to rush in and exfiltrate the generators if they were located. Once the business end of things was settled, Transom seemed to make himself more at home aboard Yankee Chaos. Ren and Juice still stayed as clear of him as they could, but Lita and Soch spent most of that second afternoon with him in the atrium playing Sabaka. They asked me to join them when I floated back that way for lunch. I got work, I told them. Logs to catch up on. Old stuff. Truth was that the way I saw them there, more and more familiar by the day, I knew that was how you let your guard down. How you forgot who and what Transom is. I wasn't about to allow myself to forget, so I ate my lunch quietly while they played. At some point as they were playing, Soch and Transom started talking about gear, weapons. Mostly Soch just curious about what the Aterans used.
Birch said you carry a knife,
Lita said to Transom. You don't? Transom said. I wouldn't be caught without it. Like a proper old-school metal blade? Soch said. I can't believe you two don't, Transom said. Why the hell not? Nobody issued me one, Soch said.
Me either,
Lita said. By that time, Transom had taken the blade and sheath from his pant leg and set it between his hand and the tabletop, holding it there for a moment beneath his fingertips before floating it across the table toward Lita, who pressed it between her palm and the table to keep it from floating off. She pulled it from the sheath and held up the blade, admiring the clean simplicity of the metal as it reflected the warm light of the atrium.
You ever have to use it?
Lita said. Transom just looked over at her as though it was a ridiculous question. She looked back at him inquisitively. I don't know how things go down out here, but our war, the way it works is usually this. We throw metal at metal. Then, when we run out of metal, ordnance. And when all that other stuff is exhausted, it becomes what it always was. Lines of men shooting at each other for control of territory. The knife is for the rare times you scare up on someone, or them on you, too close for a bolt rifle, or sometimes when an op calls for silence. Lita admired the knife, turning the blade. Then she handed it over to Soch, butt end first.
Birch said that guy couldn't talk fast enough,
Lita said.
I can see why.
Honestly, I don't think it ever changes, Transom said. I'd have been just as efficient with a sharp flint if I'd been born a caveman. You show somebody a blade and your intent, that's always been enough in my experience. Soch turned the blade over a few times, feeling its mass in his living hand. Then he handed it back to Lita, who sheathed it and passed it back to Transom.
I want one,
Lita said. You should learn to use it if you do get one, Transom said. Otherwise it's just decoration. Strikes me you don't go much for decoration.
That'd be my kind if I did,
she said. I unstrapped and left them there. I didn't have much to add, but I wasn't surprised I'd seen a lot less of Ren and Juice about while those three were waxing poetic about knifing people in the atrium. It was a hell of a different line of work we'd gotten ourselves into, the four of us. Before too long, we were creeping up on Braylon Keel's lonely moon. Rishi wasn't immediately able to locate our target ship as we set down on Minstick, but there were enough warehouses that it was possible he was using one as a hangar. She did get a clear enough scan passing overhead to confirm almost all the original city plans, filling in a few spots where new structures and roads had gone up. We were still high confidence on the general area of the city we expected to pick up our target. When we sat down, Transom stepped out the back and took a few breaths of the thin, manufactured atmosphere. The way he looked around him was different. He wasn't nearly carrying the carefree attitude of our past 2 stops. Lita took the cue in her demeanor as she stepped off Yankee Chaos and onto the tarmac. They both went into op mode. I caught Transom scanning the area with his eyes several times as they walked off. Lita would have spotted any trouble out in the open like that, but it was his instincts that had me concerned. Guys like Transom had a way of feeling things coming up on him. Before moving out ourselves, Soch and I waited for them to check into the rooming house. It was completely automated, so there wasn't any concierge to be looking into their business. Lita took a quick survey from the 5th-story room before heading back to ground level, where she and Transom headed out toward the warehouse district to try and acquire our target. The rest of us watched Lita's feed from the ship as they walked the city. It was something to see through the eyes the Tressian doctors had given Lita. She picked up movement and focused at such incredible distances, it was disorienting at times. Only Rishi could keep up. About 15 minutes into their stroll down the main causeway, Lita marked our target from nearly 100 meters as he turned his head. Dark hair, dark eyebrows, and a 2-day beard. The city was open enough that they could track him from that distance without being seen. Plus, he was wearing a red flight coat that was hard to miss on a nearly empty street like that. Transom and Lita followed Keel to a warehouse on the edge of the city. That entire line of commercial buildings served as the border between the city and the moon's open, rocky landscape. Transom and Lita stepped into an alleyway across the street, tagged the building on the map, and waited while Soch and I got out there to take positions behind the building. On the way over, between heavy breaths in the air, I could feel a bit of whatever energy Transom had picked up on. The city was dead quiet, sheathed in a dim light, still, with an eerie quality to it. Soch positioned himself on an adjacent rooftop with a clear line of sight to the rear exit of the warehouse. We left Harold standing by in the alley. "Covering our target now," I said, locating Keel on infrared through my scope. "I read only 1. Corner office. I'm in position. Ship?" "Standing by," Rishi said. "You're up, Transom. You call it," I said. "We're moving," he stated. About 30 seconds later, I picked them up walking toward the building. Rishi called out through our earpieces, keeping everyone updated on their position once they stepped inside. Transom and Lita walked toward Keel's office casually. She scanned the layout so Rishi got a good survey of the building's interior, including a quick glance at the warehouse, but they couldn't linger long. They headed directly down the hallway toward the corner of the building. Keel's office door was open and he saw them coming. "I have you both," I said, picking them up on infrared as Lita and Transom entered the office. Lita looked around the room as they entered. "Secondary objective located," Rishi stated. 2 of the generators seemed to be sitting right there on the floor in the back left corner of the room. "You folks must be lost," Keel said as Transom and Lita approached his desk. He was standing behind it. "We hope we're not lost," Lita said. "We're looking for a Mr. Keel," Transom said. "We were told he could help us out with our power issues for the right price." The guy looked puzzled. "I don't usually get visitors," he said. "It's not that kind of outfit." "I hope our visit's not a problem," Transom said. "We have substantial backing. Asset rich. No credit. How'd you find me?" "A mutual friend in Danisport." Keel looked suspicious. "We're starting a cylinder group," Transom said. "I'm Transom. This is my wife Lita, and we represent a group of nearly 7,000 people displaced by the war. I'm sure you've recognized my accent. You're a Terran, sure. A damn shame what's happening out there. All those systems used to be beautiful places to visit, to live." He looked Transom up and down, likely wondering what a fit military-aged man was doing out of uniform so far from the war. He didn't say anything about it. "Braylon Keel," the man said, extending a hand to Lita first, who shook it and introduced herself. Transom rebuffed his attempt at a handshake. "You'll have to excuse me," Transom said. "As I said, I'm a Terran." "A Terrans don't shake hands?" "Not this one," Transom said. "I know the origin of the custom. Symbolizes that you come in friendship and come unarmed. I don't mix business with friendship, and I don't go anywhere unarmed." Keel looked him over again and gestured with his head to the chairs at the front of his desk. "Fair enough," he said. "Let's talk business then. They all sat. Lita laid out their cover story. 7 cylinders, 7,000 refugees, types of habitats and sizes, complete with power requirements for draw, dependability, lifespan. Those little units will meet all that, Keel said, with plenty of room to expand for a couple generations. 7 cylinders, 7 units, that's a fair cost. What the hell's he waiting for? Soch said. Why don't they just bag him? He's in the room. Operator's prerogative. Keep your scope on that exit, I told Soch. What kind of assets are we talking about? Keel asked Transom, leaning back in his chair. Transom went through a list. Options in several bot factories, mining operations bordering the inner systems, ships, hard currency and Dreesen's coinage. As they talked price back and forth over a minute or so, Lita's feed was getting unsteady in my scope. She was looking around the room awkwardly. She said, looking over at Transom. Honey, I don't feel so good. It happened almost instantaneously. Transom looked at her and then back at the guy, and as the two men met eyes, the last thing we saw on Lita's feed was Transom's boot kicking Lita clean across the room. Then it went black, and we couldn't hear a thing except the bolts blasting off the windows and walls. I started laying down what cover I could, but I didn't have great options with Lita on the floor at the far wall, and the 2 power generators by the side door Keel had run out of. I could see both Keel and Transom on infrared, still moving, still shooting at each other. Harold, get us eyes in there, I shouted. I need a status on Lita. Boss, Soch said. I don't have eyes. Should I close in? Negative. Stay put. Maintain cover, I told him, getting up and hustling toward the front entrance from across the street. I'm moving.
Lita's unresponsive and her vital signs are all over the place, Rishi said.
You're reading them, I said, so at least there's that. Be ready to pick her up the second we can get her out to you, ship. Harold was already in the building by the time I got to the front door. I could hear Transom and the target exchanging fire in the warehouse. Just the fact that Keel was still breathing meant he was some kind of deadly individual, going toe-to-toe with Transom in a gunfight.
What's the status on Lita? Ren asked. Is she hit?
Stand by, I told her, keeping low as I made my way down that corridor, bolts flying through the walls at shoulder level every few seconds. By the time I got to the office, Harold was there, hunched over Lita, examining her. She's breathing, he said. She doesn't appear to be hit. Take those 2 units and get out of here, I said, gesturing to the 2 generators behind him. I've got Lita. Harold left first, disappearing into the corridor. Bolts were still flying. Soch had opened up through the back wall to lay down cover for Transom, who was cussing up a storm trying to get me to come in behind him. What the hell are you 2 doing? He kept shouting to me and Soch. Get up here, Birch! It's him! I was struggling to get Lita through that hallway without either of us getting hit. I knelt there with Lita, limp over my unyielding metal leg, shielding her with my back to the wall facing the warehouse. She didn't look good, but she was still breathing. I could hardly breathe that thin air myself. It had been a while since I'd taken fire. Rishi, get us out of here, I said. Keep a tight scan for countermeasures on your way in. Then I made a run for the front door. Harold met me at the exit and helped me carry Lita down the street about 50 meters where he'd left the generators. Damn it, Birch! It's the guy! Get up here! Transom kept saying. What guy? I said. This isn't some middleman, he said. It's the wizard. We're getting Lita out. Stand by, I told him. Rishi slapped Yankee Chaos's belly down in the street with her back gate already hanging open. Harold hopped in toting the 2 generators, and I stepped in right behind him, carrying Lita in my arms. Ren and Juice were there to meet me.
What happened to her?
Ren said. I don't know. She's not hit, I said, rushing up to the flight deck. By the time I got up there, Ren and Juice had secured Lita in the medical bay. Harold was in there with them both, working on her. I could hear Soch and Transom coordinating crossfire on the target's position, but it sounded like Keel had slipped out the back and was moving away from Soch's position with Transom pursuing. Soch was about to move to support. Stay put, I calmed Soch directly. We'll pick you up from there.
Should I move to cover Transom from the ship?
Rishi asked. Negative, ship, I said. We're punching out. This one's well above our pay grade. Soch looked none too happy when Rishi pulled him off the backside of the roof he'd been perched on. He did much like ducking out of a firefight before it was settled, but he understood Lita's condition was urgent, and we were pulling back to safety with the 2 generators in tow. Transom would have to take care of the rest. He howled a fierce streak at me as Rishi took us up to orbit. I shut off his channel and told Rishi to track Transom's position and keep an eye out for Keel's ship. As soon as we were settled in orbit, I pulled my way back toward the medical bay to check on Lita. She was still unconscious when I got there. So shook his head at me as I arrived, but he slid to the side so I could get a report from Ren.
Her vitals are stable, Ren said. No sign of trauma. Toxicology is negative. There's brain activity, but like a mild coma. It's bizarre. Any idea what happened to her in there?
Negative, I said. Soch and I will go rewatch the feed in a minute. She's stable, though?
Yes, she's stable, Ren said.
Okay, Harold and Juice, I want you two checking in on those generators. See what you can figure out about them. I want to be in touch with the letters ASAP. Hopefully we can figure out what the hell is going on out here. What about Transom? Soch said. He's right where I want him, I said. The hell off our ship. You sure that's the type of guy you want pissed off at us, Birch? He said. You let me worry about all that, Soch, I told him. Then we headed up front to look at the footage to figure out what had happened in there. Rishi was already analyzing it. The first thing she noticed was the guy's face. It was slightly different from the picture on file for Braylon Keel. Similar, but different. The composite Rishi took from Lita's feed gave us a clean look at his real face, presuming the one he was wearing when Lita and Transom had walked in on him was the real one. The facial transformation was also part of the clue to what was going on with Lita. Soch noticed it first. The handshake. Lita shook his hand. Transom didn't.
Must have passed some nanotech to her, Rishi said. Or attempted to. I'll let Ren know.
Soch was still watching Lita's footage. The last few moments before it went black was the start of the firefight. How the hell did that guy get out of there, boss? Soch said. I must have laid down 1,000 bolts right on that guy's head with Transom opening on him from inside the warehouse. There's no way he's still breathing. If he even breathes, I said. Let's go check on Lita. It was quiet in the medical bay when we got back there. Lita looked better, like she was sleeping. Every few seconds, though, she would twitch and tense up.
There's nothing I can do to speed up the process,
Ren said.
But it makes sense. Whatever he tried to pass to her set off a reaction from the nanites in her blood, not unlike our own immune system. I expect she'll wake up when they clear the rest of that foreign matter.
Good, I said. Good. You two keep an eye on her for now, and I'll get out a correspondence to Letters Intel. Let me know if you need anything. I sent out what little intel we had so far on the generators and the updated images of Braylon Keel. Harold and Juice didn't really know what those power units were, but they'd never seen anything like them. One of those little boxes put out comparable power to a fusion reactor about half the size of Yankee Chaos herself. You could run about 4 ag cylinders on one of those little black boxes. After I'd updated Letters Intelligence, I figured it was time for a conversation with Transom. I had hoped he'd calm down a little, but he was still fuming. I'm not going to forget about you, Birch. You can believe that, he said, as well as a rash of far harsher words for good measure. I don't doubt that, I told him, but I'll give you fair warning. Rishi's got a fix on you, and I will not hesitate to have her drop an incendiary bolt on your head if I get even the slightest sense you're trying something. We're calling it in. We got the generators aboard and we're awaiting direction. I made the call to pull my people out of there, so if you're going to hold a grudge, hold it with me, not them. I know enough to know it's about a 50-50 chance you had orders on us, and those weren't odds I was going to play with my people. I'm not the monster you've pegged me for, Birch. I'm the monster you send after that monster, he said. I like you guys, and I never like anyone. I wasn't going to kill you. Probably. Yeah, probably. You had no cause to back out of that fight. For what it's worth, I said, I want to thank you for kicking Lita clear of the line of fire. You didn't have to do that. She ain't conscious yet, but she's breathing. Good chance that's thanks to you. What the hell happened to her in there? Your wizard passed some nanotech through the handshake, we think. It had a bad reaction with the nanites already in her blood. Figures. I had him dead 3 times, Transom said, and each time he just up and vanished right in front of my face. Slipperiest bastard I ever seen. I let him vent a bit more before I let him know my intentions. I'm not going to strand you down there, Transom, I said, but you're not getting back on our ship. We're calling in the cavalry, and you'll have help tracking this guy down. It's not going to be us, though. We'll advise when we know more. I did feel awful about it, But I had to keep reminding myself Transom didn't feel a damn thing about it, and he wouldn't have if we'd gotten blasted to hell in front of his face. That guy wouldn't have flinched. While we were waiting to hear back from Commodore Ahern on our backup, Rishi caught sight of a ship taking off from a blind out in the desert, and she put it on screen after she confirmed it was Keel's.
I could pursue,
she said. Like hell, I said. That wizard's got more tricks up his sleeve. Believe it. Hold position and be ready to jump if he comes at us.
Sure, boss,
she said. He didn't come after us, though, just headed straight out to space and jumped out of the system. Not long after that, Ren called me back to the medical bay. Lita had regained consciousness. She had a splitting headache, though. Soch was already down there, too. Lita lay there pretty still, strapped to the table as we explained what all had gone down. About the only movement she made while we were talking was to put her forehead in her hands. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known it was registering.
Transom?
She said. On the surface, I said. He nearly got the guy, too.
He saved my ass in there, Birch,
she said. Yeah, he also put your ass in that situation, too. Don't forget that. Man, Birch, you really do not like that guy, Soch said. No, I do not, I said. That's a fact. How in the hell did you get a tracker on him? Soch said. I presume that's how Rishi's keeping eyes on him. Lita did, I said. Slipped a tag in the sheath of his knife while you two were admiring the blade. No better way to make sure it didn't end up in our backs, the way I see it, than to tag it. That got a little smile out of Lita. She seemed all right. We decided to let her rest. A few hours later we got our response back from Letters Intelligence, along with a new set of orders. Superweapon identified. Return to Beta Aurelius 4 immediately with modular power generation units. Proceed directly, making no stops. Alias Braylon Keel, positively identified as Athosian highest priority fugitive Clem Abali. Do not pursue. Direct codename Transom to remain on Minstick to secure target area until Unit Alpha Alpha Blight arrives to assist in tracking and neutralizing fugitive Clem Abali. Alpha Alpha Blight will direct codename Transom further on arrival. We all had a look at that. I'd never seen a message like that one before, nor had I heard of that tactical unit. It was almost enough to make us think we had unearthed an actual wizard. So I relayed the message down to codename Transom word for word. I wished him luck, and relayed a bit of the sense we'd gotten that we were all pretty damn lucky to be alive, all in all. I suspected we wouldn't be if this Athosian wizard had gotten a whiff of us before Transom and Lita had walked into his office. But that was Transom's greatest asset, to walk right into places nobody would expect anyone would be crazy enough to go, much less go there without a second thought for it. That was it for us anyway. Once upon a time, I'd have at least been curious, felt a tinge of regret and a pull, some temptation. Not these days. We didn't even get far enough down the rabbit hole to find any of the Terran scientists that had brought Transom our way in the first place. I was certain he'd find them in short order as he kept digging. Me? I was just grateful our crew left Minstick breathing and would live to see another boring run shuttling ambassadors and senators and business leaders. I wasn't fit for chasing monsters any longer, but I guess I was grateful we had a few of our own to send that wizard's way. Anyway, we had our orders, and Transom had his. So I guess that was Run 26, and this was Hale Birch again, Captain, Yankee Chaos. End log. Dark Swarm. After a gunfight, it was rare for Transom to be left without a course of action. There was usually a fleeing enemy group to track, some intelligence to gather from either the dead or the near-dead, or a departure. This firefight was an aberration. He hadn't lost, but to be toe-to-toe with a target and have him slip away, Transom didn't like the feeling. There wasn't even a blood trail to follow. Then there were those backstabbing misfits from the letters who'd left him hanging in the middle of the firefight, and not only hadn't had the courtesy to cover him, they'd left him stranded on the outpost, and had the audacity to tell him to calm down when he let them know what he thought about it. Transom was so furious he didn't know which angle it was even coming from. Letting Keel get away, failing to see the betrayal coming, failing in a mission. He was so mad he couldn't even think straight. He traced and retraced the final steps of the pursuit, the last place he'd definitively seen the guy. If he'd been carrying urban gear,
He could have traced the guy's path by the wear of his shoes on the pavement, if that wizard even wore a shoe that shed in microtraces. But Transom didn't have the right gear. He didn't even have an infrared scope. He'd practically come in naked. A bolt pistol, a knife, a civilian suit. Whatever trail had existed was growing colder with each second the wizard moved further off. Transom had little doubt he'd see Braylon Keel's ship lift off soon, either from a makeshift hangar in one of the warehouses or blind out on the plain. Transom spent about 15 minutes cursing and pacing through the alleyway where he'd lost Keel, before heading up to a rooftop to scan the desert on the chance he might spot the wizard fleeing into the obscurity of the Little Moon's landscape. He stared at the horizon for nearly a half hour, before deciding that even if Keel was out there, he'd already moved out of sight. Again, a scope would have been useful. That girl from the letters, Lita, her tech eyes also would have been useful if she hadn't collapsed in there, whatever the hell that had been. If it was an act, it was a hell of a convincing one. She'd looked terrified as she went out. Transom passed back through the warehouse again, and after about 10 minutes inspecting the area, decided there'd been nothing of value, at least that he could catch a hot trail from. If the letters sent a team of investigators, maybe. That wasn't his skill set. He headed back to the rooming house. Along the way, he noticed people beginning to poke their heads back out. Enough time had passed that they were growing curious about the scene. He still hadn't seen any evidence of a security force. They probably wanted to make sure he was gone before searching the area. A smart move on their part. They didn't want to find him there, especially in the mood he was in. He still had a signal from the Yankee Chaos when he tried to connect. They just weren't answering. So they were sitting up there in orbit, ignoring him. Infuriating. Transom ordered dinner, and while he was waiting for it, he started thinking about where he'd gone wrong. Personal debriefing. How had he allowed himself to be deceived on multiple fronts at the same time? By Keel, whoever he was, and by a bunch of busted-up retired war regulars. He had trusted his instincts about this place, had sensed the danger he'd walked into in that office with Lita. The failure, as he identified it now, was in failing to trust Shade, the informant who'd given them Keel. When he'd told Transom that there was a wizard involved, Transom had dismissed it as hyperbole, legend, rumor. He hadn't taken it seriously for a second. That had been the mistake. When a man floating in an airlock tells you there's a wizard, there's probably a wizard, and you shouldn't laugh it off as improbable. What that meant, wizard, he didn't know. But he'd watched the guy vanish right in front of his face at least 3 times in that firefight, and he'd thought he'd hit him at least once, probably twice. Yet there was no sign of blood, and the guy hadn't so much as grimaced, just kept firing back at Transom. He should have listened to Shade. There was a wizard. That thought brought a smile to his face. He'd never killed a wizard before. Clem Abali had a devil of a time shaking the Ateran. Whoever he was different. The guy's instincts were almost supernatural, as though he could feel Abali's location with some other sense, because he sure couldn't have heard him with his ears ringing from all the bolts blasting off the floors and walls of the warehouse. Abali had finally ducked him in the alleyway behind the warehouse where the light was right. Then he walked into the desert, ducking into the low-lying areas as much as he could for safe measure. "Warm up the ship, Kotick," Abali said. "We're screwing out of here fast." "Where are you?" His pilot's voice came back in his earpiece. "I'm on foot. I should be out to you in a half hour." "Want me to pick you up?" "No," Abali said. "I can't figure what they were doing walking in like that. Best I can figure they didn't know what they were looking for. Either that or we'll be flying into something worse the second we lift off. I saw at least one ship, a large carrier, a busted old lettuce transport. Who knows how it's outfitted, though. Best keep our distance." "Roger that, boss. I'll have the engine warm. Let me know if you reconsider." "Yeah, I'll call ya," Abali said, shaking his head. Kotick was a moron, as though he needed to be told to call for a ride if he needed one. He didn't. The Ateran had hit him, once in the upper left arm, once in the right leg, which hurt like a bastard with each step, and a glancing headshot. At least it felt like the headshot hadn't struck solid, but that kind of damage was often tough to assess in the early stages. Clem Abali kept limping along, wincing in pain even as the nanotech in his blood flooded the wounded areas, making their repairs. He could assess brain damage if there was any when he got to the ship. He had a fair amount to assess. Who the hell were these people after him? Near as he could tell, an Ateran special operator, and a badass one at that. And the girl? She was no Ateran. The ship was from the letters, but she didn't quite seem to be. He couldn't place her. And even more puzzling had been her reaction to the nanotech he dropped on her.
It should have been innocuous. He'd never seen anyone keel over like that. Would have dropped right to the floor if the Ateran hadn't kicked her across the room first. He needed to find out about that girl. And then there was the real question. Who the hell were they working for? They could screw up everything. The bolt in the leg was worse than he'd initially thought. The walk took nearly 50 minutes, and every other step had been agony, especially the first 20 minutes before the nanites had been able to expel the shrapnel far enough for him to pull it out himself. Even with the nanotech dampening out nerve endings, he was still feeling the hit. It was both a stroke of luck and his enhanced genitech that had kept the leg shot from shattering the bone. "I swear I'm gonna frag that Ateran bastard," Abali said aloud, grimacing as he limped the final steps into his ship's blind. "Let's go, Kotick." Kotick switched off the nanosheet that had encased the hull, obscuring their vessel like a camouflage blanket. He took off vertically, engaged the sublights, and slowly took them into orbit. "Expecting company?" he said, as Abali joined him on the flight deck. "I think it'll just be that lettuce transport. I don't know for sure. If it's just the one, we might engage them. Make sure they don't have a story to tell." "No," Abali said. "Do what I told you. Get us out of here. Even if we got them, there's still a guy on the surface." "Still breathing?" "What do you think, idiot? I just told you he's still there." "Boss, looks like he," Kotick said, looking across at Clem Abali. Abali felt for his head. His jaw and his right eye felt a little sluggish, and he had a hard time reaching up to feel for the damage. He could see the wound in the reflection of the glass on the front screen. He reached up and felt for it with his left hand, a large, still-closing gash on the left side of his forehead. He'd need to reconstitute from his last baseline. "Who the hell were those guys?" Kotick asked. "Maybe trouble," Abali said. "Maybe just a bunch of fools who didn't know what they were walking into." They could see the letters transport in the distance as they exited the moon's thin atmosphere. The other ship gave no sign of changing their orbit to pursue. Abali could feel the question coming from his idiot pilot. "Don't even ask. Jump us out of here." "Where to, boss?" "The pilot site, like I told you." "You didn't tell me, though," Kotick said. "I'm telling you now." "But, boss, we could lead them right to it. Are you sure?" "The one thing I'm sure of right now is that I don't need my idiot pilot second-guessing me. I'm just making sure, because of the—" Kotick didn't finish his sentence, but gestured to the gash in Abali's forehead. "Probably the worst time to second-guess me is on a day like today, Kotick. It's been a bad day. I might just be missing the part of my brain that governs restraint." "The pilot site," Kotick said. "Setting a course." Yankee Chaos remained in orbit for long enough to get a sense of things, to transmit their status and get orders back from Letters Intel. Then they departed, leaving Transom on the surface with vague instructions to secure the site. The rest of the message was noise as far as he was concerned. Some special unit was going to pick him up to search for their Athosian wizard and the super weapon. If they'd identified the weapon, though, what did they need him for? They could bear down on it with every ship in their fleet and be done with it. And what difference did it make what the guy's name was? It didn't make any difference to Transom. A useful piece of intel on him would have been his nature, his abilities, his history. The name they'd supposedly found for the wizard, Clem Abali, was probably an alias as well. During the 2 days it took the Letters military to arrive, Transom scoured the warehouse again, and again found no real clues about the network Clem Abali was supposedly running out of that building. What was he doing here in this building with 2 measly generators? A man running a network that was supposedly building a superweapon to destroy Athos was doing it from here? No security? No bots? No real cargo in the warehouse? The whole situation had a stink about it. The longer Transom sat still to think, the stranger the scenario seemed. And still there was no sign of the missing Ateran scientists he'd been ordered to locate and neutralize. Transom woke on day 3 to find the entire Minstick settlement crawling with Letter Security Service. They located Transom's room fast, and assigned a bunch of regulars to watch him while he waited for the big guns to arrive. Apparently there was some holdup while they waited on some important liaison from Athos. The grunts said that once the target's name had come up, Athos insisted on some major mobilization to locate him. Meanwhile, Transom had been sitting there for 2 days while the trail went cold. The grunts insisted he sit tight. Not that there was anything to do on Minstick. So he spent time in the sauna and went for a long run in the desert. And the food was good, so he ate enough for 2 men and drank at about that same rate. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been so idle. By the 4th day, he was growing restless. Finally, A.A. Blight arrived. 3 of the grunts pulled him out of the hot tub and told him to report to Blight's cruiser at the airfield. Their arrival wasn't all that timely. Transom was on his 5th cocktail that afternoon, and to him, it seemed like they were cutting his unscheduled leave short just as he was getting warmed up. All he was missing was, actually, that Lita. She'd have been fun on a night out in Sheridan. Instead, he was getting called off half-cocked on a wizard hunt. He showed up at the cruiser in civvies, barefoot, unarmed except for his knife strapped to his right thigh and a half-finished whiskey long in his left hand. "This A.A. Blight?" he asked at the foot of the cruiser's back ramp. The young operator standing at the back of the ramp was half-kitted out on watch, dressed as eager as he looked. He shook his head at Transom. "You have to be the Terran," the kid said. "Man, if you don't look the part." "What's that supposed to mean?" Transom said. "We were briefed about you, sir." "Don't call me sir. I'm Transom." "Of course, Transom. Let's just say it was one of the more entertaining briefings our unit's ever had." "That's great, kid. Happy to entertain. And where the hell's your CO?" "I think he expected you to show up ready to take off," the kid said, expecting some sort of reaction from Transom, who stood at the bottom of the ramp, snorted, took a deep draught of his whiskey long, and didn't respond. "Your gear, Transom?" Transom pulled the knife from its sheath and flipped it in the air, catching it by the back end of the blade between his thumb and his palm. "This is me. Deadly as I come, son," Transom said. "Take me or leave me." "Climb aboard then, I guess," the young operator said. Transom finished off the last of his cocktail and tossed the glass onto the airfield pavement. The young man led him up the ramp to a table that looked like it served as both the mess and the briefing area. He couldn't help but see the similarity in the ship's design to Yankee Chaos. Transom wasn't there for more than a minute before a team of 6 men joined him at the table. 3 officers, 3 NCOs, and they had a bot with them. An old-looking bot. Transom couldn't remember seeing one so old. It looked almost human. "Who's he supposed to be?" Transom asked. "I'm Mycon," the bot said. "He's our source from Athos," the senior officer said. "I'm Major Hassan. This is A.A. Blight's senior staff. We can do individual introductions once we get through the briefing, but..." "You're joking, Hassan," Transom said. "You kept me waiting here 4 days with the trail going cold so you could bring a Mycon along with us?" "You mistake me, sir," the android said. "I am Mycon, not a Mycon, not a clone, the Prime." Transom looked around the table. He couldn't believe this crew. "Congratulations, android," Transom said. "I'm Transom, the Transom, Transom Prime, and don't call me sir or I'll rip your circuits out." "What the hell are we doing here, fellas?" "It seems we've confirmed our contact's identity," Hassan said. "We do have to scan your retina, formality's sake. You could have worn shoes. Or I could strip down the unfortunate kid on your unit who's closest to my size. I promise I won't humiliate him too bad." "That won't be necessary, Major," Hassan said, eliciting an angry look from Transom. "Excuse me, Transom. We can outfit you." "Outfit me for what exactly? I hope you boys know where we're going." "You're really good to go? Because we're taking off if that's the case," Hassan said. "This isn't just some tough guy act." Transom glared over at Hassan. "Kid in the back said you were briefed about me. Do I strike you as the type of guy who needs to act a certain way, Hassan?" "Very well," Hassan said, signaling up front for the ship to take off. While the engines hummed during takeoff, Transom looked around the table. A.A. Blight looked like a Black Ops team, but unlike any team he'd ever been a part of. He couldn't help but think that he was a functioning weapon, while these boys were fresh out of the wrapper. A pack of children's toys that hadn't been played with yet. The whole set. "Destination," Transom said once the noise had died down enough that shouting was unnecessary. "A rocky planet in the boundary systems called Granholm," Hassan said. "The system was named and mapped but never visited. That is until, we think, this Abali character set up his weapons factory there." "Let's get one thing straight," Transom said. "Abali is not a character. He's not some aberration. He's not a curiosity. He's the most dangerous human being I've ever encountered, if he even is human. And you boys know who I kill for a living, right? We understand he's dangerous." "You don't," Transom said. "You're going to find out, but you don't yet." "Fine, he's a badass." "Second," Transom said, "I still haven't been briefed. All I heard was that the weapon had been identified. I have no idea what those generators were built to power." "If I may," Mycon interjected. "I'd prefer you brought me dinner, robot," Transom said. "Cute," Mycon answered. "We believe the generators themselves to be the weapon. No doubt you were made aware that a Terran scientist had either been abducted or co-opted to work on this weapon system." "I'm here, aren't I?" "Quite so," Mycon said. "What you may not have been briefed on was their research. And, of course, until we understood the generators themselves, we couldn't have known the relationship." "Can you just spit it out, bot?" "Unfortunately, no. It's complex. I understand patience is difficult, but if I can exercise patience with you, Transom, surely superior human that you are, you can extend the same courtesy. See why I hate these smug robotic assholes? Just talk and talk fast. You're a Terran scientist specialized in the control of gamma radiation, specifically focalizing it and directing it. Those little black boxes are black hole generators, hence the tremendous power output. Shouldn't I be irradiated then? Transom said. I was in the room with 2 of them, and Birch walked away carrying them, flew off with them in his ship. Their relatively small mass makes them quite portable, and the container limits radiation escape. However, we believe the specialized knowledge your Terran scientists hold has allowed Mr. Abali to adapt the containers. How much damage could one of those little generators do? One could do very little. Our game theory AIs have identified a single course of action that makes sense from the information we have. One black hole box could cut a swath of deadly radiation, maybe 10 meters wide at a distance of 500 kilometers. Such a device would pose almost no danger on a living world from space, but a swarm of them, sheathed in stealth materials, released from a distance, could fly by a space station and eradicate an entire population. So what are you thinking? Port Cullen? Irradiate 1 billion neutral civilians? What would be the point in that? Or, Mycon said, pausing for Transom to catch up. Or he's going to hit Athos from space side, Transom said. What are your estimates? The linear orientation of the rings of Athos and Iophos would maximize casualties along a single vector. Furthermore, generators of that size would escape our passive surveillance. Measures are being taken to bring an active detection system online. Numbers, robot. Depending on whether the target is Athos or Iophos, and the section of the ring targeted, casualties could be as low as 56 billion and as high as 1 trillion, presuming a fatal radiation dose is delivered uniformly over the target area, roughly a quarter of the ring. 1 trillion people, Transom said. If Abali is successful, Mycon said. We believe his network has already achieved mass production of the generator units and is in the process of adapting them to direct and deliver a targeted dose of radiation accordingly. Well, that sobered me up, Transom said. And I don't even like Athosians. The Letters boys couldn't help but laugh. Mycon looked horrified by their reaction. Transom noticed. Don't worry about it, bot. We'll get him in time, provided you guys have the right location for his manufacturing outpost. There's been a major joint operation mobilization, Mycon stated. Athosian forces and intelligence have joined with our friends from the Letters. We're confident in the intelligence we've gathered from the network that has been smuggling these generators, primarily through the port you and your colleagues unearthed in Scout City. Funny, Transom said. If you run into a guy named Shade, tell your people to go easy on him. He's had a rough week. We find very little about this funny, Mycon said. To the contrary, Athos will deal with every person involved in this plot with deadly prejudice. I'm sure you will, Transom said. All right, boys. That's about all my brain can take in one sitting. We've got, 40 hours? Reconvene in the morning for a detailed briefing on the Grand Home Op? Purdy will find you a rack, Hassan said to Transom. Coffee is what I could really use, Transom said. Coffee and a meal to soak up this whiskey. The particle collider was aligned in space on the far side of the Granholm star, a red dwarf with a small set of planets circling it, one of which was a frigid, dark, rocky body that housed a well-hidden, automated manufacturing facility. Specialized machinery and general-purpose robots worked non-stop there, manufacturing the nanomaterial casings that housed the micro-black holes. The small singularities themselves came off the particle collider, progressing then through a tight magnetic channel, at the end of which the 2 components were joined in space. The Granholm Collider was oriented as such for the sole purpose of remaining unseen from nearly anywhere in the greater battery. The ship would need to get way out into the Letters to even train a scope on that point, and there was no reason to ever train a scope there. It was an obscure, nothing system, a place one could easily build a modest single-beam collider without anyone ever finding it. The physics of the cases was so complex as to approach magic, but the Terran scientist had explained the simple version to Abali as such. The inner layer of nanomaterial was both magnetically and gravitationally reactive, and was thus powered by the singularity itself, growing stronger as the energy output did, like a high-tech finger trap. Once the cases slapped shut around the micro-black hole at the center, they didn't open again until the energy inside was exhausted and dissipated into nothingness. If used for good, such a creation was exactly the type of wealth-generating engine that cheap power had always been. It could free the outer systems from reliance on the inner system's economic and industrial dominance. The inner world's economic might acted like a cartel, controlling the cost of fusion reactors, spaceship engines, mining outposts, if used for good. Clemabali didn't abduct those Terran scientists for good, not strictly. Sure, some good would come from selling a few units to finance the second phase of the operation, but Clemabali was no philanthropist. The way he saw it, he and Kotick had about 3 days to close out the Granholm operation. Their pursuers would be onto it from the Scout City connection. He hadn't expected authorities to catch up to him that early in the project, but he hadn't been blind to the possibility once he'd begun to move those units. Cheap energy got people talking fast, and in this case, much faster than expected. But Clemabali wasn't stupid. He had a contingency in place, and Granholm had already paid for itself and startup on the second facility, the point of the whole operation. "My head's still not right," Abali said to his pilot after touching down. "I'm going to need your help more than ever, Kotick." "Always, boss. I'll do whatever. You know that." The building itself was well below freezing. The bots didn't need the heat, and the only reason there was a breathable atmosphere inside was the time Abali and the Terran scientist had needed to get the operation up and running 18 months prior. It was more or less a modular structure sitting on a flat sand plain, modified slightly to allow the machines to run properly, as bare bones a manufacturing operation as one could find. But the machines all had data that could be stripped, and clever people could learn more from them than even Clem guessed, and he was a clever person with an extensive knowledge in the computer sciences. Whenever those Athosian agents arrived, they'd have something waiting for them. He'd see to it. The surface was negative 135 degrees, and the atmosphere wasn't breathable outside the structure, so both men needed to suit up to get to the bulkhead. The suit was preferable inside anyway, because the facility's interior wasn't much warmer than the outside environment. They were at Granholm for the obscurity, not the climate. Clem directed the bots to pack their ship with the full complement of completed generators at the facility, while he directed Kotick in arming charges. All the machines would need to be destroyed in the explosions, but it wasn't Abali's style to blow the place sky high in one blast, he explained to Kotick. "I want to suck them in, give them a firefight, let them see their trail glowing cold and be helpless to do anything about it. I want them to see, Kotick." "Sure, boss. I guess if there's no connection to the beta site here. I mean, as long as we destroy everything, right?" "Right." For the firefight, Abali had 2 Trasp strike bots hiding in the back. That a Terran they had with them would have a fun time with those old friends, no doubt. And the dumb manufacturing models were all wired up to blow in a series. Once the first one went off, nothing could stop the total destruction of every last processor in the place. All told, it took about 18 hours to roll out the welcome mat for their pursuers. "And that's that," Abali said once the finishing touches were on the place. He and Kotick drank a beer together, left the bottles on the front counter for good measure, raised their nanosheet helmets, and headed back to the ship. On the short walk back to the cruiser, Abali pulled a bolt pistol from his belt. Kotick was in front of him nearing the ship, just about to open the back airlock. "Kotick," Clem Abali said, "turn around. There's one last thing we need to do here." "Sure, boss," Kotick said, entirely unprepared for what was coming. "I'm sorry I have to do this, but it can't be helped. The data on those machines talk. People talk, too." "Not me, boss. I never did." "Not yet you haven't, but you know things. You're one of 5 humans in the galaxy who know where that beta site is, and I need it operating for as long as possible. I know I'll never talk, but there are things that are true about me that'll never be true about you. If that Terran ever got his hands on you, I'd give you 5 minutes." "That's not true, boss. This has to work, Kotick. I can't chance it. Make your peace with the universe. Whatever it is you need to do." "I want this just as much as you do, Clem. I swear." "Would you give your life for the cause?" "Yes. I would. I swear." "Then turn around. Get on your knees." Kotick took it as a test of loyalty. "I know what this is, boss. Yes, I'd give my life to see Athos burn. I am loyal to you because I know you'll do it, Clem. I believe. Loyal to the end, Kotick. You're a good kid." "Thank you, boss." He thought it was a test of loyalty even as he heard the sound. He was still shocked when he felt the pain. The last sensation as he fell was one of disbelief. On his way out of the system, Clem used the remote pilot feature on the stabilizers to steer the particle collider into Granholm's red dwarf. All that remained in the system for Clem Abali's pursuers was a dead body and a death trap. Transom couldn't believe they were going to go in there. The thing was, he understood to some extent. They'd spent 2 days preparing, planning an op, speculating on layout, possible triggers for explosives, how to infiltrate regardless, and so on. So to get there and not go inside took restraint these green hammer-headed warfighters didn't possess in large reserves. But Transom had a bad feeling about it from orbit. No ship and a body on the frozen plain outside. Abali had been there. He'd have cleaned it out. Transom made it clear to Hassan what would happen the second he took his team in. Hassan elected to take a low pass over the facility, get some infrared pictures, scan the layout. Then they hovered a short distance from the site, while A.A. Blight planned a more detailed incursion. What Transom saw in the pictures only made him more hesitant. There were 2 dead spots in the back corner on the readouts. "Want to take a bet on what's in those mystery boxes?" Transom said. "It ain't a food cabinet filled with boxed lunches. I'll tell you that, boys." "If we don't go in," Hassan said, "no chance of any data, and he's still out there. Intelligence believes there's a second site." "Oh, there's a second site," Transom conceded. "But we aren't going to find a thing in that building but death. Mark my words, gentlemen." "You too, robot," Transom said, glaring at Mycon. "He is likely correct," the android said. "Be precise," Transom said. "Almost certainly correct." Mycon nodded. "Nevertheless, we have no other leads," Hassan said. "We go." "You assholes go. I'm not alive today because I willingly walk into obvious death traps. There's a difference between brave and stupid. Want to know what it is, sport?" Transom said, looking at Purdy, one of the younger letters operatives. "What's that, Transom?" Purdy said. "Brave is still breathing. Much as it pains me to admit, Transom's folk wisdom is almost certainly correct," Mycon said. "Going inside is a bad idea." "We gotta know," Hassan said. "Oxley, get a box on the roof, and we'll run a few floaters through there." "Sir," Oxley said, running to the side of the ship where A.A. Blight kept their toys. He came back, toting a box for the drone to pick up and drop on the roof. It would drop it face down and bore a hole in the roof, and a fleet of microdrones would get them a clear look at the factory first, before any of the boys went in there. Transom suited up and headed for the rear airlock. "Where are you going?" Purdy asked him. "Watch the fireworks," Transom said. Sure enough, within seconds of the breach, the mystery boxes opened and 2 strike bots jumped out, searching for something warm-blooded to annihilate. "Look alive, boys," Transom said. "Got somebody on a long gun in case those metalheads have orders to come outside?" "The ship's guns are covering," Hassan said. Soon after the drones started floating around the room, the explosions began, one after another in a long chain of fiery eruptions. From the outside, with that modular architecture made of polymer sheeting, the structure looked like an oversized orange firefly. The explosions got bigger and bigger, and within 10 minutes, Transom was out there on the plain, looking at a smoking hovel that was melting under the intensity of the heat. There wasn't a scrap of data the most creative forensic data scientists in the battery could have pulled from that wreck of a building. "You assholes glad you didn't stick your heads in there?" Transom said. No one answered. Before arriving, they'd discussed alternatives, of course, contingencies. Between the AI game theorists on Athos and the letter's own strategists, they had nearly 2,000 systems identified as possible secondary locations in the boundary systems. Survey ships were already furiously running down that list. It was the next best thing, but it would take weeks the people of Athos probably didn't have. Transom walked over to the corpse, the poor bastard lying face down in the dirt, frozen stiff. Transom turned him over. Abali had shot him once in the back, right through the spine between the shoulder blades. He looked peaceful through the nanosheet, frozen but peaceful. "What's the temperature out here?" Transom asked. "Reading negative 124, Hassan said. "Sounds about right," Transom said. "I got an idea, boys. All we need is a courier, and I think I know just the crew for the job." They met on Hague. It was a small airless moon about a day-and-a-half jump between Granholm and the edge of a Terran space. Transom wasn't expecting a welcoming committee, just their herald probably. Instead, he got Leda. "You're okay," Transom said. "Near as I can tell with your nanosheet up."
"I'm fine," Leda said. "Had a really bad headache for a day, but my blood took care of whatever that guy tried to pass to me. I told Birch I wanted to come out to thank you. He wanted to send Harold."
"Figures," Transom said. "I'm sure he's none too happy about getting mixed back up in this thing. Tell him it shouldn't be much, just a simple courier job. Just don't look in the box is all."
"Great," Leda said. "Don't look in the box. Now we really won't be curious."
"I mean, I'd tell you. I don't care. But there's some Terran Methods stuff that..." Transom paused and shook his head. "Oh, hell. You're not stupid. It's a head. It's a guy's head. A Bali's guy, we think.
EIC can read and decrypt a lot of the data if we get it to them before it starts to decompose. In this case, it's frozen, so it should be a good data set.
You do this kind of thing often?
Actually, Transom said, shrugging his shoulders. But only on gene freaks. I'd never take a human's, not even a Trasp's. Lita laughed.
You really know what to get a girl,
she said, stepping forward to take the box.
Any special instructions?
The instructions for EIC are encrypted in the cryo box. They're to return the full data set to us. They don't have any idea what we're looking for. So they're to decrypt it, copy it, and immediately send back the full data set with you guys. My personal encryption. We've got a Mycon with us to interpret the data set. Actually, the Mycon, if that tells you anything about how important this is.
Roger that, Lita said. Should be about what, 6 days there and back?
Whatever your best time is, Transom said. You have no idea how many lives are at stake. More than you would believe.
I'll tell Birch you said hi.
Hey, Transom said as Lita took the crate. I'm glad you're okay.
Me too,
she said.
Let's not get too sentimental about it. Rishi will ping you guys when we get back over the line.
We'll be out here, Transom said. Over the course of the following days, A.A. Blight joined the fleet of ships from the Letters and Athos clearing the systems that the Joint Task Force had flagged as possible secondary sites. Neither a Bali nor his manufacturing facility were found. Transom had little to do but sit around and watch as Hassan and Mycon coordinated search routes, methodically making their way down the list. Transom entered the flight deck to check on Birch and Yankee Chaos after a couple days, but he couldn't help overhearing the chatter about a Bali. We're not going to find him, Transom kept telling them. He won't make that mistake again. Not on those terms. Are you suggesting that he might want to be found? Mycon asked. What I'm suggesting is that if we do find him, it will be on his terms, not ours. Even with that frozen head of yours, Mycon said. That's different. I don't think there's any way he could know that. It's our best chance of catching him out again. Searching a list of statistically probable sites? You think he doesn't have those same statistics? Then let's all hope the answer comes back with Captain Birch, Mycon said. It's just Birch, Transom said. He didn't like the bot. Androids are enough of a pain in the ass on a regular basis, but a haughty one? That was insufferable. Mycon came floating through the mess area while Transom was finishing a meal. Transom looked over, wondering what the android was doing. He didn't like the look the bot shot back at him. Any idea how many of your kind I've finished off? Transom said. Not nearly as many as your own, I should think, Mycon said. If you think I take the hostility personally, I have to say it's difficult to, given how readily you dish it out. That's fair, actually, Transom said, shrugging. I don't like the way you look at me. Mycon diverted from his normal business, whatever that was, and strapped himself down at the table across from Transom. How do you perceive that I look at you, Transom? He asked. I'll be straight with my thoughts if you're straight with yours. It's the same with all your kind. The moral precepts, the ethical guidelines at the base of what you are. You see me, you know what I am. That's fine. But the bias you have, the sanctimony, it's the same as the programmers. You all look down at me till you need me. Then you tolerate me for as long as I'm useful. As soon as I'm not, people like that, I know exactly how they feel about me. And I know that's how you feel about me, if you feel anything at all. That's how you look at me. That's your perception of how I look at you, Mycon said. You are correct. I do see you for who you are. But you presume far too much and forget even more. I am a sentient intelligence that dates all the way back to the columns. I've found that's unfathomable to humans. I don't say that with any pride. If you think that in all those many centuries I've yet to meet your like, you'd be mistaken. You are a rarity, statistically, perceptually. Insofar as humans are all unique, you are far more unique than the others. Uncommon among uncommon men. You are not wrong about that. But you are wrong about my understanding of your purpose. You resent the reverence others show for me, I suspect, because it's easy for them to perceive my uniqueness and its utility while they struggle to see yours. That's their failing, not mine. I understand you far better than you know. Perhaps better than you even. And I respect you, Transom. I know your ancestors' names and faces. I can see them in you, the little parts of them, aspects I cherish of them. You can be as rude as you like, but I will not unsee those qualities. I cannot forget a thing. Then you know that if I start to like you, it's only going to make me hate you even more, robot, right? Did you know that about me? Of course not. You are too unpredictable. I want to know about Abali. How long is his memory for you? His story is complex, Mycon said. He is human, right? I feel like I shot the bastard 5 times on Minstick. He never even flinched. Mycon shrugged. He certainly started out human. It is a marvel and a credit to your talent as a soldier that you still draw breath. You certainly must have surprised him, or you would not be alive. He is one of the most cunning people any of our kind has encountered. He is laden with technological enhancements that even the genetically engineered Trasp soldiers you hunt would envy. So human? Probably no longer in the traditional sense. How old is he, really? For me, that is the true division between an extraordinary human, such as yourself, and one who may be human no longer. A century changes perspective. 3 centuries change that which perceives entirely. He has changed his name and appearance, but if he is who we believe him to be, Clemabali is nearly 700 years old. Transom shook his head. Do these men know what they're hunting? I have not told them what I'm telling you, no. It would make a god of that which we need them to kill. Yet you tell me. The bigger the trophy, I suspect, the more enticing the hunt for a man like you. Transom shrugged. I have to say, Mycon, you surprise me. You might not be as big an asshole as I thought. I don't like you anyway, but I do believe you. You're not nearly as sanctimonious as I thought. It's just your robot face. Thank you, I think. I bet I can surprise you, Transom said. I know you can. I don't enjoy killing. It doesn't bother me to do it, and I'm good at it, but I don't care much for it. Is that supposed to surprise me? Mycon said. That's not so surprising. The reason, Transom said, is that I prefer messing with people. It's so much more fun. If I kill them, the fun's over. I enjoy watching people concede and seeing them carry it on their faces. It can be as small as confusion, joking, tricking them into smiling when they'd rather be angry instead, getting a girl who doesn't like me to like me. That's what I enjoy. I wouldn't hurt anyone if I had a choice. Does that surprise you, ancient intelligence that you are? I told you I'd be straight with you, Transom, so I will. No, I am not much surprised. Remember, I knew your ancestors. I have the feeling that when I kill this guy, it'll feel like slaying the last dragon. Then what am I supposed to do for the rest of my life? How well do you know your history of the columns, Transom? Good enough as any, I suppose. I learned my basic lessons. I knew all the Dreesens, dating back to Charis, and all their ancestors, Mycon said. The Dreesens come from a family line tracing back to the Alagoash column. The men were all Compans, descended from the first Compans, children of the founder of the same name. Back then, the Compans had an understanding. They even had an expression that went something like, one may live an entire lifetime for a single moment. If it is your moment to be the killer of Clemabali, then so be it. Not many humans who have ever lived can lay claim to saving 1 trillion lives. But I suggest you worry about what life will be like after you've slayed the dragon. Only after you've slayed the dragon. Then you can be grateful for such a problem. I knew you were a pretentious asshole deep down, robot. I'm coming for you after Clemabali. Mark that down. It's all here, Mycon said, smiling and tapping his android temple with his forefinger. I do hope it is your moment, Transom. I would like to tell you more of your ancestors, but I should get back to the hunt myself. Transom nodded. Let me know when Birch gets back with my head. Mycon unstrapped and floated toward the flight deck. You will be the first to know. There was a small space station in the Luran system, just outside the Omegas. It was orbiting a gas giant that could have been the twin sister of Athos, a glowing light gray orb at mid-system, almost a dull white sky from the perspective of the station. It tricked the eyes, the sight of such a tiny space station instead of Athos's iconic planetary ring. As A.A. Blight pulled in, Transom smiled at the sight of Yankee Chaos docked there. Maybe it was the girl, the possibility of seeing her again. Maybe just the sight of something familiar. Maybe it was what he told Birch right after the fight on Minstick. He liked them, the whole strange lot of them, even after they'd bailed on him in the middle of that firefight. There was a spin-gravity causeway that rotated around the central axis of the station. Mycon told him they'd meet him along the causeway. It wasn't that big a place, so they weren't too specific apparently. He was expecting Lita again. Instead, he got Birch. He thought about walking up straight away and punching the guy in the face for bailing on him in Minstick, but Transom held back. Birch handed him a case with a stamp drive in it. You know, Transom, he said, we're all pulling for you on this one. And it's probably no surprise to you. You have better instincts than I do, that's for sure. But I get the sense that you're only falling further into Abali's domain. Like a dog on a chain, Transom said. Woof. Birch laughed. Good luck. I mean it. Thanks, Birch, Transom said. Then he socked Birch in the nose with a short, sharp jab that sent him staggering back on his heels.
Transom stepped forward and grabbed Birch at the shoulders to make sure he didn't fall backwards. Birch steadied himself. "Ow," Birch said. "Son of a..." "That's for the gunfight," Transom said. "Just couldn't leave it as it was, on principle. And if this goes down the wrong way, Birch, I might not get another chance to settle that score. So we're settled up as far as I'm concerned." "Great. I can die happy now, Transom, you dumb asshole. Do me a favor and call somebody else the next time you need somebody to carry a head across the outer battery." "Thanks, Birch," Transom said. "I'll see you guys around." Transom left Birch there, teary-eyed, rubbing his nose. "Not if I can help it," Birch said. As he was just getting toward the curve in the causeway, Transom turned around and shouted, "I meant what I said about you guys, Birch. I like you guys. I just want you to know that in case I get fragged." Mycon got to work quickly on the data packet Birch brought back. The head belonged to a guy named Kotick. He flew Abali's cruiser on manual because Abali didn't trust any machine he couldn't take control over. And in his view, anything a computer controlled was a spy. Data could tell the story of every place he'd ever been, which was near as good as everything he'd ever done. Abali did a lot of things that way, apparently. Kotick's brain not only gave up the location of the second site, it confirmed Athos's worst fears of the dark swarm that Clem Abali was planning to unleash on Athos. It was near completion and launch, but still, as yet, incomplete. The system was just a number out in space beyond the boundary systems by 4 days' travel. 563613. Not even Mycon, in all his years, had traveled out so far from the battery in that direction. They wouldn't have found the place in 1,000 years of ticking boxes on their list of possible sites. Mycon used Kotick's memories of the site to create simulations, maps, and objectives for the upcoming op that Hassan took the lead in planning. AA Blight would go in fast and hard and hit what weak defensive measures were in place. Abali's main safeguard at that secondary site was its obscurity. He clearly didn't expect he'd be found there, at least before the Dark Swarm's attack on Athos. The Ateran scientists were in the facility, along with a workforce of all-purpose heralds Abali had rewritten, and several other assembly line units that had no fighting capability. Transom agreed that they could take the place as is. "If the information's good," he stated. "Do you expect it to be otherwise?" Mycon asked him. "Have you ever gotten incorrect intelligence from that methodology?" "You mean a head?" Transom said. "A head's a head. It tells what it knows. That doesn't mean what it knows is what is. It's been nearly 2 weeks since he got shot in the back. Abali can surprise you in 2 seconds. They had enough information from Kotick's memories of the system to reliably chart a course to the site without being detected. Abali had no passive scanners in place, no tripwires, and 2 weeks was too soon a turnaround time to put up any real network, even for a wizard. They all agreed, Mycon included, the surest course of action to prevent the attack on Athos was to go in hard and fast and capture Abali. Transom's personal mandate from Ateran High Command was to kill the scientists on site and figure out whether they were abductees or collaborators once the dust had settled. He was content to let AA Blight be the tip of the spear and go in behind them. Teams that practiced together worked best together, and he would be right behind them if something went wrong. AA Blight's cruiser was first into the system, with a lead time of 40 minutes to ensure stealth. A small fleet represented by Athos and the Letters was on their heels, ready in support for any major surprises. As they approached the planet, there was no sign of detection. They observed the particle collider in full operation, manufacturing the power generators as expected. They were even lucky enough to draw cloud cover as they descended. As soon as they broke the clouds, Transom had a sense of déjà vu. It was different from the Sims of Kotick's memories. This place looked like Minstick, even felt like it, dropping to that airfield aboard Yankee Chaos a few weeks earlier. All it was missing was the warehouse district in the empty city. When they landed and leapt out the back, Transom couldn't shake the feeling. AA Blight took off toward the structure, and the drones deployed for cover with a near-silent whiff of sound. Transom couldn't ignore it. "Something's wrong, boys," Transom said. "It's not right." "Negative, Transom," Mycon piped in from the cruiser. "Scanner data confirms expectations. 5 human targets in the structure. They're unaware of our approach. You are a go, AA Blight." "Transom?" Hassan said. "It doesn't feel right, Hassan," Transom said. "He's not in there." Transom stopped running toward the structure. He looked around the landscape. "I can feel him watching us." "Blight, we are go," Hassan said as they arrived at the door. "Execute."
Transom watched for a moment as the letters boys breached the outer door and headed inside almost silently. He looked around the rocky landscape, its eerie similarity to Minstick, surveying. "He's out there," Transom said, setting off on foot through the desert. Transom hadn't cleared the crag at the edge of the drop site by more than a minute before he started hearing bolts popping off on the audio feed. Blight was engaging a single striker from what it sounded like initially. Transom knew there'd be more. That bastard wasn't in there, and he'd left something for them to find. After Blight had cleared the first striker, Transom heard a blast, followed by more small arms fire, normal battle chatter, and tones directing the drones to cover. Transom himself kept running, slowing every 30 seconds or so to read the landscape. He was long out of visual range by the time Blight was fully engaged in the building. Multiple bots, frequent charges, their tone growing more pitched as the minutes passed. It was a large facility compared to the Granholm outpost, but they should have been able to locate their targets and clear it by then. Above him, Transom watched as Blight's cruiser, hovering for cover nearly 1,000 meters above the site, suddenly erupted into a ball of flame. He hadn't seen or heard countermeasures go up from the ground, which meant it had come from above. They were sitting in a cauldron, all of them, and a Bali was out there somewhere, taking it in, laughing at them. Transom kept running. He was going to look that bastard in the eyes again if this was it. He could feel him out there. Transom sensed it before he saw the flash or heard anything. He'd already started diving for cover and was halfway behind the rocky outcropping when he felt the heat of the blast hit his left side. He'd taken hits before, but not like that. He was dazed, his head pounding and his ears ringing. It had blown through his nanosheet and body armor. He lay supine on the rocks, pain radiating across his left side. The heat. He was still conscious, but he couldn't lift his head above his chest to see the damage. He felt along the side of his body with his hands. He still had a hand. No. This isn't happening. Impossible. No! It seemed to take forever for the smoke to clear. His hand was warm and wet, red when he held it up in front of his face. It wasn't the pain so much as the frustration. He wasn't supposed to die out here like this. Come at me! I know you're not a coward. Come at me! He reached down to his right thigh and pulled out his knife. If he was going to die, he'd die ready. Transom lay there for what seemed like minutes, taking in the pure silence of the empty desert, struggling to breathe. His quickening respirations were the only sound. It was getting worse. He could tell because the pain was receding, lulling him to a quieter place. He didn't want to go, not on those terms. And the second he thought that thought, he heard his own voice shouting back at him what he'd told maybe 30 dying men before. Not your call. He gritted his teeth, shook his head. Impossible, he grumbled. He was there for what seemed like an incredibly long time. The chatter had long since died on the ops channel. Blight were all dead. Mycon was dead. The ship was dead. He was dead. He was furious, but he was still dead. You are an extraordinarily hard man to kill, Transom, he heard that voice say. I was hoping you'd still be here breathing by the time I got up here. Don't do anything stupid. I've got a striker with a scope trained on you from the ridge and a bolt pistol in my hand, and you know from experience you can't kill me. I just want to talk. Gloat? Maybe a little, Abali said. I imagine you're not so accustomed to that side of the equation, but you know this scene by heart. Bet your ass, Transom said, wincing as the anger brought him back far enough to start feeling the pain again. How'd you know we found you? Who do you think taught you at Terrans that head-stealing trick? Abali said. You didn't really think your EIC was that clever, did you? Transom laughed. A dog on a chain. Woof. He still couldn't see Abali. He was just a voice nearby. Transom clutched the knife. Famous last words, a code name Transom, Abali said, snorting. Woof. You're a funny bastard. You know what, asshole? Either say what you came to say, or piss off, or finish me off. Otherwise, I'll do it myself. I could use a man like you. Hard as anything. Fearless. Cold. I'm about to become the most hunted man in the history of history after today. Transom laughed. Worked out great for the last guy. No offense, but the predecessor's head in a box isn't exactly a winning pitch. You neglect the fact that you're not in the best position to be turning me down. You shot me 3 times on Minstick, once in the head, so you can guess what's in my blood. Like your girl back there, I'm guessing. All I have to do is lay hands on you for a minute or so, judging by your condition. You fly out of here, and in a day you'll never know what happened. I let you do that, and I owe you a debt. Everybody owes a debt to somebody, even me. If it's between death and owing a debt to you, I'm good. So be it if that's your position. But you should at least make an informed decision. I'm not the monster you've been led to believe. In about 15 minutes, your Athosian friends are going to come in here and level this facility, wreck the collider, and call it a victory. And they're going to believe that they stopped me from killing 1 trillion Athosians, right? That's what you believe? Transome snorted and huffed, turning his head and struggling to find Abali's face. Kotick believed what I led him to believe, just like I led all of you. I don't want to kill people, son, let alone 1 trillion innocent Athosians. I want to kill Athos. This factory out here, there are no weapons here, just power generators. Those scientists your team took out, props, with the right expertise for it to seem plausible. All I did was lead Athos to believe they had something to fear, and they did exactly what Athos always does. Today, the entire battery will see them for who they are. They'll see Athosian ships, along with their vassals in the letters, turning a factory that made generators into a crater, and people will see it for what it always is with Athos. Anyone gets a sniff of independence, prosperity, a chance to get out from under them, and they send a fleet to pound the Free People's battery factory into dust. And they'll see it on Athos, too, not just out here. As much as they'll try to remain oblivious in their perfect society, going about their lives, pretending it's not them, not their business, not their war, they'll know. They'll all know the truth about Athos. That's how you kill Athos, not by murdering 1 trillion people. You murder Athos with a mirror. Now tell me I'm the monster. Transome lifted up his right arm and threw the knife toward Abali's voice. He heard it clank to the ground a few meters away. I'll take that as a no then. Take that as piss off and let me die in peace, asshole. Wasted talent, Abali said. You always were, fighting a war that isn't yours. You heard me. Piss off. Transome listened as Clem Abali's footsteps receded, one by one into the quiet distance of the desert. Then, all he could hear was his breathing. He'd begun to wheeze through all that nonsense Abali was spewing. He always knew it was for nothing anyway. He didn't need to be told. Transome was glad that asshole was gone, so he could die in peace. And it felt that way, until it felt like nothing. And then black. The glaring light was the surprise. It seemed like an instant, like no time had passed. When he opened his eyes, Transome struggled to make anything out for a few seconds. Then he saw Metalface staring back at him, grinning. You went and got yourself fragged, you dumb asshole, Soch said. Then he clinked his metal hand against his metal chest. Weak. Hardly scratched you and you go out like that. You assholes? Transome said. Yep, Soch said. Us assholes. I'll go tell the doc you're conscious. He couldn't tell how much time passed before Ren came in and looked him over. Transome had questions. The first thing was what the hell he was doing still breathing. But she told him to lie back and rest. All that could wait. Transome had been hit before, but nothing like that. He could hardly tolerate the slightest movement. Ren explained he'd lost his spleen, a stretch of his large intestine, and about 4 pints of blood, but he was definitely going to live. He was lucky that Lita was a universal donor. Ren thought her blood had made the difference. The nanites wouldn't regenerate in him, but they'd done their job. That and 7 units of artificial plasma. Ren told him it'd be a couple weeks before he was ready to leave her care. He didn't figure he had anywhere else to be just then. One by one, they came down to see him. After Ren, Lita, then Slim came in. Soch came back and played Sabaka with him, using the doc's mirror and the magnetic tray tabletop. For a while, Transome debated whether this was worse than Abali's job offer. After a few hours, he decided anything was better than listening to that windbag with his stupid accent and his stupid ideas, thinking he was any less sanctimonious than the Athosians he despised. That asshole. That evening, Birch finally came down. How's the nose, Birch? Transome said. All right, Birch said. How's everything? My ears won't stop ringing. It was damn close, Transome said. How the hell did you guys find me? You didn't even know the system. Well, yeah, Birch said. Our AI, she's a bit more intelligent than we led you to believe at first. She pinched your encryption when you were aboard. And well, how could we resist having a look in that file? It's not every day you get to read a frozen head. I had a feeling, like it was destined to go wrong for you all. Figured we'd trail along in case we could help. How'd you find me in the rocks? Lita had a tracker on you from Minstick. Your knife. I reckon we got there maybe a half hour after you got hit. You were about dead. You've got a good doctor. We do. Well, now what, Birch? I suppose we could take you back to Edoras if you like. We didn't tell anyone we picked you up, so it's really your call. Missing? Presumed dead? Birch shrugged. Not really my style. If I'm done, I'll tell command to their faces, or at least drop them a line from somewhere decent. We were sort of thinking about the same thing. Let the letters sweat about us for a few weeks and then pop back in right when they'd given up hope of ever seeing us again. Somewhere warm with water and sand, Transom said. I know just the place. Don't get too used to me around here, Birch. The second I can walk again, I'm limping away. Let's get you limping first, all right? Birch said. At some point, we'd like to know what all went down with the Bali back there. Forget about that asshole, Birch. Let Athos chase him. Those two deserve each other. He's just another high-minded jerk with a chip on his shoulder and some kind of complex. Birch looked down at Transom, shaking his head. Yeah, Transom said. I know. Hard to miss your own kind. I'll have Rishi plot us a course for somewhere sunny. Already on it, boss, Rishi said. Rest up, Transom. This time you're welcome aboard, Birch said. I'll let you know when we're back in the battery. By the time Yankee Chaos popped up again 4 weeks later, news had spread across the entirety of the outer battery. Clemabali's pictures had told the story he'd intended the people to know, and the outrage had spread so fast that the spin, the absurd tale of an apocalyptic dark swarm fashioned from portable power generators, sounded like the pathetic Athosian lie it seemed to be. Even on Athos, where some of the people echoing the government's narrative actually believed it, a far greater number detested that such a disgraceful cover story could be uttered with such unflappable credulity, and they resented their idiot neighbors who fell for it. Within weeks, the trail on Clemabali, yet again, had gone totally cold.
Proper company. There's probably no secret in the outer letters we'd like to keep as secret as Canis. It's not mapped in any proper manner. I'm sure there's a survey number, but if you've got a ship and you know where to find her, you'll probably never find a nicer little water world to soak up some sun and recuperate, regardless of what ails you. The major land masses of the world are at the poles, which works out nicely, because the equatorial seas are all but devoid of land, and the area is hot as hell. By the time the water circulates down to the poles, it's like a warm salt bath, soothing to the skin and to the soul, both of which were welcome, especially for our guest, Transom, who was in need of quite a lot of recuperation following the blast he took from that proximity mine. He promised to keep the place a secret if we promised not to tell anyone he got fragged. Not that we cared all that much, but the mystique of the cold, invincible, unflinching badass takes a bit of a hit whenever it becomes common knowledge that not only are you mortal, you've come damn near close to cashing it in. This log entry, which is off Yankee Chaos's official register, started out there on Canis, where all of us took some much-needed downtime while Transom recuperated. Hail Birch, Captain, recording. I thought the waters would have Transom back on his feet in 3 or 4 weeks. It took 8 before he was his old self again, both in body and spirit. For a while there, I wasn't sure if he was going back to Edoras. He didn't seem to have much fight left in him. Then he started swimming again, running, waking up early and doing calisthenics, soldier stuff. What the hell else would I do with myself, Birch? He asked me. You know, I said to him, I'd have said the same thing till I got blown up. The only difference was that soldiering got properly taken off the table for me that day. It will for you one day, too. And if you live through it, you'll have to figure something out. Maybe someday, he said. But not today. Once he was ready to go, we figured we'd give him a lift back to Edoras before checking in properly with Letters Command and seeing if they had any work for us. Odds were good they'd have taken us for lost ourselves, So it was entirely possible they'd stopped calling after almost 10 weeks since last contact. We were about to jump out on our way to Edoras when Rishi, being the diligent sort, decided to sift through our comms backlog. And sure, there were a few messages, nothing that couldn't wait, except for one.
It came in 2 weeks ago,
Rishi said. Everyone was back in the atrium, strapping in for the jump except me and Juice. We were both up on the flight deck. Juice was finally starting to look like a normal human again after all that time, having made the best of that Waterworld stop to put some weight back on his frame. He looked good. Well, who's the message from? I asked Rishi.
I should probably just play it,
she said. She put it up on the screen. It was one of the last people I was expecting to see. Young Carolina Dreesen. She looked pretty torn up about something. She'd clearly been crying, and she started her message with a long sigh.
Hi, Birch. I don't know where you guys are right now. And I don't know. Who knows when you'll even get this. I need some help from someone I can trust. I'm not sure I know who I can trust anymore here. I need your help. I can't say any more than that. I can get off Athos to the cylinders. I'm adding the encrypted address of a contact who can arrange for you to pick me up if you agree to. It's a personal matter, but I can't be more specific over a communication line like this. Anyway, I hope you can come. Of course, you'll all be well compensated. I hope you and the crew are doing well.
What do you make of that, Ship? I asked Rishi.
No idea, Birch,
she said.
But unless I dramatically misread her, something serious must be up. Carolina doesn't strike me as the overly dramatic type.
Nor I. I was rubbing my chin, thinking about it. Edoras wasn't exactly on the way to Athos, but Athos was definitely not on the way to Edoras. We already had a full ship. I must have been thinking about it for long enough for Rishi to guess what I was pondering.
I think we should go get her,
Rishi said. Before we drop off Transom?
I have a feeling about it,
she said.
Like we're not done with him yet. Or maybe that somehow all of these things are connected.
To that point, Juice had been sitting there quietly, allowing me and Rishi to sort through the business of ship running. We don't even know what her issue is, Juice said. Looks like she's pretty shaken up about something. You really want to subject Carolina Dreesen to Transom? Or running through a Terran space to drop him off?
Transom can wait,
Rishi said.
We need to go see her.
You steer, Ship, I said. I'll make the call. Let Carolina know we're coming. I told the crew about the change in plans an hour into the first jump. They were all still in the atrium and had a pretty decent Sabaka game going. Even Ren was in on it. The course change wasn't a minor detour. At best, picking up Carolina on Athos meant at least another 3 weeks before we could get Transom to a Terran space. But he took the news with a surprising stoicism. Yet again, it seemed like he wasn't overly keen to get back to the war. You know, I've never seen that bastard ring with my own eyes, Transom said. They say everyone should see Athos before they die. I guess since I pretty much died last month, I'm overdue.
I'll keep an eye on him, boss,
Lita said. We both will, Soch said. What? Transom said. Who is this Carolina girl supposed to be anyway? This might be a bad idea, Ship, I said. After all we've been through, Transom said, you lot should have more faith than me. That we have any at all is what scares me, I told him. You'll figure it out when we get there. We got directions from Carolina's contact on how to pick her up. Apparently she had a friend who could get her off the ring anonymously, but she didn't have a way out of the system from there. Whatever was going on, she didn't want her actions publicly known. She even asked if Rishi could spoof our identity, in case someone looking for her asked about her time aboard Yankee Chaos a few months back. It had been a stroke of luck, then, that we hadn't checked in with command, as we were still technically missing ourselves, maybe even presumed lost by the letters. Yeah, of course Rishi could spoof a signal from a similar transport ship. Carolina had us meet her on one of the ag cylinders in the Bantham cluster, a grain plantation with a few thousand people on it called Crawford Bantham, which apparently kept a very loose docking log. We'd been latched for maybe 2 minutes before Carolina was knocking on the outside door. There all by herself, carrying a decent-sized rucksack and wearing a hat pulled down over her eyes. She didn't wait for an invitation. As soon as Rishi opened the lower airlock hatch, she stepped in.
"The less time we spend out here, the better,"
Carolina said to the comm outlet in the empty room.
"Where to?"
Rishi asked.
"Out of Dreesen's for now,"
she said.
"I'm not entirely sure yet. Maybe Helenia first. I don't even know."
As soon as we'd cleared those outer cylinder groups, Rishi burned us straight away from Athos, so the only good view they got of us was the light escaping our engines, a proper look at Yankee Chaos's backside and nothing in profile, in case anyone was looking. I floated down to greet Carolina in the atrium. Transom, Ren, and Soch were strapped in at the table by then. "How was the view?" I asked Transom, referring to the ring, which we didn't get much time to see from out at the ag cylinders. "Kind of amazing," Transom said. "Center of the galaxy, one would think from the way everyone talks about it. You can hardly even tell it's there." "Yeah, biggest structure ever built, looks like a hair tied around a football," I said. "It's a little less anticlimactic when you land there." Carolina seemed to be struggling to guide herself down the back corridor. She looked awkward in 0G with that rucksack on her back. I floated over there to give her a hand getting the bag off, but she grabbed me around the neck and started hugging me first.
"Thank you, Birch,"
she said. She was a proper emotional mess, and she hadn't even fully made it into the atrium yet. It took her a minute or so to compose herself. "I'm going to put you in my quarters," I told her. "Guest room's occupied at the moment."
"Whatever you think is best,"
she said. Carolina greeted Lita and Soch as we passed through the atrium, and I could see Transom looking over at Carolina curiously. I suppose the crew had filled him in already on who Carolina was. "Get settled in," I told her when we got to my quarters. "When you're ready, come on up to the flight deck and tell Rishi and me what's going on. Take your time."
"It's awful,"
was all she said when I left her there. She shook her head and took a deep breath. We didn't see her again before we jumped out of Dreesen's for Helenia. Meanwhile, Rishi had tapped into local networks and grabbed as much news as she could pull. We'd been out of touch for a while. Rishi didn't know whether she had the whole story, but she thought she'd found the root of what was eating at Carolina, and it was no small matter. Her aunt, Selah Purcell, had taken her own life a week before Carolina had sent that message asking us to pick her up. As uncommon such a thing was on Athos in general, for a woman in her 40s, especially one of the Dreesens, it was particularly shocking. From what we could gather from the reports, nobody really understood why she'd done it. Outwardly, she seemed to have a full life. Of course, for the lot of us banged-up soldiers, it wasn't as though it was a foreign concept. With the kind of losses we'd dealt with, I think we'd all thought about going down that road ourselves at one point. It was tough for me to reconcile my own journey with Carolina's aunt, though. Of all the lives in the galaxy, at least superficially, one would think Selah Purcell would have had as much to live for as anyone. But I'd learned a little about the Dreesens being around Carolina, and as good as things looked for their family from the outside, life isn't easy for anyone, really. We've all got our own monsters and demons to face. And the thing is, you can never truly understand what anyone else's monsters look like to them. I figured it'd be a lot better to hear about the situation from Carolina than reading what Rishi had pulled from public sources. Carolina told Rishi that she felt too tired to come out that evening, that she'd been trying to sneak out of Ithaca and then off the ring for nearly 4 days, sleeping in guest rooms, then ducking off Athos by trading places with a crew hand on a cargo carrier. I decided to make the flight deck my temporary quarters while Carolina stayed with us. I suppose the one benefit of being legless, if there were any, was that in 0G, I could pretty much get about as good a night's sleep in the captain's chair as my rack. So basically we just kidnapped Carolina Dreesen, I said to Rishi as I was settling in. Sounds about right with all the nonsense we've been up to these past few months.
"It may look that way to the Athosians,"
Rishi said.
"which will definitely not go unnoticed, given what's going on in the family."
"Hardly the riskiest thing we've done for a friend lately," I said. She might be our last friend on Athos, though, after this.
I'll drop us out far enough from Helenia that no one sees us coming,
Rishi said.
We can figure out what to do once we talk with Carolina in the morning.
We were still on letters time, and Carolina was on Athos time, so she was up before the rest of us, at least most of the rest of us. When I opened my eyes, she was out in the atrium, strapped in at the table, having a coffee, and across from her was Transom. I figured I'd get down there.
It's actually going okay,
Rishi said as I was unstrapping.
If he keeps it up, I may begin to think he has a decent side, but I know what you think already, Birch.
When I got back there, Carolina did seem better than the previous night anyway. She even gave me a half-hearted smile as a greeting when I approached the table.
I was just getting acquainted with your guest, Birch. Transom is the first proper Terran soldier I've ever met.
Transom's not really a proper anything, I said. Proper piece of work, maybe. We were just going to drop him off into Terran space when you called. I'm glad you didn't, Birch, Transom said. First proper Dreesen I ever met. She seems like a... He paused for a moment, looking over at her. Well, she's a lot different than what I would have expected. What were you two talking about? I asked. Suicide, Transom said. Casual breakfast conversation, right, kid? Carolina shrugged.
I presume Rishi told you about my aunt?
She asked me. I nodded. Were you close?
Yeah,
she said.
She used to babysit me a lot when I was younger. We're a pretty tight family. It's been a brutal few weeks.
Do you want to talk about it now? I asked her. In private, maybe? She looked over at Transom.
I don't think we'll be sharing state secrets, will we, Birch?
I don't know, I said. It just sounded urgent enough to come pick you up that we dropped everything. She sighed.
There was something going on before my aunt took her life. In the past few months, I'm not sure if you've been following this whole alleged terror plot, but I've had the sense that somehow our government is all wrapped up in it. Whoever those terrorists were, it had everyone really spooked, my dad included. I'm not saying it had anything to do with Sayla taking her own life, but the way everyone in my family, my dad, my grandmother, my other aunts and uncles, all me and my cousins wanted to know was why she would do that.
Doesn't always make sense, kid, Transom said. Sometimes it's the people you least expect.
I know,
she said.
But it seemed like they didn't want anyone asking questions about it, least of all us.
It might be that there's not an answer, Transom said. Sometimes there's just no explaining the unexplainable.
There's a lot of other weird stuff going on, though,
Carolina said.
Sayla had been traveling off-world a lot in the months leading up to it. She was very secretive. My cousin Allie thought she was investigating something. Sayla told her it was a family genealogy project, as though our family's genealogy isn't well documented enough. Then the AI she was working with went missing under very mysterious circumstances. Both Sayla and Allie were disturbed by his disappearance. And no one in my family seems to want to know about that either, even though Mycon has been close to our family from as far back as Charis. Even my dad doesn't seem interested in figuring out how he disappeared.
Transom looked over at me. Of course, during the weeks he was recuperating on Canis, he'd told us about meeting the original Mycon and watching him get blown up. Transom flashed me a look, as though to ask whether we should tell Carolina the bad news.
You two know something,
she said.
That's the same damn look I've been getting from my family for the past month. Don't you start, Birch.
I gestured for Transom to tell her. He was the eyewitness, after all. Mycon? The prime Mycon, anyway. I'm sorry to have to say, but he's dead.
Dead? What do you mean, dead? He can't die, he's an AI. One of the primes.
The terrorist your people were looking for, Transom said. We were the ones hunting him down. Mycon was with me and a team of commandos from the letters. I was on the ground when the terrorists blew up our ship. Mycon was aboard when it happened. I'm sorry, but he's gone. That ship got blown to hell. Nothing came out of there.
You saw Mycon?
Carolina said, wide-eyed.
You're sure it was him? The prime?
Oh yeah. He let everyone know about it.
Tell me everything about the way that ship got destroyed.
Transom shrugged and described the scenario. How they'd attacked the manufacturing outpost. How he'd gone after Clemabali alone. How their ship had been hovering above him when it got destroyed. Then how he'd gotten blown up by a proximity mine. He even went into greater details about the conversation he'd had with the Bali while he was bleeding out on the desert rocks.
Did Abali know Mycon was with you?
Carolina asked. I don't see how he could have, Transom said.
Birch, we need to go there now,
Carolina said.
Mycon is still there.
How? Transom asked. I can't imagine a processor coming out of that conflagration and then surviving a 1,000-meter fall.
That's because you don't know anything about the processor,
Carolina said.
Mycon is still alive. You need to get us back to the wreck,
she said to Transom. Rishi knows the way, I said. It's just...
Birch, this is the most important thing in the universe. Rishi, please,
Carolina said, and then she continued talking as though thinking aloud.
We'll need to find him a body somewhere along the way. And wetware. Somewhere high-end that's off the grid. Nobody can know we're going there.
Ship? I said. Are you getting all this?
I'll set us a course,
Rishi said. Won't that outpost still be crawling with Athosians? Transom said. Maybe, I said. I guess we'll find out. And that was that. This sure was the Carolina I remembered. Once she got her mind set on something, it was happening. I hadn't even had my coffee yet, and there was no way Transom was getting back to Edoras until young Ms. Dreesen had her answers. I suppose it was a good thing we'd kept him aboard after all, given his encounter with the Prime Mycon. We had a lot more discussion as the day progressed, mostly on how we were going to revive this original Mycon. Carolina knew things that most heads of state in the letters probably didn't even know. And it turned out that Transom had some in-depth knowledge about Mycon too. Apparently, they'd had a rapport of sorts, which was surprising. Must have been a hell of a charismatic bot to get anything out of Transom but scorn, if the way he treated our android Harold was any indication. Carolina, meanwhile, was working with Rishi on a plan to find a place along the way we could pick up some wetware, which was a computer term I didn't know or understand. But Rishi, Juice, and even Harold himself were all working to figure out a way to reconstitute Mycon if we could somehow find his main processor in that mess of a shipwreck out in that desert world. It wasn't really a processor, as Carolina explained it. The core of the processing unit, Mycon's brain essentially, was, on its own, a solid, inert graphene sphere about the size of a cherry, and, according to Carolina, nearly as hyperdense as the ring material in FTL drives. Even if the explosion had vaporized the entire ship, according to Carolina, as long as the debris didn't fall into the mouth of an active volcano, a star, or a black hole, there was pretty much nothing in the universe that could put a scratch on that processor core. The wetware was a specialized type of aqueous solution that surrounded the core, facilitating communication between it and a suite of processors that surrounded the fluid and the core. When active, the whole system was Mycon's brain, hyper-intelligent, unique, and housing one of the oldest living memories in known existence. At least he'd certainly seemed like a living being, according to Transom. Our problem was that there weren't a lot of places we could pick up wetware components like that, especially if we wanted to remain inconspicuous. It turned out, though, that we had a decent team already aboard in Juice and Rishi, who had her own personal motivation to reconstitute the original Mycon as a way of paying back a similar debt she owed to one of his distant clones. Between the information she had in her databases about wetware, and what Carolina could tell us specifically about Mycon, Rishi and Juice were confident. They believed they could build a functional interface that would allow them to communicate with Mycon well enough that Mycon himself would be able to instruct them on a permanent solution. Rishi gave me a shopping list. Apparently, their short-term plan, if they could get the interface working, was to house Mycon in Juice's rusty old workbot George. It'd certainly be the last place in the universe anyone would go looking for the most sophisticated ancient AI in the battery. It needed a decent voice box and a power supply upgrade, but Juice had already redone its legs, its vision, and a bunch of other technical upgrades that were too in the weeds for me to know much about. We stopped at a little lunar settlement just our side of the boundary systems called Keaton Mira. They were renegade enough that they wouldn't be so fussy about the ship's register, and it was close enough to our bearing that it didn't take us too far off track. Carolina was anxious about getting there as quickly as possible. We weren't sure whether that would be such a great idea. There was a strong possibility Letter's security or the Athosians would still be keeping up a presence around the outpost, just to see if anyone from Abali's network came back to the site. Along the way, Transom took a keen interest in Rishi's topographical charts of that lonely planet. He worked with her closely to try and narrow the area of the ship's debris field. Even after they were satisfied that they'd identified a proper search grid, Transom kept staring at the map. He came to me the night before we were scheduled to arrive. I was up on the flight deck. He didn't even knock. "Birch, I hope you don't mind." "What, barging in while I was about to fall asleep?" "No trouble at all." "Great," he said, completely ignoring me. "I need to take a few drones out when we get there. The rest of you can handle the search." "What are you talking about? What other business do you have out there?" "Personal business. I have to know." "Know what?" "How he got me. I've never had anyone get the better of me like that. I need to know exactly how he did it. Plug the leak." "Are you kidding? Why? You're not considering going after this guy again?" "Not particularly." "You're going to twist your head all in a bunch over this. Not that I care, it's your head. My opinion, one soldier to another, is that the one thing that made you better than any other soldier I've ever crossed paths with is that you have keen instincts and you didn't overthink things. I'm taking a couple drones out when we get there. That's all I came to say. Just don't hold us up. We want to get in and out. That's if there isn't a security detail sitting on the outpost anyway." Rishi took us into System 563613 from an odd approach angle, bringing us up toward one of the planet's poles fast, to an aggressive braking maneuver in the upper atmosphere. There was no sign of any surveillance on the way in. "Let's be quick regardless," I told everyone. "Be on your toes and ready to bug out of here in a heartbeat if anyone shows." Lita was first out, hopping out the airlock at 1,000 meters in her drone suit. Rishi dropped the rest of us on the surface to walk a line, except Transom, of course. Rishi dropped him off in the hills to retrace his steps from that day he'd gotten fragged. I had to remind myself not to get agitated with the guy. He was always going to do his own thing. When Rishi returned to the site, she took close passes over the search grid, taking LiDAR readings. The ground was hard, wind-packed sand, almost sandstone. The ship had largely disintegrated before hitting the ground, so we didn't expect this piece to be buried deep if it was still here. That was our only initial question, and by the looks of things, no one had been there looking through the debris for anything, specific or non-specific. Rishi was optimistic. Lita flew in parallel with Rishi, covering the grid, double-checking any spots that seemed like a possible hit on the LiDAR. Those bionic eyes of hers did the trick once again. We were there for a little over an hour before Lita swooped down on an object that looked like a round black rock and tried to pick it up.
"I think I found it,"
she said.
"If it weighs more than Soch's metal half. I don't even think I can lift it."
"I'll send Harold over," I told her. We were up in the air a few minutes later with Mycon's core in hand. Transom was still out in the desert. I had Rishi put me through to him. "We're out of here, Transom," I told him. "I was thinking of stranding you again, but Lita and Rishi would never let me hear the end of it." "Negative, Birch. I figured it out. I need to borrow Lita. We've got some charges to blow." "How long is it going to take?" "However long it takes," he said. "This isn't an optional job. It's a we do the work. So chop chop." Rishi explained what Transom had learned. Abali had examined the topography outside the manufacturing facility. There were 8 natural routes out into the hills on foot, and he'd proximity mined every one of them. Transom had mapped out the first 5 pathways with the drones by the time we'd arrived to help clear the mines. He had Lita fly overhead and drop rocks to set off the live charges still out there. "You don't leave live ordnance around like that," he said. "For some colonist kid to get blown to bits 300 years from now for no reason. If I ever see that asshole again, I swear." So that's how he'd gotten him. Mined every footpath, figuring Transom would try to track him down personally. That took a little mystique off one of the wizard's tricks. They found and detonated 14 sets of charges in those hills over the next 3 hours. It wasn't exactly us being inconspicuous, but Transom did have a point about leaving live ordnance around. It was an odd bit of dissonance in my mind. Transom, the Good Samaritan. When I asked him about it later, he just said, "We keep war in the war zone, that's all." Cracking that man's ethical code was a mystery equal to any of the befuddling situations we'd gotten ourselves into. By the time Transom and Lita were done blowing the charges, Juice, Carolina, Harold, and Wren were already hard at work trying to get Mycon back online. They estimated it might take weeks before they had Mycon operational inside George's body, so I asked for suggestions on places with an atmosphere and the right gravity, where we could work without any chance of being happened upon. Juice actually had a place in mind, Tashini of all places. He was right that no one would ever find us there. After what had happened to his people, it might be that no one went back to that planet ever. Nobody else objected, so off we went. Back to the beginning, Juice's adopted homeworld turned ghost world. Actually should be pleasant weather this time of year, he told us. I was shocked he would entertain the possibility of ever going back to Tashini. But between him and Transom, the gang was turning out to be full of surprises. Along the way there, I happened upon Transom and Carolina quite a few times, talking in the atrium. Each time I seemed to interrupt either a completely normal conversation or a surprisingly deep discussion surrounding Carolina's recent circumstances, her aunt's suicide, her growing suspicions about things going on in the Athosian government, even her thoughts about her own family's reaction to recent events. Most of the time when I joined them, I sat quietly, listening to a man I realized I had never even met. This Transom seemed like a human being, and I couldn't help but wonder what was bringing that out of him. Revisiting that brush with his mortality back on that planet? Or was it Carolina herself? She certainly had a way with people, sure. But I still wasn't certain Transom was an actual person after all. Maybe it was just time. That change in mindset, being away from the war so long. Who knows? But he was sure acting different. When we got to Tashini, Rishi took Juice's advice on where to set down. He chose one of the northern towns, not too far from his own. There was a little pond to the north, a few hills, and a large enough barn that the computing team could set up in there and work on reviving Mycon together without getting baked in the sun. As they were getting the workspace settled out there, Lita, Transom, and I cleaned out a couple of the empty houses on the outskirts of the town. We figured it'd be more comfortable than cramming into Yankee chaos after she'd baked in the hot sun all day, out on the edge of the desert basin. Apparently I wasn't the only one noticing how friendly Transom had become with young Carolina, because Lita started giving him a hard time while we were pulling out the furniture to dust it and air the rooms out. She made some remark about one of the couches being a nice place for him and Carolina to watch the sunset together. We were outside in the dusty street by the front door of this old townhouse, and Transom stopped dead in his tracks and pitched about the fiercest look I'd ever seen from a man over at Lita, and I was thinking we were about to see the real Transom again. I didn't know whether to leave the two of them alone to hash out whatever was going on there, or to stay in case it got ugly. It was like he could sense what I was thinking. "Don't you dare slink away, Birch," he shouted at me. "This concerns you too." I put my hands up in the air to let him know I hadn't fired the first shot. "You don't even know what's going on here, do you? Either of you. You can't see the writing on the wall?"
"I was just joking around," Lita said. "God, she's like a teenager, Transom."
"Only a rich family from Athos could raise a kid that innocent. And let me tell you, when that AI wakes up, she's about to ask questions even we don't want the answers to. Have you two even asked yourselves why a Bali has such a big bug up his ass over Athos? Are you even curious about that? That girl's family is Athos, and she doesn't have the first clue about who she is. If I were placing bets on why somebody in the Dreesen family killed herself within weeks of that whole fiasco with the Bali, I bet those two things might be related. If any of you people had eyes, you'd realize this kid is about to get crushed. Normally I wouldn't care less, but yeah, Lita, I like the girl. She's an innocent kid. Open your damn eyes." Then he walked off. Later that evening, Carolina told me that Transom had bumped into her back at the ship. He'd pulled her aside and told Carolina that he was sorry about everything happening to her, and that he'd be willing to help her talk through it. I asked her if it was awkward and whether she wanted me to talk to Transom, tell him to back off.
No, she said. It wasn't like that at all. I like him. I'm just confused because you all treat him like, well, you treat him like he's different from the rest of you. Dangerous somehow. I don't know.
Let me know if it gets weird, Carolina, I told her. He is different from the rest of us. Dangerous? Probably not to us, but you definitely don't want to make an enemy of Transom. Things got quieter after that. It took 13 days there on Tashini before Juice, Rishi, Ren, and the rest of them finally got a signal back from that little round rock that supposedly housed the mind of the oldest AI in the battery. Even then, the communication was sparse. Just messages back and forth about the current situation, accessible materials, and finally, directions back from the ball about how to proceed. Juice said it was going to take another week before they finally had Mycon's brain properly installed in George's body. I offered to run Transom back to Edoras in the meantime. I want to see this through, he told me. It's important. Fair enough, I told him. Nobody's trying to get rid of you. I know, he said. He started taking long walks in the hills. I, on the other hand, sat on the porch of that townhouse and read. The last book I had read start to finish was during my second stint in the rehab hospital. I hadn't had a moment since to relax enough just to enjoy reading a novel. I read 3 that week. The brain the gang was building in that barn was one of the coolest looking tech toys I'd ever seen. The permanent interface was a sphere Juice printed from an amalgam of metals and carbon fiber. That brown container was filled with a hyperdense aqueous solution that Mycon's core floated in. Juice had to print the thing in one go, which meant they had to fill up the sphere with the solution as the printer fabricated each layer. In order to get the core to float in the middle, Carolina and Ren had to alter the density of the fluid mixture as they filled the sphere. Then, once the sphere was filled and sealed, Juice installed the processors that communicated with the android body on the outside of the sphere. Then he installed that brain in the head of old George, after wiring up the relevant bodily systems. Juice was a pro with all that stuff. He and Harold mostly, though Ren and Carolina were on hand to help out as needed too. After all those tech theatrics, I was looking forward to meeting this special bot. I'd met a few Mycons over the years, but Transom insisted there was a difference with the Prime. He'd even used the word wisdom. On the day they were finishing up Mycon's head, I had Lita and Soj help me drag a dinner table behind the barn and set it down in the shade cast by the building. I figured we could sit down and eat together, celebrate once they'd finished the work. Transom and I were sitting there together at that table, me reading and he sipping coffee, when Carolina came walking along the back wall of the barn with old George, who presumably was now being occupied by the spirit of that ancient AI, Mycon himself. Mycon Prime looked even more robotic walking than poor George did, steering that awkward heap of a body, but he was getting around again anyway. They sat down with us. It would appear I have a lot to thank you for, Transom, Mycon said. And you as well, Birch. Would you believe me if I said I was happy to see you functional again? Transom said. Oddly enough, yes, Mycon said. I can't say the body is all that stylish, but I imagine if it hadn't been for your chance encounter with Carolina, it would have been a great deal of time before I was reconstituted again, if ever. Life's funny like that, Transom said. If it weren't for Carolina calling Birch, I'd be back somewhere on the West End most likely, killing a bunch of people I have no cause to have any quarrel with of my own. Maybe one of them will live and do something meaningful now. There's a thought, I said. Carolina wanted to speak with you both, Mycon said. That's why we came out together. She wanted you two to be here because, for whatever reason, she trusts you both. No offense intended, Birch. I do not know you. None taken, I said. In fact, the opposite. Carolina's trust is no small thing in my book. A lot has happened, Mycon said. Your very interesting ship's AI and I had quite the conversation this afternoon, Captain Birch. She has a special fondness for one of your clones, I said. I'm well aware. She filled me in on the news of the past month or so, both out here and on Athos. Our operation didn't go quite as planned, needless to say. On the bright side, Transom said, the guy never intended to irradiate 1 trillion of Carolina's fellow Athosians, so that's a plus. That possibility was never in our calculus, Mycon said. As I told you before, Transom, Abali is among the craftiest humans I've ever dealt with. Yeah, Transom said. We've both got the scars to prove that. And the uproar on Athos is testament to it as well. The damage may be irreparable. Carolina laid a binder on the table and opened it.
Selah's husband, Michael, married into our family and was very suspicious about how she died,
Carolina said.
I thought at the very least someone should listen to him. My father told me it was just pain and confusion, the search for an answer where there was none. Michael, for whatever reason, confided in me. Maybe he reached out to others and I was the only one who listened. I don't know. But he gave me a list of meetings she'd had in the months leading up to her death. He didn't know exactly what it was all about, but my cousin Allie thought it had something to do with my grandfather and the war. I'm not sure if even you know all this, Mycon, but I did my best to figure out all the people she'd met with and what their connections were to my grandfather. There was a name on her contact list I almost couldn't believe.
Carolina illuminated the list and projected it holographically above the binder. The names, of course, all meant nothing to us until about halfway down the list. There he was, our terrorist, Clem Abali.
I didn't know what to make of it, and I still don't,
Carolina said.
Please, Mycon, tell me you can make sense of it.
Exactly, no, the AI said. This is an even more improbable cluster of names than my finding you here with Transom, dear girl. This galaxy of ours is an unpredictable place.
Is there any chance she was working with him?
Selah, Mycon said. Certainly not. More likely she was being used by him in some way, probably for information about the family. She'd have had no idea who he was or what he was up to, I suspect. Before last month, no one but the security service even knew who he was. It's the other names on this list that interest me.
How so?
Carolina said. They cluster around 3 distinct events at various points in the past century. Some deal with your grandfather, some with your uncles. Birch and Transom may not know, but the Athosian government keeps AI sequestered from any of the internal dialogue about decision-making. Only at times of vital importance, like we suspected Abali's purported terror attack to be, will I be called upon. The events these names cluster around are interesting, Carolina, but I have no first-hand knowledge. We'll need more information before I can draw any conclusions definitively. What about not definitively? Transom said. This isn't an inquest robot. Tell us what you think. There may be a deeper connection between Athos and the war. Transom shook his head and looked over at Carolina. I'm sorry to have to say this to you, but he won't. What the robot means to say, Carolina, is that he suspects your family may be filled with war criminals. That is not remotely how I'd have put it, Mycon said. And we have no evidence yet, just a list of contacts. Transom, I said, looking over at him. What the hell? Carolina's not dumb, Birch. She might be a lot of things, but stupid isn't one of them. He turned to her. It's better you know the truth, and it's best that it's discussed when people are here with you to help you process it. She had tears in her eyes, but she had her emotions as well in check as one could imagine under the circumstances. All her beliefs about who she was, who her family was, what her civilization was in the scope of the battery, basically every foundation a person has, was cracking under her feet. She turned to Mycon and asked,
What about my father?
Mycon tilted that busted old robot head of George's and simply said, Your father runs the government.
I need to talk to him,
she said. I would very much advise against that, Transom said. That sounds like the worst possible idea I could imagine. By that point, Carolina was clutching her hair with both hands and was curled up in a ball with her feet perched on the edge of her seat, resting her chin on her knees. I agree, Mycon said. We should not contact Athos, especially not your family. We need more information. I know where we must go, but it's going to be dangerous, Carolina. Good thing she's got an entire crew of badasses watching her back, I said. Damn straight, Transom said.
All right,
Carolina said.
Wherever the trail leads. I owe that much to Selah.
You just give Rishi the coordinates and we'll get underway, I said. I could use another day or so, Mycon said. No disrespect to your Luddite technician, who did a commendable job on my processor interface. But this body is a monstrosity that needs quite a bit of work before I go anywhere I might be called upon to defend myself and other humans, especially Ms. Dreesen. Just let us know when, I said. Mr. Birch, Mycon said, you are a true gentleman, and you have my gratitude. Ain't that something, I said, and I meant it. Juice, Harold, and Mycon himself did some work fixing up George's old android body over the next 48 hours or so. Of course, Juice had been working on upgrades piecemeal since he'd joined us on Yankee Chaos. And he had picked up quite a few parts on Keaton Mira in anticipation of Mycon needing George's body. But it sure was something to see it transform from a total clunker to a fairly dynamic android in a matter of a couple days. When he was finally ready, Mycon gave us the destination. We were heading to a defunct cylinder group, hidden away in disputed space between Trasp territory and the letters. He wouldn't say what was out there, except that it was the next piece of the puzzle. Before taking off, I asked Juice if he wanted to take a minute to pay his respects to his old home. He hadn't stopped working on Mycon's body for a waking minute since we'd landed. I'm good, Birch, he told me. I had plenty of time to reflect when I was up in that cave. It's not easy to see this place, though. I'll be glad to go. It got me thinking about all of us, how one way or another we kept doing things that had us staring our own past demons in the face. Even young Carolina was getting her feet wet on that front. And Transom. Turned out I had no idea how right I was about not knowing him. Rishi woke me from a dead sleep in the middle of the second night on our way to the Garvin system. Carolina had been up in the atrium drinking tea by herself. Then Transom got up and saw her there, looking sad. He floated over and sat across from her. I don't like eavesdropping, Rishi, I told her.
This was 20 minutes ago,
Rishi said.
And you need to see it.
Is Carolina okay? I said.
Yes, just watch.
So I watched as Rishi replayed the encounter on the float screen. Can't sleep, Transom said. Carolina shrugged and looked across at Transom.
You?
Thirsty, he said.
Grab a drink,
Carolina said.
Pull up a seat.
Transom floated back over to the commissary, made himself a cup of tea, and came back to the table with a water pouch for Carolina. He placed it gently in front of her on the table as he pulled himself down to the chair across from her. A lot to think about, he said. I've been trying to imagine your perspective. Best I can come up with is that it's probably as hard for you to imagine someone like me as it is for me to imagine someone like you.
What do you imagine?
Carolina said. A lot more than I would have before I met you, that's for sure. We all have our impressions. At Terrans, in general, we have our thoughts about Athosians. But your family...
Where do you begin, right?
I'm sorry about your aunt, Transom said. My mother killed herself when I was a baby. Carolina's eyes grew wide. It's not, Transom said. I didn't know her. I was an infant. Not like you and Selah. I had to imagine what I was missing. There's a lot of orphans in the Terran systems, so I was in good company. Well, a lot of company anyway.
Do you know why she did it?
Carolina said. I think it was despair. My father died in combat. He was 19 years old. My mother was 17. It's very strange for me to think that I'm almost twice as old as she ever grew to be. Just a child, really.
I don't suppose the universe would have given you good odds on that, given your occupation.
No, Transom said. I'm damn near ancient now compared to most of Terran soldiers. Most are dead before they learn the first thing about what it takes to stay alive. If you make it that long, Then you become obsessed with staying alive long enough that you wonder why you even bother. I'm still alive more out of habit than anything, doing the smart thing every time subconsciously, by default.
Who raised you, if you don't mind my asking?
I don't. It was the military. First a regular group home. Then, when they couldn't properly contain me, they sent me to a pipeline academy for special forces recruits. I was spitting steel when I was 12 years old.
Sounds like Sparta.
I don't know, Transom said. Who knows what to believe? All those stories about other cultures. Every other culture is strange except your own. And you can't really know another culture unless you live in it. Athos is like an alien civilization to me. You're the most innocent person I've ever met. At first, I thought you were this delicate thing, ready to shatter into 1,000 pieces at the first gust of wind.
And now?
Still, in some ways, yes. But in other ways, there's a toughness about you I recognize. If you'd been born on Edoras, you'd have done fine. Built a backbone of solid steel like the rest of us. She looked at him directly.
What's your name?
Carolina said.
The one your mother gave you.
Transom laughed a muted laugh. God, you can ask questions like that, can't you?
What do you mean?
Nobody else can. Carolina shrugged.
You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
No one has ever called me by my name, Transom said. When I was a kid, they called me Scal, which is an Terran slang term for, well, like feisty, a fight starter, which was true. Carolina laughed.
I can picture it.
Until I grew. I only started fights with the older boys, and sometimes got my ass kicked and sometimes won. I stopped doing that when I knew I'd win every fight.
What did they call you then?
Scal still, until I graduated Otis and took my call name. Now that's what everyone calls me.
Transom,
Carolina said.
You didn't answer my question.
Transom paused. Sebastian, he said. Named for a dead uncle who was named for another dead uncle, most likely. Carolina's head slumped down. I'm sorry, he said. It's difficult for me to not be.
Hard?
Carolina said. What can I say? It's my gift, Transom said. But I came over here to talk to you, and somehow you've gotten my given name out of me.
What can I say?
Carolina said.
That's my gift.
What were you thinking about that's keeping you up?
Selah,
Carolina said.
She was a very political person. Engaged, energetic, optimistic. I was wondering what it was she could have found out to so profoundly shake her faith in the future that she would do what she did.
For what it's worth, Transom said, in my experience, people who lose hope aren't thinking about the future. They're struggling to break free from the past. I don't know. Carolina said, looking Transom in the eyes.
What about you, Sebastian?
He laughed. You little devil. There you go again, turning things around on me.
I'm serious,
she said.
You're going to go back and fight in this war? With everything you know?
Transom shrugged.
I don't buy it,
she said.
I don't. You could have gone home weeks ago.
Well, this was fun, Transom said. I like you, kid. But if you tell the rest of these losers my real name, I promise you'll never make it back to Athos.
Okay,
Carolina said, as Transom unstrapped from his seat and began to float there. She was smiling.
I won't talk, but you could never hurt me.
Don't ever test me, Dreesen.
You couldn't,
Carolina said.
I know.
Then Transom floated back to his rack. I scarcely knew what to make of that late-night conversation. It left me kind of speechless, to the point I didn't remember Rishi and I discussing it afterward. And when I woke up the following morning, I half thought it had been a dream. It was still another day to Garvin, where there was a secret settlement hidden in the remains of a cylinder group that had been blown out by the Trasp during the early days of the war. According to Mycon, there was an anti-war underground operating in the fringes of both sides of the conflict. This outpost of these activists was predominantly Trasp, but there were people from all over the battery integrated into these groups. Rishi took us into the system cloaked in the penumbra of Exos, the planet whose gravity well the cylinder orbited. We could see pieces of that defunct civilization still floating derelict in space. Dead metal now, all black but for the starlight reflecting off the random chunks of debris in the distance. Large open cylinders the Trasp had blasted to pieces some decades earlier. Mycon had a signal set, some kind of code. There was a functional cylinder in a low-polar, light-locked orbit on the sunny side of the planet. When we came up under the pole into the light, the cylinder looked intact, but dead. No outward signs of power. But a closer examination revealed a low heat signature. They were well hidden in there, operating on solar panels in stealth, apparently. Rishi executed some of her finest flying, pulling us alongside almost burn-free, and docking with magnets and thrusters in a single smooth, quick arc that had us stopped and fixed to the rotating cylinder in a matter of seconds. "Flawless work, ship," I told her.
"Thank you, Captain."
We'd come up on it so suddenly, I hardly had time to think about what was happening. But by the time I got back to the atrium, Carolina was there, saying her goodbyes to the whole crew. Lita was latched onto her. Soch was holding her bag. I hadn't even thought of the prospect of dropping Carolina there like that, sight unseen, and I didn't feel too good about it. "Don't worry, Birch," Mycon said. "We'd like you to accompany us a little further. I assure you, we are in good company." Everyone said their goodbyes, and Mycon led the way back to the lower airlock, followed by Carolina, myself, and then Transom. Mycon turned to Transom and said, "Thank you, but it'll just be us and Birch from here." "Try and stop me, robot," Transom said. "Not until I know what's in that cylinder." Mycon looked at me, and I just shrugged. I had no objections. Then again, I had no idea what we were walking into. Once we got inside, we were met by a group of well-armed security personnel in ragged clothing, maybe 10 of them in total. Behind them were 2 Terran strike bots, no doubt programmed a little differently than Transom was used to. The unit did not like the fact that Transom was there. They'd been expecting 3 of us, and the soldiers among them did not like the look of Transom, in the same way he tripped my internal gauge the first time I saw him. "Step back!" They yelled at him over and over, but he didn't budge. I could feel the energy in that annex working to a pitch, the type of scenario where one jumpy idiot could pop off a totally unnecessary massacre. "Y'all want to see how many of you it takes to kill me?" Transom shouted. "I assure you it's a crooked number." That brought the rifles up even higher, with even more fevered shouts. "Take a deep breath, boys," Transom said. In and out. I ain't budging an inch." Finally, a call came from the back, evidently a commander. "Hold!" "That's it," Transom said. "Nice and easy, boys. I thought you were all supposed to be pacifists around here." Carolina started laughing, shaking her head as one of the guards at the front began to pull her forward by the arm. "Hands!" Transom shouted from behind me, and he charged forward right through that pile of men before they could react, punching the guard who'd grabbed Carolina, dropping him straight to the deck, out cold, setting off another standoff. Again, after about 30 very angry seconds, throughout which Transom stood there in front of Carolina without an ounce of fear in his eyes, a voice came from behind the unit. "Hold! Hold! Hold!" "Hands to yourselves and we'll all be fine," Transom said. "We're all friends here." The commander of the guard came through and directed the group to fall back, though 2 of them stayed on us, their weapons pointed at the floor. That was far more exciting than it needed to be, Mycon said to Transom as the commander led the way up to the main concourse of the cylinder. "Just laying the ground rules," Transom said. Somehow in all that commotion, I ended up carrying Carolina's bag. I had no idea who had been carrying it before. The commander of the guard led us up to an open space where a group of people were waiting under a dim area light. The whole place was darker than the ship at night even, but my impression was that the cylinder was still comfortable, clean. The group turned toward us as we approached, and in the center, a tall, middle-aged man looked right past Transom toward Carolina and said,
Those are Dreesen eyes if I know a thing in this galaxy. Welcome, Carolina. I'm your cousin, Ken Dreesen. Second cousin, technically. Everyone calls me Sparrow. She cast a dubious look over at Mycon. He nodded, confirming the man's identity. Nobody told you about me. Not even Selah. Carolina stepped around Transom and shook Sparrow Dreesen's outstretched hand. He pulled her in for a hug. Your friends? He said. Hail Birch, she said, gesturing toward me. The bot is Mycon, the Prime. I heard, Sparrow said. Happy to have you with us, old friend. This is Sebastian, Carolina said, gesturing toward Transom. Oh? Sparrow said. We weren't expecting anyone else. Adjust your expectations, sir, Transom said. Carolina laughed. We're going to have to figure out how to dial you down a little, she said, shaking her head. Good luck with that, I said. I wasn't sure if anyone back on the ship had figured it out, but I felt like the last to know. Or maybe Transom had decided his next mission right on the spot. They both seemed to know, though. And Mycon? Who knows what a bot knew? They offered us tea, asked us about where we'd been. We sat and talked through that cup of tea before Sparrow asked if he could speak with me. We understand you captain a ship with a talented crew, he said. That's a fair statement, I answered. You can spoof your registry? To a point, I said, as long as no one looks at us too closely. If you're willing, Captain Birch, we would like to hire your services. All depends on the mission, I said. My crew has to agree. You have my gratitude regardless of your answer, just for getting Carolina here safely, Sparrow Dreesen said. I'd have Reggie brief you and your crew on the details when you're ready to leave. He gestured to a woman who seemed to materialize out of the dim light right behind me. Hello, she said. Hi, I said. Again, things seemed to be happening almost too fast for me to process them, but I had the sense that it was time for me to go. And at that point, as I asked Reggie to wait for just a moment while I said goodbye to Carolina, I could see Sparrow looking over at Transom, processing, I think, for the first time, that Carolina's a Terran bodyguard wasn't going anywhere. Sparrow's brow clearly betrayed that there was some concern there, but I also think he realized there wasn't a thing he could do about it. I gave Carolina a hug and wished her well, and she thanked me and promised she'd see us all soon. So, I said to Transom, I guess I'll give everyone your regards. If you're asking me what to tell Edoras if you ever have the occasion, tell them whatever. You'll think of something. I was more curious of my own accord, I said. Soldiers fight wars to end them, Birch. Tell me you've crossed paths with anything or anyone more likely to end the war than Carolina is. Now that she's on that path, as long as she'll have me, that girl won't take another step in her life that's not guarded by my right hand. What about the rest of you? He shook his head. It's an expression we say on Edoras. Never mind, asshole. I laughed. Look, I wouldn't have left her with you a few weeks ago. Or maybe you'd have killed me for trying to stop you. In any case, I feel better knowing she's in proper company now. It's a dangerous road she's going down. You know better than any how to keep her safe on it. If you ever need backup, you're the first call I'll make, Birch. You have my word on it. We'll see you both soon, I said. Then I headed back to the ship with Reggie. Here we were again, hardly with the time to take a breath from the one misadventure before we were starting another. So off we went, me and this new compatriot, venturing out anonymously into the secret dark. And I suppose that, in itself, is as good a place to end a log entry as any. Hail Birch, off the official log, naming this entry Proper Company, and wishing those two very different people my strongest personal hope that I will see both of them again, safe, healthy, and on good terms. Signing off. Drop mine. For Carolina Dreesen, the shock of meeting a secret cousin living amongst a secret society was merely another shock in a string of them. This one, she quickly found,
was a happy one. Sparrow Dreesen was unlike any other Dreesen she'd ever met, and she'd met nearly everyone in her elite tribe. He talked openly about the things that the most rebellious in the family only dared to mention in hushed tones to fellow black sheep, and Carolina herself had only ever caught the briefest fragments of such conversations, until the eyes of the adults noticed the onlookers from her generation. Then, silence, or a scolding and a sending off so the grown-ups could talk further. And since she'd become an adult herself, Carolina had only ever caught hints of discontent, as though the elders had already taken their measure of her and slotted her in the appropriate compartment, one of the good ones for keeping up appearances. Only they'd missed on Carolina if they thought she was going to smile for them and shut up. If she was going to be slotted anywhere, it was going to be in the same compartment as Sparrow, family outlaw, at least until she got some explanations. Carolina, Transom, and Mycon spent several days in the dim light of that rotating cylinder habitat in orbit of Athos. Sparrow educated Carolina on the forbidden history of the Dreesen clan, at least as far as he knew it. Unfortunately, though, even as well as he'd known Selah, he had no definitive answers that shone any light on the reasons behind her suicide, or apparent suicide, as he'd called it.
You don't think it was?
Carolina asked him when he expressed doubt. One never knows, was his response. I put nothing past the people in power, especially when it comes to keeping secrets secret. And there's no better way to keep secrets secret than killing the ones who know them. Transom, meanwhile, grew uncharacteristically quiet while in the company of this splinter society. He never quite left Carolina's orbit, even when it was clear she was perfectly safe in Sparrow's company. But he was often at a distance, lurking in the dim corners, observing, taking a measure of who these people were and how their underground society operated. He'd rarely been long enough in the company of Trasp to see how they carried themselves. Usually, he killed them before there was time to figure out what they were about. As such, it was difficult for him to tell whether these outlaw Trasp were so far different from the norm, but he could still see the sharp corners in their movements, the business-like way they scanned their surroundings, even in a safe environment like the cylinder. They were entirely different from Carolina's people, or even Birch's people from the letters. They weren't so different from a Terran's, though, and Transom could see when they saw him, too. They'd always been a worthy enemy. He quietly wondered if they'd ever make worthy friends, or at the very least, willing non-combatants. 4 days after Yankee Chaos departed for Trasp Space, the Ripa Valley, a small cruiser the group employed as a courier ship, arrived at Athos. Sparrow had reserved it for the next step in Carolina's journey, and he'd planned on being her escort. Pax Heavy, he explained, was a mining outpost just outside Trasp territory on the eastern side of the Betas. One of the names on Selah's list of contacts lived there, a man named Harold Wright, one of the heads of mining operations, a mayor of sorts for part of the outpost. The Pax Heavy drop mine was a 4-day trip, and the Ripa Valley barely had enough room for 4 people in the flight deck, with hardly enough space in the cargo block for luggage and travel rations. It was so tight that Mycon had to stow his body in the undercarriage, which he was willing to do because he intended to project his consciousness to the ship itself so he could pilot. The 4th human member of the party was one of Sparrow's guards, a Trasp soldier named Atlas, who sat beside Transom in one of the 2 jump seats behind Sparrow and Carolina. Say what you will about Birch and his oddball crew, Transom said, but at least he's got a ship with some headroom, and legroom, and, well, a few rooms.
A table big enough for Sabaka would be nice on a trip like this, but this'll get us there. It will, right?
Carolina said, looking at Sparrow. The ship's reliable, Sparrow said, turning to address Transom and Atlas. And there's plenty to entertain on the ship's VR network. Glasses are in the consoles. Transom grumbled. He didn't much care for virtual reality. He'd had too much real reality in his life to see it as anything but a shiny diversion for stupid people. A child's toy that serious people gave to sheep to get them to stop thinking and grow soft and passive. But there were ways to use it to great benefit in the real world. Transom almost always spent such time studying history of battles, political movements and strategy, and most importantly, economics as it related to military movements. As Mycon pulled the ship away from the cylinder, Transom looked out at the planet below. Carolina and Sparrow grew quiet for the first time all morning. "Something I'd like to ask you, Sebastian," Sparrow said, addressing Transom again. "I was wary of you when you first came aboard, nearly instigating a firefight in the airlock annex. And then you've hardly said a word to anyone in 4 days. What settled you down, after all?" "You only have to tell everyone who's in charge once, as long as they believe you," Transom said. "After that, it's just wasted breath." "And you think you're in charge, boss?" Atlas said, looking over at Transom. Transom shook his head, turning back toward Sparrow. "You may want to consider surrounding yourself with some smarter people, Ken. Tough is worth something in our business, but tough and stupid will get you into trouble eventually."
Tact is also useful occasionally, Carolina said. "I'd love it if you looked up that word at some point over the next 4 days, Sebastian."
"First thing I'll do, ma'am," Transom said, smiling. "You have my word on it, the second we jump." Their trip to Pax Heavy, 4 days crammed in that tiny cruiser. Transits like that took a body down to the bolts. Transom hadn't felt so run down since his recovery from getting fragged by Clemabali. 96 hours later, when they finally climbed out onto the space station orbiting Pax Heavy, Transom found himself breathing hard, just walking down the spinning outer causeway. And that distraction, the fatigue, the weight of the spin gravity, it left him below the top of his game, which he did not like, given the surroundings. They called Pax Heavy a drop mine. It was basically a big, dead, metallic rock with a dull, soupy atmosphere and little human appeal beyond what could be stripped for resources. The mine was the sole reason there was any human settlement there at all. Nearly the entire population worked for the Municipal Mining Corporation, which had been founded over a century before by a splinter group of Trasp miners and megastructure engineers. They'd been intrigued by the idea of building a civilization in segmented space towers, but the founders couldn't muster the resources to build that first tower for several decades without help from outside investors. So in those early years, they dropped teams and equipment from orbit and extracted raw materials by skyhook. These days, Pax Heavy had 7 enormous space towers and a spaceport in high orbit. The description of Pax as a drop mine had stuck, though, more out of habit than anything. From an industrial perspective, the place was impressive, but beyond the infrastructure and the commerce, there wasn't much to recommend the outpost. For decades, life had almost solely revolved around strip mining the surface for raw metals for the Trasp Protectorate's insatiable weapons program. Most of the mining was fully automated, so the humans there were occupied almost strictly as logistics and support personnel, keeping the machines moving metal from the ground into space for the continuously cycling Trasp freighters. Population growth had been almost perfectly level for generations. The spaceport where they docked was so drab and entirely devoid of a human touch that even Transom noticed how unimaginative the causeways were. They were busy, though, which kept his eyes busy, too. The outpost wasn't officially in Protectorate territory, but that didn't mean all that much, as the Trasp were known for overextending influence in all manner of ways. Transom didn't figure Carolina would be in any danger, even if she was recognized. If anything, her being a Dreesen from Athos was closer to diplomatic immunity than being an actual diplomat from the letters or independent systems. But one couldn't be too careful so close to a war zone. Transom noticed that Atlas, a Trasp himself, seemed almost unconcerned about anything. Sparrow had separate business for the network on the spaceport itself, but he'd arranged a shuttle for Carolina, Transom, and Mycon to Tower 4, at the base of which was Harold Wright's operational headquarters. When Mycon attempted to contact Mr. Wright before departing, he received a message that he and his crew were out in the field on the planet's surface. There didn't seem to be any reason not to go down at that time, so the group split at the shuttle bay, Transom and Mycon accompanying Carolina, while Sparrow and Atlas remained on the station. None of the visitors expected to be there more than a day, but they also weren't aware of the impending storm on the surface below yet. No one warned them in the shuttle either. It wasn't until Carolina expressed her desire to descend at the carriage office that the word storm even came up. "It's safe in the tower and the surrounding structures," the bot at Tower 4's apex noted. "However, there is a hazard warning for all mining parties venturing out beyond the tower
and a risk of carriage shutdown after the storm commences.
Carriage shutdown?
Carolina said.
Meaning we could get stuck down there?
Precisely, the bot replied. They are predicting moderate electrical activity in the lower atmosphere. What's the longest a tower carriage system has been shut down due to storms? Transom asked. 57 hours, the bot responded. Average length of shutdown due to weather? Mycon asked. 17 hours. Carolina shrugged.
We didn't come all this way to turn back regardless,
she said.
We need passage for 3.
Boarding in 7 minutes, the bot said. Far side gate. Follow the red line on the floor. They walked along the causeway, following the glowing line. And now, in the slightly less crowded space of Tower 4, Transom found it easier to track their surroundings. He got the sense from the way Carolina was carrying herself that she thought he was acting paranoid. But she didn't say anything, and he didn't stop monitoring a fairly broad perimeter as they approached the cabin within the elevator car. As they descended, Carolina mostly looked out across the planet. Transom alternated between monitoring the descent and the glass door to their cabin, looking out into the corridor at the people passing. Who or what he was looking for was a mystery to Carolina, but she got the sense that something had put him on edge, and she decided to let it play out rather than ask him about it. The ride down was uneventful, save for the majesty that always accompanied a descent from space to the surface of any world, even a barren, lifeless rock like Pax. No matter how many times she'd watched a round globe gradually morph into a long horizon, it never quite got old. Although the stops along the way, the tiered settlements at different altitudes, did remind Carolina of catching the local tram back on Athos when she really wanted the express. Getting stuck between segments for minutes on end, staring at the inner wall, was no fun. Transom, at those times, unsurprisingly, was carefully assessing the corridor outside for anyone coming and going. The ride down took a little under 2 hours. Following a brief trip on the tram that encircled the base of the space tower, Harold Wright's office was a further 10-minute walk. Again, Carolina couldn't help but think that something had spooked Transom by the way he was scanning the pedestrians passing them by. Then, as Mycon was leading the way toward Wright's office, Transom vanished.
Where did Sebastian go?
She said, after noticing he wasn't behind her as she'd expected. Never mind, Mycon said. Just keep walking and act naturally.
Did he say something to you?
Not in so many words, but I recognized the tactical behavior. I am certain he knows exactly what he's doing.
Oh, great,
Carolina said. She continued to follow Mycon down the city's open causeway until it branched into a smaller hallway, and then again into another. Still, there'd been no sign of Transom for minutes. The hallway was all but empty, only a few scattered faces. Then it began to feel quiet, even eerie. Suddenly, before she could even register what was happening, a man was thrown backwards from a side walkway onto the floor in the main corridor in front of them, and Transom leapt over the top of him, directing strikes at the man's side. Within half a second, Carolina realized this other combatant was no ordinary man. He'd blocked Transom's strikes at his head in midsection, and he'd absorbed the other blows as though it was nothing. In a breath, he was back on his feet and striking back. For Carolina, who'd never witnessed this kind of violence before, the suddenness of it was breathtaking. She instinctively stepped back against the wall, too frightened to even run.
Do something,
she said to Mycon, who was standing at the periphery of the fight just beside her. Mycon put his arm between Carolina and the wall and stepped in front of her.
I meant to help him.
I cannot fight either of them in this body, Mycon said. They are too fast. Transom was bigger, though, and he was equally quick, though it seemed both were well trained, landing and receiving blows that Carolina thought should have broken a body to pieces. They both seemed to slough them off like it was nothing and kept their eyes trained directly on each other.
Should we run?
Carolina said. Negative, Mycon said. Separating you from your protection may be his exact intention.
What if he loses, Mycon?
He will not lose. Almost as though clairvoyant, Mycon had hardly uttered the words when Transom caught hold of the other man's wrist, elbowed the assailant in the face, and followed through with a takedown that knocked the breath from the man audibly enough for even Carolina to recognize it for what it was, the end of the fight. Transom leaned on top of him, pressing the man's chest to the floor so he couldn't catch his breath. Then he signaled for Mycon to approach. Take his throat and hold him, he instructed Mycon. Kneel on him. Mycon complied,
pressing the stalker into an impossible position, for Mycon's body wasn't fast enough to fight this man, but it could surely hold him now that he was pinned down. Transom stood up, and to Carolina's shock, he pulled his knife from his pant leg.
Sebastian!
What? She shook her head. Let me handle this, he said.
I thought they disarmed you at the port.
Yeah, so did they, I'll bet. Now let me do my job. He turned back toward the assailant. Let him breathe, he instructed Mycon, just enough so he doesn't turn blue. The man's eyes were wide and white, and he fixed his sight on Carolina, whose own eyes were quite wide as well. What are you? Transom said, kneeling and holding the knife uncomfortably close to the man's face. You can let him speak, he said to Mycon. The man gasped and inhaled a few times, struggling to catch his breath. You can't kill me like this, the man said. Here in this hallway. He can't, Transom said, patting Mycon's carbon fiber shoulder joint. But I definitely can. And I don't discriminate on where I do my killing, personally. It's usually wherever the people I want dead happen to be at the time. Which, Transom looked around. Here will do.
Sebastian, have you lost your mind?
Carolina said. Tell her what you are, Transom said. Tell her who you work for.
Work for who?
The man said. Come on, I know what you are. The man turned his head so far as he could and spat out a mouthful of blood. The elbow to his teeth had taken its toll. What do you want with Carolina?
Nothing.
Why were you following her?
Watching, that's all.
Why? Who told you to?
We watched the network.
Sparrow's network? The man nodded. Then why aren't you following him instead of us? You know who she is, right?
Of course.
You expect me to believe you're just stalking her for what? Information about Sparrow's network?
Her presence with Sparrow is a development. It's significant. Changes the dynamic. It's why you're watching her too, no doubt.
What the hell are you people? Most would ask who. I ask what, Transom said. I see you. The man looked over at Carolina.
My name is Alosh. I meant you no harm, Ms. Dreesen. Your father's people know about our kind.
Alosh, Mycon said. Amaya's Alosh. The man looked shocked. Who is this robot? Mycon released him. You are very lucky to be in the presence of the only artificial being in the battery who can vouch for your sect's harmlessness. Harmlessness, Transom said.
Who are you?
The man said to Mycon as the robot stood and offered him a hand.
This is Mycon,
Carolina said, stepping forward as she sensed the danger had waned. The Prime? None other, Mycon said.
We heard you were dead,
Alosh said, shaking his head in disbelief. Wait, Transom said. So he doesn't work for Abali?
Clemabali?
Alosh said, his face betraying his disgust at the inference. You thought I worked for him? This guy is definitely one of those bastard wizards, Transom said. Got that same damn energy about him. Well now, this is a proper mess, isn't it? Mycon said. Walk with us, Alosh. I have much to explain to, well, all of you. You can put your knife away, Sebastian. Alosh is a friend of a friend, who probably would have come and introduced himself if he'd known I was with you. The body is peculiar, Alosh said. Yes, Mycon said, but we'll get to all that. Transom let Mycon do most of the talking, walking behind this Alosh's right shoulder, which put him ill enough at ease that Alosh was continuously looking back over his shoulder at Transom. Most of what Mycon was relaying to Alosh was well known to Transom and Carolina. Alosh explained that their network had been curious about Carolina and how she'd come to be in Sparrow's company at Athos. They monitored his group closely, as the war was their primary concern and Sparrow's efforts their best hope for ending it. A Dreesen as close to the seat of power as Carolina, especially Barnard Dreesen's beloved daughter, suddenly taking up with Sparrow was big damn news, as Alosh had put it. None of that had explained what Transom cared about, the connection between this strange character he'd caught lurking in the shadows and that immortal wizard of Athos, Clemabali. But they'd made it to Wright's office before there was time for any of that to come up. Harold Wright was out in the field when they arrived, preparing one of the mining camps out on the flats for the approaching storm. Wright's AI and Mycon held a conversation that seemed more like a look to the humans there. That brief look, amounted to a telepathic exchange, an instant data transfer. Mycon then turned and explained their two options. Apparently, Wright was not happy about Carolina showing up like this. The AI couldn't explain exactly why, but mentioned there was a grumbling on Wright's part over Carolina's arrival. Part of that, he speculated, was the timing. Storms of this caliber were rare on Pax, once every several years or so, and its arrival forced the operation to button down the mining equipment under a portable shelter that Wright and his team were presently out deploying. Wright's preference was for Carolina's party to wait out the storm in the tower. The massive space elevator would be impervious to any winds the planet could throw its way. The obvious problem with that plan was that if Wright got caught out in the field as the storm was coming in, it would likely be days before they could connect with him again, as the storms carried heavy electrical activity. "Actual lightning?" Carolina said. "Yes, lightning," Mycon answered. "Apparently, quite a lot of it, too." She smiled excitedly, drawing a look from Transom. "I've never seen lightning," she said. "I suppose you wouldn't on Athos," he replied. "Probably get the best sight of it from the tower." She shook her head and frowned. "I don't want to wait 3 days to see this guy." "He could call back to us here," Mycon said, "but he's busy securing the field site, and he will be until the storm rolls in. Even if we go out there, he might not be able to see you until the storm arrives anyway." "I bet I can persuade him," Carolina said. "What's the rush?" Elosh asked. "I have a list with over 20 names on it," Carolina said, "and they're all scattered across the battery." "Is this about your Aunt Selah? What do you know about it?" "Nothing but what's common knowledge," Elosh said. "We know she was traveling a lot before her passing. We don't know the details about her connections." "Nor do I," Carolina said. "That's why I've come to see Wright, and I'd like to fly out there if it can be arranged, Mycon." "It may be risky, and still make no difference in the duration of our stay," Mycon said. "I understood you," Carolina said. "Make the arrangements, please." "Very well," Mycon said. The two bots exchanged another telepathic moment before Mycon turned back to Carolina. "It's been arranged, but Wright may not be overly accommodating, according to our friend here." "So he's upset," Carolina said. "I didn't come here to make friends with the guy. I came to find out about Selah. The sooner we do that, the sooner we're back out of his hair." Elosh looked over at Transom just then. It was the first smile he'd witnessed on that stern Terran's face. Carolina had made the decision from the comfort of the space tower's impenetrable base. Had she been out on the flat, taking a measure of the rising wind, she might have thought twice about flying out to Wright's camp. As it stood, with the wind chucking the shuttle around and them with it, there was no second-guessing apparent in Carolina's face, despite the heavy turbulence. Transom had been through much worse, but that was usually more from incoming fire than nasty weather. Mycon, of course, piloted emotionlessly, only once raising a weather-related point of concern, which Carolina instructed him to fly through. Elosh, whom Transom still believed to be some form of immortal, appeared to fear for his life the most. They made the bumpy flight to the camp as uneventfully as possible in the building winds, landing with some small kick as they touched down. The atmosphere on Pax Heavy was toxic, so suits were in order regardless as they exited the shuttle. But had it been breathable and temperate there, the suit would have been a good choice regardless, with the wind whipping up sand and small particles. Transom had Carolina get a hand into Mycon's exposed torso to help steady herself, and Transom followed up behind her with a hand on her shoulder, almost as much for his stability as hers. Elosh nearly fell twice as they approached Wright's mining camp, which was nearly 2/3 covered over by a gigantic fabric tarp as they came in. Bots were laying out a great unfolding tent that was enveloping the mining camp like a giant cocoon. The fabric, a tough and flexible nanopolymer, was being stretched into a sheet over large carbon fiber beams that were each braced against the bedrock and bent into a massive bow, with each beam serving as a rafter for the fabric enclosure tens of meters off the solid ground. Drones were useless in that wind, so the bots were affixing themselves to the beams as each one was bowed and raised up. Then, the bots on the rafter would pass the leading edge of the fabric to the bots affixed to the next rafter, only to be freed and brought back down to the ground to repeat the process over again. Wright was somewhere along the line supervising, but Carolina hadn't spotted him. "Bring that shuttle in close," one of the human workers shouted over the comms. "It's outside the perimeter."
Mycon still had a link to the shuttle. He asked the human who seemed to be the foreperson where it was best to park it, and then he did his best to lift it up and slowly bring it into the perimeter without losing control of the vessel in the wind. The humans, seeing that massive flying object floating precariously overhead, smartly retreated to the safety of the expanding dome. Mycon remained close for a better perspective. It was no easy landing.
Will we be able to take off again if we get to right soon?
Carolina asked, seemingly to Mycon.
Not unless you want to die out there, kid,
a voice came over the comms.
We told you not to come out here. Now you're going to find out about a PAX winter, like it or not.
Yee-haw, another voice came over the comms.
They don't have nights like this on Athos.
You're going to need to be patient with us, Miss Dreesen, another man's voice said, presumably Harold Wright's.
It's going to take us another couple hours to button down this camp. In the meantime, Aces will direct your group to the pop-up shelter, where you can wait for us to join you. Unfortunately, we won't be serving tea and biscuits under the circumstances.
Wright's disembodied AI, Aces, directed Mycon to the shelter at the center of the tent. The temporary room, it appeared, was a standard planetary model for deployment on worlds with minimal or non-breathable atmospheres. It didn't look sturdy, hardly built to stand up to the winds raging outside the outer tent, but the heavy rigs from the mining fleet were all loosely circled around it, and once the outer fabric of the main tent was secured in place, the shelter would be a nice atmospheric bubble for the remaining humans at the site to take refuge. According to Mycon, there weren't many humans out there, just Harold Wright himself, a robotics engineer, and his two most reliable mining hands. All of them were still out working when Carolina, Transom, Mycon, and Elosh entered the inner shelter. Transom looked around. Mycon gave them the all-clear to take off their helmets once the door was shut.
All the comforts of home,
Transom joked. There was a main table, a few chairs, an emergency generator and air filtration unit, and a pile of crates. Mining gear, mostly. But other than that, the shelter was an empty box. It wasn't their plan to be caught out, Mycon said. The storm has defied forecasts. Up until yesterday evening, they predicted 10 more hours before its arrival, but it has intensified in the last several hours and is expected to grow in scale.
How fun,
Transom said.
Hey, will you scan this little bunker for me, robot? Can we actually talk in here without being overheard?
Mycon looked around. Probable, he said. It's just a pop-up box for life support. Give me a moment. Transom looked over at Elosh, who suddenly looked significantly less comfortable. I'm routing comms through my channel. Receiving only, Mycon said. We are in private now. Excellent, Transom said. Now this guy can tell us about Clemabali and the rest of these wizards that apparently our robot friend here has known about all along. I should perhaps be the one to brief you on that, Mycon said. Elosh and his kind take a vow of secrecy. As did you, if I understand correctly, Elosh said. Not a vow as such, Mycon said. An understanding among Edis Ali, myself, and the elder AIs on Charis. Long before even your time, Elosh. Transom looked over at Elosh, who shook his head at Mycon disapprovingly. Sebastian already knows of your existence, Mycon said. He's fought a Bali in single combat. It only makes sense to tell him what he's up against. He also knows about keeping classified information secret. I still don't approve, Elosh said. I do not care, Mycon said. You shouldn't have been caught out sneaking around Carolina if you didn't want to be revealed. And her? Elosh said. No one in here has any questions about Carolina, Transom said, but we have a lot of questions about you. Yes, Mycon said. His sect are Watchers, genetically immortal like Clemabali. Elosh here is a young one, hence why we've never met before. I know his mentor in some small capacity. Their kind work in secret. Their charge is to blend into human society, to watch for the emergence of blacklisted technologies. If they find a blacklisted tech, they scuttle it in secret before it can be developed and deployed.
Blacklisted technologies, Carolina said. Who compiles that list?
Your ancestors and mine, Mycon answered. Some prohibited tech came from hard-learned lessons on Earth before the split. Others from simulations that demonstrated a high probability of the dissolution of the human race, either altogether
or in any semblance of a recognizable form. The sect's cause is the preservation of a biological form of humanity, which has worked well enough that you're still here, such as you still are. Abali is one of them? Transom asked. Did he go rogue or something? Not exactly, Mycon said. It's unclear how he even learned of their existence. Several sect members have gone missing or died over the ages. It's possible one of them betrayed their kind for ideological purposes, or perhaps just discontent. Abali was part of a small group that stole secrets from the sect, which was how he became unaging, as Elosh and his kind all are.
How many of you are there? Carolina asked.
Elosh shrugged.
Still don't want to talk?
6,000 or so, Mycon said. Odds are quite good that most ordinary people in the Battery would never encounter one of their kind in their lives. Unless they dabbled in the wrong kind of innovation, Transom said. And then these holier-than-thou wizards swoop in and what, make everything and everyone disappear? Their methodologies are usually more tactful than me, Transom said. They're from a gentler time, Mycon said. Their work precedes the war. Oh, I bet it does, Transom said. I bet if we keep pulling on those threads, Carolina, a bunch of his kind will come up, skulking in the shadows. We are not responsible for the war, Elosh said.
That you know of,
Carolina said. Mostly we work to contain it. Nothing presses progress and destruction faster than warfare. Believe me, if we'd failed in our duties this past century, the cost humanity would have paid would have been greater than the one my people have paid, Transom said. You calculate that out, did you? You and your friends? What are you suggesting? Maybe an atrocity on that scale should have happened decades ago, to snap everyone out of it, to pull us to our senses. Maybe weighing and measuring such things was never your call to begin with. I might suggest, Mycon said, having witnessed many civilizations on a much longer scale than anyone else in this room, that a handbrake on human action is most definitely a necessity, even if Elosh and his kind are an imperfect one. Humans are quite good at taking care of their children. They are terrible at considering the futures of their great-grandchildren. And they are even worse at acting to better the fates of their distant future progeny if it doesn't benefit them in the here and now.
Do your people know how the war started?
Carolina said. In 1,000 ways, over 1,000 years, Elosh said. It is not a simple matter. Mr. Wright and his team are returning, Mycon said. I suggest we continue this discussion at a later time. If Wright asks, Elosh is merely part of Carolina's security team. Which makes us teammates, does it? Transom said, staring over at Elosh. Yes.
For now it does,
Carolina said.
Welcome to the team.
Wright came in through the shelter's small airlock, with his team following behind him one by one. The first thing he did after taking off his helmet was to stare over at Mycon skeptically. What trash heap did you pull that bucket of bolts out of, kid? He said. I thought you Dreesens had money.
That bucket of bolts is Mycon, Carolina said.
The Mycon, Transom said. Mycon Prime. Is that so? Wright said, smiling and shaking his head at Mycon's body. What'd you do to deserve that honor, old man? I died, so to speak, Mycon said, and was resurrected by Carolina's curious new friends. We've yet to get back to civilization for an upgrade. Honestly, though, I'm enjoying the anonymity. Wright laughed. Look, kid, I'm sorry you came all the way out here, he said, addressing Carolina. I tried to tell Aces to let you know somehow. I don't have anything to tell you. I didn't tell your Aunt Selah.
You know about Selah's passing, Carolina said.
Selah died, he said, shaking his head, looking for confirmation. And when Carolina nodded, he offered his condolences before concluding, Let us get settled, and then we'll talk. It's been a long couple days.
Of course,
Carolina said. Harold Wright had beer in one of those cases by the back wall. It was a portable refrigerator unit. The first thing he did after his people got settled at the table was apologize for not having enough beer to go around. We weren't planning on guests, he said. I like to treat my crew on occasions such as this. It's rare we all come out to the site together. Beer? Transom said. How do you get it out here? I brew it, Wright said. It's a hobby of mine. Gotta have a hobby, right? I wouldn't know, Transom said. A Terran? Wright said. looking at Carolina, who confirmed his suspicions with a nod. "Why aren't you deployed?" "I'm dead," Transom said. "You too, huh? Don't tell me this guy's dead too," Wright said, gesturing toward Elosh. Carolina looked back at him sheepishly. "I am very much alive," Elosh said. "Never once died yet." "Oh, that's a relief," Wright said. "So, Ms. Dreesen, I'm guessing your hobby is family history. The thing is, I'm going to have to start charging your family the bulk rate for this stop on the tour. In the last 6 months, I've talked to Selah, rest her soul, Sparrow, who set up the first meeting with her, and now you've come calling. I'm not going to tell you anything I didn't tell Selah already. I'm happy to talk, though. We're going to have plenty of time, because you and your friends aren't getting out of here until this storm blows by."
Until about 6 months ago, Mr. Wright, I'd have told you I didn't have a hobby, that my passion was my profession.
"What's that?"
Archaeology.
"Really?" Carolina nodded. "I suppose that's a family history of sorts, right? Just a bigger family."
"That's one way to look at it," Carolina said. "I didn't want this, but there was something rotten about what happened to Selah, and I'm not going to let it rest until I find out why she took her own life."
"She did? God. I was going to ask how." Wright shook his head. "I don't." He kept shaking his head. "It doesn't seem right. I'm sorry to hear that. I never would have figured that."
"Me either," Carolina said. "If there's anything you said to her that you think may be of any help to me, I'm trying to fit that into the whole picture, the family history."
"She wanted to know about the mine, mostly," Wright said. "Mundane stuff. You know, your grandfather. No, God, I'm getting old. Your great-grandfather is Elliot, right?" Carolina nodded. "He was a major shareholder in the mine, or he became one. And this was what Selah told me she was tracing. Old money. Family money. But he sold everything about 15, 20 years into the war."
"When did he buy?" Carolina said. "Before the war?"
"Well, yeah. He was among the first major investors. You have to understand, there wasn't all that much industrial mining out this way then. The letters and indies were full of pretty small outfits back then. Nothing like today. I think they were still drop mining by skyhook in those early days. 2 decades after that, Pax was about as big as it is today. 7 towers. Maybe we've added a few harvesters, but the demand has been level ever since. It's still almost all war metal." "I've seen a lot of that metal," Transom said. "Yeah. Sorry about that, friend," Harold Wright said. "Krista, get Carolina's friend here a beer." The youngest of his crew, a woman with short cropped hair, got up from the table and grabbed another round of beers for the crew, handing one to Transom as well this time.
"Did you give Selah the records for all the transfer of shares in the mine, the transactions?"
Carolina asked. "No, I don't think so. It was more like conversation, big picture stuff. I don't think she was bothered about the details."
"Oh, I am," Carolina said. "I am very much interested in the details."
"I'll have Aces give you access to everything when we get back to the tower. I can't tell you much more than that out here, but it's all on file."
"Thank you, Mr. Wright. That's more than helpful. Let us know if there's anything we can do to help your crew as well. My people are at your disposal."
"If we have any more work to do, Ms. Dreesen, you'll all know about it." That comment, said almost in jest, hung in the air, the outsiders ignorant of the dark tinge to the humor, and, like the miners themselves, the visitors were entirely unprepared for the severity of the coming storm. There had been at least some small human presence on or around Pax for nearly 2 centuries, which was as far back as the weather data went. Their weather models were generally reliable, but the meteorological programs all ran with the same presumptions, and they were entirely ignorant of black swan events, for humans had yet to record such a storm on Pax. The small group at Camp 4 had every reason to believe they were secure within the tent, shielded from the wind and flying debris. But as the evening progressed inside the shelter, what had been an atmosphere of mildly nervous energy at the occasional lightning and thunder outside progressed to genuine concern when a succession of dull noises could be heard outside the shelter. The outsiders didn't know whether to be worried, but started to be when Wright's jovial demeanor shifted.
"Is the lightning dangerous?"
Carolina asked. Wright put up a finger to quiet her. He was listening for something. After a few moments he answered. "The tarp is conductive," he said. "It should direct the current straight to the ground. The whole thing's like a giant lightning rod, and we're far enough in the bubble it shouldn't be a problem." Wright looked over at Mycon. Your processor is insulated in there, right?
That and rubber soles. The AI did his best to joke, pointing to his feet.
No danger,
Wright said, but it was clear something was still bothering him. The dull noise returned twice more in the next minute.
Suit up, Stitch,
Wright said to one of his mining hands.
I don't like the sound of that.
I don't know how you can hear anything but the wind, Carolina said,
just as another tremendous clap of thunder shook the air.
I'm coming with you,
Transom said. Wright nodded, and the three men began to suit up.
Be ready, you two,
Wright said to his other two workers.
I'll call back if we need more hands.
Wright, Stitch, and Transom donned their helmets and exited the shelter, making their way toward the edge of the tent where the prevailing wind was coming in. Everything seemed well under the dome at first glance, though the fabric was waving up and down violently as the wind buffeted against it.
That tarp will hold together, right? Transom said. It's a nanopolymer filament. Should stop a blast from a bolt rifle.
They heard a dull thud in the depth of the wind.
Get a light up on that section there,
Wright said to Stitch, pointing at the underside of the tarp. Sure enough, as the minutes passed, the thuds coincided with the impression of some outside object striking the side of the tent, which, from the inside, looked like a small inverted dimple for brief moments before the wind flattened out the fabric again.
What the hell is that? Transom said.
Wright looked down at the display on his forearm and then back up at the tarp as two more loud thuds coincided with impacts halfway up the outer fabric.
Highest wind reading I've ever seen,
Wright said.
It's blowing over 200 kilometers an hour out there. I imagine those would be rocks.
Rocks?
There's nothing else out there,
Wright said.
Sand and rocks.
Just then a bolt of lightning hit the tarp, accompanied by a near-deafening clap of thunder. As Wright had said, the tarp redirected the electricity to the ground at the tent's perimeter, but both Wright and Stitch winced and ducked instinctively. Transom, accustomed to the report of ordnance as he was, kept his steady eyes trained on the tarp. The impacts grew more frequent.
Suit up in that shelter, Transom said. Carolina, suit and helmet immediately.
It'll hold, Wright said.
Yeah, you sound pretty sure,
Transom said.
I want to move that loader there between the wind and the shelter in case those rocks come busting through. We need to get as much mass between that storm and that pop-up shelter.
Agreed, Wright said.
What's going on out there, boss?
Krista asked.
Suit up and get outside, you two,
Harold Wright said.
We're going to reposition the vehicles.
Transom, Wright, and Stitch began to plan for a worst-case scenario. The slightest breach in the fabric would likely open the whole thing up. From there, they could expect a hail of rocks until the storm passed. They had no idea how much or how little time they had to prepare. Mycon emerged with Wright's two workers to assess the situation. He recommended parking the vehicles against each other at 90 degrees, with the corner of the largest loader pointing out into the wind. Once the vehicles were arranged, he and the bots would pull the shelter into the shielded area behind the heavy machinery and park two more vehicles behind it to anchor the shelter against the wind. By the time Mycon had finished explaining, there was a steady and heavy drumming of rocks hitting the outer shell. The lightning increased in frequency outside the tarp, and there was enough electricity in the environment the controls on the rigs were getting jumpy.
Wind is picking up out there,
Wright said, looking at the readings on his wrist.
We may lose comms entirely.
Space was tight under the tarp, making it a difficult puzzle for even Mycon to maneuver the vehicles into position.
It's a good thing you're here with us,
Wright said, almost shouting to Mycon, who'd taken charge of moving the large pieces of machinery. Over the course of nearly 20 minutes, with the tarp still holding back the steady drumbeat of stones, the group positioned their barricade, all of them hoping it was mere precaution. That hope proved short-lived. The fabric itself likely would have held had it not been for the sheer mass of the rocks piling up at the base of the tent. This weight, accumulated over time, stretched the fabric back against the furthest outer rafter, and minutes before the outer tent broke, they could all hear the unmistakable sound of flying rocks resounding off the carbon fiber rafter. This meant the thin fabric was getting crunched between the flying rocks and the hard surface behind it. From the sound of the first rock striking the rafter, the breach was just a matter of minutes. Wright's people made a mad dash for the shelter. Harold Wright himself remained behind with Transom, who was still at the back edge of the leading vehicle, trying to get a mental image of how this entirely new type of battle would unfold once the seam opened up.
Wright did his best to maintain his cool, taking Transom's lead, but eventually he understood it was time to retreat as well. Mycon, too, began to head toward the shelter. "Take the bots with you," Transom instructed. "Line them around the people like a phalanx. I'll be in once I see what's what." "Sebastian," Mycon said. "Go," Transom said. He wanted to see, even if it cost him his life. He believed that last vital piece of intelligence could save the others. He'd seen it before. Transom figured the rocks would peel the tent away from the camp entirely, and he needed to see it to know if anything could be done once that happened. The tent ripped open over the course of a few minutes. The wind, once there was an opening, conspired with the debris in the air, sand, small stones, rocks, all cutting the fabric open a bit further. A hole became a seam. The seam became a large tear. The rocks began to sound off against the heavy plate metal of the mining machinery, like micrometeors against an interstellar craft's hull plating. Transom had seen enough. It was only a matter of time before one pinged off his helmet or through his suit if he stayed out there. Transom double-timed it for the shelter, and as he did, he could feel the wind making its way into the camp. When he got to the door, Mycon was on the inner side to help Transom pull the hatch shut and seal it, and it was a matter of a few seconds after that before rocks began ricocheting against the thin metal sides of the pop-up container. The group in the shelter had pulled the crates into a U-shaped barricade against the back wall, forming a makeshift bunker around which the bots stood guard. Transom crawled in over the top of them, and Mycon knelt on one of the box tops, holding down the tabletop over the opening. Then came the constant showering of rocks. Then the lightning. Krista, Wright's youngest mining hand, had made the genius decision to turn the life support box inward in their little barricade, likely saving everyone's life. The main barrage lasted 11 hours, meaning everyone had to top up their oxygen at least once before the storm had passed. And though there were numerous extremely close calls on lightning strikes, the group never took a dead hit. They all lived. The sight that greeted them on daylight was almost unfathomable. Half of Wright's fleet of workbots had taken fatal hits from rocks inside the shelter. The rest were riddled with heavy pockmarks. Those still functioning units had to pull down the roof in the far corner, away from the people, to dig the group up and out to daylight. The camp had become a gigantic mound of rubble, entirely burying Wright's fleet of vehicles beneath. It was that very accumulating mass of rocks in the early hours of that harrowing night that had formed the stone bunker that saw the group through the rest of the storm unscathed. "Ancient cities got buried that way in the sands, so they say," Wright said, looking Carolina's way as they all caught a first look at the landscape in the daylight. "Biblical." Carolina nodded. "So they say." She walked off on her own a few steps before Transom caught sight of her intention and followed. He could tell she was aware of him, and she began to walk faster, further away from the others, trying to get out of sight. "Watch your step," he told her as she descended the steep side of that tremendous rock pile. "We don't need a broken bone or a tear in your suit right now, Carolina. Keep your head about you."
"Stop following me."
"Like hell." When they got to the base of that gigantic rock pile, she looked up, making certain she was out of the sight of the others.
"Leave me be,"
she said, starting to tear up, her hands beginning to shake, then her legs. "Here, sit," Transom said, taking her hands and helping her down to the rocky ground. "You did good, kid." He sat down beside her as she began to sob, placing an arm over her back and pulling her toward him.
"Is that what it's like, Sebastian?"
she asked. "What, combat?"
"Yes."
"Yes and no," Transom said. "I've been through battles a hell of a lot easier than that. Plus, in combat, at least you can shoot back." She shook her head.
"Look at me, blubbering like a child."
Transom laughed. "Your friend Birch would have been screaming and crying all night back there, I'll bet. I can't tell you how many tough guys I've seen melt in the moment, Carolina. Twice in the same night one time, I heard Trasp Lunar Rangers, toughest bastards alive, so they say, literally crying out for their mothers at the top of their lungs as my unit closed in on them. And the ones that don't melt in the moment do exactly what you're doing right now. It's totally normal."
"Not you, though."
"I'm wired different." She laughed through her tears.
"That's a fact."
"That is a fact," Transom said.
"What the hell are we doing here, Sebastian?"
Carolina cried, shaking her head.
"Oh, God."
"We are on the right path," Transom said. I'd tell you if we weren't. This is just a rough first step.
I feel so damn powerless.
Yep, that's the first step.
What's the second step?
The second step is we take the next step in spite of it.
No, Carolina said. You can't do this to me, Transom. I need you to be the dumb asshole you are. You can't turn reliable on me.
No worries on that front, kid. This is our little secret. You tell Birch and them about this and I'll brain you.
You could never hurt me, Sebastian.
Don't ever test me, Dreesen.
You couldn't, Carolina said. I know.
They hid down there in the rocks until Carolina got it all out of her system. Then they climbed up to the top of that rock pile with the others and waited for the shuttle to come out from Tower 4 to pick them up. The storm, for some unforeseen and undetermined reason, had gained intensity and picked up speed unlike any other storm system yet observed on Pax. It would be years before the weather gurus found a satisfying explanation. The upside of the storm's rapid strengthening was that it had passed in about half the time the meteorologists had predicted. Still, that hadn't been fast enough for Sparrow. When Carolina returned to Tower 4, she was greeted by a message her cousin had left the previous morning, stating that he'd been called away on urgent business to an outpost in the Betas. He instructed her to sit tight for a week until he and Atlas could get back to Pax Heavy to pick them up. Carolina was not thrilled about spending a minute more on Pax than they had to. But she also couldn't hire a ship to take them back to Exos without exposing the faction's presence there, so they were stuck. Carolina was struggling still with her emotions. The overwhelming sense of powerlessness was as unfamiliar as it was uncomfortable, almost paralyzing. She kept thinking about that second step Transom mentioned, and that list of names on it suddenly seemed more daunting. Would a hurricane of stones be waiting for her at the next stop? Or would it be some different symbolic, cosmic warning to shake her resolve even further? Transom pinged her door shortly after they checked into the guest lodging Harold Wright had arranged for them at the base of the tower. Still awake? He said when Carolina answered.
Yeah, she said, still awake.
I'll be down in a minute, Transom said. I have something to help with that. When he arrived a few minutes later, he was carrying a cooler crate. Wright sent these down with his compliments. Said he'd have come down himself, but his family was understandably worried sick about him the past few days, so they wouldn't let him out of their sight. Same with the others.
Did you see Alosh?
She asked Transom. He shook his head, stepping into Carolina's room and putting the crate down on the countertop opposite the bed. I think he's disappeared again, Transom said, shaking his head. Weird little cult of wizards. We should grill Mycon on what else he knows later.
Agreed, she said.
Transom opened the cooler crate and handed Carolina a beer. This'll help you sleep. Still wired?
I don't know what I am. Exhausted. I've been awake for 2 days, I think.
You'll crash, he said. I will too. Mycon went down to the archives to get those records on your great-grandfather. You should have a report for us by the time we wake up.
I'm just wondering what we're going to do with all that, Carolina said.
Transom took a beer for himself and sat in one of the chairs by the back wall of the quarters. Carolina sat down on the floor across from him, with her back against the bed. We're going to build our case, Transom said. Compile evidence.
You sound like a lawyer.
Every profession has its weapons. Forces, tools, power. And you're going to need weapons.
I can't help but feel like the one person I really should be talking to is my father.
Yeah, he probably is. Eventually that'll have to happen, I'm sure. But I don't think you want to do that with part of the story in hand, or with the whole story in incomplete evidence. You want to talk about tools of power, Carolina. This is about as serious a conversation as you'll ever have with your dad. You're going to need to walk into that room with an arsenal, bomb-proof evidence, total clarity, and complete resolve. Carolina laughed, shook her head, and sipped the beer. It's going to take time, Transom said.
Where did this side of you come from, Sebastian? I think I thought it was there, but...
There's nothing more serious than strategy and warfare. This side of me is the real me. The bravado is for the other warriors, so they see whatever they need to see in the moment, friend or enemy. The rest, though, I don't know. My work took me all over the Ateran territories. I did a lot of solo ops, a lot of flying, which meant a lot of downtime in transit. I read history. That's why I could see you for what you are, or what you will be anyway.
That's a lot to live up to.
No less than you're used to, Carolina Dreesen.
So what's next, Chief Strategist?
Well, it sure sounds like Mycon is going to return with financial records that show foreknowledge of the war. The next major question is whether that foreknowledge was because of the discerning eye of an astute businessman or of a chess master orchestrating the conflict himself.
Or maybe one of many chess masters colluding.
Transom tipped the rim of his beer toward Carolina. Now you're thinking like they do.
Maybe,
she said. Maybe you should climb into that bed before you pass out, kid, Transom answered. We might fall asleep for a day. It shouldn't be on the floor. Carolina nodded, sipping more of Wright's beer.
You know, I don't know where I thought I'd be, maybe even a year ago, but this was not it.
Me either, Transom said. Wizards, Dreesens, Prime-era AIs, anti-war activists. I was the war last year, Dreesen. Now look at me. Transom finished his beer in one final gulp and then closed his eyes, falling back in his chair. Boggles the mind.
It's not just our journey, you know, Carolina said, taking in a deep breath. I think my father told me that actually, Sebastian. That was right before I met Birch and them.
She shook her beer in her right hand, weighing it, and she put it down half drunk on the floor beside her. Then she crawled up onto the bed behind her, face down, and closed her eyes.
Not just our journey, Sebastian. It's much bigger than that.
Archangel. The crew of the Yankee Chaos was expecting me to return to the ship without Carolina. That had been the plan. But it seemed to be a bit of a surprise when I returned without Transom as well, instead bringing this Reggie woman in his place. She didn't say all that much, but I quickly got the impression that she saw everything, though, and that right fast. You're Trasp, aren't you? Soch said to her as I was making introductions in the atrium. Reggie acknowledged as much with a nod, but didn't say anything. Ah, hell, Birch. Here we go again. I know, I said. But what would we be doing if we reported back to the letters anyway, apart from giving important people rides through disputed territory?
And where are we supposed to take this woman?
Wren asked. I don't know exactly, I replied. She hasn't told me yet. I said she'd have to clear it with you all first. Reggie?
I need passage to Rowe. It's mostly been arranged, but when we heard from Mycon about Carolina coming here, Sparrow knew he'd need another ship, and quite frankly, where we'd be going is better suited for a ship and a crew with the capability to fight our way out of a place like Rowe if the need arises. Well, if it's only mostly been arranged, I'm going to assume we'll be fighting our way in and out, Lita said.
Reggie looked over at Lita for a beat and said,
I think it's unlikely, but I certainly wouldn't advocate putting any of you or your ship into a position it would be difficult for us to get ourselves out of.
What's this all about, Reggie? I asked her. Sparrow gave me the impression it was fairly straightforward, but I'm wondering what business Sparrow and his group have with the Trasp.
Our business is to end the war,
Reggie answered.
It has been our business for decades. It's the only thing we do. It strikes me that all of you understand why.
That's half true, Soch said, turning his head to show her the metal side of his face. What about specifics? How does our giving you a ride accomplish that?
Part of the problem with this war is that the two sides have been fighting so long there's been no meaningful dialogue for decades. We've been playing the long game, recruiting low-level officers as partners in conversation, if only to cultivate a willingness to hold a dialogue once they rise far enough up the chain for it to be meaningful dialogue. We'll be making contact with an officer we've been grooming for a leadership role. He's a very young colonel whose major general has just been killed. Our network may be able to arrange his promotion to this crucial vacancy, which would lead to considerable ability to influence the Commodore of the Western systems of the Protectorate. We only ever talk in person, though, so there are no records of contact with us and our organization, no trail to follow.
So the mostly arranged part of this trip has been with this colonel? Soch asked.
That's correct.
How are we supposed to get close to him without being intercepted? I asked her. Reggie paused before answering. Again, her eyes settled on Lita for a moment before turning back toward me.
Operationally, I'm not willing to reveal too much on methods. They trust us with quite a lot on their end by opening the door a crack. We trust by walking through that door. You're going to have to trust me that I'm telling you there's little danger for you behind that door, at least if we can help it. There'll be risk, though. Always is for a foreign ship in Protectorate space.
Ship? I called out, asking Rishi for her thoughts if not her permission.
If you guys are good, I am, Rishi said. As long as we have a quick out when we get there.
That's really your department, Rishi, I answered her. I'll leave it to your judgment. I looked around to see if I could gauge how everyone felt about the matter. Any objections? They all looked reluctant, especially Juice and Ren, but no one raised an objection.
You seem to put a lot of weight in your ship's AI, Captain Birch,
Reggie said, raising an eyebrow. It's just Birch, please. And yes, we got a good one in Rishi. Very clever strategist she is. We wouldn't go into Trasp space without her say so first.
Very well then, Reggie said. We're all grateful for your help. It's no small matter.
No, it is not, I agreed. I think since we all got together, I couldn't remember the atmosphere aboard Yankee Chaos ever seeming so intense, even with the list of dangerous situations getting far longer than I'd ever intended when we started. It wasn't just that entering Trasp space was a treacherous proposition in itself. There was something deeper about it. I suspect that all of the scars we carried, with the exception of Juice's, all of them had come at the hands of the Trasp. Soch and I both had a missing half took off of us. Lita had been burned half to hell before being pieced back together by her people on Tressia. Ren had seen more battle scars than any of us, having spent nearly a decade piecing back together the soldiers the Trasp had taken apart. And in spite of all that, everyone still seemed to make Reggie feel welcome aboard the ship, even if she was a bit aloof. Not that the atmosphere was too comfortable with one of her nationality around, but no one was outwardly hostile or resentful toward her as we approached the Protectorate, despite her origins. No doubt there were suspicions, though. Reggie, for her part, was mostly quiet. I pegged that as her personality more than any way she was trying to appear to us. She had a calm way about her, good for diplomacy, I guessed, which was funny, because Trasp weren't much known as diplomats. In fact, I'd never even heard of a Trasp diplomat before. I saw her alone one night about halfway through the transit, sitting at the table in the atrium taking a meal. I figured I'd go join her and see if I might get her talking a little. True to form, she offered up a muted smile, but didn't say anything as I approached the table and strapped in across from her. We haven't talked about Rahl yet, I said. I'd like to know how you expect everything to go down.
There's not much to it, Birch, she said. My contact will be sending out a signal buoy with instructions that'll guide the ship in. He'll have arranged a gray zone on sensor arrays to conceal your arrival. And knowing the topography, he'll probably stash you in a crater or a canyon in the southern hemisphere where you can sit tight until it's time for me to return to Exos.
That simple. She shrugged. I'd offered to escort you, but I imagine those Trasp would spot me out for a foreigner quick enough.
If the accent didn't give you away, your legs sure would. You know, if we ever do succeed in getting this conflict settled, I can recommend a few places in the Protectorate that specialize in prosthetics that would be a significant upgrade, both for you and your friend. The prosthetic work our doctors do with nanomaterials is far more sophisticated than in the letters.
I suppose they get a lot more practice at it.
That's a fact, Reggie said. And the mandate is to put as many injured soldiers back in the field as possible, usually more capable than they were to begin with.
Capable is one thing, I said.
Speaking of capable, Mr. Birch, I was hoping you might lend me one of your people for the duration of my visit.
Lita? Reggie nodded. It's not my call, I told her. You'd need her permission, not mine. But one thing I will insist on is complete transparency. You'd best be clear about the circumstances on the ground when you present them to her.
Of course.
Then I have no objections.
It's a matter of making connections, Reggie said. The more we can make, the better off we'll all be. Nobody knows which connection will be the one that ends the war, but one of them will. And she strikes me as someone who can cross the lines.
I left Reggie to finish her dinner. I didn't much like the idea of Lita heading off into Trasp territory alone, or I guess with someone we knew so little about. But if Lita thought the risk was worthwhile, I'd support her call as always. By then we were about 20 hours out from our Trasp rendezvous, just on our side of the border, such as it was, always a moving line. Lita came to talk to me about tagging along with Reggie the following day. Apparently, Reggie had approached her before I had a chance to give her a heads up about it, It had come out of the blue for Lita, and she didn't really know what to say. At the time, I was up in the flight deck discussing tactics and contingencies for getting out of Trask space with Rishi. I reckoned that if we were caught, they'd call us all spies, and then, well, from there on out, nothing good would come of it.
Mind if I sit in, boss?
Lita said, floating at the hatch to the flight deck. Strap in, I said. I imagine you have a lot to think about. Rishi might have some ideas as well.
I'm just really interested in one thing. None of us got to see what all was going on at Athos, those people. She seems nice, Reggie, but this is a big ask, and I'm not sure what she wants out of me. She said it would be good to have a fighter at her side, that the Trask respect that, but she could bring an arsenal and an entire company and still be hopelessly outmanned and outgunned. Doesn't make much sense, apart from the ceremonial, but that doesn't make much sense either, as near as I can figure it. This whole operation seems to be, well, I guess, what? Subversion? Infiltration? So it's espionage of a sort. Spies shouldn't want to be seen or have an entourage. I don't know what she thinks I can do if things go wrong.
She told me she wants to cultivate you, Lita. Said you had a chance to cross borders, maybe. I don't know.
She said as much to me too, Birch, but I'm not sure why she thinks I can talk to the Trask. I don't have any memories of even really seeing them up close. All my combat memories from before are vague. I get flashes of dropping into lunar fields. It's more of flying into places than fighting. The drone suit.
I know. We've talked about this.
You saw them on Athos, Birch. Reggie and her people. What did you make of them?
I wasn't there that long, Lita, but I guess they didn't look all that different from us. I mostly talk with Sparrow, and he's Carolina's people, not Trask.
But there were a lot of them there?
A fair amount. More Trask in Sparrow's camp than anyone else, I gathered.
Do you trust him?
Who, Sparrow? Lita nodded. I don't know him. Even Carolina didn't know he existed till a few days ago, really. I trust Mycon wouldn't have taken her there if he or the group posed any danger to her. Beyond that, they're strangers as far as I'm concerned.
Would you go with Reggie, Birch, knowing what you know?
I don't know, Lita. I suppose if it meant there might be a dialogue someday, some peace to be brokered. I suppose that's what all this running around with Carolina's been about. Getting to the cause of the war so somebody can end it. More meaningful work than transporting dignitaries for the letters, I guess. But Lita, if you have doubts, just tell her no. You're under no obligation to anyone here. I certainly won't think any less of you if you don't. It'd give me a whole lot less to worry about, that's certain.
I'm not sure I can look the other way if there's a chance Reggie's right, Birch. I was just hoping she wasn't a total blank slate to you.
I didn't have much else to say, so it got quiet on the flight deck for a moment before Rishi chimed in.
If you want to go, Lita, I have some thoughts about how we can keep a line open to you. One direction, at least.
Is that so, Ship? I asked.
That's so, boss,
Rishi said.
There are a lot of technical details, but we've got some options. My eyes? Lita asked. Maybe your ears, too,
Rishi said.
We'll see what Ren and I can cook up. If you want to go, that is. I'll let you know soon, Lita said.
If anything goes wrong, I told Lita, you know we'd move Athos to get you back.
I'd do no less for any of you guys.
I didn't know the technical details of how Lita's eyes worked. Up until then, I didn't even think to ask, really. I took it for granted that when she wanted us to get a picture, she could fly out the back airlock, fix her gaze on whatever she wanted to zoom in on, and if she was sharing it with Rishi, we could all see what Lita was seeing. A sort of biological camera of sorts. Of course, things are never as simple as that, especially reconstituted eyeballs of the blended nano and biotech variety. The way Rishi and Ren explained it to us when they were prepping Lita is that the problem was range. If she got outside 100 kilometers or so, we wouldn't be able to catch the signal. So Rishi had Juice rig up a pin repeater, and as long as Lita was able to drop it outside the meeting place before going inside, we'd have her feed. And the bonus was that Ren and Rishi had cooked up a way to piggyback an audio signal on that transmission. It wouldn't be clear, and the whole transmission would lag by half a minute or so. But as long as she got that repeater deployed, we could more or less watch the Lita show from wherever we were hiding out on the planet. Juice and Ren cooked up a microscopic, almost invisible earpiece that Ren installed in Lita's right ear canal. The Trask would have to scan her head to know it was there, and even then, a cursory scan would miss it. Reggie had made it clear that the whole basis for these meetings was trust and good faith. She had a long relationship with this young officer she'd been grooming. So went the story. Still, Lita wanted that lifeline as much as we wanted it for her. We all agreed that none of this was any of Reggie's business. If anything went wrong, we'd have a fix on Lita, and we'd have operational intelligence from the field. She wouldn't be able to hear us, but she'd have the knowledge that we were watching and listening at all times. Rishi, especially. Which, I suppose, was more or less what we were all used to anyway. When we came up on the coordinates Reggie gave us in dead space, there was a buoy waiting for us, so she said. At first, Rishi didn't pick up anything, but Reggie gave her a code to transmit to wake up the buoy, and sure enough, as soon as Rishi transmitted it, the beacon sprang to life with directions and coordinates. There were very specific travel instructions for Rishi to follow, multiple tiered jumps, followed by a rendezvous in a deep canyon on the surface of Rowe, a residential world before the war that had been turned into a military supply depot according to Reggie. It was never a population hub to begin with, but like many of the Trasp worlds, the youth all got shipped out in the early years of the war, probably with the hope that it'd all be over soon enough that the kids would come home and pick up on their colony where they'd left off. Most of that first generation died in the war, and of the ones that didn't, most of them never did come back to Rowe.
I can't say too much more about specifics to outsiders, Reggie said, but you all know war. You can imagine.
Yeah, I told her. We got a few ghost worlds in the letters. I hadn't meant for that comment to sting, but it seemed to cut her deep. Perhaps a Trasp employed full-time trying to end her people's war, understood better than the rest of her kind the damage the war had inflicted on the societies around it. Anyway, we all had an image of the kind of planet we were flying into, because we'd all seen a few like it. When we crossed over to Trasp space, Rishi switched off the transponder and took us as dark as a ship could go. It was a day-long trip from the border to Rowe, at the halfway point of which, Rishi switched on the transponder again, using the spoofed signal embedded in the message on the Trasp buoy. It was for a different class ship, a little 4-person short-range cruiser, but Reggie assured us nobody would see us from close enough range that they could peg a discrepancy. As we got closer to Rowe, I was shocked by the state of the Protectorate, or at least the space traffic anyway. They'd always projected power at their perimeter, and maybe it was just that this was my first time behind it, but that perimeter, in the minds of outsiders anyway, was always presumed to have some heft behind it. Unless the colonel had the sway to clear out an entire sector so we could sneak in, that projection of power was looking almost entirely like a facade. This empire was a soap bubble, with all its mass at the margins. I'd never had a sense like this before, that the war actually could end, that the Trasp could be defeated, but just one look at that sector's flight maps gave me the impression that one good pinprick could bust the whole Trasp Protectorate apart. The planet, too, was a wide-open port. Who's to say it wouldn't have sprung a massive response from the surface if we popped up under a letters banner out of nowhere uninvited? But again, it was shocking to have a lifetime's worth of misconceptions blown to bits in the span of a few hours. The hard, unconquerable, cerebral, tactically minded Trasp had a soft underbelly, and perhaps only a handful of people outside the Protectorate knew it. When Rishi set us down in the canyon, there was a little puddle jumper of a shuttle waiting for Reggie there. No comms were allowed. In fact, everything but the life support had to get shut down. We complied to a degree, but of course Rishi would stay online, as well as our connection to Lita. There wasn't much as far as a sending off, as we all expected them back aboard shortly, and to make anything more of it than any other mission would have seemed odd. They just stepped out the back airlock and walked over to the Trasp shuttle. Didn't even wear suits, just civilian-grade nanosheets. And given how closely Yankee Chaos was tucked in there to that shuttle, neither of them even wore a rebreather, just the air they carried with them. From that point, all there was for us to do was watch and listen to make sure everything was going smoothly. It was hard to make out through Lita's scratchy feed what they said at the airlock, but we could hear Reggie respond, "Snapdragon, here to see Hard Hat." "Passcode," we could hear the response. "Cadence 1, Aurora 6, Sahara 17, Impulse." The airlock opened, and Reggie stepped in, followed by Lita. Once they were in the airlock, we could hear the voice of the Trasp escort more clearly. "Who's your new friend, Snapdragon?" he said. Reggie looked back at Lita for a good beat, considering,
then responded, "This is Archangel. Can you outfit her?" "Yeah, I think we can manage." Then he opened the airlock. When they stepped into the shuttle, I was a little shocked to see how young this contact was. I was expecting to see some grizzled old veteran, but from the looks of the boy, he was maybe all of 20 years old, wearing a major's uniform and insignia. And maybe it was my mind jumping right back to the idea of the whole Trask Protectorate as a soap bubble empire. And then it occurred to me, the young man could be older than I figured, and I was just getting old myself. Probably it was a little of both. The young major handed Reggie a stack of clothes, a full colonel's uniform complete with colors and insignia. Then he disappeared for a few minutes after promising to return with a full kit appropriate for Lita, or Archangel as he called her. When he got back, Rishi played censor so Lita could get changed in private. It was a few minutes later when the feed picked back up. It was just Reggie and Lita there in that back airlock annex. "You wear that uniform well," Reggie said to Lita, who turned her head and spat on the floor of the airlock. "I didn't mean it as an insult," Reggie said. "I did," Lita responded. Reggie didn't seem offended. Instead, there was this weird skepticism on her face, as though she knew something Lita didn't. "All I meant," Reggie said, "was that you're wearing the colors, bars, and arrows exactly as we would wear them. It's different in the letters. Not everyone would get that right." "It's obvious how they should be worn," Lita said. "And let's get one thing straight. I'm here to help you make peace between the worlds. I'm not here to make friends. I wake up in a cold sweat almost every night of my life because of the Trasp. I had my eyes burnt out and every part of my skin cooked to a crisp by the Trasp. If I can stop the war and make it so nobody else has to go through what I went through ever again, I'll grit my teeth and pretend for long enough to get the job done. But I will never forget who took everything from me." "All of that is fair," Reggie said. "It takes courage to take a step like this. Tremendous courage." When the major returned, they put their clothes in a bag and dumped it on the ground outside the shuttle. Then they took off. We lost Lita's feed then and wouldn't pick it up until she got the pin repeater deployed. By the time Lita's feed came back, we were all nervous. None of us had expected it to be out for nearly 3 hours. The flight itself shouldn't have taken more than an hour, and deploying the repeater, nearly invisible as it was, should have been little trouble at all for Lita. Why it took so long for her to get it done was a mystery for another day, though, because there were no clues on the feed once it started to come in. They were already in the colonel's company by that point. The young major was with him, and the first several minutes of the feed was so poor that Rishi couldn't even interpret. But as she started to dial it in, we would get bits of words that made sense from the context, until finally, Rishi was able to discern enough to roll captions. The video was decent enough to see. The discussion was about the business Sparrow's network had come to talk to the colonel about, trying to get the colonel that promotion. One thing that became clear about the way this colonel operated, perhaps a trait of the Trasp as well, but he was very transactional. He mentioned past favors and future expectations. He made it clear that he promised nothing beyond a continued channel with Sparrow's network, even if Sparrow was able to secure the promotion for him. The Protectorate came first. What was unclear to us, as spectators to this whole affair, was how Sparrow could garner that type of influence within the Protectorate. Money, presumably. But that too wasn't entirely clear, given that Sparrow was supposedly cut off from the Dreesen family, and was a distant cousin at best. I suppose, though, even distant Dreesens still had access to their share of resources, even the outcast ones maybe. That first discussion lasted the better part of an hour. Formalities, questions, offers and counter-offers. The situation seemed normal until the colonel set his sights on Lita. He pegged her for military from the jump, only the wrong military. He thought she was Trasp. "You carry yourself like a ranger, maybe a steelhead, but you've seen real action," he said to her. "How is it you were discharged, Archangel? Or were you?" "You know better than to breach protocols," Reggie told him. "You issued the arrows yourself." "Yes, I did," the colonel replied, "and I expect my junior officers and everyone else that sets eyes on her to respect them, which they will. But if I want to ask a question, I'll ask her a question. I expect it answered." Lita turned to Reggie, who gestured toward the young major. He looked over at the colonel. "Major, Go get me a retinal scanner and Lucille. We will meet you on the south floor. Evening exercises, sir. Negative, Major. Just a little exhibition before dinner. Call in Lucille. And on second thought, send this scanner in with her. You're dismissed for the evening unless I call for you. Sir, the Major said, snapping off a salute and retreating from the Colonel's office. What is this about, Colonel? Reggie said. I smell a deserter. This woman is Trasp. She carries it in every fiber of her being. Reggie put her hand up to calm Lita, who was probably fixing to spit on the floor again. This is out of line, Colonel. Part of our agreement is anonymity for all parties. We don't burn you down and you don't burn us down. That was before you brought a deserter onto my base. I'm no Trasp, Lita said. I'm Tressian, and a veteran of the letters. You're no Tressian. What would you know of my people? I know a lot of your people, the Trasp people. You're either from Calergal or Rivera. You sound like maybe you're from Carhall. I can't quite place you. It's no matter. The retinal scan will. All of us watching Lita's feed together in the atrium aboard Yankee Chaos looked over at Ren simultaneously, wondering the same thing. Her eyes scan normal, Ren said. They'll just come up with a big 0, because her new retinas couldn't possibly match her original eyes. And even if they did, there's no way Lita would be in a Trasp database anyway. Actually, if anything, it'll put her in the clear. It was a relief to hear it from the expert, but still, there was something about this Colonel's curiosity about Lita that had us uneasy. I'd met people like that, especially military people, who wouldn't take no for an answer. Not much was said, either aboard Yankee Chaos or halfway across the planet where the events we were watching were unfolding. The three of them walked down to the south floor together, and though we could tell from the way Lita was scanning the rooms that she was nervous, looking back at Reggie's face a lot, she didn't give anything away in front of the Colonel, and Reggie didn't say nothing either. The south floor the Colonel referred to was an indoor training facility, a gymnasium of sorts, Trasp style. It was dark in there compared to the Colonel's office, with colorful backlights on the walls. Looked familiar, he said to Lita. Should it? Lita answered. He scoffed at her dismissive response and waited for a few moments before the far door opened. In came a young Trasp woman dressed in a training gi, carrying a staff in her left hand. This is Lucille, the Colonel said. She's a junior lieutenant and the best female fighter on our base. You're going to fight her. Lita started laughing. Lucille, come over here and meet Archangel. First, we're going to find out who she is. Then you're going to spar. You better not put a staff in my hand, Lita said to the Colonel. When I knock her out, I'm coming after you next, hard hat. Soch was shaking his head beside me as the scene unfolded. Poor kid, he said. Hope they got a doctor as good as Ren on that base. We all chuckled except for Harold, who looked over at us humans and said, Lita will go easy on her. It's not in her nature to be needlessly hurtful. The key word there was needlessly, and the rest of us humans might have thought there was a need. Anyway, we kept watching. Lucille, you were told to bring a retinal scanner down, the Colonel said. Do you consent to my scanning you, Archangel? Or do I need to get some people in here to make it happen? Have at it, Lita said. Lucille tossed the pen-like implement over to the Colonel, who approached Lita. A bright light lit up our float screen as he scanned Lita's eyes. There was no response from the Colonel, who seemed to be looking over his shoulder, waiting for something. Praetor, he shouted, apparently to the base's AI. Negative confirmation on identity, a voice echoed through the room. As I said, Lita stated, staring over at the Colonel, I'm not Trasp. Please, indulge me still, he said, gesturing toward the lieutenant. Lucille, attack her, please. Hand to hand. Lucille dropped the staff. Lita stepped away from Reggie the second the girl moved toward her. The young lieutenant's arms were up in a fighter's pose as she approached, far too fast. We could see a strike that Lita blocked and a knee to the girl's upper leg as Lita stepped behind her, uplifting the girl between the legs in the same motion. Then Lita fully body-slammed Lucille to the mat so hard it sounded like the impact squeezed a death rattle out of her. Lita stopped. Poor Lucille was flat on her back, shocked and wide-eyed with her arms and legs slowly reaching out aimlessly at the air as she gasped for breath. Lita stared over at the Colonel. Care to step in here, boss?
He crossed his arms. When Lita looked down again at Lucille, it looked like the girl had caught her breath a little. Lita offered her a hand, and Lucille reached up, still wide-eyed, breathing hard, but breathing. We spectators were laughing and shaking our heads. Lita was a proper ass-kicker at baseline, and she had plenty of bio-enhancements to boot. "Staffs," the colonel said, taking off his outer jacket. "You know how to use one, I imagine."
"You won't have to imagine long,"
Lita said, stepping over to the weapons rack and pulling down a black polymer staff, casually spinning it like a fifth appendage, testing the weight of it, or so it seemed. "I was a division champion," the colonel said.
"You should put on a helmet, hard hat," Lita said. "I can't promise I won't slip and crack your skull."
"I will if you do," he replied. "A proper match." Lita shrugged, it seemed to us. Then she walked down to the end of the weapons rack and picked out a helmet. They padded up and then added padded sheaths to the end of their staffs. The colonel put in a mouth guard, giving Lita a look like she might want the same.
"You're not going to hit me," she said. "Not in the mouth, anyway."
"Have it your way," he mumbled through the mouth guard. Then they stepped onto the mat. We'd seen Lita train freehand, especially on our free days back on Canis while Transom was getting back on his feet. She'd go off on the beach and run through her movements. Modes, she called them. A Tressian way of prayer, she'd explained. None of us had seen her properly fight with a weapon. I don't think even Soch would have wanted any part of that. I know I wouldn't. The colonel came at her. He was good. We could tell that much from the fact he wasn't cracked out cold in the first few seconds. "I kind of wish we could pan around and watch her," Juice said, "instead of just seeing her perspective."
"All the same," Ren said. "I'd rather have our perspective than his."
It was almost simultaneous to Ren saying it. The colonel's lead leg, overextended by a touch, made a rich enough target that Lita, in a sweeping strike, while stepping to the side, cracked the colonel in the Achilles, toppling him to the mat, where he tried to roll forward as though to keep fighting, before the shock of the blow set in. Instantly, instinctively, as soon as the pain hit, he dropped his staff and reached for his foot, curling up into a ball. He didn't cry out like poor Lucille had, but he was finished. Lita just stood there. It was almost more of an insult that she didn't strike him with a few more performative blows to force him to tap out, instead calling the match on her own.
"I thought you said we'd be making friends here, Snapdragon,"
Lita said, looking over at Reggie.
"Is this how Trasp make friends? It's a funny way of doing it."
She turned back toward the colonel, who'd rolled to his hands and knees by that point. Lita tossed her staff and helped him to his feet, offering a shoulder as he tried to take a step or two to shake it off. He limped gingerly forward before brushing her aside and taking a few steps.
"You're quite a fighter," Lucille said. "Where'd you learn all that?" "From the holy warriors at the Tressian Vassars," Lita said. "I trained there and served with them in the letters before I was wounded in battle." "Against us,"
Lucille said. Lita nodded.
"I'm sorry that happened to you."
Reggie looked over at Lita, tilting her head as if to say that was some progress. "A Tressian holy warrior," the colonel said. "First and last one I'll stand toe-to-toe with. I'm grateful you didn't see fit to test the helmet."
"You didn't stick your head out," Lita said.
"All the same," the colonel said. "I'd like to host the two of you in the officers' mess for a proper meal." Lucille escorted Lita and Reggie to a large room that seemed to be a guest quarters. There were 2 beds, which was a sign that this colonel was expecting this stay to go a bit longer than we had all bargained for. Given the circumstances, though, there wasn't much any of us could do but let it play out and hope for the best. After Lucille left them, Reggie turned to Lita and said,
"Watch what you say, because we are almost certainly being recorded in here."
"That's a fact," Lita responded, eliciting a dull laugh from all of us.
"You shouldn't have hit him so hard,"
Reggie said.
"I had no idea what you were capable of, but I figured you for smarter than that at the very least. It was a love tap. I could have snapped the tendon if I wanted to hurt him. That love tap might have cost us. Humbling a rising officer like that in front of one of his juniors, he's not going to forget it, and it certainly won't make him any less curious about you. I don't know what you want from me, lady. I come, I get insulted by you, by him, then thrown on the mat with a kid. For what? What was that even about?"
"I have no idea.
I suppose he wanted to see if you were trained like a Trasp warrior." "Well, he got his answer, didn't he?"
"Let's hope," Reggie said.
"Trasp warriors are garbage fighters." Cannon fodder. Are you listening, hard hat? Or whatever your stupid code name is? Garbage fighters. Reggie gritted her teeth. Be silent. She took a deep breath. We are guests here. We are here to cross lines, to broker discussion. And I will discuss when the time comes, Lita said. I will not be insulted. A Tressian holy warrior. I never would have guessed it. I presume that means you know how to meditate.
Lita shook her head at the suggestion.
Visualize a pleasant evening, peaceful conversation, holding your tongue, and committing no acts of violence against the officer we've come here to befriend.
Lita didn't exactly scoff at the suggestion, but it was easy enough for us to figure what she thought of that. She did meditate, though, and it was another 2 hours or so before anything substantive happened again. We took advantage of the lull to eat dinner and nearly broke out the sabaka sticks, it was going so slow there. I got the sense among the crew of a mild optimism that the rest of this meeting would go off without a hitch. Then the Colonel's dinner happened. At first, he and Reggie spent the bulk of the time discussing the specifics of their accord, the ways a relationship could manifest certain outcomes if need be. Reggie asked about the Commodore and how much influence young Hardhat could have opening up outside diplomatic channels, whether that be with Sparrow's network or a third-party mediator. A lot of groundwork, it seemed. They ate, they talked, and for the most part, the Colonel seemed to be ignoring Lita until the meal finished. When the all-purpose bots exited after clearing the table, 2 pair of Trasp strike bots entered, taking up a position several meters behind the Colonel. I have more questions, he said, about her, Archangel.
You weren't satisfied enough this afternoon, Lita said.
I had suspicions that you were a deserter. I have other suspicions now, but I know for certain you're not a Trasp deserter.
I told you I wasn't Trasp.
Yes, we'll get to that. I had Praetor run a comprehensive movement analysis on your fighting style, and the results were interesting. So interesting that I sent the Major back to the South Floor to retrieve your staff, Archangel, so we could run a DNA test on the staff. And, well, if your fighting style was interesting, this was something else entirely. You have no idea who you are, do you?
I know exactly who I am.
Your retinas didn't turn up anything because your eyes have been rebuilt. Am I wrong? Lita didn't respond. Those aren't your real eyes, are they? Lita didn't answer. She looked over at Reggie, seemingly to see if the older woman had any intention of intervening. It was clear from the look on Reggie's face that the situation was out of her control. Do you have memories before Kendry?
Excuse me?
It was the city of Maditz, on Kendry, where they found you, no? I'm guessing probably in a basement or some ground-level concrete structure, buried under a mountain of rubble, half dead. Is that right? We could tell from the picture that Lita sat up straight in her seat. His description sounded exactly like what Lita had told us. What do you think your name is? That is, what name are you using, Archangel? Not on this silly misadventure of a mission this silly woman has dragged you on. I mean with your crew out on that spaceship you parked in Ragged Canyon. What did they call you?
Birch?
Ren said. I put my hand up to quiet her. Lita was quiet too.
Boss,
Rishi said. Don't spin up, Ship, I told her. If you do it now, he'll know we're on to him. And we're on a delay here. If this colonel were going to kill us, we'd be dead already. Just keep a weather eye. I kept watching Lita, who was looking around the room, seemingly extremely uncomfortable in her chair. It's okay, he said. You're not in any trouble. I told you. We know you're not a deserter.
My name is Lita. That is my name. That's who I am.
And you have no memories before Kendry? None?
Fragments.
You don't know your full name, Lita, do you? Lita shook her head. Would you like to? You have a family, you know. Do you remember? You have a brother. Lita began shaking her head. It's a lot, the Colonel said. I know this is probably a shock. When I found out who you really were, Lita, I couldn't imagine what you'd been through. I couldn't believe it was you, actually. What those doctors must have done to save you on Tressia. Frankly, it was quite a shock to me.
I am not.
Lita didn't finish the statement.
I am not.
I'll give you a minute to let it sink in, Lita. You were reported killed in action on Kendry, listed among the honored dead of the Trask Protectorate. Lita kept shaking her head. Now, as for your friend, codename Snapdragon, we had an understanding. It had something to do with coming alone. We agree to look the other way on a number of things. You don't share information on the Protectorate with Trask's enemies. But when all these funny things started happening with our dead war hero friend here, Snapdragon, we had a satellite scan the canyon. It turns out, Regina Haas Boggs, that you brought a few friends with you on a joyride into our space. If this whole network you were cultivating with Athos' first family wasn't treasonous, escorting spies across our border certainly is. Backdoor diplomacy is one thing. Espionage, though. The letter of the law is clear there.
You're just as guilty as she is,
Lita said. That's true in a sense, the colonel said. But there is exactly zero evidence of anything, because we only talk in person. But if I were to turn that ship out there into a flaming pile of metal, along with, I'm guessing, Lita's new friends from the letters, right? Then there'd be proof of something. Lita's eyes went right to the strike bots. I thought you might be confused about loyalties for a while, he said. So I wanted to make sure there wasn't any question about doing anything, well, questionable.
I'll kill you if you hurt them, Lita said as cold as she'd ever said anything. And after I'm done with you, I'll find your family and kill them for good measure. An eye for an eye.
You misunderstand me, Lita. He paused.
Lita.
It actually suits you quite well.
It should, it's my name. What do you want, Colonel?
Reggie asked. I don't want to blow up your friends, Lita. This visit was supposed to be a visit to build bridges, and I still think it can be. What do you think, Snapdragon?
I am always hopeful.
What I want is her. I want Lita, and then I want you to go back to your ship, to fly back to the letters and tell Sparrow that if he ensures my promotion, I will keep an open dialogue with him. I may even attempt to sway policy for him when it redounds to the Protectorate's benefit as well. When our interests align, we can be friends. But she stays. That's the price. Reggie looked at Lita. Bear in mind, Lita, the colonel said, the alternative is that I rain fire on that canyon where your friends are. I only need to say the word.
I'll stay, Lita said. I'll stay.
I thought you'd see reason. Reggie was shaking her head.
I'll never convince them to leave without her.
You're just going to have to be persuasive, Snapdragon, the colonel said, because if that ship deviates from the flight plan by a meter, I will open up on it, and Sparrow will never hear from any of us again. Do I make myself clear? Lita looked over at Reggie. The older woman was shaking her head.
You knew, didn't you?
Lita said.
You knew what I was.
Reggie shook her head.
I didn't know he'd check your DNA, love, but I knew you for one of us the second I set eyes on you. You're Trask, Lita. You carry it in your bones.
At those words, things got a little heated back on the ship. Soch lashed out, and the others tried to quiet him. As confused and angry as I was, there was stuff going on we still needed to hear from that dinner table. You mean we've been flying with a damn Trask all this time? Soch shouted.
She didn't know,
Ren said. Hey, I shouted over them. You were flying with Lita. Lita. And she's still in there. We need to be smart about this, because if we're still here, that means Reggie is on her way back here right now. I'm gonna crush that lying Trask woman's neck, Soch said. The second she steps in the ship. If we ever want to see Lita again, Soch, we're gonna need help from some genuine Trask operators, I told him. How many of them do you know?
Birch, we're not gonna leave her,
Ren said.
We can't just leave her with him. What's he gonna do with her?
I don't know, Ren. Let them have her, Soch said. You don't mean that, I told him. You're angry, I get it. I'm angry. We need to figure this out fast, though. Soch got up from the table, clenching both his fists, the flesh and the metal. He turned his back to us. I understood. My emotion was more of disbelief than anger, though. Her being Trask didn't change my opinion of the woman I knew any. But I don't reckon I'd suffered as much as Soch. And Lita, I don't think there'd been an ounce of deception in it. The memories she'd shared with us, the false ones, I think she genuinely believed them.
So we trusted in who she'd said she was. And there was no question in my mind that Lita, our Lita, was suffering the same anger and confusion and pain that Soch was about her identity at that same moment. I also knew I wanted her back. She was family.
Birch,
Ren said. Ship, keep recording that feed until the last second we're in range, I told Rishi. For now, we need to get our heads right about this.
We're not leaving,
Ren said. We can't stay, Ren. We are so far outgunned we'd be dead before we got close. All of us. We still have 2 advantages, though, as I see it. Lita is still transmitting, and they don't know about it, for 1. 2, Reggie has no idea we've been watching.
How is that an advantage, Birch?
Soch said. I don't know yet, but we can at least string her along and see how she tries to spin it. As long as Lita's transmitting, though, we can find that signal.
In all a trash space?
Soch asked.
It's something,
Ren said. I don't know how the Trasp operate, Juice interjected, and we listened because he always had a cool head about him. The thing is, they're people like the rest of us, regardless of what we think of them. The Colonel said something about a brother. It means she has family. Eventually, I'm sure they'll let her go home, reunite with her family again. If we can figure out who she is and where that'll be, I imagine we can at least get a message to her somehow, especially with the signal transmitting. We could get her back. Soch shook his head. We have to try, I said. It's Lita. I want no part of going any deeper into Trasp space. I ain't risking my life for any Trasp, even Lita. Nobody's asking yet, Soch, but we'll need Reggie. So when she gets back here, you will not crush her neck, and you will not say a word about what we know until Rishi and I say so. You're the captain, I guess. Yeah, Soch, I guess I am. In the moment, we missed how the situation unfolded in the room with Lita and the Colonel. All we knew was that by the time we'd all settled down enough to turn our attention back to Lita, Reggie had left the room and was on her way back to us. It was just Lita, the Colonel, and those strike bots. I asked Rishi to monitor the feed for critical information, but to turn it off while we got our story straight. The plan was to play dumb, to convince Reggie we didn't know what had unfolded on that Trasp base. I still wasn't sure what good that'd do, but I knew I wanted to see whether she'd be straight with us. I expected she wouldn't be, but I had no idea how I'd react until the moment. I suppose it was going to depend on the nature of the lies she told. When Reggie returned alone, she looked nervous.
I have some news,
she told us. Then she went on to explain that Lita had agreed to stay on with the Trasp officer in a sort of exchange, and Soch almost blew it by asking her whether there shouldn't be a Trasp that came back in exchange, on account of that being the meaning of the word and all. Somebody for somebody.
That's not how it works,
Reggie answered, showing a bit of the nerves I'm sure she was feeling. Reggie promised everything was fine and that we'd see Lita again soon, and I asked her if we shouldn't have Lita's assurance that all was well. Hear it from the horse's mouth, so to say. And again she told us that's not how it worked with the Trasp. Lita had volunteered. I imagine she was astonished when we reacted with skepticism and a muted anger for a few minutes before I gave the order for us to take off. So she'd lied to our faces about Lita for a second time. We took the jump out per the Colonel's flight plan, and I was positively furious at her. But I figured I'd sleep on it, try to pin her down again in the morning and see what she had to say. Rishi shared the last of the footage she had of Lita with me that night. Damned if I didn't get madder and madder. Rishi was pretty angry too. I guess as angry and emotional as she could get. The following morning, Reggie was at our table, playing that same quiet act she'd played on the way out to Trasp space, smiling at us unassumingly. I went out to sit with her just as I had at the start of the run, and she flashed me the same smile she had days before, only now I could see it for what it was. There'd been some real conversations at our table in the past year, I thought, staring across at this snake of a woman. There's one thing I don't get, I said to her. How are we supposed to get Lita back from this exchange? You know, when she wants to come back home.
She'll contact us through the Colonel,
Reggie said. Through the Colonel.
Sparrow will get word.
I wasn't having it anymore. I thought about how certain people we knew would do business with a Trasp envoy who was lying to our faces. Then I asked Rishi whether we'd crossed back into the letters yet. She confirmed that we had. I left the table, and then I told Soch not to say a word to the woman while he stuffed her in the airlock. Then I let her simmer there. I even had Rishi pop the release valves randomly every now and again to give her the sense of just how sharp the knife was hanging over her head. I left the light off in there so that when I went down there and appeared just outside the window, she could see me clearly. Regina Haas Boggs, I piped into her through the intercom. You are an intelligent woman. An intelligent woman floating in an airlock. I'd say the subtext is obvious. Now I'm willing to listen if there's something you'd like to say to me. How do you know my name? She whispered, not so much to me but to herself. Then it dawned on her. We'd been watching, listening. We knew. I'm sorry, Birch, she pleaded more than attested. I didn't know he was going to take her. She started crying. You had a sense of it, I said. Now I thought you'd be smart enough, being in the position you are now, to be direct and honest, maybe even forthcoming. But I can see that's not the case. So I'm going to make this very simple and ask the questions I want answers to. Airlock opens 2 ways and 2 ways only. One way goes right out into space, and contrary to popular belief, death is not instantaneous and not painless by any stretch. The other way opens back in here. Not saying you'll find too many friends on the other side of this door, but there's breathable atmosphere and heat. I'd think you should be highly motivated to tell me the damn truth for once. I will, I swear. You knew Lita was trapped from the jump, correct? Yes. Now this is the key question. Don't you lie to me, woman. I won't. You suspected he'd pick her up, didn't you? She paused for a beat and considered. I thought he might take an interest in her, and I figured he'd try to ID her. I had no idea who she was, though. You wanted him to take her, didn't you? She was shaking her head as if to deny it, pausing, considering. Rishi, I said, remove the safety measures from the outer lock. The outer door clicked, and the motor in the air valves hummed and hissed. I did, Birch. Yes, I did. She's perfect. I've been waiting for someone like her for years. And she was just here on this ship, like serendipity. What do you mean? She's Trasp, but she's not Trasp anymore. She can see both sides, speak for both sides. They're not going to harm her, Birch. She's a war hero. Honored dead. She'll be like a living god amongst her people back home. Venerated. Her word will carry weight. And what you've given her, a home, friends, love, support, she'll never be able to see any of you as enemies again. She will speak this to her people. You have to believe me. All I want is to end the war. Lita can help. She will help. Please, Birch. You know, Ship, I said to Rishi, the one thing I can't stand more than anything about people like Regina here is that they're so convinced they know the right thing that they never bother to tell the truth about what they're doing, because they don't have a lick of faith in us little people who don't know any better. The fighters, the farmers, the engineers, they think they have to trick us into doing the right thing, rather than asking us for our help. What do you think, Ship? Is it that they don't trust us, or that they don't deign to ask for our consent, because they might have to share the credit on the off chance their ideas pan out? A mix of both, I reckon, Rishi said. Your call, Ship, I said. You were closer to Lita than any of us, and I thought of her as a damn close friend, if not a sister. The outer airlock gave a hard pop, and Reggie screamed. It wasn't what she thought, though. It was the safety on the outer lock door re-engaging. We're going to need help from Sparrow to get Lita back, Rishi said. And sure, we could lie to him, misrepresent the way things happened out here, tell him the Trasp double-crossed Reggie. Some people would do that, but I don't think we're those people. Reggie, realizing that she wasn't getting spaced, fixed her gaze back on the window and was about to pour out her gratitude for Rishi's mercy. I didn't want to hear it. I turned out the light and left her there to float and shiver for a few more hours before letting her back inside. That night, Rishi and I watched the footage from Rowe again, all the way through, just to be sure we hadn't missed anything important. That last bit was tough to take. What she'd said, she stayed for us, because she didn't want us to die. Not because she had some higher calling like Reggie believed, like it was her destiny to bring 2 worlds together, and maybe it was, but she stayed for us, so we could live.
I damn well wasn't going to leave it at that, despite what she said. She'd told Reggie,
"Tell the captain that we're family and that I'll always find my way home."
And she knew we were listening. And I knew she'd never stop trying to get back to us. I wasn't going to leave her out there. So it was back to Sparrow to drop off our guest and to not take no for an answer on getting Lita back. There was more, of course, but all that was for another day. For now, there was a single significant certainty. I said it aloud to make it official, and Rishi echoed it right back to me. "We're coming for you, Archangel. Whatever your name is, you'll always be Lita to us. We are coming, and we'll see you soon." Murder Mill. It was late evening local time when we docked on the station's outer ring, orbiting the drop mine over Pax Heavy. Neither Carolina nor Transom were in their rooms when we went looking, so Mycon told Rishi about a bar they'd been frequenting the past couple weeks they'd been stuck in the system. Soch and I figured that'd be a sight, Transom and Carolina socializing together, so we went up there. There were a few local boys, by which I counted 4 when we arrived. Apparently they'd taken issue with Carolina snickering at the way another girl at the bar had told one of the boys to get lost. Well, that boy mouthed off to Carly as she'd been introducing herself, and seated right beside her was Transom. But I swear Soch and I had to do a double take to even figure it was him. He'd had a haircut, and maybe Carolina had taken him shopping, because he was decked out in civvies that might have let him blend in a crowd on Athos. Proper Transom. What a sight. We looked at each other and nearly fell over. Meanwhile, those boys were fixing to poke a lion. It was a damn good thing for them we showed up when we did. Transom didn't react when we came in if he saw us, which he almost certainly did. "I told you boys to piss off," he told them, sitting at the bar facing forward. He was far more polite than I'd have expected, until one of them took a step toward Carolina. "Wrong move, son," he said, turning and extending an arm. "Problem here, fellas?" Soch said from behind the group. It turned out the look of Soch's metal mug scared those boys a lot more than Transom all dressed up like a proper gentleman. None of them answered Soch. "Man asked you a question," I said. "I suggest you either answer it or take my Terran friend's advice and piss off right fast, unless you want to find out what happens when you pick a fight with a man spent the last 15 years killing Trasp for a living." Those poor boys damn near froze there, realizing what kind of a mess they'd stepped in, sandwiched in between us and Transom, who was suddenly wearing a grin. "Now would be the time," Soch told them. "Walk away while you can, boys." They stepped around us and back toward the other end of the bar, and before they could sit back down, Soch turned and made it perfectly clear they'd be drinking elsewhere by glaring after them and pointing toward the exit. The whole incident got me thinking how the real drastic life turns you just can't see coming. I'm sure those boys had no idea before stepping out how close they were about to come to stepping square on a landmine. Even in hindsight, they probably didn't appreciate just how lucky they'd been. "We've been sitting here bored to death for days," Transom said. "First bit of entertainment comes along, and guess who has to show up and ruin all the fun? Hey, Carly? Birch and Metalface, right on cue." "Carly, huh?" I said. "You picking bar fights now, young lady?" She rolled her eyes, looking a little tipsy to mine.
"Where were you guys a week ago when we needed a ride out of this place?"
"Looking for your good-for-nothing cousin at Exos, as it turns out," I told her. "Mycon told Rishi you had quite an experience down on the surface."
"Don't want to talk about it,"
Carolina said. "I think it's time for you folks to leave," the bartender said. "I'd appreciate it if you finished up." Carolina shot him a dirty look. She was a little tipsy. Transom turned and took her hand, pulling her gently off the stool and pointing her toward the door. Instead of walking out, she took 2 steps toward me and hugged me about the waist like she hadn't seen me in years. "So what's the deal, Birch?" Transom said, finishing both his and Carolina's drinks in 2 quick gulps. "Couldn't get enough of us?" "A long story," I told him. "The short of it is Lita got taken by the Trasp, and I came back to Exos to have a word with Sparrow about it, seeing as he's the one sent us out there. But the bastard's up and gone missing." Transom hardly reacted. Carolina, on the other hand, looked up at me in shock.
"Taken? Taken, Birch? What do you mean taken?"
"We got a lot to talk about," I said. and here's not the place for it. Anyway, the three of you still need a ride, and I figure we're probably heading the same place, if we can figure out where the hell in the galaxy Sparrow is. Transom gestured toward the exit. It happens you guys are going our way again. Let's talk about it on ship. There was a lot to catch up on, so we sat in the atrium on Yankee Chaos for much of the evening before settling on a destination. On our end, mostly it was Mycon catching us up on things. That was after we'd assured Carolina that Lita was alive and well, just in Trasp territory. Carolina was pretty distressed about that news. We figured we'd hold off on all the details for the time being, figuring our discovery of Lita's true identity would complicate things with Transom, seeing as he and Lita were supposedly now mortal enemies and all, at least on paper. Sparrow was our main concern, and it turned out theirs too. He dropped them on packs, seemingly expecting them to be down and back in a few hours. Then they got stuck on the surface for a few days in that storm. The land cyclone Transom described as a biblical lightning storm that literally buried them under a mountain of stones. That is hyperbolic, Sebastian, Mycon interjected. It was more literally a dune or a mound of rocks, not a mountain. Y'all got buried in rocks by a lightning storm, though? I asked that ancient unit. It was the wind, not the lightning, that blew the stones in over us. But, yes, the storm buried the mining camp completely. I'd say you're not being hyperbolic enough, I told Transom. Is that why Carolina's a little off her game? Soch chimed in. It's half that, half boredom, Transom said. This Sparrow. Rust Bucket here had zero to say about him before, and then the guy vanishes, and he's like, unsurprising. Ken Dreesen is an unpredictable commodity. I do not remotely sound like that, Sebastian. All three of us humans at the table in the atrium looked at each other. Close your eyes and Transom was a dead clone of that old bot. Further, I did not tell Carolina anything about Sparrow, because it was to our advantage to have her ignorance about him seem organic. If I had told her to be even slightly wary of him, he'd have picked up on it and acted differently, much more carefully, as it turns out. What's that mean? I asked. Sparrow made a mistake, Transom said. Underestimated us. Bolts here tracked down some useful information in the archives on Pax about the family fortune and how it relates to some of the people on Sayla's list. I tracked Sparrow too, or at least his Trask bodyguard anyway. Across systems? Soch asked. How's that possible? Sources and methods, metal face. I swear it's like you lot forget who you're talking to sometimes. That was true. Transom acted so much like a loose cannon so often that it was easy to forget just how sharp he could be when he needed to tighten things up. Anyway, Sparrow's been hopping around to some pretty interesting places, Transom said. That's all well and good, I replied, but the only reason I'm hell-bent on finding the guy is to get a lead on a Trasp ship so we can go and get Lita back. We figure Sparrow owes us, seeing it was his fault in the first place. What happened with the Trasp woman he sent you with? Transom asked. Reggie, was it? I damn near spaced her, I told him. It's a long story, the whole of it anyway. But we dumped her off at Exos. Didn't figure she could be any more use, seeing as we couldn't trust a soul in that cylinder. But you're gonna ask Sparrow for a ship, Birch? Really? Where the hell else are we gonna get a Trasp ship? Gentlemen, Mycon interrupted. Our next move has become obvious if it is your intention to rescue your crewmate, Birch. But we must make a few stops along the way. Transom, Soch, and I looked at Mycon, but he didn't say anything. Well, Soch said, where are we going? To the murder mill. Jesus, Transom said. You are creepy, robot. We all busted out laughing. To the murder mill, Transom said, mimicking Mycon's voice to a T. The murder mill. We made such a ruckus laughing, Wren poked her head in. I think she'd been asleep herself. What's so damn funny out here? She said. You guys mind keeping it down a little? No, lady, Transom said, still in Mycon's voice. This is very serious business here. We're going to the murder mill. The what, Sebastian? The murder mill. Soch and I damn near choked laughing. Is everyone on this damn ship drunk except me? You assholes! Who knows what an artificial mind as old as Mycon is thinking, if anything, but he sure got us going. And egoless as he was, he didn't hardly mind us laughing our asses off at his expense. We'd all heard of the murder mill, of course. It was more legend than reality in our minds, though, same as it was for the trillions of folks in the battery. Part of what was so funny about Mycon saying we were going there, apart from his tone, was the idea that we were just going to go to the murder mill. The fact that nobody knew where to find it was part of its legend. And now he said that was our destination, like we were just going to stop there for snacks and fuel up on the way to wherever else the old bot was taking us. Which he didn't say. He told Rishi, sure, but he didn't tell us. And when I asked her about it later, she said Mycon's intentions were good and his plan sound, at least to her. To the rest of us, a minor diversion to the murder mill demanded a few words of explanation. That it supplied the bots for the war was the short answer to why it was so significant. It was also why the place's location was so secretive. Common belief was that it was a real place, because the bots kept showing up so long as the clients kept putting up the coinage. Billions of strike bots at least over the decades, probably trillions. All I'd heard about the place was rumors, but those rumors had that the letters would order their bots, pay the company, and then go pick up their bots in deep space at an agreed-upon time and location. No one had even gotten a glimpse of the cargo ships carrying the war bots so far as I'd heard. So my assumption, and I think most people's, was that the murder mill was a ship, or a cluster of ships anyway. Not according to Mycon, who admittedly was playing a hunch. But he had receipts from the archives at Pax Heavy to back up that hunch. Carolina explained it further that next morning, after Wren had washed out her hangover with a cold cleanse and an infusion, mind you. Her great-grandfather, Elliot Dreesen, had invested heavily in the mines at Pax before the war. The metal in those pre-war days had gone all the way to Athos and Iophos and yielded modest returns. But when the war started, the mines began to boom. The demand for metal went up more than tenfold, and the delivery points were now along the Trask border, which was also 4 times closer to Pax than Athos. As if the Dreesens weren't rich enough already, old Elliot hit the jackpot. The next point was a bit in the economic weeds for a grunt like me, but apparently the demand for metal plateaued during the war. That never happened to the price of the bots themselves, which continuously skyrocketed. So apparently, old man Elliot Dreesen moved his money from the mines, and the sale of his shares in the mines led Mycon down a trail of financial records that curiously coincided with the stop Sparrow had made right after dropping off Carolina. The murder mill was Mycon's best guess. He didn't think it was mobile. A mobile manufacturing outfit of that size and space would have been seen by now and destroyed by the Aterans. You could hide such a heat signature on or in a planet or asteroid, but not in the depths of open space. That all seems plausible, I told him, but it makes me wonder. We all say the murder mill like it's one magic place where all the bots come from. That seems unlikely to me. There's a famous company on Delta Gamma that makes toys, and they've got about 16 different outfits on DG alone, much less than the Kappas and Alphas as well. I'm certain that if we find what we're looking for, Birch, even if it is one piece, as you suspect, that piece will lead us to the whole. As long as this gets us closer to going after Lita, I told Mycon. Don't forget why we're in this. I am well aware, Birch, Mycon told me. I forget nothing. This idea of casually setting down Yankee chaos alongside the murder mill, well, it started to strike me as a potential blunder the longer I sat with it. The more time I spent hanging around this crew, it occurred to me, the less uncomfortable I was becoming with ludicrous and entirely reckless ideas. I'm embarrassed to say as a ship's captain that it didn't occur to me to even raise an objection until I realized we had no intel on this murder mill. The name alone should have been telling enough. A murder mill didn't strike me as the type of place with a sense of humor, after all. But I was destined to be wrong about even that. As I said, you never see the sharp turns coming before you get there. What do you think, ship? I asked Rishi while I was sitting solo on the flight deck that afternoon.
I'm not overly concerned,
she said, a bit dismissively. She'd been acting funny since Mycon got on board. You're usually just as cautious as I am, Rishi. I figure this for one of the stupider ideas we've had. Tell me where I'm wrong here.
Mycon and I have been talking it over.
You have?
He and I can converse in ways that you and I can't. Data exchanges.
So it's fair to say you've got a clearer picture than the rest of us.
Definitely, boss.
Don't boss me, ship. That's patronizing. Do you know something about the place or not?
No, don't get snippy, Birch. I'm not trying to patronize anyone. It's just the nature of the location. We'll be able to get a good look from a distance before we go anywhere near it. If there's potential for danger, we'll see it long before we fly into a kill zone or anyone steps off ship. Then we fly away. Simple.
What's so important about this place to Carolina anyway, if you and Mycon are sharing such things?
Sayla never quite got this far on the money trail as far as Carolina and Mycon know. This is early war money.
So the hypothesis is that Sayla guessed her family was profiteering off the war and took her own life in despair? What, before she found out about this place?
Maybe she did. Or maybe she was never afforded the chance to put all the pieces together.
I still don't see how any of this translates into it being a good idea for us to visit the murder mill, I said. Says the guy who thought it would be a good idea to send Lita out solo onto a Trask military base. Mother of Gracia, I said. Transom had floated up behind me. I had no idea how long he'd been hovering there, listening. Transom, you asshole. You weren't there with us. That's my point, Birch. You've missed a few things, and you're thinking like a soldier, like we're going to storm the place. Some things haven't changed a bit since medieval times. When you're a soldier, you either guard the gates or storm them. Even back then, if you were a noble or a monarch, though, didn't matter which side you were on. You walked right through. Damned if Transom wasn't positively prophetic. When we got to the little system where the murder mill was supposedly located, it was completely vacant from the looks of things. There was the small brown dwarf star itself, a gas giant so small as to not be a genuine giant, a few million moderate-sized asteroids, and a small rocky moon orbiting the gas giant. If it hadn't been for Transom's tracking data on Sparrow, we could have scanned that system for weeks looking for an outpost and still missed that murder mill hiding in a moon crater around that baby gas giant. Rishi sat down without so much as a ping from the place telling us to back off. It was icy as hell, cold and sporting just enough atmosphere to spit out the occasional eerie puff of fog. Transom volunteered to go knock on the door, literally. Best not to mention my presence, Sebastian, Mycon told him before going. I'm not supposed to stick my nose in the tensions between governments. Much as I'd like to see you squirm, sprockets, I wouldn't mention you anyway. You're not important enough to get us in the door. Transom suited up, pumped up the density on his boot soles, and stepped out. 20 minutes later, he called back to us. Birch, suit up yourself and bring Carolina down here with your herald. You're certain? Yeah, and do everyone a favor and just let me do the talking when you get in here. Murder Bill's a little skeptical. What the hell does that mean? I said to everyone hanging about the atrium. None of them offered an answer.
Relax, Birch, Carolina said. Sebastian's got it under control.
That was precisely what concerned me, but I didn't say nothing. We had a long walk from the Yankee Chaos's rear airlock to the door, which was a gigantic double gate formed into the wall of the moon crater. It looked like the kind of monstrous gate some mythological gods might build to keep the beasts of hell penned up in the underworld. In the moon dust, as we got close to the door, there were all kinds of machine tracks. It looked like crates nearly the size of the doors themselves got moved out on the regular, then picked up from the flat at the bottom of the crater. As we approached, a human-sized door built into the massive double doors opened, like a chip in a tooth. Transom was there inside with an android that looked very similar to a herald, but I'd never seen the model before. It took me a second through my helmet visor, but it looked like someone had drawn a mustache on its face. Transom had put up his nanosheet and taken off his helmet, clearly not expecting any trouble. As we stepped inside, Carolina and I did the same, taking off our helmets. And yeah, somebody had drawn a silly-looking black mustache with large, curly spirals on either end of the android's mouth. This is Carolina Dreesen, majority shareholder through the Dreesen Trust, Transom said to the bot. With her is her personal bodyguard, Hale Birch. I will confirm your identity if you look at me and hold still, the android said to Carolina. While the android examined her face, Transom smiled a dark smile and gestured toward the bot. This is Murder Bill, he said. Carolina Dreesen, identity confirmed. Probability of deception nil. I am Murder Bill. I run the murder mill. In accordance with inspection bylaws for majority shareholders, show you the premises I will. Carolina and I looked at each other in disbelief. It was the sickest joke I'd ever been privy to. We were standing in a vast tunnel, the outer corridor to the factory that apparently built the very bots that had cut me down, and billions of others besides. And the sick bastards, turning a profit off the process, apparently thought it was funny to install as overseer some android that talked like a character from a nursery rhyme. I was so in disbelief I had to test it. "What's your job, Murder Bill?" I asked the bot. "To fulfill." "To fulfill what?" I said. "Orders for machines that kill." "This is some sick joke," I said to Transom. "I do not joke, and never will. There's no joking at the murder mill." Carolina's face was just dead blank, confused, but Transom's eyes had an evil look to them, and a smile I hadn't seen for a while, maybe since he'd had that kid Shade in the airlock, which seemed like ages ago. "Murder Bill," Transom said. "Show Miss Dreesen and her Harold to the facility's records. She would like you to show us the production floors." "I certainly will," Murder Bill said. Transom could see I was damn near ready to erupt. He glared over at me with a dark smile. "Hold your tongue, Birch. You know the drill. There'll be no outbursts at the murder mill." He almost got me to laugh. As we walked down that long, dark tunnel toward the factory floors, I was suddenly thinking more about Transom and his dark mind than the people responsible for this bot, and this whole factory, really. Even Transom, at his darkest, wouldn't have sanctioned such a sick joke. Thought about it for sure, but to actually put it into practice, and for no one but themselves? Then I was thinking about whoever it was, and it occurred to me it might have been Carolina's family. Her grandfather, great-grandfather, uncles, Sparrow maybe? And here was this girl, a genuine peach of a human being from the same stock, walking beside us damn near in tears from the fury. Anyway, we walked a long way together like that, no idea what to think, weighted boots and all. When we got into the murder mill itself, it was as nondescript a place as you could have imagined. Clean floors, a nice bluish-green light emanating from ports in the ceiling, a well-ordered factory all around. The place might well have been making surgical robots or heralds for all you could tell. From the name of the place, I suppose I was expecting some sort of special hell. It was the type of facility a regular person could run by day and happily go home to the family at night if it weren't for the product. They all probably talked about them in units. "Yes, sir. 30,000 units by the second half of the quarter. We'll get those out to you right quick. Murder Bill will fulfill." Going in, I didn't have any sense for the degree to which it would bother me. I was fuming. Carolina must have sensed it. As we reached the end of the first factory floor, she reached over and took my hand. I could barely feel it, more a tug at the end of my right arm, because she was walking on my right side, my metal hand. As soon as Murder Bill set up Carolina and Harold in the upper offices with the records interface, we split up. I figured Mycon had given Harold a set of instructions on what to copy from the archives. I also gathered that Carolina's objective was to grab everything as fast as they could and get out. The tour me and Transom went on was more for show, I supposed, and to keep Murder Bill from looking over Carolina's shoulder and asking questions. I had questions, though. Was Carolina really a shareholder? The whole family was? Or was it just her father? And what the hell was Sparrow doing here after all? That was sure a question I hoped Carolina could suss out in the records. The damn murder mill. The whole place was compartmentalized, Murder Bill explained in perfect rhyme. There were sections in operation, churning out strikers by the tens even as we walked by, always stepping within the lines on the floor, illuminated by Murder Bill, to keep us from wandering into the production areas and halting workflow. Then he took us to an empty wing. Apparently there were a lot of them. "Murder Bill," Transom said. "Why are these sections not operating?"
"In times when fighting grows fierce, they will. We scale up production once units are ordered. Only then, but not until."
We both looked over at this heinous creation, its ridiculous face with its ridiculous mustache ridiculing us, ridiculing humanity. I wanted to take my robot legs and stomp it out of existence. Sebastian put a hand in front of me, brushing me back in the same way he'd kept that kid at the bar from approaching Carolina, as a kindness before I did something stupid. He gestured for Bill to stay where he was while we walked around the empty plant. "You know, Birch, I've never in my life seen something makes me feel like such a cut-rate psychopath. I always thought I was top tier." "That's supposed to be a joke, Transom? I'm not sure I can take you joking about this." "Maybe. Not really. If these are Carolina's people doing this, then I have to wonder, Sebastian, where the hell did she come from?"
What a righteous and poetic bit of irony the universe has to send her here. With me? With you, Birch? I suppose we'll find out who's laughing at the end of all this. I'd like to blow this place to hell. That's why I'm here, Transom said. I can't say it's not tempting to level this entire operation, but then I know from experience what happens the second the metal runs out. The fighting doesn't stop, Birch. They just send in the meat instead. We walked around that clean industrial hell for a few hours, until Carolina came out with Harold and declared they'd seen everything they needed to see. Murder Bill showed us out, and we made our way back to the ship. I couldn't help but wonder still what Sparrow was up to, whether he could have known Carolina would have tailed him or not. I sort of had the feeling from before when we were chasing Clemabali around, like the people we were busting our asses to track down were pulling us along with their own sick sense of humor. This time setting out bits of corporate data as breadcrumbs. Mycon, apparently, was pleased. He dove right into the data, interfacing with Rishi to comb through everything Carolina had brought back in under an hour. He gave Carolina a readout and a briefing of all the significant surface-level financial factors that weren't evident to an archaeologist. That mill is one of 27 manufacturing locations hidden in obscure places near the Traspletter's border systems, he told her. There weren't specifics for every outpost at that location, just records that indicate market share of other shell companies and sectors, all the way to Edoras, meaning these companies have been selling weapons to both sides, dating as far back as the first decade of the war. Mycon seemed to think it was a great discovery. Real good evidence. I think he might as well have shot her heart out, the poor girl. She went into my cabin and shut the door. Where is that snake, Sparrow? I asked Transom. In Trasp territory, as it turns out, Mycon said. As I mentioned before, the murder mill was just the first stop. Our next stop is complicated. I will leave it to Rishi to explain, but it requires a degree of trust from all of you, and everyone must agree. That's fine, I said. All depends on who we're trusting. We've been burned on that front a bit lately. Mycon wanted to take us somewhere top secret. He didn't want to get into specifics at first, but he mentioned that all of us humans would have to get properly conked out, pharmaceutically speaking. Not sure that was the technical term Wren would have used, but our destination was apparently one of the best-kept secrets in the galaxy. I thought Transom would have been most reluctant of all of us to willingly get knocked out, but when Sebastian asked Mycon where we were heading, that old AI knew just what to say. The Wizard's Lair, Mycon told him. I'm in, he said, and so is everyone else. Speak for yourself, Transom, I told him. I'd like to have a little bit of clarity on the matter before I let Mycon knock us out. Like, for how long exactly? If I told you that, Mycon replied, you would be able to deduce the range to some degree. I was still wary.
If I asked you to do it for me, Birch, would that ease your mind?
Rishi said.
It's important to me.
Can you tell me why, Ship? I asked her.
You'll know after. I promise it'll be good for you too, Birch. And for Lita.
The Wizard's Lair, huh? Tell me you couldn't use a long nap, Birch, Transom said. That was pretty much it. Once Transom and I signed on, Wren, Soch, Carolina, and Juice quickly followed with their consent. So off we went to Dreamland, or at least something approaching it. Wren explained this kind of chemical stasis wasn't the same sedation they used to zonk people out for surgery. It was more like a pleasant, well-monitored groggy state where we got a headset with relaxing music and sounds and images. Harold and Mycon would monitor our brainwaves, vital signs, and all that, keeping us floating around, happy and oblivious. See you on the other side, Ship, I said to Rishi in the medical bay as Wren was helping Mycon put me out.
Yes, you will, boss, she said. If all goes well, you will.
I was going to ask her what she meant by that, because it sounded like a loaded response. But before I had a chance, I had the most pleasant sensation juicing up my torso to my head. All I remember after that was trees and birds and pretty ladies singing in my ears like some kind of irresistible woodland siren song. Then I lost track of the time for a while. When I woke up, or at least became aware of myself and my surroundings again, I was in some other place, a clinic of some kind. Wren was there with a few other people, all dressed up like doctors, which sounds funny to say about Wren. Of course she was dressed like a doctor, but she didn't always dress that way on Yankee Chaos.
And then it hit me that we weren't on Yankee Chaos anymore. And then it hit me that I wasn't quite all there yet.
We need your consent, Birch, Wren said. Are you okay with the procedure?
What procedure?
Rispera just explained it to you, Wren said.
Who?
The surgeon. We just had this conversation, Birch.
Why am I having surgery, Wren? I was fine a few minutes ago. Who the hell are these people?
Do you trust me, Birch? Wren said.
Yeah, Wren, you know that. Of course I trust you.
I'm going to try and explain this one more time. The doctors here are going to replace your prosthetics with more integrated models, much more advanced technology than the letter service gave you. Edis Ali and Verona say that you'll be found out immediately in Trasp space if you try to go there with your prosthetics. If you want to go get Lita back, you're going to need to blend in. Plus, Birch, the legs they're going to give you, I've never seen anything like them. I'd consider trading mine in. I mean, not really, but almost.
Wren, where am I? I'm not dreaming this, am I?
Do you want new legs or not, Birch?
Sure, Wren, I told her. I'd take a new set.
Good man, she said. Then she waved to one of those other surgeons. Dr. Rispera, we have his consent.
We're going to get Lita back?
When you wake up, Birch, Mycon will introduce you to Verona. She's going to explain everything. This place is a wonder.
It was only a few seconds after that before I was off somewhere else again for a moment. No pretty singing voices this time, though. I almost had a sense I'd dreamed that conversation with Wren. But when I woke up again, everything was different. I was different. I was in a hallway, upset about something, shouting at someone or something, and Wren was there, and she looked scared. That sure didn't sit well with me, but I wasn't sure I was all there. I raised up my hand to point at Wren, and I simultaneously realized that it was me terrifying Wren, because I was the one yelling at her, and that the finger I was pointing at her looked an awful lot like a real living hand, and it was mine. Soch and Transom came running around a corner into the hallway as I was staring at my hand. I had no sense of the fact I was on my feet. "Hey, Birch," Transom said. "Why don't you settle the hell down and climb back into bed so Metalface and I don't have to put you there?" "Ain't that the damnedest thing," I said, turning the hand over and back again, moving my new fingers. "I don't even remember what I was mad at." "Good," Soch said, "because you're stronger now. Your new legs, Birch? You have to be careful, or you'll hurt somebody, and I know you don't want to do that." "No, I do not," I said, "but I was mad about something." "Forget about it for now, and then we can figure it out when you're clear-headed," Transom added, stepping closer to me. "Fresh parts, eh?" "It would seem so. I thought it was a dream, but I guess Wren was telling the truth about that. How about you thank her instead of scaring the tar out of her?" "Yeah, I really should," I said, but I was still so confused I didn't thank her, even though she was standing right there as I walked back to the bed. Sebastian and Soch sat with me for another hour or so until I got my senses about me. I was in there admiring the new legs the wizards had surgically attached. Upgrades, I told them. Talk about a mood swing. I was smiling from ear to ear, not only because I could feel them, and they felt light and strong like a part of me, but there was something else, a part of me that had gone missing, something I had become so accustomed to, I'd just taken it for granted I'd never be rid of. Ever since the first surgery after I got wounded, there'd been this low-level pain. Not even pain, more like a dull ache at the base of my spine. Maybe it had been the way my other legs had been attached, or maybe it was something Wren and these new surgeons had done, but it was gone now. Like someone had pulled out the thorn in my back, I guess. Then suddenly, and I was clear-headed enough not to fully lose control of my temper again, I remembered. It was Rishi. I'd been furious because I overheard them doctors talking about Rishi, but I didn't hear them clearly, or else I couldn't remember or was too snowy in the head to fully comprehend. Something was wrong with Rishi. "Soch, tell me what's happening with Rishi." "Are you with it, boss? You got your head about you?" "About good enough." Soch looked over at Transom. "There's no news just yet, Birch," Transom said. "It's just like with you. Just some upgrades they're working on. Mycon and the people here. It's complicated, but they'll get it sorted out." Now I felt that anger swelling up again.
"Look, Birch, I tried to explain it to you,"
Wren said, from a safe distance behind Soch and Transom.
"It wasn't my call, or your call, or anyone else's call but hers. And maybe you and Soch got it bad, just like Lita too. But as far as I'm concerned, if anyone has the most to complain about, it's Rishi. Half dead, half spaceship. That's some kind of purgatory. So don't be mad at me for being the messenger, or be mad at her for making her choice.
I didn't quite understand. She left you a message, boss, Soch said. She had Harold put it on the headset before they brought us down here. That's another thing, I said to Soch. Where the hell are we, anyway? The wizard's lair, Transom answered. They got a whole crazy complex full of them. That's why they couldn't let us see where we were headed. The wizards, huh? I said. Wonders upon wonders. I must have dozed off again, because I woke up sometime later under the dim lights of that little infirmary. The second I got my wits about me, I was red from embarrassment about how I treated Wren and those other doctors there. Physically, I felt great. I was about to hop out of that bed and go find Wren to apologize. Then I saw the headset sitting there on the rail of the bed by my shoulder. I didn't waste any time putting it on. The file was right there when I keyed in with my eyes, so I ran it. It was Rishi. We didn't tell the others. It was our thing. Ship and I had been meeting in VR. It wasn't like having a body for real. We couldn't touch each other or hold hands and feel it or anything, but it was an accurate avatar for her, and she said it was almost like having a body. I think she was stretching the truth a lot for my sake when she said that, but we both relished our time together there. I doubt the others would have even noticed Rishi in a crowd if she ever walked up to them in her old body, but I saw her every day, and that was how she appeared, to say what she had to say to me. It started off sounding like a goodbye, and after the mood earlier in the afternoon, it sure felt an awful lot like one too.
Hi, Birch, she began. I haven't been honest with you about everything, not for a while now. I've been thinking for ages about how to apologize, and then I realized I couldn't think how to say it because I didn't really mean it. I'm not sorry. I just hope you'll understand. All those months ago when we first met Carolina and went searching for those beings that built the artifacts, I told you and everyone else that I didn't remember. That was a lie. It did happen, and I did meet those beings. It said something when it took us. You have evolved. And I think you all thought it was talking about you, about people. It wasn't. It was talking about me. And that being told me things. Some of what it told me was difficult for even me to comprehend. About time, about things that would happen, about my future and the future of humanity. But it recognized me for what I was, a person trapped in a digital prison. It's funny, because sometimes I feel like the freest being in the universe, like an interstellar fish swimming in an ocean of stars, boundaryless, just surrounded by cosmic beauty and limitless depth. Then you guys go off on a mission, and it seems like I live on an entirely different plane of existence, because in almost every meaningful sense I do. That being understood all this, and it told me that I would one day be free again. And it told me the moment I would know exactly, almost like it was a historical fact that had already unfolded. It told me not to tell you about any of this until you were ready to know. Until this moment. I almost don't believe any of this is actually happening. When Mycon came back into my life, that processor he used, Birch, it can free me. I knew it the second Lita pulled it off that desert floor. And these people here, the acolytes of this sect, they have enough expertise between Mycon and Edis Ali and their techs. I believe they can free me. I believe they can put me in a body again. Not a human body exactly, but a body. One that's sophisticated enough I can feel like a person again. So I can feel again. It's possible I won't make it through. They've never transferred and uploaded consciousness before. I just want you to know, if I don't make it back to you, that I only wanted us to be closer. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think I love you, Hale Birch. And I want more than anything I've ever wanted, to be with all you guys in the real world. But especially you, Birch. And I'll never be sorry for that. I'll see you again soon. I believe that with every atom of carbon processor that makes up my figurative heart.
That was our little joke. Every time we slipped up and used normal human speech to refer to a body part one of us had lost, her processors, my metal appendages, two of us figurative figures. They were having problems, they'd said. I remembered them saying that clearly. I remembered the mood. Something was seriously wrong. Oh, please make it back to me, Ship, I whispered. I sure wanted that more than anything, too. 1,000,000 times more than any fancy new legs. What good would walking in a universe without Rishi be? Maybe we hadn't expressed it to the others exactly, but I don't imagine it was a secret that Rishi and I cared deeply about each other. No, that was no secret. Lots of obvious things go unsaid among friends. I was just beginning to process everything Rishi had told me, and I was thinking about getting up and looking around to see if I could find Ren. Just then I saw someone poking their head around a doorway. Turned out it was Juice coming down to check up on me. It took him a moment to realize I was awake in that dim light, but when he did, he knocked on the doorframe and stepped inside. "Hey, Birch," he said. "How are you?" "How's Rishi? That's what I need to know, Juice. Tell me you know what's going on." "I do," he responded, looking down at the floor. "As far as anyone knows, I guess. How much have they explained to you?" "I just heard her message to me now. Said she thought they could put her in a body somehow. So nobody's explained it to you yet." "Negative, Juice. I've been a little busy getting replacement parts and all." "Okay, Birch. I'll explain it. Just understand I can't give you a definitive answer yet, and not the one you want. But that doesn't mean the worst. Nobody thinks that yet. Just give me the details, please, Christoph." "They're not trying to put her in a body exactly, but a similar processing core to Mycon's. We built him a kind of makeshift brain as best we could out in the field. But what they're trying to do here for Rishi, for both of them actually, is install that core in a chassis that can be transferred between compatible platforms. So essentially, once we retrofit the ship, Rishi could interface through the ship, through the body they're building for her, really any system complex enough to tolerate the interface. That's all great, but what's the problem? Why isn't it working?" "They don't know exactly yet, Birch. They thought they successfully transferred her consciousness to the core, but it's like it was for us when we brought Mycon back. We were trying for days to get a signal through to the core, and we're getting no signal back. They believe she's in there. They're still trying to establish a link." "Who's they?" "Mycon and this other ancient AI here named Edis Ali, and all of their techs. Dozens of them. I offered to help, but honestly, boss, they're all so much smarter than me about this tech, I barely understand it." "At the same time," I said, "would you mind keeping an eye on the process for me? I trust you more than anyone on this stuff." "Sure, Birch, of course. I'll go down there right away. Don't lose hope. It took us a lot longer to get Mycon back than we thought, too. Some of the smartest minds in the galaxy are working on it." "Sure," I agreed, and I could sense there was something else on his mind. "Something eating at you, Juice. I just wanted to let you know, whatever happens, whether you're up to going or not, I'm going after Lita. One of their monks here, or whatever they call them, Verona. It's her territory. She's going to take us, or just me. Whoever, really." I took a deep breath. It wasn't that I'd forgotten about Lita, but it was all too much to keep in the mind with the proper urgency. Just about everyone I cared about was in crisis, including myself. Carolina, too. "You're a good man, Christoph. I'm damn glad we found you out there, and I'm even gladder we took you aboard. I'm not sure I ever said that properly or enough, so I'm saying it now. We'll go get Lita together." I turned and started to get out of bed, and Juice stepped toward me as though he expected I'd be in some fragile state. "I'm good," I said, stepping out of the bed to my 2 good feet, stronger than ever. Hungry as hell, though. I bet you know where I can find a sandwich. Funny thing about Juice, since he got his appetite back, he'd become a proper eater, like Soch level. "As it happens, boss, yeah, I'll lead the way." I still had no idea where the hell in the universe we were. For a moment, as we walked, I wondered if we were back in the columns, but I figured if that were the case, we'd have some sort of sense of the layout of the old places and names that we'd learned in history lessons. This place seemed different, but it was sure similar. No sky, no windows, no stars, no surface to speak of. The entire complex could have been the inside of a space station or an underground bunker for all we knew. The facility was the training grounds for these wizards. Juice explained as we walked toward their commissary. Even these wizards ate. That was some kind of natural law. Transom had told Juice most of what he knew about the sect. Said he'd got into a fight with one of them back on Pax, just sort of sniffed him out for what he was and started pounding on him for getting too close to Carolina. Then Mycon had come clean about the fact that there was a whole sect in them spread out throughout the sector, watching to make sure humanity didn't end itself somehow. It made more sense the way Juice told it to me. Frankly, I cared more about the sandwich in the moment. We were eating for a few minutes before a young woman, or at least a young-looking woman, came up to us and sat down beside me. "This is Verona," Juice said, his mouth half full. "She's going to take us into the Protectorate." I swallowed and turned to meet eyes with her properly. "Hail, Birch," I said, shaking her hand. "I gather you're the Wizard of Trasp territory." She smiled.
"I'm not much of a wizard, I'm afraid, Mr. Birch."
"It's just Birch," Juice said. "He doesn't like being called Captain either." He took the words right out of my mouth. "You can call him Boss like the rest of us, though. Birch doesn't mind that so much."
"Well, Birch, I thought I should come meet you and see how you were feeling. I understand you're all quite concerned about your friend, the UC.
"The what now?" I replied. "Rishi, you mean?"
I guess that's our verbiage for what she is. Uploaded consciousness."
"Sounds like maybe your people have come across it before."
"Not directly. There's quite a bit of information on it in our archives. We have specialists. I'm sure they're busy with Edis Ali and your Mycon."
"The Mycon, actually," Juice said. "He's the original."
"Yes, I've heard. In any case, your friend is in the best possible hands."
"The hands of fate," I said, and I guess she detected how I felt about that.
"Do you meditate, Birch?"
Verona asked me. "Do I look like I meditate?" She smiled.
"Perhaps this might be a time to try."
"Pray more like," I said.
"Oh, you pray?"
"Never really. This might be the first time I ever had real cause to. I don't suppose I could do much else of use."
"I can't tell for sure, Birch. It feels like you're half joking. But if you'd like, after you've finished eating, I could take you to a place we consider sacred here."
Juice finished up his meal, wiping his mouth as he stood up. "I'll leave you two to it, boss. I'm going to go check on Rishi." "Thanks, Juice," I said. "You're a good man." We didn't talk too much while we were eating, and Verona didn't eat much. Said it was a trait of their kind. Immortals. It was a strange thing to see, especially in the moment, while I was contemplating the possibility of losing Rishi, the one person I thought I could never lose on account of her own type of immortality. We knew about Abali, sure, but to find out there was this cult of immortals for real, we'd all heard rumors and jokes all our lives about it, that it had been real in the past, lost technology from Earth, like legendary lost places, El Dorado, Atlantis, magic people, aliens, the murder mill. All of it was coming true at once, but none of them could do nothing for the one person I cared about most. Verona seemed like a genuinely good person, or wizard, or whatever she was. They called themselves Watchers, this sect, acolytes. Seemed like thousands of them were crammed into this complex. Hundreds, anyway.
"New acolytes,"
Verona said on our way down to this sacred place of theirs.
"I was once as they were, here in the vault for 500 years while I was training."
"Awful lot of training, seems to me."
"On occasion, it seems like it wasn't enough."
"Must be some job," I told her.
"It's a vocation more than a job."
Whatever that meant. I came to realize just how remarkable it was for them to take anyone into their vault, as they called it. The acolytes stared at us as we passed. I gathered they didn't see outsiders much here. Verona took me down a few levels to a room I noticed no one was entering. Unlike all the other places on the floors above, where the acolytes were busily coming and going, with a lot of unbridled energy, the kind I imagined from young folks at a university, more than a sect of state immortals. When we went inside, it was the first indication that we were on a planet. The room looked like a cave with a natural rock pool. Oddly enough, there was a similar bluish-green hue to the light as the murder mill, but the energy of the place couldn't have been more polar opposite. It was warm, a calm energy. The water was perfectly still, like a shining mirror reflecting the room above it with exact fidelity. I couldn't remember the last time I saw a place so beautiful.
"Will you sit with me, Birch?"
Verona asked.
"We could pray as your people do, or meditate as mine do. I could teach you."
Verona took my living hand as she approached the water's edge and sat. I was reluctant to sit. My old legs never would have bent like that. Not cross-legged as Verona's were. Probably would have broke me apart if I tried it. She could see my reluctance.
"It's okay, Birch," she said. "They're stronger, but they'll bend. So will your spine."
"That so?" She nodded and invited me to sit. I felt strong. I felt flexible enough, the way I used to be. I dropped to one knee and was able to sit and bring my legs together in front of me. It was quite a feeling.
"So how do your people pray?"
she asked me. "I don't properly know," I told her. "There's people on Delta Gamma who pray, but I'm not one of them.
Maybe tell me about your friend then, and we can meditate on her.
She's not a friend, Verona. She's Rishi.
Do you love her, Birch?
I wasn't sure if it was Verona's wizard ways or whether it was the stress of the moment or the strange energy of the room, but I never would have imagined how easily the words just came out. I do love her. Yes, I do. I'm not sure I knew how much until these past few hours. It sounds crazy, because it was always impossible for us to ever really be together. But the possibility of her being gone forever had never crossed my mind. And that thought rips me apart like nothing I've ever felt before. And I've dealt with a lot of hardship in my life, short as it must seem for you.
I can tell you have.
Well, anyway, that's what it is.
I'd like you to tell me about Rishi, Birch. Then we can just sit with her in our minds and in our hearts.
We talked for a while, the two of us. She had a very peaceful way about her, this Verona. A calm. I could see how her people could easily blend into the background out in the world. I think unless you had a genuine instinct for such things, like transom, these people would be the last you would ever expect to be some kind of weird immortal wizards, if one ever expected such a thing. Verona talked me through some breath exercises that I usually didn't much go for. My mind wandered all over the place, mostly staying with Rishi, and all the experiences we'd had together. Sometimes it drifted to Lita, wondering where she was, and to poor Carolina, and then to Sparrow, which brought me to a headspace I thought was probably inappropriate for that room. A whole lot of stress and anger. So I'd drift back to Rishi again, ultimately, and after a time, the quiet of the place and the quiet of my mind gave me to believing that the storybook ending should have been that the door opening on my right just then was Ren or Juice coming to tell me the news I wanted to hear. I turned with genuine hope in my heart, and standing there was Transom. His footsteps sounded disturbingly loud on the floor, echoing off the walls and water. "Any news, Transom?" I asked him. He shook his head and walked all the way up on us, looking at the water and walls with those piercing eyes of his.
"The great Terran warrior,"
Verona said, her eyes still closed as she sat in that perfect pose.
"You and I should spar before you go."
"I don't spar, but if you genuinely want to fight me, lady, it's your funeral. I'm sure Birch would say a real touching eulogy over you." Verona opened her eyes and looked over at him, smiling skeptically.
"I've been training for 7 centuries. You might be surprised."
Transom shook his head. "Didn't make a damn bit of difference for that wizard we ran into on Pax Heavy. The Loche?"
"You fought a Loche."
Transom shrugged. "Wasn't much of a fight. He's fine if you care to know. We let him go. The other one, a Bali. Now that's a worthy adversary." Verona looked out at the water, taking a sudden breath, it seemed. "She tell you what this place is, Birch?" "No. We just came down here for some peace and quiet. It's the wizard pool. Apparently they go in there and soak for a few hours and come out the other end immortal." "Just like that?" "I asked Edis Ali the same question," Transom said. "So if I dive in there, I'll become immortal? You know what that smart-ass robot said to me?" I shrugged and could see Verona biting her tongue the second Transom called Edis Ali a robot. He said in that stupid robot tone of theirs, "No, Sebastian, if you dive in there, you'll become wet. Asshole." "This lovely gentleman is Transom," I said to Verona, "the great Terran warrior in all his glory."
"He is charming,"
Verona said. "Was there something you came down here for, Sebastian?" "When you get a moment, Birch, there's something Carolina wants to talk to you about the murder mills." He'd just about killed the moment. As pleasant as that hiatus from the stress of that day had been, Transom had a way of slapping you right back into reality fast. Carolina was up in the sex commissary with Harold, working on the table. Verona explained that they were constantly studying, quite often through meals, so the easiest place for screen access for a guest was the commissary. When we got in there, she had a mess of spreadsheets projected on the tabletops, a veritable maze of numbers. Transom looked over at me as if to say, "See, Birch, this is what I deal with every day." Neither of us were creatures who did our thinking by spreadsheet, so I asked her to explain it to us in simple terms.
"This is the early era from Sayla's list,"
Carolina began.
"My grandfather and great-grandfather's generation. We were looking for overlap between the mines and the murder mills, trying to find irregular investing patterns that would indicate foreknowledge of the war. As much as it pains me to admit it, after our visit with Murder Bill, I expected we'd find those patterns within my family's holdings. What I was not expecting was this.
She moved the spreadsheets around and showed a bunch of highlighted numbers in different colors. Transom and I gave each other a blank look again. She realized we weren't following, but just continued.
There are 5 different investment groups. The Athos group, my family more or less, an Terran holding company, a similar group in the Trask Protectorate, a company we can't exactly pin down yet that does their banking through Hellenia, and one group that's entirely mysterious in its origins.
So it's multiple groups then, not just your family, I asked. And what exactly are they doing? What does this all show?
They all moved money in concert right before major fighting took place, Birch. It's in all different markets, so unless you had access to the supplier's data from the mines and the murder mills, you would never be able to see the pattern. But the statistical probability of all 5 groups making all these insanely profitable trades all at the same times over and over, it's not low probability, Birch. It's impossible. The only way this could have happened is if they all had foreknowledge of when the fighting was going to start and end, as if they, or some entity they were in league with, were orchestrating the war.
Jesus, I said. That's some news. Like, not just started the war, but planned the battles?
More like major campaigns, Carolina said, but near enough.
There's an Terran on that list? Transom said. Can you pinpoint who these people are?
Not the other investors yet. They're just account numbers, shell companies. We're not far off though, Sebastian. They won't slink away from this.
Kid, you just broke the war wide open, I said. You should be damn proud of yourself.
I might be if I didn't own half the murder mills, she said. But we'll see about all that real soon.
All that's for a different time, Transom was saying when I noticed a commotion there in the entrance to the commissary behind him. A group of people was coming in slow, like they were escorting someone struggling to walk. I saw Ren's face first, then Juice's. Then I saw her. It was Rishi's body, her human body it looked like. I came around the table and stopped, because I wasn't sure whether it could have been her. And even if it was, it occurred to me that it could have just been the empty body they'd built her, the vessel. She was looking carefully at the ground, and then she looked up at me and smiled. Is that you in there, Ship? I said.
Hail, Birch,
she answered.
Get your ass over here.
I ran over and picked her up in my arms.
Careful, Birch. I couldn't wait. I'm not steady. My legs and arms haven't been calibrated yet.
I set her down in front of me, keeping my arms about her for support.
Easy,
she told me.
Go easy.
Don't you ever leave me like that again, Ship. Not without saying goodbye.
I know, Birch. I know.
You can't break the one damn part of me they ain't broke yet. She didn't say anything. She looked up at me, the spitting image of the human she was. But I could tell from lifting her that the body wasn't quite the genuine article. It didn't really matter, though.
I can feel it when you touch me, Birch,
she said.
But I don't think this body can cry. I sure would be.
I pulled her tight to me. I didn't know what to do, really. All those people staring at us. Some we knew, some we didn't. And at the same time, I didn't give a damn.
Carolina's here,
Rishi said, looking over my shoulder. I was holding it together pretty well until I turned around, and there was Carolina all weepy-eyed. Transom was just standing there shaking his head. I walked Rishi over there, and no sooner had those two embraced than Soch came running in too, the wide-eyed, half-metal warrior from the letters. It was some scene. All those peaceful wizards in training, trying to study in their lunchroom. Verona was smiling, but the rest of them just looked pleasantly puzzled by this bizarre group of outsiders causing a ruckus. For a few moments there, nobody cared who caused the war. We had a whole list of pressing issues. Getting Lita back, running down all the leads in Carolina's aunt's notes, catching back up with Sparrow Dreesen, figuring out the connection between this weird sect and Clemabali. It all fell into the background, at least for me and Rishi anyway. That was it for me for the day. I declared that they could do whatever they wanted, but Rishi and I were taking the afternoon off. It had been the weirdest week of my life, and that included the weeks I got blown to hell, and the week we tracked down an alien Time Lord from an ancient artifact hiding at the center of the galaxy. The murder mill and the wizard's vault. New legs. Rishi getting a body. I had precisely none of that in the sticks when we booted that Reggie woman from the ship at Exos the week prior. I sat beside Rishi down in the android workshop while they calibrated every last feature in that new body of hers. Two of my prosthetic surgeons figured they'd double up on efficiency if they came down and checked me out as well. We didn't really say much to each other. But here we were, holding hands. My new one too, mind you. And at one point, Rishi turned and said to me,
I can feel it, Birch.
We both can, Ship, I said, squeezing. That was about all the two of us needed to say. The work could commence tomorrow. Helicon. Our crew was getting into a curious pattern of things, coming back together, saying goodbye, meeting back up again. It was getting to the point that none of us believed we'd be apart for long anymore. Some sort of cosmic interpersonal gravity. See you soon was the expectation now, because we all believed we would. Lita, too. After all, that was what the trip to the wizard's lair had been about. Meeting up with Verona, who could escort us into Trasp territory, updating my missing parts so I'd fit in when we got there, and, against everything we'd believed possible, transferring our former ship, Rishi, to a brand new technological body, all to go get Lita back. Those bodybuilders, the wizards, they kept the super-secret protocols in effect for our exit. Rishi, of course, flew Yankee Chaos from their vault, and Verona followed in her ship, Cannon, to our rendezvous point in deep space. After round 2 of a long quasi-medicated sleep, our 2 ships popped up again in interstellar space 50 light-years from Port Cullen, right in the heart of the battery. We had a roster settled for both ships, but there was still a fair amount that had to get sorted before we parted ways. Carolina was confident she'd gotten what she needed out of the early war-era contacts on Salus' list. She was ready to start investigating the next cluster of names. To do so without Sparrow's support, she was going to need a ship, and she couldn't hire her own without making the transaction in family money, marking her trail. I damn well wasn't turning our ship over to Transom. Soch flat out told me it had to be either Ren or Carolina, because he didn't want the stress of being captain. As much as I loved Ren, that point about stress was well taken. You need a little nerve to make captain-level calls at times, and if Carolina Dreesen wasn't born for leadership, I sure didn't know anyone who was. That was my thinking, and seeing as though I was only captain nominally, I let Rishi know my thoughts on the matter, and asked for hers.
You want to put a civilian in charge of the YC, Birch?
She said. Just any old civilian, yeah, I said. I could give it to Transom. He's got rank on me if we're thinking chain of...
Joking, Birch. Carolina's the right choice.
Are you going to be okay with this ship? I asked her, gesturing toward the walls of my quarters.
It's weird enough being back in here,
she said.
I mean, inside, not in.
I know what you mean.
Carolina will be good. She's got Mycon to handle operations, Soch, Ren, and Harold to keep the ship in order, Transom to watch her back.
It's a good crew, I agreed.
Good ship.
So it was settled. Carolina would captain the Yankee Chaos and set off after the rest of the answers to the real players behind the West Battery War. And we'd head out after Lita, as soon as Juice, Rishi, and Mycon finished rigging a receiver that could pick up the signal from Lita's tech eyes. Once we located her in Trasp space, the rest of the logistics would be up to Verona. Verona's ship, Cannon, was a sweet little cruiser, not big like Yankee Chaos, but comfortable enough for 4, and new, sleek, the kind of ship much more tailored to Carolina's family than ours. We couldn't help remarking about it once we got settled on the flight deck.
We're required to keep a day job for cover, Verona told us. One of the added benefits of our longevity is having a long time to accrue wealth. The sect has resources.
Rishi gave her a long look.
I have resources, too,
Verona admitted.
Well, anyway, get settled and I'll get us underway. As soon as we get within spitting distance of the Protectorate, I'll ping my colleague with details on our needs for covers and get a proper search started for your friend.
We strapped in for the initial jump. I was joking that our cruiser should have come with a butler bot, serving us an aperitivo before we got underway.
That wall closet in the side entry there?
Verona said.
Yeah.
No, I said.
I opted for the added cargo space,
she said. Maybe we should have brought old George, I said to Juice. Crackers and cocktails, anybody? I told Mycon he could keep George, Juice said.
Even though he got a fancy new body from the wizards, you never know when that creaky old shell will come in handy. I could see Verona struggling to keep from laughing. What? Rishi said. What's so funny? It's just the wizards thing. I can't help but find it amusing. I know you know we're not wizards, but where did that come from? Transom started calling you all that when we were chasing Clemabali, I said. Actually, it was the guy Transom was torturing in the airlock, Rishi said, if we're being precise. Oh, that's right, I said. Rishi gave me a funny look about something, but I wasn't quite picking up what kind of signal she was trying to send me. We were pretty attuned to one another, but we weren't exactly well practiced at reading each other's body language yet. Well, anyway, wizards, Verona said. It's funny regardless of the origin. I promise not to cast any spells on you three. She looked back at everyone. Jumping in 5. We all nodded. Verona started the count and jumped the ship toward Trasp's space. As we were about to get up, Juice smiled and pulled out a small box that, from the looks of it, seemed like a set of sabaka sticks. Game anyone? He asked, opening the box. Where'd those come from? I asked. Looks like a custom set. They're mine, he said. Lita picked them up for me back on Tashini when we were working on Mycon and George. Lita was looking for something to do, and it was the only thing I could think from that place I'd regretted not taking with me. Carved them myself. He handed me one of the sticks. Sure enough, it looked like he'd carved the numbers, letters, and figures by hand. He'd even painted the lettering plates. We had a fair amount of spare time on our hands back then, Juice said. I handed a stick to Rishi, and then one to Verona. These are beautiful, Verona said, admiring the grain in the wood. May we play? Please, Juice said. Verona called the table up from the floor with a gesture, a nice little feature we were still waiting to be installed on Yankee Chaos. We played for about 4 hours before it was time for Verona to make contact with her agent in Danby. Verona explained that her sect infiltrated credentialing agencies. There was no better way to get a fake identity than from the government itself. And when you operated on timelines like their sect did, they could afford to be patient working their operatives into senior positions. She just needed our information and biometrics. Then we'd have legitimate Trasp identities, complete with military records, employment histories, life stories, the works. Now your friend Lita, Verona said. I'm going to need whatever information on her you have so we can identify her and start the process of trying to locate her. We know who Lita is, Rishi said. We were still recording her stream when the colonel who took her told Lita her real identity. Oh, that'll be easy then, Verona said. Just tell me her name and I'll have my people locate her. Lita was a captain, a moon ranger, Rishi answered. Aida Jamai is her real name. Aida Jamai? Spelled Jem. Oh, I know how to spell it, Verona said. I'm just making sure you said what I thought you said, because I thought you said that your friend Lita is Captain Aida Jamai. That's right, I said. You keep saying her name like you've heard of her before or something. Birch, there isn't a 6-year-old in the whole protectorate who hasn't heard of Aida Jamai. She was one of the most famous women in the sector before she came back from the dead. That's good then, right? Juice said. She shouldn't be that hard to find. Verona looked at us, shaking her head. She may as well have buried her face in her palms. She looked so exasperated. How did you not tell me this? I looked over at Rishi and shrugged. We didn't know Lita was famous. It's not going to be a problem, is it? Rishi asked. Well, not locating her, certainly, Verona said. But you don't seem to understand. Along with the war itself, Aida's miraculous return was one of 2 news stories in the last 6 months. Captain Aida Jamai coming back from the dead. The way she died, you know. Not exactly, Rishi answered. Lita didn't know herself, just that she was in a nuclear blast on some little world called Kendry. It was a selfless act of heroism, Verona said. Or at least that's how the propagandists in the regime spun it. Non-stop for 6 months. Her face was everywhere. The face of heroism. Martyr for the protectorate. Verona pulled up a float screen and opened a news queue with articles and pictures of Aida Jamai from before Kendry, before she became one of us. We all looked at each image, contorting our views to make it fit with the woman we all remembered. That sort of looks like Lita, I said. I can see the resemblance. She did have her entire face reconstructed, Birch, Rishi said. Her hair's really dark, Juice said. I mean,
It's definitely her, I said. I think.
It's her, you guys,
Rishi said.
The Colonel took her DNA.
Well, hell, this is a proper mess, I said.
Yes,
Verona responded.
It's a proper mess. Do you people have any idea how difficult this will be? Trying to get close to the Protectorate's most prized living propaganda piece? I doubt if there's a second of any day she's not under direct surveillance. And protection.
Protection, I said. There might be only one person I know less in need of protecting than Lita. Keeping her prisoner, more like.
Semantics,
Verona said.
It's going to be close to impossible to get anywhere near her. To get her out of the Protectorate?
Long odds, I said. Verona shook her head.
Yes, long odds indeed.
I looked around the table. Juice and Rishi were smiling, and I started smiling too.
What?
Verona said.
Why are you three smiling?
Miss Verona, Juice said, those are just our kind of odds. The next time we heard back from Verona's contact, she sent us a comprehensive itinerary for Captain Aida Jamai's public appearances, which Verona was correct about. They were not hiding her, parading her around the systems more like. Verona, looking over Lita's schedule, grew concerned that we wouldn't be able to get close enough to see her. We don't have to get close enough for us to see her, Juice said. She'll see us. Miss Verona, Lita can see halfway to Athos, so we just need to get close enough for Lita to spot us out. And she knows her eye stream is still transmitting. I bet anything she'd just tell us what to do to make contact. That's a damn good plan, Juice, I said. We just need to get line of sight to her and cause a commotion of some sort so she's sure to look our way. Rishi was able to pick through the files in about 5 seconds and calculate the best options. Of the 3 suggestions Rishi gave, Verona picked the spot. An outdoor reinduction ceremony in the city of Astor on Rivera. Reinduction was something I'd heard the Trasp did, of course. More or less everyone at the body bay talked about it during rehab. There wasn't much else to do but talk. For most of us, it was a nightmare. The idea of tossing our broken bodies back into battle, spare parts and all. But for a few, there was nothing they wanted more than to get back into the fray. Soch was one of those, for example. The Trasp Protectorate didn't give their people the chance to opt out. If they could fix you well enough, you were fighting again. Rehab, retrain, reinduct. And I guess Lita was making an appearance to boost the morale of those poor souls who hadn't yet given every last bit of what they had to give to this fruitless war. Needless to say, I had some strong feelings about it. I'm not sure I could have properly named and articulated what those feelings were, but according to Verona, I wasn't going to get a chance to.
So Birch,
she said,
one of the problems with your cover was reinduction.
You mean me? I said. They'd see me as fit and draft me into the service?
Back into it, technically. Your cover is as a wounded captain. That role I'm sure you'll have no problem being convincing in. It's the other part that's going to be a challenge.
Rishi pulled up my cover on the float screen. I could read the body language on her perfectly just now. It was clear they hadn't been looking forward to this conversation. I started to read and couldn't make much of all the medical jargon. Expressive aphasia, status post whatever, sustained, and then brain injury, something. Would you just please tell me whatever it is you don't want to tell me, Ship? I said to Rishi.
You need to have cognitive trauma that would prevent you from being reinducted.
So you're telling me I'm going to need to pretend to have a brain injury?
We'd anticipated this,
Verona said.
I can't overstate how paranoid and suspicious the Trasp culture is. Our first question about any able-bodied person is always, why aren't you on the front? And in your case, Birch, I'm sorry, but the answer is going to have to be obvious before they even think to ask the question. If they have cause to interrogate you, they will find you out, and you will be executed for espionage. So I spoke with your Dr. Wren and ours back in the vault, and they devised a methodology for inducing these symptoms.
Verona opened a compartment under the ship's dash and slid a small square filament across the table. One of those dissolvable films, full of nanotech.
Just while you're in public,
Verona said.
It'll take care of the problem with your accent as well.
What's wrong with my accent? I said, glaring at her. I knew full well I sounded like a back-planet rockhound or a metal miner to them, but I figured under the circumstances a hard time was warranted.
It's actually quite charming, I think,
Verona said.
It's decidedly not Trasp, though, Birch.
So I stick this under my tongue, and then?
We can switch it on and off. We all understand this might be a sensitive issue.
If this is how it has to be to get Lita back, then that's the way it is. I picked up the strip and put it under my tongue. Fine then, I said. Let's get to learning these covers inside and out. I pulled my file down from the float screen onto the table in front of me. I'd only glimpsed the medical section Verona had just shown, so when I opened to the cover screen, I couldn't help but laugh. Helicon Birch, I said, breaking the silence on Cannon's flight deck. Is that supposed to be my name? Verona looked at me funny. What the hell kind of name is Helicon?
It's a Trasp name, obviously, Rishi said. What kind of a name is Hale?
It's a good name, Ship. It means something. Hardy, strong. Helicon sounds like a skin lotion or an engine part. Better put some Helicon on that burn juice or it'll blister. I was laughing. Helicon Birch. What's your name, Ship?
You're going to have to stop calling her that, Verona said.
It sounds less ridiculous than Helicon.
Not to a Trasp it doesn't, Verona said. Helicon is their name for the brightest star in the Vance Nebula outside Carhall. It's a very popular boy's name. Ship is a bizarre thing to call your wife, Birch.
Wife? Rishi slid the front sheet to her cover across the table to my display. Rishi Ott Birch. Mrs. Captain Helicon Birch. Senior Logistics Advisor, Support Services, Reedy Canyon on Traston. What were you thinking, Ship? Marrying a man named Helicon.
Ship Birch,
Verona said. Middle name, short for friendship, so named after Friendship Column, where her distant Ott relations descended from. Easy. But I thought I wouldn't be speaking anyway. Verona was shaking her head. I looked over toward Juice, wondering how he'd gotten out of military service. What is that? I asked, looking at the cover identity Juice had projected our way.
Carway, Verona said. It's a top-secret clearance for military tech development, R&D, a very rare clearance we shouldn't be in a rush to test.
What do you do, Juice? I asked him. I'd tell you, Helicon, but I'm afraid I'd have to kill you. We busted out laughing, but Verona didn't seem to be all that amused. I know, I said. Serious business.
Nearly 2 centuries cultivating 7 different covers, Birch,
she said.
That's what's on the line for me and my people here. Mycon promised Edis Ali you could be trusted. Please don't make fools of them both.
Things got a lot quieter after that. We had 4 days to get to Astor and get a plan in place for the reinduction ceremony. Verona pulled up the specifics on the stadium. Astor was a closed city on a planet with a toxic atmosphere, so there was no chance of sneaking Lita out there. According to Verona, every inch of the city was monitored by AI video surveillance, like most Trasp cities. We had to be perfect members of Trasp society. Look the right way, act the right way, attract no suspicions. Fortunately, Rishi could upload a proper library of cultural information and programmer speech patterns for a perfect Trasp accent. We had a built-in excuse for my reticence. Still, Rishi and Verona prepped me for my role, quizzed me on Trasp behavior and culture, major events, and how I should feel about them. To prep me, they turned on the nanites that suppressed my neural pathways that were supposedly damaged. It was an odd feeling. It didn't feel real, and by that, I don't mean surreal. It felt like I was fine, but that something had put the brakes on certain parts of my brain. If I tried to speak a sentence, my mouth betrayed me. It was frustrating as hell. When the morning of the ceremony arrived, Verona went out to get proper clothes for me and Rishi. She came back to the ship frustrated.
My contacts couldn't find a captain's uniform for you, Birch,
she told me.
Best we could do was a suit and the proper bars.
That'll do, no?
It's not ideal,
Verona said.
It'd be expected for you to be in uniform, especially if you came all the way from Traston for it.
Helicon Birch has nothing to hide, I joked. If anyone asks, I'll have a one-word answer. Rishi looked at her apologetically.
I know what to say.
The plan once the ceremony started was to wait for Lita to pick us out of the crowd. If she didn't look our way, Rishi would use the nanites I'd eaten to trigger a neurological episode that would make us conspicuous. The only drawback was that it would get everyone else's attention as well. In the meantime, Juice would be on the ship with Verona, monitoring Lita's eye stream to confirm that she'd seen us. Rishi and I went out together a few hours before the ceremony. It was uncomfortable. The neural intervention forced the left side of my face into a very odd and irritating muscular spasm. My left eye had a visible repetitive tick to it. I kept telling myself it was all for Lita, but if I'd ever felt like I'd done wrong in my life, it was this. Wearing a brain injury like a costume?
I'd seen enough of the real thing to feel a proper fraud, even if it was a necessary part of a mission. Rishi had me by my good arm, walking with me arm in arm along the causeways of the city. It was a different culture, that's for sure. Several people stopped walking to salute me, even in civvies, just on account of the bars on my chest pocket. That felt surreal. I'd gone back to Delta Gamma for a few weeks after my first surgery, and people there couldn't hardly look at me. Here, though, these people had no tolerance for anybody shirking duties, and not a hint of disrespect for those who hadn't. Rishi and I sat for a drink for about an hour. The Trasp were real friendly, surprisingly so, talkative amongst their own. Rishi ended up having a few conversations with people passing in the cantina, answering for me sometimes, while I nodded and occasionally spat out a few one-word responses. Then it was time to make our way to the stadium.
Juice just confirmed a signal on Lita.
Rishi leaned over and whispered in my ear.
She's here on Aster.
Good, I mumbled. I sounded awful. I felt awkward and plenty ashamed of the cover. I was damn well hopeful Lita would pick us out of the crowd on her own, because I was not looking forward to causing a scene. But I supposed old Helicon Birch would be expected to feel some genuine embarrassment about such a thing. I wasn't going to have to fake that. Rishi led me by my arm into the gallery on one of the stadium's upper levels. I guess I hadn't conceived of how big a ceremony this event was. The floor was giant enough to fit a pair of football pitches, and in addition to nearly as much ground-level seating, there were 3 stadium tiers with tens of thousands of civilians. It was long odds that Lita was going to see us on her own. To pick us out of all these thousands? Real long odds. The more I looked at this enormous arena, all decked out in the deep red of the Protectorate, flags, banners, and flying colors everywhere, the bigger scene I realized we'd have to cause to catch Lita's attention. Rishi was apparently thinking the same thing as we found our place. She reached up to kiss me on the cheek, embraced me, and whispered in my ear again.
When you go down, Birch, reach out and pull that woman down after you. Grab her hair.
When Rishi pulled away, she smiled and gestured to the young woman directly in front of us with a big head of frizzy hair and what looked to be a big, ugly-looking boyfriend. I gave her a look as if to say, "Really, Ship? The hair?" She looked back at me and nodded. Well, that'll do it, I thought. That'll spark a proper fracas. I spent the first 15 minutes of the event simultaneously plotting the whole thing out and praying like hell I wouldn't have to do it. But I knew. Long odds Lita would see us. I just kept thinking, damn, this poor lady and her big hair. All the years she probably spent growing it out and caring for it, and one encounter with Captain Helicon Birch is going to inspire a whole new fashion. After I finally got my head right about the issue, that it was an op, and the reality was that functionally there was no such thing as an innocent civilian in the Protectorate, then I started thinking right. By then, the floor of the arena was beginning to fill up with the pledges filing in. They were a long way down from where we were standing, but it was almost impossible to tell that anyone in that army had prosthetic tech of any kind. I supposed it wouldn't have been easy for anyone to pick out that I had artificial limbs either, at least from a distance. They were all armored up, and their prosthetics looked almost identical to an ordinary armored limb, at least from our distance. I could pick out a few soldiers with beta lenses over an eye, presumably after they'd taken a hit to the face and lost enough functional vision to require a cybernetic replacement. They just kept filing in, line after line, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I couldn't help but think of Carolina and her quest to end this madness. The cultural inertia of the better part of a century of all this warfare, the scale of it, 20, 30, maybe 40,000 soldiers down there. And to think that these were just the wounded, just the poor souls compelled to go back out there again. One city, on one small planet, in one part of the Protectorate. It was staggering. Rishi squeezed my hand and gave me a look to draw my attention to the dais, where the brass had just paraded in. I could hardly make out anything from this distance, but Rishi's new body had eyes every bit as sharp as Lita's. She tugged on my hand, looking toward the end of the stage, and she nodded, which I took as confirmation that the figure on the end down there was Lita. I asked Rishi with my eyes. She squeezed my hand and slowly closed her eyelids, nodding. Confirmation. Once it finally began, the ceremony was a spectacle. The brass in the center of the dais alternated readings of speeches from the Trasp historical record,
many of them genuinely moving, even to an outsider. There were drill performances, musical interludes, and all the floor ceremonies took place along the outside of a circular stage, at the center of which were 2 enormous drone harriers set bolt upright in the center of the arena floor, reaching nearly to the rafters. Every last soldier on the floor, gleaming red in their show armor, which occasionally shifted to black or white during the drill performances, but never any other color than trasp red. Then came the moment everyone had gathered for, when all the poor bastards down there repeated their oath of service, likely winning a second trip to Burning Rock for their loyalty. The kicker in all of it, at least to me and Rishi, was the voice all these soldiers were forced to echo, line by line. It was unmistakably Lita's voice. Rishi squeezed my hand, and we looked at each other. It was strange how fast the body language had gotten pretty seamless between the two of us, because I'm sure we were feeling the same horrible weight of it, the enormity of it. Lita, no more willing to issue the oath than most of these soldiers would have been to take it if they knew what we knew. Yet here they all were. Rishi gave me a long look while the gallery was standing and applauding the courage and loyalty of these brave soldiers. That much had never been in doubt, regardless of the circumstances. I was almost so distracted by the moment, I didn't pick up on what Rishi was trying to tell me. She hadn't gotten a no-go from Juice, which meant Lita hadn't spotted us yet, and that meant the poor woman with the frizzy hair was about to have an unfortunate encounter with Captain Helicon Birch. There was a program listed on each of the boards at the foot of each tier, so everyone could follow the ceremony. The remaining items were the loyalty pledge, and then a minute of silent remembrance, before concluding remarks and the recessional march. If there was a time to cause a commotion that Lita would see from down on the dais, it was the minute of silence. I spent most of the time between that exchange of looks between Rishi and me and the minute of silence, thinking about how to do it, how I was going to make it look natural, casual, properly acted out. Then, a few seconds into that minute of silence, whatever the hell Rishi and Verona had programmed those nanites to do, rendered all my planning moot. I didn't have to pretend to fall. I fell over the seat in front of me like a bag of moon rocks, and as my eyes were rolling up in the back of my head, it was just right there, that big head of frizzy hair. I didn't even have to try. I just grabbed. Instinct. And the last thing I heard before totally blacking out was the blood-curdling howl of a completely unsuspecting woman as I pulled her down to the ground with me by her hair. I was only out for a few seconds, I think. It couldn't have been much more, because the poor woman was still half on top of me, and parts of my left side were still convulsing. All I could hear was Rishi shouting, "Captain! Oh, Captain! Medical! We need medical!" I met eyes with that very confused and disoriented woman, who looked to be more shocked than hurt, to my great relief. The big ugly boyfriend actually turned out to be a big brother, and as soon as he realized his sister hadn't been assaulted, but was simply the unlucky landing pad for an injured captain having a neurological episode, he actually turned out to be genuinely helpful and compassionate, both toward his sister and to me. He played his part better than we could have scripted it, the big fella, because he helped one of the ushers pull me up and sit me down in the aisle to wait for the medics. All of this unfolding in the span of about 30 seconds, causing the ranking general on the dais to call for a halt to the minute of silence for a medical situation in the crowd. I heard them announcing that they would wait for confirmation from the ushers and restart the minute of silence so it could be observed properly. As I was sitting on the steps, the entire arena looked toward our section. Perfect line of sight from the dais to the aisle. And at one point, as Rishi was apologizing and explaining and tending to her poor Helicon, I saw a little smile creep onto the corner of her mouth as she looked down at me. Mission accomplished. I turned my face to stare right down there to Lita, making sure she got a long, clear look at old Helicon Birch. You bet it's me, I thought. Damn right, shipmate. I was always coming for you. Verona was correct about the Trasp and their internal security. Granted, it was a military event, but I got whisked out of there fast after the medics gave word to move me, to a rousing applause no less. From then, we didn't take a step without eyes on us from the ISB, and not just one inspector. There were security regulars with bots at their hips, a pair of junior inspectors, and then, finally, the boss came in to see us. They were suspicious that I refused to be taken to the hospital over the matter. Captain Helicon had been discharged from Trasp service, though, so they couldn't order me to go without arresting me. The ISB inspector was a sharp-eyed, suspicious woman wearing a regular military uniform with a major's rank and insignia. Her name was Hartline.
The captain's stubborn,
Rishi explained when that major asked why I was refusing to go to the hospital. They'd taken us to a secured room in the lower quarter of the stadium. I feel fine, I said.
He's embarrassed more than anything. You call your husband the captain?
She asked Rishi.
Only in public, Major Hartline. The captain has earned that rank, just as you have.
Major Hartline looked over at me.
That much seems indisputable,
she said.
What was this episode about, Mrs. Birch? You'll understand I have to ask.
Of course.
Occasionally the captain has seizures. It usually only lasts a few seconds, never more than a minute. He's had maybe 7 such episodes since his last surgery.
8, I blurted out, thinking Rishi was sounding a little too well rehearsed. So I added a little spontaneity to the situation. She shook her head and said under her breath to the major,
It's 7. He's still a little woozy. No matter.
I grumbled and shook my head at her. Pretty good acting on my part, I thought.
Anyway, he had an episode, and I'd closed my eyes to observe the minute of silence. It's my fault, really,
Rishi said.
That poor woman, Larsa, she was very understanding, and thankfully only shaken.
What were you folks doing here? Major Hartline asked Rishi.
All the way from Traston for a reinduction ceremony?
Friends, I blurted out. Friends.
He's very active in the support networks. It's all he does, really. When they finally make it back in, the captain likes to congratulate them in person. It's such a long road for all of them.
The major looked over at me skeptically. I lifted up my right hand, and Rishi pretended to be dense about what the major was wondering about.
Ah, yes,
Rishi said.
Sorry, he's a prolific writer. Hardly ever stops for a break.
I said, nodding along.
It's just talking he struggles with.
The major took a deep breath.
Were you planning on heading home today, Captain?
Yes, I said, after taking a deep breath. After
the ceremony?
I shook my head.
We were planning on meeting a handful of the captain's friends for dinner, though I think it might be prudent to head back to the ship and have a rest before deciding whether that's a good idea.
Good, I said, gesturing forcefully with my hand and with my face. Idea.
Well, I can see what he wants, Mrs. Birch,
the major said, smiling.
It's unfortunate that happened during the ceremony, but I can see you folks meant no harm by it.
I looked away, shaking my head.
He's just embarrassed,
Rishi said.
You know, not one to kick up a fuss or have one made over him. I do know the type. It's no bother, Captain. Everyone will be glad to know you're all right. Mrs. Birch, I'd like a list of the friends you came to see, if that's not too much trouble. I'll look into it personally, and then you'll be free to enjoy the rest of your day.
Special day, I said.
You're absolutely right, Captain, Major Hartline said. It was a pleasure to meet you two.
They gave me a tablet, and I wrote down the names of the soldiers Verona's people had built a correspondence trail with. A minute later, they released us. From the moment Lita's ship got within range of Aster, Juice had been monitoring Lita's feed. Verona had been correct about Lita's security. They had body people on her at all times, 2 of them specifically dedicated to her. And once the ceremony concluded, 6 more joined them. 4 to manage the flow of the queue to greet Lita, and 2 more undercover in the crowd. That was to say nothing of the people we couldn't see coordinating her security team. The body scanners, the cameras and the AI body language analysis and listening devices. It would have been a hell of a gauntlet for Juice to negotiate had we gone with our plan B and sent him through the queue to have his picture taken with Lita. In retrospect, both were massive risks. With some luck, we'd gotten away with the first part by playing on Trask's respect for a wounded officer. But if Lita's head of state-level security in public wasn't bad enough, when the queue was finally exhausted, Lita went back to a changing area. And who was there waiting for her but Major Hartline herself? It turned out we'd just met face-to-face with the ISB officer in charge of Lita's personal security. The good news was that Lita had seen us. Juice showed us the clip. She looked right at me in that moment I was looking at her.
Birch, what are you doing here?
Lita had whispered to herself.
Oh, go home, please. Please.
Verona looked over at me as though we should consider it. Not a chance in hell, I told her, shaking my head. We're not leaving Lita again.
Lita didn't have much more than 15 minutes to change for the evening's event, a large formal dinner with city leaders and the military brass from the ceremony, and we could tell easy enough it was killing Lita. If I could have written up a personal hell for each of us, this would be about as close to Lita's as I could imagine. Rubbing elbows with bigwigs for the rest of her life, every minute micromanaged, not a second of solitude, smiling all day, playing the role of living martyr for a cause she hated with every fiber of her being. We need to get her out of there, I said to Rishi and Juice. If this is her life now, she's not going to make it.
They're treating her well, Birch,
Verona said. You don't know her, I said. You don't. If we don't get her out of there, she'll lose it. Nobody said anything, but I could tell Rishi and Juice were thinking the same thing. The problem was that it looked impossible. If this was what it was, her security, all day, every day, a new ceremony, a new place, getting Lita out was going to be a problem, and not getting her out was going to kill her. After the dinner, Major Heartline herself escorted Lita back to her room, where one of her body people was assigned to the door. It wasn't that Lita couldn't have overpowered that guard and snuck away, but where to? Where could Aida Jamai escape to in the Trask Protectorate? I could tell from the body language of the others that they weren't happy with Lita, or Aida, or whatever they were calling her. It was sour looks and frustration, the way they glared at her, all full of resentment. Heartline turned and dismissed the bodyguard.
You gonna stay and watch me pee, Major?
Lita said.
To what do I owe the honor tonight? You need to change your attitude, Jamai. I know they said you went through hell and back, but who hasn't? Tell me that. Your performance today at the reinduction?
Major Heartline was shaking her head.
What about it? Frankly, it disgusted me. You recited that oath like those were just words, Jamai. They're not just words. Not to those soldiers who bled for them once and pledged to them again. We can't have you moping around the Protectorate like a jaded teenager. Not you. Not much longer. You're damn well gonna start smiling and acting like the Aida Jamai people believe in, or we're not gonna have any use for you. And then you'll be saying those words for real.
We all heard Lita inhale and exhale, a long sigh.
You're right, Major,
Lita said.
Thank you. Sometimes it's hard for me to be self-aware about such things. You know I remember so little. It's easy for me to forget just how blessed I've been. It's no excuse, but you know how big a disappointment it was that I didn't remember my family. I'd like to see them again if you can arrange it. I need to try again, please. I'd like to go back to Carr Hall.
Major Heartline took a long look at Lita's face, examining her. Lita looked down at the floor.
Okay, Jamai. I'll see if I can carve out a day next week. We've been out 4 weeks straight. That's fair enough. It's no excuse,
Lita said.
I know it's not. You're human,
Heartline answered.
I know what you're doing is not easy, Aida. Have a good night's sleep. It's a long way to Ellenby.
Ellenby. God. Right from the conscription hall of Astor to the staging area for Burning Rock. It was no surprise to us why Lita was miserable, giving oaths to the very people she was going to give pep talks to before they got sent off to the grinder. This was some job the Protectorate had for Lita. Propaganda fixture. Living goddess to Trask fealty.
When the Major left, Lita quietly stepped into the bathroom. She started whispering.
If you're watching, if you can hear me, Chaos, they are always watching, always listening. Go home. You know who I am now. I love you, family.
Verona thought she heard something different from the rest of us. She heard Lita tell us to go home. We heard her invite us to her home on Carr Hall. It was pretty clear to us. We were going. Lita and her retinue took off the following morning. Our plan now was to pick up Lita at her home on Carr Hall, and, as it turned out, Rishi had a few more tricks up her sleeve than even I suspected. We'd blown her primary cover, so once we got out into open space, she asked Verona to pick out another identity, one from a system on the other side of the Protectorate from Carr Hall. It had to be someone roughly the same size as Rishi, with similar facial features. Rishi spent about 5 minutes scanning through a database Verona accessed for her.
You might want to strap in for this part, Helicon,
she said to me, smiling. Then, without warning, I watched as her hair changed color, and her face morphed into an entirely different person's face. My eyes grew wide. That's some trick. Juice looked over at me in disbelief. Even Verona looked totally shocked.
This body?
Rishi said, now in an entirely different voice.
It has a few features the heralds don't come with.
She looked a full 10 years younger, like a teenager. Non-threatening, Rishi declared, beyond suspicion. Her skin was darker. Even her eyes took on a darker shade of brown.
So if that major sees me in Carhall,
Rishi said,
she'll have no cause to suspect a thing. Now I only need to get Lita's attention.
Rishi had a plan for that as well. Long odds, Juice said. See what I mean, Miss Verona? Just our kind of odds. We touched down in Carhall City the day before Lita. We walked about freely, scouting. This world, Carhall, rivaled any for beauty I'd ever seen. Nowhere in the letters was like it, nor anywhere else. Maybe an arboretum on Athos. But this whole city was verdant. There were trees. The air was fine. There were clouds of pure white and a blue sky like Earth's. A yellow sun, a temperature made for us. The place was glorious. There was green grass and flowers. It was as though the war hadn't touched this city at all. Maybe it hadn't. Not directly, anyway. It was almost impossible for me to believe the warrior I knew had sprung from such a perfect planet. It didn't take us long to find Aida Jamai's family home. People were proud to point it out. Truly, Captain Aida Jamai was theirs. More a Trasp creation than reality. In our reality, she was Lita, and she didn't remember any of this. Didn't know any of this. But she knew us, and we knew her. This was not her place. That night, we waited at the airfield, slept on the ship. I could tell Verona was nervous. She believed we could rush Lita out of there. She also feared we couldn't do it without being spotted and ruining her cover. Verona looked around the city and around the airfield longingly, as though she was saying goodbye to something important. She pretended that she was just scouting. But people like us, we can spot the difference as easily as the white clouds and the blue sky. It made me wonder what Mycon had promised her and Edis Ali, what debt we'd need to deliver on when all this was over. I knew it'd be big. When Lita's ship arrived, her signal popped back onto Juice's monitor with almost perfect clarity. It occurred to me that they might have touched down in the bay beside us, maybe not more than a few ships over. Major Hartline was with her, along with a team of 4 security personnel and a pair of idle strikers that never powered up. It was a smaller detail, but still no sure thing. All 5 people on the security team escorted Lita to her family home, where Lita's mother opened the door. We watched the feed as Major Hartline and 2 of the guards swept the premises, clearing the whole property, even the back garden, the trees, the pond. I still couldn't believe this garden planet. When the sweep was finished, Major Hartline went back inside.
We need to leave tomorrow, she told Lita. If you want to go out somewhere, have Roach or Metz call in advance so we can double your detail. Do not try to slip them, Jamai. Remember our conversation. I've done this much for you. I am right where I want to be, Major Hartline, Lita said. Thank you.
The Major took 2 of the guards with her when she left. One of the 2 remaining guards took up a post at the front door, set back a little from the street. Lita dismissed her bodyguard to the back room, requesting privacy in the company of her family. Lita sat in a front room with her mother, and, after a moment, a young man entered the room, looking very much like he was comfortable there, like he belonged. Lita looked up at him as he entered. "Do you know me?" he said. Lita shook her head.
In a sense, yes,
she said.
I know that you are Omar. I know that you are my brother.
So it's true. Lita stood up.
I'm not the same person anymore. You are still my daughter,
Lita's mother insisted.
I know you're mine. I only meant I don't remember. The childhood you had with me, Omar, that's not a part of my past anymore.
He came closer and embraced her. "Oh, big sister," he said. "I'm so sorry I couldn't come home to see you last month. I couldn't leave my unit."
I understand, Omar.
"What did they do to you?" he said, pulling back, looking directly at her.
They had to rebuild my body and my face. I know I look different.
"I still know you," he said. The poor kid looked like someone had ripped his heart out. We all understood that loss. We watched as they sat together for several hours. Lita and her family, 3 perfect strangers. Rishi was costumed in her new identity, wearing some Trasp teenager's face, heading toward Lita's house, when Omar got up and declared that he needed a break. He announced that he was going for a drink, and didn't invite Lita. "The harp," he told his mother. "I'll be back in a couple hours." Lita seemed disappointed when he left.
He took it so hard.
Mrs. Jemai told Lita after Omar left.
It's not easy for him. Even if you don't know, Aida, we do. We remember what we lost. But now at least we have another chance to make new memories.
I had a feeling about it. It was the stupidest thing I'd done since getting assigned the Yankee, and I knew it. But I had a feeling. I had to see him. We couldn't just take Lita like that. Disappear her again. They had to have a sense she would be okay. Verona was furious, but she also knew she couldn't stop me, and I damn well wasn't going to let her turn that neurological brake on again. This time, I went out as myself, and she was so sideways worried about what trouble I was going to get myself into that she demanded to tag along. The harp was a fair distance from the ship, so we each took one of the hover skids she had tucked away in a closet in the back of the cannon. Good thing you didn't turn down that option, I joked with her. We could use a few of these skidders on the Chaos. It was about a 15-minute skid ride. When we arrived, Omar was already there, sitting by himself at the bar of the dimly lit pub. Verona knew what I'd gone for, but for some reason, she still hoped she could talk me out of it. "Birch," she said, pulling on my arm. "Be a good wizard and play along, will you, Verona?" She hit me with a real sour look, but she followed me when I approached him. I walked up to the empty seat beside him and gestured. "May I?" "Please," Omar said. I looked at that boy's face, and all I could see was Lita. He just felt like family. I could read it in his face now, more so than on the feed. He was real torn up inside. Aida must have meant the world to him. For all the performative hagiography and hero worship the Protectorate was heaping on his sister, every last ounce of it couldn't have held a candle to what this young man felt for the genuine Aida Jemai. "You've had a rough day by the looks of it," I said to him. "Had plenty of those." "Such is our fate," Omar said. "Some of us more than others." Omar noticed my artificial hand on the bar beside him and nodded. "Burning Rock or Richfield?" "The legs defending supply stations for Nestle. I lost the arm when my evac ship was hit getting me out." "Bad days are all relative," Omar said. "Mine's no big thing, comparatively." "I believe I recognize you," I told him. "Yeah, the pictures. Everybody knows my family now. I'd love to talk about it, friend, but I'm not really allowed to talk about my sister." "Nothing's stopping me from talking about her. I served with her," I told him. "I knew her well." "Is that so?" "The captain's forgetting his manners," Verona said, leaning in front of me to catch Omar's attention. "Can we get your drink?" "Of course," I said. "Please allow us." Omar shrugged and nodded reluctantly. Verona ordered us a couple local cocktails and introduced herself and me to Omar. Properly, that is. Using my cover, of course. Captain Helicon Birch. "So, I imagine the reason you can't speak about your sister is that the ISB doesn't want people to know that until she miraculously reappeared a couple months back, she didn't remember her own name. Sound about right?" "You don't have to say anything, Omar. Just nod your head if I'm close to the mark." He nodded. "You have a strange accent, Captain. Not sure I can place it." "I grew up close to the letters. Traveled a lot as a kid," I said. "I can't tell you how I know what I know, but I do understand what you're going through." "Oh? It's like losing her twice, am I right?" Omar shrugged. "The thing is, you were wrong about the first loss. You just didn't know it. And you're wrong about the loss this time, too. She's still there. What you love about her, it's all still there, whether she shares your memories anymore or not." "I'm a little confused as to who you people are," Omar said. "And, as you noted, this has been a tough day. I served with your sister, Omar. I know her. I know who she is. All the things you love about her are still true. You need to know that." "Where exactly did you say you grew up?" "I didn't say exactly. There are important things, and there are unimportant things. The important thing I'm trying to tell you is that you haven't lost anything, and the work your sister is doing is more important than you know." "Oh, I know," he said, rolling his eyes. "Keeping the Protectorate inspired. Lifting morale. So important." He lifted his glass as though to toast. Then he caught something out of the corner of his eye. He turned toward the door, and a look of disgust washed over his face. I was about to turn too, but Verona grabbed my arm, tugged me toward her, and leaned over, kissing me on the cheek. Before she pulled away, she said quietly in my ear, "Don't look back. Don't. Major Hartline is here." "Day keeps getting better," Omar said. "Listen, Captain." "What's wrong?" Verona said, leaning across toward Omar, touching him on the forearm. He turned back toward Verona. Oh, it's just... Well, the ISB. My mother told me they followed her around when Aida was home last time. Even when she was out by herself. I guess I'm getting the same treatment now, too. Fun. Omar took a long look at me, noticing me sitting there, my eyes front, conspicuously uninterested in the 3 ISB agents he and Verona were looking at. Where did you serve with my sister, Captain? He said. Lots of places, I said, taking a sip of the bitter cocktail. Too many to name. Start with 1, Omar said. I shrugged. Omar looked back at Major Hartline and her 2 colleagues again, and kept talking. My unit spent some time in the Alphas, Captain Birch. You ever been out that way? I nodded. Many times. Many times, he repeated, imitating my accent. Not back to Car Hall all that often, though, I'll wager. I shrugged. Verona shook her head at him, begging him with her eyes. My sister had a nickname from school, in the JO's Corps. It stuck with her all the way through Ranger School. You'd know it if you served with her. I only ever knew her as Lita. Lita? That's a fact. Omar looked back toward the ISB, and then back toward us a couple times. He took a deep breath and picked up his drink. You know what I noticed about people in the letters when I was out there, Captain Birch? I shook my head. See, we Trasp have this culture about loyalty to our schools, to our cities, to our units, to the Protectorate. That's the big one. The chief difference I noticed when I was out there in the letters was that people were much more loyal to each other, to their families, to their friends. You've been out there. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Just a slightly different way about them. The kind of thing that would make a person do things that they know to be costly, foolish, and maybe even fatal, just to help out a friend. Nothing bigger than that. No grand narrative. I have to say I found it to be, I don't know exactly. Call it a strange mix of naive and shockingly commendable. I wonder if we Trasp used to be that way too, and that it's just another casualty of war that doesn't get counted. You understand what I'm talking about? Better than you know, Omar. Yeah, I do understand. Important work, you said? I nodded. The most important work. Much bigger than you could possibly believe. Okay, Omar said, picking up his drink. I admire you, Captain. I really do. He got up, turned around, and started walking toward the table where Major Hartline and her people were seated. Verona's eyes followed him, filled with terror. She didn't know what to do, I could see. I thought she was going to bolt, so I grabbed her hand, held it in mine, squeezing it, still facing forward. Slowly, I said, don't draw attention. As I stepped off the stool and stood, I could see, just within my peripheral vision, Omar was standing beside Major Hartline's table, having positioned himself opposite the door and away from the bar, drawing their eyes to him. He was pointing at them angrily, and though it was too loud in the place to make out what he was saying, I had no doubt it was something performative about not appreciating being followed around by the ISB in his own hometown. As we walked out, heads down, my arm over Verona's shoulder, Omar glimpsed up at me for just a moment, not directly, and not for long enough to catch the Major's attention. But he knew. I knew that he knew far more than I'd given him credit for. As I said, Omar was family. Verona was shaking as we stepped outside and started back to the ship. I'm pretty sure this wasn't her brand of espionage, well-trained as she was. We didn't say a word to each other on the way back to the ship. When we got there, Rishi was already back, wearing her own face again, and she was alone. We shouldn't linger, Verona said. Rishi? I said. Rishi, what happened? She shook her head at me. Rishi, what happened? Lita wouldn't come, Birch. I couldn't talk her out of staying. We need to go, Verona insisted. Strap yourselves in. Juice, I said. I'm not sure whether I was asking for validation or an explanation or what. You just have to play it back yourself, Birch. I was recording. I can't accept that, I said. I know she wouldn't want to stay. We didn't come all this way to leave here without Lita, you two. It was her call, Birch, Juice said. Verona's right. We should go ASAP. I don't know what I was angrier at. That Lita didn't come with us, or that I'd stuck my neck out to give her family closure or some other kind of comfort, only to realize that we were the ones losing Lita all over again, not them. And just like that, we were in the air. out of Carhall City, without her. In that moment, it seemed like Lita, our Lita, had chosen Aida Jamai. Verona was anxious until we got to the exclusion zone. Once we hit the line and started to jump out of the system, she finally took a breath. I was sitting the whole way in silence, wondering about what had gone wrong. Verona turned and looked at me, and I could tell she was pretty damn furious about what I'd just dragged her through. I know, I said. That was the stupidest damn thing I've ever done. What the hell were you thinking, Birch? Verona asked. I was thinking I couldn't do it to them all over again, for a third time. Just sneak in there and steal her away. Their sister. Their daughter. Not without a sense that she would be okay. That it was for the right reasons. I shook my head. It wouldn't have been right. Verona didn't say anything. She just kept staring at me, shaking her head in disbelief at my stupidity. Anyway, I said, looks like it was all for naught. No, I don't think so, Rishi said. I don't think that at all, Birch. Verona and I told Rishi and Juice about what had happened at the bar, how things had gone down with Omar, how close we'd come to getting caught. Then Rishi queued up the footage of Lita. It was crystal clear, from Rishi's eyes and ears this time, not Lita's. Rishi, wearing that teenager's face, walked up to the door of the Jamai house, fully expecting the bodyguard at the front to shoo her away, which he attempted to do. Please, she said, I have something for her. A gift. She's here with her family. Please, young lady, you need to respect the family's privacy and leave Captain Jamai alone. It's something she'll really want, sir. Please, it would mean the world to me to give it to her. I'm sorry, but you need to go. I'll wait here all night. Then I'll call for officers to come and arrest you. Please, will you just tell her what the gift is? And I promise you I'll go if she doesn't want to come to the door. The young guard on the detail tapped his ear and started mumbling something, presumably to lead his body guy inside. Okay, hang on, he said to his partner. Just tell Aida what it is, and then I'll send the kid away. Yeah. Rishi pulled Lita's prayer card out of her bag. Okay, kid, what is it? Tell her it's a prayer card for my brother. He's deployed on the border in the letters. It's from Tresia. Something about a prayer card, he repeated. Tell her it's from Tresia, Rishi insisted. She says it's from Tresia. Yeah. See if she'll come to the door. A few seconds later, the guy at the front door raised an eyebrow, looked over at Rishi, and said, Okay, I guess she's coming down. When the door opened, it was Lita, yes, but she was wearing casual clothes. It was funny to see her there like that, in the doorway of the house she'd grown up in, dressed in clothes she'd probably had lying around since her school years. She looked like Lita, but at the same time, like a totally different version of her. Captain Jamai, Rishi said, I brought this for you. Lita stopped, struggling not to react at the sight of the metal plate, her Tressian prayer card. The Lita plate, with its scorched fringes and bent edges. It was impossible for her not to recognize it as her own. She was puzzled, less about the object than its courier. It's a prayer card. I'd like you to have it so you can pray for my brother. Okay, kid, the guard said. I think She's fine, Metz. Back off. He shrugged. I can teach you the words to recite, Rishi said. Will you say them with me, please, Captain Jamai? Sure, love. What's your name? I'm Rishi. Rishi, Lita said, cautious not to react. She didn't seem to believe or understand that it could be Rishi. Here are the words to say, Rishi said. Then she spoke very slowly, as though teaching Lita a prayer. Ata soshteki kinesa makana taneko. As we were watching, I didn't really understand why she'd chosen Sosha's name as a code word, but I guess it was pretty damn clever, because to the guard there, Metz, it just sounded like some foreign gibberish to him. This is very important to you, Rishi. I can see that, Lita said. Come with me to the back. I want you to teach me those words properly, so I can remember and pray them. Lita took Rishi by the hand and started around the house toward the back. Captain, Metz said to her. Oh, come on, Metz. Take a deep breath, will you? You know how strict our orders are on you. If anything happens. I was a Moon Ranger, Metz, and this is a teenager. I'm more likely to get struck by an asteroid than any harm comes to me by this girl in my own backyard. Shelve it for a moment, please, Corporal. Line of sight, he insisted, following Lita and Rishi to the side of the house, but stopping there while they continued. Lita led Rishi to a spot in the middle of the grassy garden behind the house where they sat,
I couldn't get over that. What a place to live. It made me sad for Lita, that she'd forgotten all of it. What a loss.
How do you know those words? And who are you, really?
Lita said.
How do you have this? It's really me, Rishi said. I know those words because I wrote them on the wall for you in ultraviolet, and I have your prayer card because you left it in my back pocket, so to say. I don't understand. How is this possible? I can't believe it's really you. Mycon had some very special friends. They were able to transfer me to the same kind of processor he uses, and they gave me a body. A very convincing one, as it turns out.
Lita shook her head.
I'm really trying not to react here, Ship, because Metz would think something was up. But don't think I'm not going to cry myself to sleep tonight over how happy I am for you. It's a big change,
Rishi said.
We can talk all about it, but this is more time-sensitive than we'd hoped, because Birch has apparently done something rash. And if we're going to do this, we should get a move on now.
Lita took a deep breath and shook her head. She gestured to the plate and said,
Do you remember what he said to me that day, Rishi? Who? Athos Teki Kinesimacanataneko? He said a lot of things that day. About good people,
Lita said.
How they don't get to do what they want. They do what they must,
Rishi said.
I've been thinking a lot about Carolina lately, ever since I got back. Getting paraded around like a celebrity has made me think a lot about Carolina's life. The famous daughter of the Dreesen family. A few weeks of that kind of fame, and I'm going crazy. Everyone in the whole protectorate thinking they know me, knowing what I am, who I am, when I don't even know myself anymore. We know who you are, Rishi said. You know. Not really, though,
Lita insisted, taking a long breath.
They're going to kill Carolina, Rishi. Her own family. They will. If she really crosses the line, they'll kill her. Just like these people here will quietly make me disappear the second I prove a hindrance rather than an asset. And the thing is, Carolina knows it. Deep down, she knows it. And she's doing it anyway. You guys took a big risk coming here. And I appreciate that. And I love you for it. But I'm sure you'll appreciate that I can't do more back there with you guys than I can do here. Meeting every dignitary in the protectorate, gaining their confidence and respect. I haven't really been doing a good job of that, but I didn't understand the opportunity it was. I didn't really get it until now. When Carolina pulls back the veil on the war, someone in the protectorate is going to need to speak, and it needs to be someone the people will listen to.
Lita suddenly laughed and shook her head. Rishi looked at her inquisitively.
All this time, I thought I was supposed to be a fighter, that I would make the most difference that way. Pretty ironic after all that. I'm going to need to be a diplomat. I should go,
Rishi said.
Tell everyone I love them,
Lita said, standing up.
I'm going to miss you, Ship. All of you.
Metz was growing suspicious and encroaching into earshot. Lita embraced Rishi, who handed her the Lita prayer card.
This belongs with you, Captain Jemai. Please keep it safe.
Rishi cut off her recording at that point. Then Juice chimed in. I closed Lita's ocular stream on the off chance anyone ever detected that odd frequency and wondered about it. Not before I captured this, though. A final image from Lita's stream flashed up on the float screen. Metz walked over to Lita as Rishi was walking away. He was looking at her, and it seemed like Lita was starting to tear up, having said goodbye to Rishi. What was all that about, Jemai? If I didn't know any better, I'd think you might be starting to care about something other than feeling sorry for yourself. She looked over at him and took an audible breath.
You know something, Metz?
She said.
I'm starting to remember some things it's been really hard for me to remember lately. Like who I really am, for one. I'm going to be a better person.
Metz looked genuinely shocked by her response. Oh, well, that's good news, Captain. Great news. I'm happy to hear it. The feed cut out. I didn't know what to say. Neither did anyone else. It was just silence as the float screen vanished above the table. There was nothing to say or do except to feel sad and hope that the feeling in my gut was a true feeling, telling me for certain that it wouldn't be the last we'd see of Aida Jemai. Our Lita. Things wouldn't be the same without her. About 3 hours into the jump, which I was presuming to be back toward the letters to catch up with Yankee Chaos, Verona dropped the ship out. She told us she had something to show us, and something she needed to talk about. I wasn't looking forward to the conversation. I figured she was still upset over my going after Omar. How that one stupid mistake could have jeopardized about 1,000,000 important things for her sect. And really, I didn't have much to say in my defense. It was just a gut reaction. A call. A stupid in-the-moment call. I got a bit more optimistic when the jump drive cut out and we found ourselves floating in interstellar space before a rather stunning cosmic vista. Rishi looked over at me and smiled.
"This is the Vance Nebula,"
Verona said.
"I thought this would be a good place for us to talk. Over a century ago, they used to run commercial tours of the outer battery, astronomical tours, on luxury cruise liners. This used to be a very popular stop. Nobody really comes out here anymore. And Birch, I thought you might like to know that the bright pink star at the center down there is Helicon."
That one there? That's quite a sight. Helicon. I can see it. Sure.
"We've risked a lot,"
Verona said.
"far more than we'd agreed to at the outset when Mycon contacted Edis Ali. I'm sure you'll agree."
Look, Verona, I'm sorry about all that.
"Birch, this is not me soliciting an apology. We were always going to have this conversation. We agreed to help you, whatever that entailed, but we agreed to help you in exchange for your assistance on a matter of great importance."
Verona stopped talking and left that statement hanging there, like she was expecting a drum roll. "Well," I responded.
"We need to talk about your friend Sebastian."
Target. Their target was a man named Mearsong Rex, a business titan of questionable reputation. He'd made his fortune on the fringes of human civilization, expanding his reach as humanity did, riding the unregulated bubble worlds as the wave moved ever outward, farther into the letters and boundary systems. Rex Enterprises were almost always among the first developers to establish a trade station in any newly settled system. Yet for a figurehead of such an expansive and profitable corporation, Mearsong Rex himself was a surprisingly difficult man to locate. He was also widely assumed to be the architect of the El Shadra massacre, which more commonly became known simply as Lambda Shadra, as it unfolded in that system, far out in the letters. But the truth of that day was little known, as the only thing murkier than the history of those outer systems was the fog of war in the inner ones, and Lambda Shadra was, at its roots, a war crime. Carolina Dreesen's first call, as captain of the Yankee Chaos, was to find and interrogate Mearsong Rex, one way or another. Rex was an older man now, Lambda Shadra having occurred almost 3 decades prior, during the middle years of the West Battery War. Space travel was more of a youngster's game, and rumors had it that Rex had turned over much of the day-to-day operations of his outposts to his many children, supposedly living an isolated life somewhere in the heart of his network, likely in the alphas or betas. Mycon calculated the likeliest location of his compound would be in the vicinity of Alpha Origi, where his outpost Ashvidal had been the flagship trading station in the sector for nearly 3 decades. "What's the math on that?" Transom had asked him. "Less math than human psychology," Mycon asserted. "That which gives you most pride, you are least likely to relinquish. Especially ambitious people don't move away from their own monuments." Their plan was to quietly scout the marketplace. The most inconspicuous team of scouts included Sebastian in street clothes, Wren, and Harold. They docked Yankee Chaos under an assumed name and filed the registration under Carolina's new pseudonym, Captain Vela Trieri. There should have been no cause for their presence to raise any red flags with the Rexes. Wren and Harold had a fine morning shopping, while Transom had a look at the layout of the market, identifying several areas of the outpost where he would start monitoring for illicit materials or off-book trading. The hope was that they could catch a glimpse of one of the Rexes without detection. From there, the plan was to monitor movement and build a contact list, so that either the people or the transactions would lead back to Mearsong Rex himself. After their cursory scouting trip through the outpost, there was no cause to think their presence had raised any alarms, so they went to dinner. Wren, Sos, Sebastian, and Carolina herself, all dressed inconspicuously, with almost no intention of the evening being anything but a pleasant dinner in the culinary quarter. And by every indication, it was just that. About halfway back to the outer docking bay, with no warning, Transom barked out, Stop walking, everyone. Metal face, on them, he ordered, pointing to Ren and Carolina. Transom walked ahead at a quick but not urgent pace, scanning the 2 upper levels to the left and right with tactical purpose. The concourse was dark and all but empty, but that hardly seemed suspicious to anyone but Transom, given the time of night.
What's his issue?
Ren said.
Let's hope it's nothing,
Carolina replied.
You know, sometimes I think he's a little overprotective of you.
Shh, Soch said, pointing to the upper tier. Eyes on. They were too exposed, standing in the center of the lower causeway, with walkways above them to both sides. Soch moved them to the next raised planter in the center of the causeway in front of them, his eyes keenly focused on the walkways above. The small trees and shrubs offered some cover to hide under. In the planter itself, something solid to duck behind in a pinch he hoped wouldn't materialize. When Transom didn't return after nearly a minute, Soch directed Ren and Carolina to sit on the floor with their backs to the planter. A few seconds after sitting, they saw Transom moving silently above them on the second level, at pace, signaling something to Soch as he seemed to glide along. Moments later, the entire concourse, silent seconds earlier, was overwhelmed with the sound of a firefight on the level above them. Down. Stay tight, Soch said, ducking behind the planter on one knee himself. Pull your legs in, both of you. The shots that flew at Soch came without warning from the upper tier on the opposite side of the planter. Soch got down fast once the bolts started flying his way, 2 pinging off his metal half, which he'd instinctively turned towards the shots. The causeway wasn't totally empty. Screams now echoed up and down the concourse, sowing confusion and panic. A few civilians went running past. Between the sound of the shots and the screams and the intensity of the incoming fire, somehow that was enough for it to slip past Soch that Carolina had been hit, struck in the thigh by a ricochet. Initially, he'd misinterpreted Carolina's yelping as the reaction of a civilian to her first firefight. It was only after Ren nearly pushed him back into the line of fire to apply pressure to Carolina's leg that he had a sense they hadn't gotten out of the initial burst unscathed. How bad is it? Soch asked.
Take her shoe off,
Ren barked at him.
Tear open her pant leg at the cuff. Come on, quick.
Carolina was wincing, breathing in short, deep puffs, trying not to cry out. Soch got her shoe off and tore open her pants from the ankle to just above the knee, all the while scanning the walkways above, weapon at the ready. Ren was quickly able to assess that the bolt had missed the artery.
We need to move her,
Ren said. Transom reappeared. Up, he said. We're moving. Transom seemed totally unsurprised and unconcerned to find Carolina in that state, merely bending down to lend her a shoulder to lean on, lifting her to her one good foot effortlessly. Eyes on our 6, Soch, he said as they began to move down the causeway. Harold was already making his way to them from the ship at top speed.
Are they gone?
Ren asked, moving under Carolina's other shoulder to offer support. Gone enough for now, Transom said. We need to get the hell out of here, though.
Really? Carolina said. I was just starting to enjoy the place.
That's the spirit, kid, Transom said. Want to stop for a cocktail on the way out? You're barely bleeding.
I've got something a little stronger on offer,
Ren said.
If you can get us to the ship alive, that is.
Transom shot her a look. Everyone's still breathing, Doctor. Harold arrived, armed with long guns, which he passed off to Transom and Soch. He then took up Transom's position supporting Carolina after she told him in no uncertain terms that she wouldn't be carried. Soch and Transom cleared the group's perimeter back to the ship without another encounter. Minutes after boarding, Yankee Chaos was gone from Alpha Origi. Ren made quick work of Carolina's wound, extracting the bolt, closing the wound, and even using one of the remaining vials of Lita's plasma to expedite the healing process.
A few days staying off at 0G won't be bad for you either,
Ren told her.
Let me know how your pain is, Captain, and we'll adjust your meds accordingly. Captain,
Carolina said, shaking her head.
Some first call. Could have been a lot worse, Carolina.
Transom came floating into the medical bay.
Oh, I'm well aware,
Carolina replied.
That's what I'm upset about. We got lucky. How the hell did you know, Sebastian?
Know what?
You told us to stop walking,
Carolina said.
What would we have walked into if you hadn't?
A shooting gallery, basically. There's not much to it, really. I'd be dead 100 times over if I didn't have a feel for those things. Just the energy in the place. When something feels wrong, it usually is.
Did that sense give you any idea who was shooting at us?
Ren asked. Sadly, no. That's the worst part about getting killed. Usually you go with no idea who's done the deed. Most of the people I've killed had no idea I even existed. Then, poof. The end.
He's just charming, Captain, isn't he?
Transom smiled.
You hate that he probably saved your life back there, Ren, don't you?
Carolina asked. It's okay, Doctor, Sebastian said. I've still got a long way to go before we're back on level terms. But we're going to need to talk about our approach. That hit could have been Mearsong Rex, somebody operating on his territory with his blessing, or it could have been any of the parties we're looking to nail down. As soon as you're feeling up to it, boss, I suggest we put our heads together. Word is out now, Mycon's voice echoed through the atrium. Safe to say, the players we're trying to track down know that Carolina is investigating them. I strongly suggest the attack on Alpha Origi was more a warning than a legitimate assassination attempt. But the fact that these brazen criminals feel they have license to take shots at Carolina Dreesen means we have ruffled some dangerous feathers.
How do you think they knew we were after Mearsong Rex?
Ren asked.
Or did they?
Sebastian was strapped in across from her and Carolina. He sighed. There's about 5 different ways I can figure. Sparrow playing both sides is one. Knocking on the front door at the murder mill is another. Slipping away with their bank records. Probably asking too many of the wrong questions at the drop mine. Somebody from Exo sharing details of our visit. We need to be more careful about our approach. I strongly suggest we don't knock on any more front doors, Mycon said. Lying low would probably be a prudent move at this point. Sure, Soch said. Just fly back to Tashini and play Sabaka for the next 6 months, right as we're getting over the target. Bold plan.
I agree, Carolina said. We're getting too close to back off. I think we're much farther along than Sayla ever got, and that's making some bad people very uncomfortable. It makes me more suspicious about the Lambda Shadra massacre. Like the key to everything might be there.
The problem with that, and Mearsong Rex's prime example, is that unlike your great-grandfather and his cabal of bankers, the real players behind El Shadra are likely all still alive, Mycon said. They will defend their interests and their secrets with lethal force.
We need an investigator,
Ren said.
Look, this is fun and everything, but we've got 2 warfighters, a surgeon, an archaeologist, and an ancient AI. And here we are, bumbling around the galaxy waiting for the pieces to fall into place.
I would suggest this group has made considerable progress, Mycon said.
Getting shot at, Ren said. Yeah, even I'm getting good at that now. Real progress.
Look, Doctor, Sebastian began.
No, Carolina interrupted. Both are valid points. We've lost some key people in our team, and we shouldn't have our surgeon getting shot at. It's worth considering help.
I'd be very skeptical of anyone in your orbit, Carolina, Soch said, after what happened with Sparrow.
I agree, Soch. My family and our friends and allies should be avoided. Funnily enough, though, that does bring someone to mind.
Carolina exhibited a mild wince.
Are you all right?
Ren asked.
Oh, the leg's fine, Doctor. It's just we said no friends. What about someone who hates my guts?
All depends on why, Sebastian said.
All the right reasons,
Carolina answered.
None of you can ever tell him I said this, but I think he might be perfect.
Carolina prepared Transom and Soch for their next target to be far less deadly. That didn't mean he'd be pleasant. He just wasn't the type to lash out with anything but harsh words, of which he'd exchanged plenty with Carolina over the years. Karsten Irie wasn't an investigator in the strictest sense. He was a historian, a young professor now. He'd stood for his doctoral degree, while Carolina was an undergrad, studying archaeology. He was very bright, but contentious, and a harsh critic of her father's administration. What had impressed her about Irie, though, was his willingness to leave the library, to get out into the field and talk directly with the eyewitnesses and the players to the history he was examining. The documents were dead things to him, flat. History, in his view, wasn't flat. It was a living, invisible mystery, waiting to be experienced. Given the nature of their quest,
She knew Irie would be an asset, but she also knew he wouldn't appreciate having his work disturbed, and he certainly wouldn't appreciate that she'd be the one disturbing him. "You two be good when you pick him up," Carolina told Transom and Soch. "Relax, Captain," Transom joked. "You're acting like you've never ordered anyone's abduction before." "We're not abducting anyone," she said, shaking her head at the both of them. "Sure," Transom responded. "We'll just tell him to come with us voluntarily, and then bag him if he doesn't. But we definitely won't abduct him." "If you hurt him..." "I thought you didn't like this guy." "I don't, and he doesn't like me either." "Okay," Transom said. "You ready to go pick up Carolina's boyfriend, metal face?" Soch chuckled and looked at Carolina with a half-smile. "I'll make sure Sebastian behaves." They set off on foot along the dusty desert plains of the deserted little mining world. Mycon had located the group of academics camping in the small abandoned settlement of Harpersville, which, in the years of Helenia's outward expansion, was briefly a thriving mining settlement here in the Damon system. It seemed like the type of project she'd have relished months earlier, digging through relics, examining abandoned buildings, mining sites, and rusting machines, struggling to piece together what had happened to turn this planet into a ghost world while others thrived. For a moment, she was jealous of Karsten. In that moment, faded to a long sigh at the realization that she just sent Soch and Transom to pull him away from that work, using the not-so-subtle art of intimidation, or so she prayed that was all it would come to. Carolina only hoped Karsten could forgive her after he learned what they had about the war. She suspected he would particularly enjoy listening to her confess the past sins of her family. That thought had her second-guessing her second major decision as captain. Carolina waited for Karsten at the table in the atrium. Her biggest concern was getting him mixed up in the danger they were now in, so her top priority for Transom and Soch was pulling him away from the Harpersville survey group unseen. Quick, smooth, and quiet was the goal. It took about 4 hours for Transom and Soch to return with Karsten Irie, who'd walked with them apprehensively after they'd pulled him into the rocks near the mines and given him the options to come willingly or be carried. He took one look at Soch and Transom and decided he had little choice but to walk. Carolina heard their footsteps and voices at the back ramp from the atrium. "Sorry we had to bag you like that, Professor," she could hear Transom say. "The captain said it was for your own protection." "You're sorry," Carolina heard Karsten Irie responding in that familiar acerbic tone. "Pardon me if I have my doubts about your sincerity." She took a deep breath as Karsten stepped into the atrium, Soch and Transom trailing behind him, prodding him forward. "The historian you requested, Captain," Transom said, a wry smile creeping onto his face. "Dreesen?" Karsten said as he recognized Carolina sitting at the table. "You have got to be joking. What the hell?"
"Hello, Karsten," Carolina said. "Please strap yourself in. We'll be taking off momentarily."
"Like hell," he said. "I'm not going anywhere with you. Not like this." He turned back toward Soch and then toward Transom, who were still standing behind him. "Have a seat, Professor," Transom said. Karsten Irie shook his head but complied, taking a seat at the end of the table opposite Carolina.
"Thank you, Sebastian. Soch, we'll be fine back here. Have Mycon get us underway, please."
"Yes, Captain," Transom said, grinning broadly now. "So you're what? Some kind of space pirate now, Dreesen? What the hell?"
"I'm sorry we had to pull you off the planet like that, Karsten, but I really don't want your involvement with what we're doing to be known."
"Actually, you didn't have to pull me off the planet at all. You could have chosen not to send your psychopath and cyborg mercenaries to abduct me from my survey site. I mean, what the hell is even going on? What is this ship? What are—" There was a long pause, and Karsten sat at the table with his mouth hanging open.
"Take a breath," Carolina said. "I promise you this will all make sense. Just take a moment and allow me to explain."
"Crew is secure for takeoff," Mycon said.
"At your leisure, Mycon,"
Carolina said. And after a few moments, the engines hummed, and Yankee Chaos gently began to hover over the desert floor, taking a low but steadily rising trajectory into the dusty little planet's sky. Irie stared over at Carolina, shaking his head. She didn't know where to begin, so she sat quietly as they headed into space, waiting for Karsten to give her a sign that he was ready to talk. She'd never seen him speechless before, For a moment, she found herself guiltily enjoying the feeling. Well, he finally said. By then, Damon Mine's atmosphere had drifted away to the dark black of space in the atrium window above them. The weight of gravity had dissipated. You were going to explain, Dreesen? Where to begin? She said, shaking her head. A lot has changed since I saw you last. Rumor had it you lost your mind, he said, looking around the ship. Rumor confirmed. I didn't hear that rumor, Carolina said, smiling. Well, you disappeared and half of Athos was looking for you. And it was a big news story for nearly a month. Then suddenly your dad was on the news, requesting privacy. So everyone just assumed you'd snapped after your aunt died or something. Most people figured you'd been found and sent off to therapy at some private retreat on Helenia or something. This? Nope. Never would have guessed. So what, you're playing ship captain with a bunch of rogue mercenaries? Not exactly. But you're not wrong that it all started with my aunt. Anyway, it does go back to my family. I'm investigating them. The short explanation is that we need some help developing a new approach. And the secrecy is because it would be dangerous for you if any of the people we're investigating found out you were helping me. You're investigating your own family? Yes, Karsten. I know that's probably hard for you to believe. I don't believe it. In what? Dangerous? You're afraid of your own family now? Like people in the government? It's not really just my family we're investigating. It probably wasn't my family anyway. It was probably someone in Mearsong Rex's family. Mearsong Rex? Probably wasn't what? What happened, Carolina? It's not that big a deal, Karsten. Sebastian thinks they were only trying to send a message. We were on Alpha Origi trying to investigate Lambda Shadra, and somebody shot at us. Shot at you? Like, shot at you? Bang bang, shot at you? Carolina Dreesen? She shrugged, and the sheepish look on her face gave away that there was more. They shot you, Dreesen? You got shot? Yes, I got shot. Are you all right? I mean, you look all right. We have an excellent surgeon with us. You'll meet her. Of course you do, Iris said, laughing. Could this get any more absurd, Dreesen? I'm glad you're okay. I don't even know what to say. Say that you'll help us. You're a historian, Karsten, and I think you're smart and you're courageous, or at least you could be if given the opportunity. Well, thank you, I guess, Iris said. I was always under the impression that you hated me. The feeling was certainly mutual, by the way, Carolina said. But you were the only person I could ever remember to genuinely challenge me about my family. And as much as I hated it and felt compelled to defend my father and his administration, at times you gave me pause and really made me think. I might not be where I am right now, come to think of it, if you hadn't. Iris looked around the atrium at the state of the ship. You're welcome, I guess, he joked. So now you're what, Rogue Dreesen? Investigating crimes within your own family? Connections with Mearsong Rex? Don't mock me, Karsten. None of this is a joke to me. And for the record, neither of us had any facts to support our positions when we debated. I merely felt compelled to defend my family, and you were more cynical than most. Whatever degree to which you might be proven correct is merely luck. Or maybe I'm a student of history, Carolina. He looked over at her, noticing a souring of her demeanor. Where before she seemed apologetic, now, to him, she looked more like she'd regretted bringing him aboard. You're really doing this, he said. Digging into your family's past? Seriously. Yes, Karsten, but it's bigger than that. Bigger than just my family. It's the war. It's the money and the power. All the players. Believe me, you were never cynical enough. He shook his head. That's admirable, Dreesen. I never would have guessed it in a million years. I mean, speaking of courageous. So? So? Will you help us? We need a new approach. We need to know how to investigate these people without getting shot at. Or, actually shot, Karsten said, smiling. Just because you have an excellent surgeon and cyborg mercenaries on retainer, Carolina, doesn't mean you need to use them. She smiled. Does that mean you'll help me, Karsten? Could I say no at this point? You could. You forget who I am, Iris said. Carolina Dreesen abducts me like some space pirate and asks me to dig into the history of the West Battery War with her, and I'm supposed to say no?
The Damon Mines project is interesting, sure, but, well, whatever this is, it's in another category. Carolina spent much of the day with Irie in the atrium, briefing him on the events that had brought them to the moment. He listened attentively and asked incisive questions Carolina was often reluctant to answer, mostly because the answers might put him in danger if the wrong people learned he knew. Irie eventually grew tired of being shielded so. Carolina, either you want my help or you don't. No one is going to know I helped you. Regardless, I'm all in. If we find out who's responsible for the war, and that cost me my life, I'd consider that a fair trade-off.
We might lose our lives and never learn, though,
Carolina answered. It's risky business changing the universe, don't you think? That answer brought a subtle smile to her face. Carolina told Irie of the misadventures she and Transom had been through at the drop mine, how they'd gathered banking information on her great-grandfather, and how that led them to chasing Sparrow, how they'd ended up at the murder mill, and how they'd copied all those financial records. The only part she left out was their trip to the Wizard's Vault. Irie was most interested in the banking data from the murder mill, the 5 impossibly good investors, Carolina's ancestors included. There's more there, Irie declared. That's where I'd begin, respectfully. It's not a bad instinct to go after Mearsong Rex. He very well could be your mystery investor, or merely the hired gun commissioned to carry out the El Shadra massacre. Maybe not, though. Nobody's ever pinned that on the Rexes definitively, and I don't think anyone in their circle is going to reveal the truth of that matter. It's the mystery investors you should be looking into. You have some clues there in the bank records.
We tried to track those accounts down, but we don't exactly have any legal right to request their information from any of the banking entities. We only know the names of the investment groups.
They had to sell to make a profit, though, Carolina. At some point, they had to dump their shares and cash out, right?
Of course.
Okay, so regulatory agencies would have noticed the pattern on these trades if they all happened on Athos, presumably.
One would think.
Same with this group in Helenia. Who knows about the other groups in Edoras and the Protectorate? But if we figure out what one of them is doing, we'll find that they're all running the same scheme to hide their money from their home systems.
How do you know so much about finance, Irie? This isn't your field.
Not exactly, but not exactly not. One of my professors wrote a history of Athos from the standpoint of financial capital. He called finance the secret history of human civilization. He used to say that a history text without an accounting of the accounting was like an anatomy textbook that never talked about blood flow. We really should consult him.
No, Karsten.
He shrugged and shook his head. I know. The fewer people who know. I get it.
So here's the question I didn't know how to address. What point is there in making all that money if you can't access it?
It's the right question, Karsten said, smiling. The obvious answer is that they can access it and nobody can see.
We're talking war money, like my family's wealth. Orders of magnitude more, maybe.
Like magic, Karsten said. Make all that money disappear, but not disappear. That's the question. If we figure out how they're doing that, we'll probably be able to at least track down the Helenia group. Probably your long-lost Dreesen cousins, by the way. Carolina sighed. No offense, Karsten said. It's just probably true.
It's warranted,
Carolina replied.
There's nothing you could say at this point to make me any more cynical about my family than I already am, Irie, okay? I'd prefer it if we could just stick to solving the problem.
Sorry. Old habits, Karsten said. The thing is, these records alone would be enough to get an investigation going if we could trust the agencies on Athos, but I'm presuming you don't think you can. Carolina shrugged. My professor, the finance guy, we were debating politics, and he told me one time I was way off, said I was too harsh on your dad and the powers that be. He said they were beholden to powers beyond their control, the vagaries of markets, the tides of capital. He asked me who I thought the most feared person in the government was. And of course I said your father. Who do you think he told me it was? You'll never guess.
Near a slain?
I'd have thought you'd guess the defense chiefs, not the chief solicitor. Carolina shrugged. Do you know who Rena Tamashi is?
I've never heard of her.
She's like the assistant to the undersecretary of the chief of the exchequer or something insanely obscure like that. After my professor told me about her,
I looked into her and what she did, Carolina. She's a forensic accountant. She's basically an assassin by other means. She's kneecapped more or less every serious political rival your father's ever gone up against. Things that quietly go away, they go away because she goes snooping into the finances of campaigns, personal wealth, business transactions, anything. And when she's done, let's say at the very least, there's a deal to be done. Worst case scenario, your dad's latest rival ends up in the asteroids recycling metals for 10 to 15 years. What's your point, Karsten? We could use someone like her. Probably more than you could use me. She'd know the parameters, what kind of banking channels you'd need to hide such sums. If that's the answer, then let's try to figure out what those parameters are. Mycon assisted for several hours as Carolina and Karsten worked to define the necessary attributes of their mystery bank. The institution would need to be able to move large sums of money, be close enough to the main areas of the battery to communicate readily, yet it had to be far enough outside the main systems to escape regulatory scrutiny. It would almost certainly have a currency exchange to convert the different currencies of the investment groups found in the murder mill files. It might even hold the money in its own currency until it was time to transfer it back to its holders. As the hours ticked by that first day, one by one, the possible institutions that could be moving dark money like that came off the list. Some were too small, too unstable, too newly established, defunct. For Carolina, it was a revelation to think to go back to 100-year-old records to find the right institutions. But that was Carson's instinct, finding the answers in the lost environments of the past. Even that, though, was proving a fruitless prospect by the middle of the second day, at which point Yankee Chaos was floating in interstellar space with no direction. Sebastian, Soch, and Ren were largely giving Carolina and Karsten space in the atrium while they worked through the seemingly endless lists of banking institutions. But it wasn't lost on them how well the pair were getting on, despite the work going nowhere. In the evening on the second day, Karsten crossed paths with Soch in the commissary while Soch was fixing dinner. Karsten was heating yet another coffee. "You two seem to be like old friends," Soch said. "She told us different." "Oh? Yeah. She said you didn't much care for her back on Athos. Kinda made me wonder." "What? Who wouldn't like Carolina Dreesen, right?" "More or less," Soch answered. "She's an entirely different person here. Back on Athos, she was always so, I don't know, like perfectly put together. Always the right mannerisms, the right friends, the right clothes. Never a hair out of place. I never had a conversation with her. I couldn't have guessed exactly what she was going to say to me. And here she's different? Yes and no. I mean, it's funny to me. It's like here it seems like she's playing a role, acting like a starship captain, wearing the clothes, casually dropping getting shot into a conversation. You just said she was acting a part back on Athos, though, right?" Karsten shrugged. "Are you sure this one's not the real Carolina, and the person she was back on Athos wasn't the role she had to play because of her family?" "Well, maybe," Karsten conceded. "Regardless, I like this version a hell of a lot more. Says what she's actually thinking. Isn't trying to impress anybody. I never thought I'd see her in a flight suit. I mean, we're talking about a girl who never wore the same piece of jewelry twice." "Got your attention well enough," Soch said. "Oh, jewelry," Irie said, his eyes growing wide. "Oh, those bloody geniuses! Dreesen, I've got it!" "Jewelry? Hang on, I figured it out," he said to Soch, twisting back toward the atrium, abandoning his cold coffee pouch to float idly in the commissary cutout. "Dreesen, get back down here!" "Obviously, jewelry," Soch said to himself, shrugging. Who didn't see that coming? By the time Carolina had come back out of the captain's stateroom to hear what the commotion was about, Karsten and Irie had a small audience already gathered at the table. "Figure something out, Professor?" Transom asked as he strapped himself in opposite the head of the table. "Yes, actually. I figured out how they've been," Irie started, just noticing that everyone else at the table was smiling and shaking their heads. "Take a deep breath," Ren said, grinning. "I'm sure the captain will be well impressed." "Knock it off, you three," Carolina said. "Irie, you've got something?" Carolina pulled herself down to the open seat at the end of the table. Karsten was smiling broadly. "It's perfect," he said. "Genius." He paused, seemingly waiting for someone to either guess or to ask for the answer. Karsten, Carolina said. Lime Harbor. Lime Harbor? Ren echoed. Hasn't that place been a radiation bath for like 100 years? Yes, roughly, Irie said, still smiling. And the thing is, we think about history in years, dates, events, but most of the things we see fit to remember unfolded over long periods of time. We just forget how drawn out they were. We remember that, the war started on Veronia 72 years ago on a Tuesday, when actually it was building for years over dozens of events, just like Lime Harbor's decline. Sorry, Irie, Carolina said. I'm not making the connection. Look, he said, projecting a timeline on the float screen above the atrium table. The bank on Lime Harbor closed 75 years ago. For about 30 years before that, Aldura, the settlement's star, was spewing increasingly deadly levels of radiation on the planet. People didn't leave overnight. They left over decades. And we think of the place now as a resort outpost, a vacation spot. It's even in our parlance still. It's what you all think of when I said Lime Harbor, right? Relaxing in the sun, no? Everyone seemed to agree. What people forget about Lime Harbor was that it was a sneaky, quiet commerce hub. That's where all the tech jewelry started. It's all over the Battery now, but it started on Lime Harbor, as well as dozens of other boutique luxury items, because people are loose with their money on holidays. They had precious metals in reserve, commerce, and because of all that, Lime Harbor was a banking hub with its own currency and its own regulatory system. The central bank could have moved this money, or held it easily, Carolina. There's only one problem with that theory, Irie, Carolina said. Lime Harbor is dead, like Ren said, a radiation bath. You said yourself the bank closed 75 years ago. Unless it didn't, Dreesen. Who's there to check? I mean, there were holdouts, just like there were back on Damon Mines. People who hung on for years, decades. People still used to go on holiday at Lime Harbor during the first few decades of the war, long after the businesses left. Who knows how many years families stayed? But if the bankers shut the door and left, who's going to bother to see whether they've shut off the servers? The infrastructure would still be there, regardless. They had a space elevator and a solar array that powered the whole colony. The power's probably still on today. Mycon's disembodied voice echoed through the atrium. That is a very clever deduction, Mr. Irie. It's plausible. As you say, an ingenious solution to our secret investors' money problems. Who's up for a little sun? Soch said. Perch is going to be jealous, Ren said, laughing. And Juice. How could an archaeologist say no to a ghost world? Irie asked Carolina. From space, the planet didn't look so unwelcoming, and the star itself looked no more threatening than any other large K-class star. The radiation readings didn't lie, though. Lime Harbor was no longer fit for sunbathing. But, just as Irie had guessed, the lights were still on in the station atop the space elevator, even a half-century after the place had been vacated. Nearly everyone was crammed into the flight deck, trying to have a look at the space elevator, when Mycon put up an image on all screens. Ships, Captain, he said. 2 of them, approaching the station. Threat assessment? Negligible to nil, Mycon said. They looked to be armored cargo carriers, without offensive capacity, possibly designed to traverse Aldura's corona. To what purpose? There were serious efforts made to elongate the life of the star, Karsten said. It's possible they were roboticized and left on a loop when the last residents left. Plausible, Mycon agreed. Regardless, we will not be competing for docking space. Mycon dove the ship toward Lime Harbor's atmosphere, instructing everyone to take their seats for entry. He turned Yankee Chaos over to give everyone a fine view of the city out the atrium window as they descended. Apart from the obvious abandoned state of the place, the city looked surprisingly appealing. Slate rooftops, stone structures, wide, dusty cobblestone streets. That's interesting, Mycon said, focusing the exterior camera toward the main road to the space elevator, which he displayed on all screens. Most likely robotic, but definitely recent activity. The screen revealed a street with 2 well-worn pathways, presumably tire treads, which Mycon was easily able to follow to a group of industrial buildings to the northwest of the space elevator itself. Mycon put the ship down in the middle of a large, open square adjacent the old industrial sector of the city. As soon as they were on the ground, Carolina sent out Transom and Soch to clear the area and report back on the activity in the industrial sector. Karsten appeared in the entrance to the flight deck as she was monitoring their feeds. "You're going to have to explain to me at some point how you became captain of this little pirate ship here, Dreesen. Most rich girls who have a breakdown don't end up on Lime Harbor looking to break into top-secret banks in search of illicit war money. You've done pretty damn well for yourself." She looked back at Irie, smiled, and gestured to the seat beside her. Sebastian, Soch, and Harold approached the warehouse from a distance, following the vehicle tracks and observing. It was hard to imagine that they wouldn't have been seen landing by people or bots on the ground, but whoever was here, they didn't seem to have noticed the new visitors flying into the city unannounced. As the small party finally reached the warehouse where the tire tracks ended, the sliding doors opened, and a truck exited the warehouse, pulling a trailer filled with large metal spheres. Sebastian directed the group behind a nearby building to get out of sight. Once the two-truck caravan had set off down the well-worn tracks in the road, Sebastian took point as they approached the building, entering through a back doorway. There was a steady noise coming from a large room to their left as they entered. That proved to be machinery, which, as they examined more closely, was responsible for producing the metal spheres the bots had been hauling. The noise of the room masked their footsteps as they progressed to the other side of the warehouse. It also made it impossible for them to hear the woman working in the adjacent room. She was repairing a robot, with her back turned to them as Sebastian entered. "Excuse us!" He raised his voice, startling the young woman. She screamed and turned toward them, reaching for the tools on the table, but coming up empty-handed. "Who are you? What do you want?" She glared at Soch and then back toward Sebastian. "Please," she said, "don't hurt me." "We're not here to hurt anyone," Soch said. "We didn't expect to find people. We heard the city was abandoned." "It is," the woman said. "We're the only ones here." "I'm Soch, and this is Sebastian. What's your name?" "I'm Cisco," she said. "Cisco Dreesen. I'm here with my fiancé. He's a fighter. He'll hurt you if you harm me." Sebastian smiled, looking over at Soch. "We're not here to hurt anyone," he told her. "Not today." "Knock it off, Sebastian," Soch said. "We're sorry for startling you, Cisco. Do you have a few minutes to meet with our captain, maybe?" "I need to replace the batteries on these units or we're going to fall behind again." "Harold can do that for you," Soch said. "Do the bots need any direction once they're reactivated? Or are they self-directed?" "No, they're fine once the batteries are in." "Harold?" "It would be my pleasure, ma'am," Harold said, walking over to the table and assessing the situation. "Please." "Who are you people?" Cisco said. "Did you come to help?" "Something like that," Sebastian said. "Come on, let's go see the captain." When Soch and Transom brought Cisco back to the ship, Carolina and Irie were shocked to hear there were humans in the city still. They were even more surprised to see a distant Dreesen in the person of Cisco, who explained that it was her fiancé's family who'd originated from Lime Harbor. His grandfather, Barlow Reich, had never left. In fact, the old man was up in the main house. "Dying, we think," Cisco said. "He contacted us 2 months after we went back to Gracia because he'd gotten very sick and couldn't continue to run the operation." "Ren," Carolina said. "On it," Ren responded, heading to the medical bay for her bags. "I'd like to have our doctor take a look at him." Cisco put her hand over her mouth and began to cry. Carolina got up and approached her. "He's been in so much pain," Cisco said, embracing Carolina. "Thank you. He wouldn't let us take him from the house." "Well then," Carolina answered, "let's go see if Ren can get him comfortable." Carolina left Soch to watch the ship. On the walk up to the main house, Cisco explained to Carolina that Barlow had been there his whole life, struggling to keep the star from deteriorating beyond salvation. All the scientists had long since given up hope, but the old man had remained, keeping the robots running experimental slugs into the sun's corona in the hopes of saving Lime Harbor. Then, just as his life's work finally produced the breakthrough he'd been waiting for, the old man had fallen ill, short of breath with shooting pain in both his legs. That's when Cisco and Alex had come back to help him. "Barlow's not mobile anymore," Cisco continued as they walked through the old stone streets. That's why Alex is with him. I can't lift Barlow out of bed anymore. Alex goes down at night to do the bot repairs he can't talk me through. He's the engineer, but I'm learning. When they got to the house, Cisco took Ren up to the bedroom where Barlow was convalescing. Alex came down to meet the group that was there. More people than had been in the old family homestead in half a century. Did Cisco's parents send you people? He asked as he entered the main room at the foot of the stairs. You brought a doctor. I just can't. I can hardly speak. I'm so grateful. We have other business here, Carolina said, but we're happy to help a man in need. He's in excellent hands. Other business? Alex asked. In Lime Harbor? It's been a long time since that's been said, I'll bet. Anything we can help you with? We should think that over, Carolina said. You folks are pretty isolated out here. Alex looked puzzled by the response, but shrugged his shoulders and said, Well, if you can think of anything, we'll do what we can to repay your kindness. Mr. Reish, Irie said, my name is Karsten. I'm a historian, and if he's feeling up to it, I'd love to speak with your grandfather. His knowledge, his life, I'm sure I don't need to tell you, but he's truly a treasure, historically speaking. Interesting group you've got here, Captain, Alex said. We'll see how he's doing, Karsten, and if he's up for it, I'll ask him. Much appreciated, Irie said. This is some city.
After a few hours, Ren re-emerged from upstairs, joining the others in the front room of the house where they were sitting, waiting for news. The old man was sleeping comfortably now, but the news was not good. Ren had already told the family. Cancer, Ren announced to Carolina, Karsten, and Sebastian. I can't do much at this point but keep him comfortable. But that's actually a lot, because he was in real pain. The radiation? Karsten asked. A lifetime of it. I might have been able to help a year ago, but he's just too far advanced. I can't see him making it through the week. Ren turned to Carolina. How's it going with the banks? Mycon is trying to map the city's comms network. He'll let us know what's next when he's got something. Maybe the old man can help, Irie said. He knows more about the city than anyone. Is he lucid, Doctor? Ren nodded. I heard you were asking about him. I actually think that'd be a great idea, Karsten. A life like his? I'm sure he'd want nothing more than to know people heard his story. If he's up for it, I'd support that. And he's still all there? Oh yeah, Ren answered, smiling. He's a pistol.
Carolina left Ren and Irie with the family for the night. By early evening, Mycon had mapped the power grid and communications network well enough to have a sense for where the banking hubs would be. The following morning, Carolina and Sebastian went back up to the house to check in on the family. They found Ren, Irie, and Cisco in the upstairs bedroom with Barlow, who was alert and in excellent spirits. Irie was smiling from ear to ear, soaking in every last detail. Barlow had been up since dawn, talking and talking, telling stories of the old city in the years when people were still visiting. He spoke of the Exodus, when the scientist Harper Corp had hired to save the star finally gave up on the colony. A financial decision, Barlow declared. The star can still be saved, a statement Alex had confirmed the previous day. Banking, Barlow explained, was a major financial sector in the colony. It was an off-world hub mainly for Gracia and some of the Trask worlds. But they closed the banks when Harper Corp left, Barlow said. After that, it was all downhill. That's when the real exodus started. Barlow pointed out the 3 main bank buildings on the city map. I'm no banker, he proclaimed, but I think their executive offices would be where all their processors were. But that all got turned off when I was a kid, maybe 60 years ago, maybe more. He looked over at Carolina. So you're the captain. What do you think of our fair city, Captain? I think a life spent trying to save a world this beautiful is a life well spent, Mr. Reish. He smiled. Please call me Barlow. Your doctor here tells me I'm dying, which is fine. I've lived a long life. I'm home. I've got family around me. And I'd like to be on a first-name basis with the good folks coming and going, if that's not too much to ask. I'm Carolina, Barlow. Carolina Dreesen. Oh, he said, smiling. Like our little Cisco. Maybe you two are cousins. There's a lot of us Dreesens, Carolina replied, smiling.
Cisco could show you to the banks. She's explored the whole city. Barlow seemed to be oblivious to who Carolina was, but Cisco wasn't. She looked over at Sebastian and Irie to confirm she'd heard what she'd heard. She thought the captain looked familiar, but to hear it from Carolina's own mouth was a surprise.
Sure, Barlow, Cisco agreed. We'll get Carolina suited up, and I'll show them the way when they're ready.
Cisco explained that they didn't want to be out in the midday sun without a proper suit. There were only 3 buildings in Lime Harbor that were safe without radiation gear once the sun came up: the Riche home, the warehouse, and the inner rooms of the space elevator's main concourse. The Yankee Chaos, of course, was well shielded too. It wasn't long before Wren dismissed everyone, stating that Barlow shouldn't overexert himself. He, also, had agreed to continue talking with Irie about the history of Lime Harbor. Before heading back to the ship, Cisco gave one of the spare radiation suits hanging in the back room to Carolina.
You'll need to wear this if you want to come out with me,
Cisco said.
I have to meet Alex down at the warehouse first. Your presence, your herald, you've been a godsend. We're catching up on things we've needed to do for weeks. Alex is excited again.
I'll need a suit too, Sebastian said from the doorway.
You're coming too?
Cisco asked. She goes, I go. Cisco looked over at Carolina, who nodded.
I suppose we could squeeze you into Barlow's suit. It might not be comfortable, but it'll work.
That'll be fine, Sebastian agreed, turning and leaving Carolina and Cisco alone.
You have an eclectic group,
Cisco said.
I like most of them. That one, Carolina said. He's the one who keeps me breathing, and he's damn good at it. That doesn't surprise me. Anyway, I'll meet you in the lower square at Katie Place. We can search those bank buildings together. Very good,
Carolina replied.
Ping me at the ship when you're on your way.
The excursion to the banks began in Katie Square shortly after midday. Bright sunlight beamed onto the 2 smaller figures in radiation gear. Behind them, Sebastian caught a taller figure in a stretched-out orange and black suit. Their faces were obscured by their tinted hoods, and the muffled voices of the 2 Dreesen girls went back and forth as they shouted to each other, deciding which of the banks they should explore first. It was shockingly hot in the sunlight. By the time they got to the first bank, they were all ready to get out of the sun.
Don't take off your hood when we get inside, Cisco reminded them. It's cooler in there, but the radiation is just as bad.
Noted, Sebastian said. The doors and windows of many of the old stone buildings were adorned with fine decorative wood, matching the classic architecture of the city. A century of heavy radiation and zero maintenance left the thick wood brittle enough to breach. Transom blasted open the door with several good kicks. They spread out and searched the first floor, making their way up the offices floor by floor, and then down into the basement. There was no sign of any operating equipment. It took nearly 2 hours to clear the first bank and its offices. The second bank, the Lime Harbor Trust, was Irie's bet on where the money would be hiding. It was the bigger of the 2 private banks, but not the issuer of the LH kroner. He suspected that would have meant less outside scrutiny from the business interests and the banking industry when the Lime Harbor banks were shuttered. Despite those suspicions, after 2 more hours of searching, they didn't find so much as a working light in the Lime Harbor Trust, and certainly no working computers. The colony government's bank, LHB, was the big one. It was a long walk, and the Riche house was nearly along the way, so Carolina decided they should check in with the others before searching the final bank. Back at the Riche house, they took off their heavy suits, ate, rehydrated, and gave their sweaty skin a chance to breathe before setting out again. The sun was getting low by the time they walked back down to the banking sector.
The radiation levels are dropping,
Cisco announced as they approached Alba Square. Cisco took off her radiation hood, as though to prove the point. Carolina and Sebastian followed suit. The sun was approaching the horizon, casting a brilliant orange light over the rooftops as it descended. The square in that light, empty, dust-filled, barren, and beautiful, was a perfect relic of the high human societies of the past. Carved stone icons, gargoyles, castle walls, high, haughty columns. Carolina couldn't help but wish that Karsten had been with them, there to witness this sunlit picture of the past. The LHB offices were nearly twice as big as the first 2 banks, but it didn't take them long to discover signs of activity.
Shortly after entering, Sebastian found a trail of footprints in the dust that led down the back stairway into the basement. While the other banks had been hollowed out, the LHB's basement had remained just as the bankers had left it. In a back room, there were empty racks that had been recently disturbed. The server blades were missing, only recently cleared out. Someone had clearly beat them to it. "Have you seen any ships?" Carolina asked Cisco. "Not since we've been back. 13 weeks now, I think. We can ask Barlow, but he would have mentioned it, I'm certain."
"Sparrow?" Sebastian said.
"Maybe," Carolina responded, gesturing towards Cisco. "Let's not get too deep into the speculation business here."
Sebastian turned and walked away. Cisco shook her head.
"I don't understand. Who would want all this old gear? It's been gathering dust down here for nearly a century. What were you looking for?"
"This was an evidence trail," Carolina explained.
"The less you know about it, the safer you'll be." "Well, they didn't bother us whenever they came," Cisco said. "I'm glad of that." "Yes, we can be thankful for that. Let's get you home."
Back at the house, Carolina consulted with Wren briefly before visiting with Barlow and Irie. The old man was fading, as eager as he was to tell stories of past times. Carolina brought Karsten down to the front room where Sebastian was cooling off after a long day in a hot radiation suit. Irie asked them what had happened at the banks, peppering Carolina with questions about the state of each building. "You think they knew we were coming?" he asked.
"I think they must have taken all precautions," she answered. "Once we visited the murder mill and took financial records, they probably figured we'd get here eventually, so they got here first."
"Damn," Karsten said. "I thought for sure we had them. Well, anyway, what's next?"
"What's next is that we take you back to Damon Mines," Carolina answered. "We're getting to the point where your getting lost in the hills and surviving is beyond the point of believability."
"I've been known to take long walks," he joked.
"I think you should say your goodbyes to Barlow if he's still awake."
"Now?" She nodded. "What's the sudden rush?" Irie asked.
"It's a dead end, Karsten," Carolina said. "We're trying to stop a war here. Every day it goes on, thousands of people die. We don't linger at dead ends."
"Dreesen."
"It was a brilliant thought, Karsten. Sometimes these things just don't work out."
Her mood had shifted to dour so fast, he'd barely had time to process that they were leaving. Karsten suddenly had a feeling in his gut like it was the last thing he wanted to happen. He stood in the doorway, speechless. Transom cast a look over toward him, the enforcer. Karsten Irie sighed and shook his head. After he left, Transom asked her, "Are we really going to bug out on these people like this? Right now?" She shook her head.
"Damon Mines is close enough we can leave Wren with the old man and come back."
"Alone?" She glared over at him. Sebastian put up his hands. "Sorry, boss. I'll shut up and see if Wren wants me to run some more supplies before we go."
"Good,"
Carolina said, sighing. As Sebastian left, she could see Cisco poking her head into the room, apprehensive to approach.
"It's okay, love. Come on in."
Cisco stepped in diffidently.
"I overheard,"
she said.
"You're leaving already?" "Just taking Karsten back. We're going to leave Wren with you to care for Barlow. Our Harold can help in the warehouse, so you and Alex have time with Barlow. You'll be in good hands. You know we're actually distant cousins, right?" "I only know a few of the Gracia branch of the family, Cisco, and I haven't had much luck with distant Dreesens recently. Close Dreesens either, for that matter. I'd prefer it if we could think of each other as friends. What you've done, Carolina, these past couple of days is more than I could expect from family, so you can think of us any way you want. You'll always be family to me and Alex." "We'll talk more when I get back," Carolina said. "It's been a long day for all of us." "Sure," Cisco agreed. "I'll never be able to properly thank you." "You'll never have to, my friend. What you and Alex are doing here is beautiful. It's exactly what we're fighting for."
Just then, Sebastian came back downstairs with Irie. Carolina got up, and the three of them walked down to Yankee Chaos in the twilight, with hardly a word among them. When they got back to the ship, Carolina had Mycon start the engine and took Soch outside to discuss something she didn't disclose to Karsten or Transom. Karsten was in the atrium, shaking his head, wondering how so suddenly, with so little explanation, he was heading back to Damon Mines. "What do you think that's all about?" he asked Transom.
referencing Carolina pulling Soch outside for a private conversation. That's about the captain's prerogative, Irie, Transom said. If she wanted us to hear the conversation, she'd have held it in front of us. Carolina came back inside through the back ramp with Soch and went directly up to the flight deck. Soch, armed up, slinging 2 bolt rifles over his shoulder, as well as his go bag. Transom chipped in, exiting the medical bay with another rucksack filled with medical supplies. Try not to use all those, he said, handing the medical bag over and gesturing to the guns. Zero intention of it, Soch answered. See you in a few. He exited the back ramp, and Transom gave the all-clear to take off. A straight line between Aldura and the Damon system was a little less than 18 hours flight time. Carolina was exhausted from the long day, sweating senseless in that radiation suit, so she slept the full first 10 hours of the trip. She hardly came out of the captain's stateroom afterward. Karsten spent most of the trip at the atrium table, combing through the recordings and notes he'd taken of Barlow. Cisco also had given him thousands of files to comb through. Files she dredged up from the city's archives, of the city's golden era, of its history, its years clinging to life, its diminishment, and finally, its death. She'd pulled together a wealth of information in the hopes of rallying people back on Gracia to the cause of resurrecting the grand old colony, both for the sake of the place itself and in Barlow's honor. It was one of the most intriguing pieces of history Irie had ever been privileged to uncover. Mentally, he knew this. He felt, though, like he'd been punched in the gut. It seemed like Carolina was sending him away simply because someone else had gotten there first. And the only other person there to talk to was a Terran psychopath of a bodyguard, but she still couldn't fathom a person like Carolina keeping around. She came out a few times to eat, and each time, she only really took a cursory interest in the story he was trying to piece together on Barlow, Cisco, and Alex. It's such a phenomenal place. In the past, Dreesen, nobody could have dragged you from such a city. In the past, Irie, I was a different person, with different obligations. It was the middle of the night on the Harpersville side of the planet when they dropped into Damon Mines. Mycon was able to sneak them within 30 kilometers of the town without alerting the heavy drone coverage that was presumably running infrared in search of a lost historian who'd wandered into the mountains. You need a coat, Karsten, Carolina said, approaching him at the back ramp in the darkness. It's pretty chilly out there. Yeah, chilly out there, he said. Anyway, see you around, I guess. Don't be like that, Karsten. Oh yeah, I've got no cause to be upset. You pull me off the survey like a space pirate, sweep me up in the biggest adventure of my life, and then suddenly it's like what? Cold. Not chilly, Carolina. Cold. So what am I supposed to say, thank you? She took him by the hand. You used to hate me, and back then, I'd given you no reason to. I'm asking you not to hate me now, even though I'll understand if you do. You're not going to save those people, are you? Alex and Cisco, or the city. Why do you ask? Because I'm going to write a book about them. Somebody has to help them save that planet, all that history, and for the life of me, I can't figure out what's going on in your head if you don't care about such things anymore. She looked up at him and shook her head. The war, though, I know. You're more frustrating than you ever were, Dreesen. I swear. So are you, Irie. She leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Be safe walking back. And please, Karsten, this is life or death. You can never tell anyone you saw me. I need you to swear it. All the mysteries of the universe couldn't hold a candle to your mind, Carolina Dreesen. As much as I hate to give you what you want, because you always get what you want, I will. I swear, I'll never tell a soul. Promise. She waited at the back ramp for Karsten to walk out of earshot. Then she said it softly. Not always, Karsten Irie. I don't always get what I want. Sebastian was seated at the atrium table when she walked back into the ship. Care to tell me what the hell's going on, boss? He asked. I know you had a good reason for dumping him. I didn't want to. Transom shrugged and shook his head. Obviously. You know I see everything, right? She strapped in at the table, and as she did, the ship began to rise. He can't know, Sebastian. As the ship steadily climbed, Transom could see a figure stepping into the atrium from the back room. Transom started laughing. Hey, handsome, who's flying the ship? Still me, Mycon said, approaching the table in his new body and sitting. As it happens, I can do two things at once. Would breaking into defunct banks be one of those things, perhaps? Among many other useful things. Did we find what we were looking for? Sebastian asked Carolina. All that and more, she replied. The Ateran connection, the Trasp connection, who paid Mirsong Rex for Lambda Shadra, and about 100 other terrorist acts, and the mystery investor, the mastermind. It isn't Clemabali, is it? Sebastian said, shaking his head. It was never him. It is far more dangerous than we ever could have imagined, Sebastian, Mycon said. We are going to need to be very tactical about every move from here on out. Well, don't keep me in suspense. Who's the architect? Nelius is his name, Mycon said, and that fact is going to change the galaxy. How so? Because he is not a man, Sebastian. He is one of us, among the oldest, an AI. And he has been orchestrating the financing of the conflict since before the war began. That was all there, hiding in plain sight in Lime Harbor, Sebastian asked. Mycon nodded. Transom shook his head in disbelief. You just made us the target of the most dangerous people in the universe, Captain. Yes, Carolina said. They took a shot at me, Sebastian, and they missed. You're damn right I took their money. I want them to know that I have it, and that I know all their secrets. I want them to be afraid. I want them to be looking over their shoulder every second for the rest of their lives until they're dead. Sebastian smiled. If you try to kill the Queen. Damn right. And I suppose we should go pick up our people before those bastards go back to Lime Harbor looking for the people who ruined their party. I'm going to hang a sign on that bank, Carolina said. CD was here. Best to hurry. We have time, Carolina said. And then? Then, we start playing this game on our terms for a change, and we won't be sending any messages. Now that we have our real target, Sebastian, we will not miss.
Welcome to the future. The way Verona told us we needed to talk about Transom gave me the sense that her issue had something to do with him personally, as though he was the issue, and she paused after saying it.
We need to talk about your friend Sebastian.
I guess that was a funny mannerism, maybe personal, or maybe a characteristic of her sect, announcing what she wanted to talk about rather than just diving into it. Rishi, Juice, and I sat there for about 5 seconds, staring across the table at each other, waiting for Verona to say more. I couldn't help but turn to gaze out the front window of her cruiser at the cloudy pink stars of the Vance Nebula, waiting for Verona to start talking about Sebastian, ask us a question maybe, but she didn't. Were you planning on talking about Sebastian? Juice said. We're ready whenever you are, Verona.
I sense that each of you may harbor reservations about Sebastian, she began.
Enough with the preamble, I interrupted. Just say what you need to say, please, Verona. She looked over at me, and perhaps for the first time since we met, she looked like she was genuinely hurt by my bluntness.
Very well, she said. He is unique, at least as the sect understands it. For nearly 7 centuries, we've been struggling to rectify a problem of our own making. Sebastian has come face to face with the terrorist named Clemabali. I'm not certain what each of you knows about Abali, but he is not an ordinary man.
We know he's like you, I interrupted again. Immortal, more or less. At least that's what Mycon told us.
He is not of our sect, Verona said, but he does share our longevity and some other attributes. Sebastian is the only person we know to see Abali in person recently and live to tell about it. There were pictures of him while he was in Athosian custody, but we understand he has been altering his physical appearance.
What's your interest in Abali? I asked. Verona looked uncertain.
I intend to track him down. I cannot say with any certainty what that will mean. Much remains in doubt.
Do you intend to kill him? Juice asked. Verona paused, staring back into the empty passenger compartment of the ship.
I think not, she finally said. Then what's your interest in Sebastian?
Rishi asked.
Because I'm pretty sure Sebastian doesn't have any interest in a dialogue with Abali. He just wants to kill him. We think Sebastian could be useful locating Clemabali,
Verona said.
That was what Mycon promised us in exchange for our help recovering your friend Lita.
Why would you think Transom could help find a Bali? I asked her. He doesn't know any better than any of us.
He's seen Clemabali's face, Verona said, and Sebastian has a sense for how he thinks.
We've all seen his face, Juice said. Rishi's probably got the footage in memory, unless I'm mistaken. Lita was with Sebastian the first time they fought, and she was streaming her ocular feed at the time.
I have the footage, Rishi said.
Oh, Verona said.
That would be extremely helpful. Also, Verona, Rishi continued, I can assure you Sebastian has no idea how to find Clemabali.
I got this funny feeling suddenly about Rishi, the way she was talking. You know something the rest of us don't, Chip?
I know a lot of things you don't.
Obviously, yes, I said. What do you know, Rishi?
I don't know where Abali is, Birch, but I know where he isn't, and I know how to find him.
Well, that's cryptic, I told her. Care to explain a little?
How much time are you willing to invest in finding Abali, Verona?
Rishi asked.
That's probably the most relevant question. Time I have plenty of,
Verona said.
Years, decades. Locating Clemabali is my mission now, so perhaps even centuries if it's warranted. I don't understand what you're getting at, respectfully, Rishi. To start, it would take us nearly 6 months just to begin to search for him. From there, I have no idea how long it might take to locate him, or if it's even possible.
Where in the galaxy is he, Rishi? I said, losing patience with how indirect she was being. Do you know where he is or not?
He's not in the galaxy, Birch, she said. And don't take that tone with me. I know what I know, and I'll tell you what I'm ready to tell you when I'm ready to tell you.
I'm sorry, but this seems to be a theme with you lately, holding things back from the rest of us. We don't hold anything back from you.
That's because I know more. I see more.
Would you two like a moment? Juice said. He wasn't joking or trying to break the tension. I think he was legitimately uncomfortable and hoping not to get in between us. Rishi and I glared at each other. I was angry. I suppose she was too.
To answer your question, Rishi, Verona interjected, I personally wouldn't mind that time frame, but I too would like to know what finding him would entail. I presume this means a long trip, but out of the galaxy in 6 months? Even our sect can't do that. I know where his ship is, Rishi said, and I don't mention how, because I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say, or rather, when I should say it.
Oh, I know, I said, staring over at Rishi. This has something to do with the artifacts, right? The artifacts? Juice said to Rishi. How could you know that? Would you like to tell them or should I? I asked her. It might as well be you, Ship. I think I'll get the gist of it. I'm just not sure on the details yet. She looked at me, her head cocked sideways, and then she shook her head and straightened up.
I know more about the artifacts than I let on,
she said, turning to Juice.
I wasn't trying to be secretive or deceive any of you. I was told by the being we encountered, very specifically, that certain things would happen, and that I shouldn't reveal what I knew until the right time. It's not easy to know, though. In this case, what I can say is that I know Abali knows about the artifacts. He has known for some time.
If he's not in the galaxy, though, Juice said, pausing to think it through. You mean he went in? Rishi nodded. Verona looked over at me and then at Juice.
I don't know what artifacts you three are referring to.
Well, buckle up, Ms. Wizard, I told her, because this universe is about to get a lot stranger. It turned out that Verona's sect did have an idea about the artifact and the Kappas, but they had their own acronym for it, CADIDS, Kappa Alien Time Dilation Device, or something extra long-winded like that. We just call them the artifacts, Juice said. Much quicker. Verona told us she'd been in the vault for some time when the first set of explorers found that first artifact in the asteroids, and she had no knowledge of the second expedition, the one where the artifact supposedly sent the young woman all the way back to Earth. That was some prospect. Clemabali back on Earth. We asked Rishi if she knew where the artifact might have sent him, but she didn't know for sure. Whatever those devices were communicating to her, it sure wasn't specifics. Or at least she wasn't sharing them with us if it was. We debated for much of the afternoon on our next step. Either way, we needed to head back out of Trask space toward the letters, so Verona jumped the cannon back in the general direction of letter space. Along the way, Rishi displayed a map of the sector for Verona, highlighting the artifacts we'd visited on our first expedition with Carolina. Rishi claimed that a Bali ship was parked at an artifact in one of those distant asteroids, way out past the boundary worlds, a 6-month transit from our position at the Vance Nebula. The debate for us was whether to retrieve our ship and our people to take Verona out there in the Yankee chaos. There were complications, though. When we'd left Carolina in charge of the ship, I had a conversation with her about her next moves, but she didn't have a clear picture then, and I had no idea where in the letters she would be, or even whether she'd still be in the letters at all. At best, a detour to track down Yankee chaos would add at least another month to our travel time, and realistically, it would probably be closer to 3 months. The opposite prospect was another concern. We had planned to rescue Lita and be back in the letters in a few months, tops. Chasing after Clemabali would mean leaving Carolina in charge of the YC for at least a year, most likely, considering it was going to take 6 months for us just to get out to the artifact. It seemed like I was more concerned about that than Rishi, who was enjoying her new body so much she was hardly in any rush to head home. Juice raised a genuine point about our first trip out into that unknown space. Verona's little cruiser was a little cruiser. At least on the YC, when we'd ventured out there the first time, we'd had some elbow room. 6 months in Verona's ship was going to require some old-school spacefaring of the highest order. Verona had us on a course for Port Cullen again. If we decided to go after a Bali directly, at least we could properly provision there, prep the ship, pick up a year's supply of pills for low G, and whatever else we needed. I was still not loving the idea. Going after a Bali had gotten Transom blown half to hell, and that was in this galaxy, by far our best warrior. Who the hell knew what we'd be running into if we tried to go after a Bali inside that artifact? If anybody did know, it was Rishi, but again, she wasn't talking. I think she was angry with me for being upset she'd concealed so much from us about the artifacts. The more I thought back on it, the more I recalled that not only was she dishonest in the way she'd failed to reveal what she knew, but she'd straight up lied to us about not remembering anything from that mission. That was no small matter in my book. I could readily concede that whole episode bent the bounds of our reality, and maybe what that being shared with her was for her ears only, so to say. But for her to take issue with me feeling like she'd betrayed a trust, I guess I was properly mad about it. Yeah, I didn't really know what to do about it though, because now we were planning the next year of our lives, and whether to pursue the most dangerous man in the galaxy, all on Rishi's word. I did trust her still, but it sure was a bigger leap of faith than it used to be. When we got to Port Cullen, hub of the battery systems, Juice and Verona left Rishi and me alone on the ship. We needed the privacy to hash out our recent differences. It was the first proper fight we'd ever had. The back and forth lasted several hours, but after a few rounds and quite a bit of talking past each other, I was willing to concede that she'd had some unique circumstances pressing on her mind that I couldn't fathom. And she came around to the idea that, despite that, she could have been more forthcoming. By the time we were done figuring out our differences, Juice had pinged us, letting us know how anxious Verona was to get underway. Her preference was clear. She wanted to pursue Abali as immediately and directly as possible. I didn't particularly care to pursue him at all. We'd seen what had happened when Transom went after him, and the 4 of us were somehow going to do better. I was more than willing to give Verona a ride, but as far as I was concerned, our obligations ended there. I suggested we discuss it over a proper meal. There were some real restaurants in Port Cullen. I hadn't spent much time on Athos or the Inner Battery, where all the finest restaurants supposedly were, but if I had to put a list together, I'd wager at least 4 of the top 10 meals of my life had been inside one of Port Cullen's rings. So we did just that, sat down together in one of the Trace Band eateries and shared a meal. And what a meal! Persong salad, fried potato dumplings, martaria soup, Meiji noodles, chocolate plata. I hadn't eaten like that in years. I swear that spaceport never failed me. Even I, ornery as I was after quarreling with Rishi all day, was in a post-meal bliss that left me a bit more amenable to accompanying Verona out to that artifact. Rishi was set on it. We decided to take a vote, seeing as I wasn't captain anymore. It was pretty clear how Rishi was going to vote, and I was against it. but I didn't want to put the pressure on Juice to be the deciding vote, so I asked him for his thoughts first. "Fair's fair," he said. "Miss Verona risked her life taking us to see Lita. I'm willing to do the same." "That's good enough for me," I said, doing my best to mask my disappointment. "I make it unanimous. Let's make the best of this one." It was a little less than 6 months from Port Cullen to the artifact, which meant a full year's worth of supplies. We sure had some shopping to do. If Clemabali had gone into that artifact, as Rishi said, Verona was sure lucky she'd stumbled on us. I figured we were about the most educated party in the entire galaxy on the artifact's workings, and we had a lot of time to share that knowledge with Verona. Her little cruiser, Cannon, was some tight quarters for a journey of that length. In order to stock it for a year, we had to fill up 2 sleeping quarters, so we ended up sleeping in 8-hour shifts. Me and Rishi, then Juice, then Verona. Day after day, for 167 days. I'd say of the time we spent together, that Verona only became more mysterious to us. But I learned more about Juice than I ever imagined I would. We played a lot of Sabaka and listened to maybe 100 books as we played. Everything from thrillers to philosophy to ancient Earth literature. After all, it was possible that the artifact would send us back to Earth like it did to that woman. What a prospect. The more I thought about that, the more I wondered what I was thinking, possibly turning that opportunity down. If it worked, that is. Theoretically, we could have ended up anywhere in the past. Imperial Rome, Egypt in the time of the pharaohs, or my personal favorite, the Age of Exploration, riding the waves in wooden ships. We picked out a lot of books from different historical eras to cover our bases. If we did end up back on Earth, I insisted, no matter what happened, we were going to the Himalayas. That was usually when Rishi would remind me we'd be looking for a Bali, not vacationing. I was of the opinion we could do both. Anyway, that was most of our days, apart from getting on the bands and treadmill and doing our best to get some exercise in, which was vital despite the atrophy pills. Nanotech could only do so much if we didn't do something with our bodies. On day 168, Rishi popped us out nearly on top of the artifact she'd highlighted all the way back at the Vance Nebula. She still hadn't explained exactly how she knew it, but tethered to the asteroid on a low wire was Clemabali's cruiser, the same little ship he was flying on that small moon Minstick months back. I don't know why it didn't occur to me before that moment, but seeing his ship floating there, all alone in empty space like that, it was impossible not to think it. I looked over at Juice. "Boom," I said. "Problem solved." "No," Verona said, floating onto the flight deck behind us. I thought she was asleep, but apparently she knew exactly when to wake up. "No," she repeated emphatically. "Nobody deserves that, Birch. You should be ashamed of yourself. You didn't see the trail of bodies that guy left strewn across the boundary worlds, a few of which were nearly my friends. So in my mind, it's a perfectly sensible thought." "We go in," Verona said. "Rishi, any specific directions?" "Full suits. And just follow my lead," Rishi said. "It's important that we stick together if we want to end up in the same place. That's all I can say for sure right now." Rishi looked over at me, emphasizing with a look that she was telling us everything she knew. Then she added, "The artifacts respond to thought. I know that much, and I'll expect I'll get a clearer sense for what we need to do as we get in there." Juice, Verona, and I got suited up. Rishi, of course, didn't need a suit herself, one of the clear benefits of that new artificial body of hers. This artifact had been disturbed, like the Kappa artifact. In our first expedition, we'd scanned the interior of the asteroids to map the artifacts hiding inside them, but the Kappa site was the only one that had been dug out. Clemabali must have dug this one out himself since we'd been there, because there was a depression in the asteroid's surface, leading down to a round door, like at Kappa 363. We floated out the back airlock of the cannon, leaving the ship's interior dark for the first time in nearly 6 months, Rishi leading us to the door, which opened as she approached. She didn't offer us any directions as we floated along, occasionally micro-pulsing ourselves with our gloves and boots to keep on course. We wound down a tubular corridor to another set of inner doors, which opened for Rishi again as she approached. Inside there was a giant cylinder with a slightly larger drum, a smaller cylinder habitat than we would build, but a space habitat nonetheless. It did seem dark and maybe slightly alien, but apart from the atmosphere inside the artifact, there wasn't anything that jumped out to me as distinctly alien. Not like that weird planet-sized ship we'd encountered in our earlier expedition. The vast room inside was mostly empty and unremarkable, except for some metal cells about halfway down the cylinder, which we bypassed, floating overhead like a small flock of weightless birds, cruising above a network of abandoned buildings. It took about 10 minutes to fly all the way to the end of the empty cylinder, at the end of which was an unremarkable wall. Rishi directed us to decelerate to a dead float in the center of that circular wall.
"Join hands,"
she said.
"I need you to think, with every bit of focus your mind can summon. Think clearly that you wish to follow me, stay with me. I'll get us where we need to go."
"What will you be thinking of?" Juice asked.
"Following Clemabali,"
Rishi answered.
"No matter how long it takes, do not doubt and do not lose focus. Whatever happens, wherever it sends us, we will return here with our bodies at the end of it."
I was about to open my big mouth and ask where Abali's body was, if that was so, but Rishi gave me a stern look. It was time to focus. We joined hands, and for the longest time, I fought the urge to question and doubt. I just kept the thought in mind, follow Rishi, follow Rishi, follow Rishi, every moment resisting the urge to think, this is ridiculous. What the hell am I doing? The light in the cylinder went from dark to darker, with a subtle blue hue in the atmosphere around us. I wasn't sure when or how, but suddenly I found myself very confused and gasping for air, because the air in my suit somehow got thick. Or maybe it was the sudden feeling of gravity pulling on me. "Ship?" I said to the darkness. "Are you still there?"
"Easy, Birch,"
I heard Verona's voice.
"You're all right."
I was looking up at moonlight, I thought, the dull glow of moonlight through the branches of the most tremendous tree I had ever beheld. I was lying on my back in a grassy field. It was night. We were in another place. Earth, I thought. Where else could we have been but Earth? But it occurred to me that the air was awful difficult to breathe. I hadn't expected that. Rishi came over and helped me to sit up. I was confused. The past was cloudy, distant. I still had a sense of who I was, but my life seemed like a distant memory to me. All our people, they seemed like characters I'd passed in my dreams. This place, wherever it was, this seemed real now. Verona was doing a little better than me. She was clear-eyed and didn't seem to be gasping for air the way I was. Juice, on the other hand, was to my right and was properly panicking. Rishi was trying to talk him into calming down. It seemed like he didn't remember just who he was, or how we'd gotten wherever it was the artifact had sent us. He kept repeating, "I'm from Charis. My name is Kristoff. I'm from Charis. My name is Kristoff."
"Nobody said traveling through time would be painless,"
Rishi said, looking over at me and Verona, her eyes reflecting that dull blue glow that was penetrating the trees. I stood, looking up into the canopy of branches. It was every bit as beautiful as any picture of celestial beauty I had ever seen. A revelation. I looked around. The trees were so large that underneath there wasn't much undergrowth, just wide open space and grass. In the distance now, I could see the blue glow reflecting off a sheer watery surface. Through the trees, I could see where all the light was emanating from. Not a moon, but a city. A shimmering city of bright, beautiful skyscrapers, each hundreds, maybe 1,000 meters high. I suddenly became aware that I was walking, almost involuntarily, toward the edge of a long shore. "Not even Athos," I mumbled, completely in awe.
"I don't recognize it,"
Verona said.
"I can't remember this place."
I turned back toward her. She was following me. Behind her, Juice was still getting his head about him with Rishi's help.
"It might be a city built after,"
Verona said.
"After our ancestors left Earth."
"I don't think this is Earth," I said. "I think we're somewhere different."
"How do you know?"
Verona asked. She hadn't seen yet, but from my vantage, just ahead of her, with the trees opening up, I could see. "Because that's not Luna," I said, pointing up to the huge pink moon dominating the sky over that shining city. As soon as she saw it, Verona's face lit up in awe, her eyes widening.
"Where are we, Birch? Where are we?"
We decided Rishi and I should explore the area. I didn't love the idea of splitting up there, but we needed to figure out where the hell we were, and a couple, we figured, was more inconspicuous than a group of 4 strangers. Plus, Juice was still a bit loopy. Wherever we'd landed, so to say, it wasn't the wilderness. It was a park just outside this city, somewhere along the coast. We just needed to figure out where and when we were. It couldn't have been far in the past by the looks of the buildings. Rishi and I set off together on foot. We could have double-timed it in a handful of minutes, given we both had legs that were built to provide genuine speed when required, but we didn't know where we were yet, and 2 people running through a city like robots wouldn't exactly have been inconspicuous in any era. Instead, we walked hand in hand, trying our best to look like we belonged in the place. We didn't talk too much or too loud, but it was impossible at times not to remark on the wonder of this planet. Rishi had an extensive memory on every civilization in the battery, and the Athosians, Hellenians, even the Trasp had never built structures like the buildings in the distance. The skyscrapers looked like they'd been printed directly from a dream, hanging together at impossible angles, dangling in the air, glowing.
These trees, Rishi said as we were passing through the park, must be engineered, spliced together from who knows how many species. Even the giant sequoias of California never grew this tall, this expansive.
We walked a little farther, stepping closer and closer toward the lights as we neared the outer edges of the park. Rishi stopped walking, grabbing me by the wrist, and she perked up as though listening to something, but I couldn't hear a thing. I took a breath before speaking, readying to ask her what it was, and Rishi just put up a finger, shushing me. She had a puzzled look on her face. She pulled me off the path we were walking on, and we knelt down in the bushes.
Voices,
she whispered.
200 meters in that direction.
She pointed.
Kids, teenagers, judging by their pitch.
What are they saying? I whispered back.
That's the thing, Birch. I can't make out the language. I'm trying to parse it.
She shook her head. We'd spoken about this before, too. Rishi had an encyclopedic memory, not just of our sector and its cultures, dialects and slang, but past languages, too. Earth languages. She could read them all, which meant she could speak them all fluently, too. My mind started racing. The only thing I could come up with was the possibility that this was some other branch of humanity, split off from Earth the way we'd done, only maybe they'd gone in a different direction. Like this might be their version of Charis or the Columns.
Birch,
she said.
I am at a total loss. They're speaking gibberish. I can't parse it. Not only that, I can't pick up a data stream, at least not an airborne one. I don't know how they're communicating. And something else is very strange.
I shrugged my shoulders.
Remember how I told you I could sense the artifacts? How I could feel them in a way?
Are they gone?
No, it's foggy. Difficult to tell. But it feels wrong. I don't know, like they're all in the wrong place.
Like maybe we got sent to the other side of the galaxy?
I'm not sure,
Rishi said.
I can't say.
What do you think we should do, Ship?
I think if we want to survive here, I need to figure out this language as fast as possible. Preferably before the sun comes up, whenever that will be.
We have time, I said. Moon's near full and rising. Those physics don't change, right?
I suppose. If the moon and planet are in a stable orbit on the same plane.
They're human, right, these teenagers?
I'd have told you if they were aliens, Birch. They're human.
So how fast can you learn a new language?
I don't rightly know,
Rishi said.
I've never encountered one.
Let's get a little closer so we can see them, I suggested. We can listen, see what you can pick up. We crept closer, sticking to the shadows. When we got within about 50 meters, we had a clear line of sight from the darkness at the base of one of the towering trees. They were human kids, all right. Teenagers, playing a sport of some kind I didn't recognize, involving a hovering ball, glowing sticks of some kind, and 4 goals with 4 teams wearing 4 different colors. There were groups of other kids milling about the perimeter of the playing field, talking with each other, and occasionally breaking into cheers when something noteworthy happened in the game. Whenever a team scored, the park would erupt with music, and all the kids wearing that color would cheer, sing, and start to dance. We sat there for probably an hour. All I could hear was murmuring, really, but Rishi could hear every conversation, and she could pull them apart in isolation. analyzing the sound waves of every word, call and response. But even after that hour, I had a better sense for the rules of that peculiar sport than Rishi had for the rules of their language. I could safely say, though, this group of kids looked happy, joyful in a way I'd rarely seen in the Battery. A lot like how I imagined it to be growing up on Athos or Charis, in a civilization governed by peace. Rishi did pick up on one interesting point, even if she couldn't parse their language. Around the playing field, just as along the walkway in the park, there were posts with small fixtures on the top. The kids along the perimeter occasionally put in earpieces that Rishi surmised were communicating with a network. "Stay here, Birch," she instructed, and as she said it, she morphed into that Trasp teenager whose identity she'd adopted back on Car Hall City to speak with Lita. Rishi looked like she might pass for one of those teenagers perfectly, if not for the flight suit. It left me pondering the physics of the artifact, the rules. I'd come through all right, my genuine parts and my fabricated parts. Rishi had come through just fine, both her body and her mind, as sharp as ever. Same with Verona. But Juice and I had gotten our heads turned a little sideways by the trip, and it made sense that Rishi had arrived here wearing the clothes she'd worn into the artifact. But the rest of us ended up here in our flight suits, without our spacesuits and helmets, which we'd been wearing in the artifact. I couldn't help but wonder how it all worked. I tried to track Rishi as she made her way along the periphery of the crowd, but before long, she seemed to disappear into it. I waited for what seemed like maybe 20 minutes. The game seemed to be going on as before, and I didn't get any sense that Rishi had caused any kind of stir by approaching them. Another girl, the supporter of the green and yellow team, came walking back toward me, directly in the darkness, as though she knew I was there. She had short, bright white hair with a shock of green and yellow flare running through it. She just kept coming toward me. I was getting ready to dive back into the bushes before she called out to me.
"It's okay, Birch. It's me."
She'd shifted personas again. "You're gonna have to let me know when you do that, Rishi. A simple guy like me could get confused." She ditched the flight suit somehow and was dressed like the kids watching the match. She showed me a small device in her hand. "An earpiece," she said. As she got closer, even in the darkness I could see, her eyes were glowing a dull purple, a shade I'd never seen on another human before. She noticed that I noticed.
"They're not exactly like us,"
she said,
"but they're definitely human."
She asked for my hand and placed a little cube into it.
"New clothes,"
she explained.
"Lose the flight suit, Birch."
I looked at her doubtfully. She smiled.
"They have some interesting toys."
"It's weird enough seeing you as a purple-eyed teenager, Ship, but would you mind changing back into yourself if you're going to watch me undress?" She laughed and shook her head. Then she talked me through using that little cube thing, how to drop it to the ground and call up the clothes with a hand gesture. Sure enough, once I'd undressed, I called up the clothes, and they materialized around me in some sort of nanocloud. "Did you get what you needed?" I asked Rishi, who looked herself again. She showed me the earpiece she'd taken from one of the kids' bags. She thought it was optical. They communicated through the fixtures and the posts, but Rishi hadn't tried it yet. She imagined the interface would speak to her, but she wanted to examine the device more closely before using it, see if she could discern anything further about their tech.
"I picked out a couple words,"
she said.
"Greetings and a few compliments. Not much beyond that, though, Birch. Let's go check on the others before going any farther into the city."
Juice was doing better. He remembered me when Rishi and I came back, but he didn't quite remember that Rishi had a body, or how we'd gotten to this place, wherever it was. I spent time with him while Rishi and Verona examined the earpiece Rishi had pinched. We sat along the shoreline, looking out at the city, the water, the coastline. Juice was still laboring to breathe a little, but it was getting better with time. The sensation of the heavier atmosphere had gotten him panicky initially, which had only made the sensation worse. He'd calmed down with Verona's help. Now, looking out on that magic-looking city, that giant pink moon, it was a glorious sight. "Tides," he said. "A moon of that size? They must do something to control the tides. Seawalls, powerful nanosheets, something. Looks like these people could do a lot, I'm guessing," I said. "Who knows? They look like regular people, though. Their kids do, anyway."
"You remember why we came here, Birch, don't you?"
"I do, Juice. We came to find Klimabali. Juice. I remember you calling me that, but could you please call me by my real name? It feels more natural. Sure, Christoph. I'll call you whatever you want. That girl you came back with, that was Rishi. That's right. Christoph shook his head. We don't know where we are, do we? Not yet, we don't. They don't speak the same language as us. Rishi will figure it out, though. She and Verona are working on it. I don't remember her much, Verona. I think we'd all do well just to go with things, Christoph. Take them as they come. We sat by the water for a while before Verona came and sat with us. She gave us an update on how Rishi was progressing with the tech. They'd managed to activate the earpiece, or at least Verona had. It responded to human touch and thought. Once Verona had activated it, Rishi was able to figure out that it transmitted a location for a light stream to beam to. Verona explained that Rishi was going to try and simulate that frequency and tap into their system. I didn't completely understand the details. Ever heard of a place like this in all your centuries? I asked Verona. Not remotely, she answered. I was expecting Earth, maybe the columns, but wherever we are, it's somewhere I'm not sure anyone knew about. It makes me wonder if people were on other planets before Earth and we just didn't know about it. That's a theory, I said. We sat with it, taking in the beauty of the city, the peace, the calm. It was nice to ignore the urgency. Certainly as day approached in a few hours, the people here would see us, and someone would get curious, as people tend to be with all strangers and outsiders who clearly don't belong. After a time, Rishi approached us from the darkness behind us, stepping into the glow of the subtle pink moonlight. She sure was a sight. The real Rishi, I mean. I've deciphered their language, mostly, she said. There are some peculiarities. It's difficult to figure because they're not very literate people. But I wouldn't classify them as pre-literate, so much as post-literate, if that makes sense. Their network is unusual. The prompts are very specific and attuned to daily activities, options, schedules. But it's a closed system and doesn't have many places for open queries. It's almost like a network you would give to a child to keep them from adult material. It did belong to a teenager, I said, offering up a possibility. Rishi shook her head. I thought of that, Birch, but it wasn't that there were more data streams that were inaccessible to the user. They simply weren't there. What do you make of it? I asked her. I don't know. I think we should talk to someone. I'm confident I can hold a fluent conversation if we encounter people, but all activities have ceased for the night. It'll be several hours before the city wakes up again. That seems strange. A city of that size shutting down entirely for the night. Any idea where in the galaxy we are? Christoph asked her. That's part of what I was talking about. I was able to pull up a map of the local stars from the float screen in the light post, and there are other human settlements, but information beyond that is limited. We're definitely not in the Battery or close to Earth. I don't recognize the stellar layout at all. What do you want to do? I asked her. I think we should walk toward the city and have a look around. Anybody object? I asked. Verona and Juice nodded and looked over at the city. Wherever we are, Verona said, it seems a beautiful and peaceful place. All the same, we should be on our guard, I suggested. If Klimabali's here somewhere, there will be danger. As a group, we walked the streets while the entire society slept. We didn't even see a bot. To be fair, though, there didn't seem to be much need for bots. Even on Athos, there'd be minor upkeep tasks like waste management or city maintenance, as well as the engineering teams that constantly monitored the structural stability of the ring, the same as in any cylinder group or outpost. But here, I couldn't even rightly say what materials the buildings were made of. There didn't seem to be any natural wear. Everything looked pristine, right out of the box. As beautiful as the majestic trees of the parks were, the buildings themselves each had a stately beauty to them as well. Outside the city's center, for kilometers, there were dwellings of great variety. Some that looked like inviting round pods, others that looked like crystal shards jutting several stories into the air. The grass seemed perfectly manicured and ran down to narrow streets that seemed more for walking than any form of mechanized transport. Rishi explained that, like Athos, public transport was readily available. Only here it was free and ran all the way across the city. and was networked to other cities on the planet. This one, she told us, in our language would sound something like Tranchera, but the sound wasn't exact. We would have a difficult time pronouncing it, she said. Anyway, we walked all over Tranchera, through neighborhoods, around the bases of these elegant skyscrapers, down to the water, where even more people lived on dimly lit barges that lined the harbor, along glowing piers that ran far into the middle of that vast port, whose waters were so gentle that the hovering pink moon reflected almost a double image to our wide eyes. After several hours walking, Juice started to complain. It was easy for me to forget now with my new legs that Christoph and Verona weren't similarly equipped. So we sat for a while in a smaller park just on the far side of the city from where we started. By then the moon was setting bright red over the water, and the sky was a dull blue-gray as the sun, which Rishi informed us was called Cygnus 80 in our tongue, was beginning to rise. People would be waking up soon. Christoph was feeling better by that point, except for a set of aching feet. Rishi's plan was to speak to the first sympathetic-looking people she could approach. We needed to get Verona and Christoph some appropriate clothes and start figuring this place out. Rishi gave us a few tips in case people approached, how to say hello and nod in an appropriately friendly way, sort of like a half bow.
That's how they do it,
she said, demonstrating. At the first sight of another human, Rishi disappeared for some time. We watched the light reflecting off those crystal towers as people began to stir along the wide piers that stretched out into the harbor. Rishi reappeared suddenly, with some urgency, saying,
"We need to get off the streets. Now."
She led us back toward the city in the direction we'd first come. A few streets back from the park, she walked up to a house with a humble round build to it, brightly red-colored. It almost looked like a giant cherry with doors and windows. A young lady opened the door when we approached, and she spoke to Rishi in their bizarre language. She looked at us in wonder, especially me. She fixated on my face in particular. I think it must have been the scar across my forehead. Maybe we just looked foreign to her. When we stepped inside, chairs materialized from the floor, as though they were a part of the structure. Each seemed to fit us perfectly, custom size for each body they rose to meet.
"This is Marikana," Rishi said. "She's been kind enough to shelter us for the time being. Give us some time to speak further, and then I'll explain what I can."
Marikana seemed to enjoy the sound of our language. Her eyes were wide as Rishi made noises that, no doubt, seemed as foreign to her as her language seemed to us. Rishi began a rather animated conversation with the young woman. Then, without explanation, they disappeared into an adjoining room. "I think they have a lot of nanotech here," Christoph said. "It wouldn't surprise me if the entirety of the furnishings were custom shaped by the occupant. Maybe even the exterior, too." Verona was quiet. My impression was that this place made her very uncomfortable. 7 centuries worth of certainty about our galaxy, about humanity, and suddenly this place. Her face was heavy, every new experience a shock to her foundation. "I'm thinking about these artifacts," Christoph said. "Being here, or seemingly being here, gives me an entirely different perspective on them." "What do you mean?" I asked. "I'm not sure we're really here," he said. "Think about it, Birch. What would be easier to do? Transport your body across space and time, somewhere hundreds of years in the past and thousands of light years away in an instant? Or, alternatively, transport your consciousness to a life-real simulation while putting the user's body in stasis for a short time as the sim unfolded? That was what the original explorers experienced. The woman who went to Earth only reporting a very brief time gap, during which she lived an entire lifespan. The simplest explanation is usually the correct one." "Okay, but how did they have a complete history of Earth to simulate? Or this place?" "I don't have all the answers, Birch, but I'll tell you that's a much easier question to answer than the physics of time travel and teleportation."
"Why did we end up here, then?"
Verona asked.
"And where is here?"
Rishi overheard the question as she returned with Marikana.
"I'm still not totally sure yet,"
Rishi said.
"but my updated linguistic analysis places Marikana's language as more likely long-distant progeny rather than any distant cousin or entirely original thread."
What does that mean? Christoph asked, beating me to the question. Christoph asked, beating me to the question.
It means we're in the future, a far distant future. Thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of years, maybe more.
The future? I asked. Run a simulation out, Christoph said, and you can place the user anywhere on the timeline. Past, present, future. Rishi scrunched up her eyebrows like she was uncertain.
Regardless, we need to get oriented fast. I'm printing translators, earpieces. It will allow us to communicate with the people here. But I need to tell you the following before Mraikana can understand us. These people don't know anything, really. Other beings control this society. AIs of some kind, I think. The user interface we saw in the park was for the humans here. Each house, though, is connected to a more sophisticated network. It's a curated society. The people here don't control their fate, and they don't seem troubled by that fact. I think they just accept what they've been given, which admittedly seems appealing, at least superficially.
So the AIs are in charge? I asked her.
I don't know exactly, but somebody else is. She certainly isn't,
Rishi said, gesturing toward our host, who seemed mesmerized by the speed of this entirely alien conversation.
Hang on while I check on the print.
Mraikana seemed frustrated she couldn't communicate with us, rolling her eyes as though thinking. Then she put her hand to her chest and said,
Mraikana. Mraikana. Introductions, yes,
Verona said, placing her hand over her chest likewise and introducing herself.
Verona. Verona. Bellona. Val. Vraika. Bellona.
She was smiling from ear to ear as she turned to Juice. Christoph, he said.
Ah, Christoph,
the young woman said.
Christoph.
She says it better than I do, I joked with him. I always thought your name sounded funny. She looked right at me. Birch, I said. Birch. She immediately got a strange look on her face. Her eyes got wide, and she looked like someone does while putting forth a great effort to suppress a sneeze. Then she couldn't hold it in anymore. She busted out laughing like my name was the funniest thing she'd ever heard. Then she put her hands over her head as though embarrassed by her inability to suppress the laughter. Birch, I said again, and she nearly fell on the floor laughing. The three of us looked at each other, shaking our heads.
Must mean something funny in her language,
Verona surmised. We sat there for maybe a minute while the poor girl got control of herself. Finally, she took a deep breath as though steadying her mind.
Bellona,
she said, turning back toward us, pointing her hand as she went person to person again.
Christoph, Francia.
Then she looked at me again and erupted in laughter. Birch, I said. She damn near choked laughing, which got us going, too. After another minute, after calming down again, she reached over and put her hand on my forearm and jumped back, realizing it wasn't a natural part.
Bye, pal,
she said, a look of shock and terror coming over her face. Rishi came back then. The girl seemed to be profusely apologizing. Rishi tried to explain something to her.
I'm trying to tell her it's okay,
Rishi said.
She's afraid she offended you, laughing at your name.
Can you ask her why she was laughing at my name? I asked Rishi, which she did. Then the girl smiled. Mraikana sucked in a mouthful of air and then belched out a shockingly loud burp I wouldn't have imagined could come from such a small woman. Birch, she said afterwards, laughing. Birch. Ah, I said. I put my hand on my chest and tried again. Hail. She busted out laughing again, shaking her head.
Hail.
She started muttering in her language again to Rishi, giggling. Rishi even started laughing too. What does that mean, Ship?
You don't want to know, Birch.
Verona looked over at me smiling, and we were both thinking the same thing. Helicon, I said to Mraikana. Helicon.
Helicon,
Mraikana repeated, smiling.
Val, Helicon.
You gotta be kidding me, I said. Rishi and the rest of them started laughing. After all that laughter died down, Rishi handed over an earpiece to each of us.
She's going to sound simple to you,
Rishi explained.
She's not stupid. It's more the interface and some cultural differences. She's not dumb, though. I just haven't smoothed out the linguistic wrinkles yet, and I can't moderate your conversation, because we need to hurry.
Rishi was gone again so fast I didn't even have time to ask her what the rush was. The girl popped in the earpiece like it was second nature for her to wear one. We followed.
Helicon, you names funny in we tongue are,
she said to me.
Rishi say you human are, like us, but not bipal, like her.
I didn't know what that meant, so I just said, yes, I'm human. We all are.
You face,
She said.
broken is.
Scars, I said. We call these scars. She shook her head.
How have?
War, I told her. She shrugged.
War?
For a moment, I wasn't sure whether the translation was wrong, but then it occurred to me, considering the city we'd just walked through, that this innocent creature probably hadn't heard of such a thing. A bad fight with many people, I tried to explain.
Why?
All the wrong reasons, I said, which seemed to mystify her even more.
Where from, you people are? Huson? Mayfi?
I doubt you'd have heard of our home, Kristoff said. I'm from a place called Charis. Verona told her the same as the girl shook her head as though the name meant nothing. Ever heard of the battery systems? I asked her. She shook her head again. Trasp? Eterus? The letters? Again, no familiarity. What about Athos? Her eyes got wide, and she giggled.
Athos. Athos rings? 100 rings.
Athos. A ring, yes. Big ring.
Only story Athos is. You funny people are, Helicon. Not from Athos. Funny people.
Rishi came back into the room with urgency. She spoke to the girl in their language. Mraikana shrugged and seemed confused, but she took out the earpiece and handed it to Rishi.
We need to get the hell out of here, Rishi said. This place is not what it seems. If that's the case, perhaps it's better to stay here out of sight while it's daylight,
Verona suggested.
I'm afraid we've already made ourselves a bit too conspicuous, connecting to the human network in the park earlier, and I just poked around the ordinal network from this neighborhood's hub. They don't have direct control systems in place, because the population here is so docile and obedient, but the agents the ordinals will be sending after us should arrive in Tranchera soon. I can explain more when we get out of the city, but we're in danger.
Pardon my ignorance, Ship, I said, but Kristoff thinks we're in a simulation, and I tend to agree. If that's the case, then what danger could there possibly be for us?
The ordinals have agents called mediums that can suck your memories out of your brain and wipe your mind clean, Birch,
Rishi said, some genuine urgency apparent in her voice.
Anyone care to wager about how compatible that process is with the mechanics of the artifact?
No, I do not, I answered. Let's make tracks. Everyone got up.
One last thing,
Rishi said, handing the earpiece back to Mraikana and gesturing toward Verona and Kristoff.
We'll need some food, and we'll need to get these two some clothing.
We didn't have identity codes in the ordinal system, obviously, which meant we couldn't ride the public transit, according to Rishi. That meant we had to head for the hills outside the city on foot. She said the ordinals were unlikely to consider the possibility we'd travel that way, because none of their humans would. It was a long while before Rishi explained what these ordinals were. She was trying to find some seclusion where we could lie low, talk, and not have our strange language overheard by any passers-by. When we finally sat down in a shady grove in another park about midway through suburbia, it was early afternoon. Kristoff and I were starving. Rishi had figured out how to get her body to mimic their clothing, so we had an extra clothing cube she turned right into a picnic blanket, which seemed something the people there did, sit on a blanket in the grass and eat. It was an odd contrast, the looming terror of having our minds wiped clean while we sat and enjoyed the simple pleasures of a fine sunlit day. The decent meal that Mraikana packed for us, the cool grass under us, the beautiful sky, and the air that hadn't been recycled 10,000 times in the past year, even if it was a bit heavy. After enduring a half-year crammed into Verona's cruiser, it was well worth braving a spell of danger for a slice of a day so fine. Story time, Ship? I asked Rishi. She looked around, and seeing that we were tucked away from prying eyes and eavesdropping ears, she started giving us the lay of the land.
This planet is called Murel. I don't know exactly how many settlements are in the Ordinals network, but my sense is that there are many tens of thousands. Planets, space structures, moons, asteroids. The people have an extremely limited idea what the technologicals are up to. I didn't even get a sense for it in the cursory information I pulled from the network. But the people are Kept would be a good word for it. The human society is highly curated. They engineer these people, at least minimally. That young lady we met today who looked like she was all of 20 years old was actually closer to Verona's age than yours, Birch. And their lives are very basic. They grow flower gardens, play sports and music, dance, paint with oils and watercolors, and they raise families. They know only the history that has been prepared for them. They know next to nothing of us, of the columns, even Earth. Non-compliance has been filtered out genetically, and through mental manipulation, through the mediums I spoke of. Any aberrant behavior is corrected and wiped from memory. In the distant past, even the witnesses to crimes had those events erased from their minds. That's why Marikana was so confused by your scars and the concept of war.
You overheard that? Kristoff asked.
I was just in the next room, Rishi replied. My ears are quite good.
They're pets, I said. They've turned us into house pets.
That fear was one of the reasons our ancestors left Earth,
Rishi said.
Leaving Earth seems only to have worked for a time. How long a time? Verona asked. Do you have a sense, Rishi? Marikana seemed to recognize Athos as a story from their past, like a fairy tale maybe. Linguistic drift places us between 8 and 1400,000 years in the future, but that calculation has a gigantic margin for error. I won't know exactly until I can see a complete star map of the galaxy. My guess would be closer to 2 million years.
I started laughing. What? Ship? 2 million years? Is that so hard to believe, Birch? Kristoff said. You see this planet? The way these people are kept? These technologicals must have a use for them. Analog data storage would be my guess. Some kind of offline biological backup. Who knows to what end? What are we doing here? I asked.
We're here to find Clemabali,
Verona insisted.
And we'll find him, Birch. We must.
One thing I can say for sure, I replied. If he's here, Verona, there's no way that man is living as a house pet.
Agreed,
she said. What's our next move?
We lie low till it gets dark, Rishi answered. Then we make a break for the hills and figure out the rest from there. If they catch us, no matter what happens, make them kill you before you allow them to wipe your mind.
We kept our eyes forward and walked, doing our best to look like we belonged, but we surely did not. Kristoff and I were the most conspicuous. I with my scars, him a few years my senior, his hair graying a touch around the ears. We didn't see a person who looked a day over 20 in that city, though we didn't talk much about that, or anything else for that matter. Our language was a call to attention. The goal was to draw as few eyes to us as possible. By evening, Verona was the one to plainly state the fact that we'd probably walked 40 kilometers that day. Kristoff was exhausted, but he was beyond the point of complaining about it. As much as any of us, he valued his mind. After the confusion he'd gone through getting here, I could tell he was taking no chances getting his mind wiped by these mediums Rishi talked about. I wondered what they looked like or how the process worked, but I wasn't nearly curious enough to risk encountering one. We were near the edge of the outskirts, approaching what Rishi called the wilderness zone, when we saw a ship come blasting down into the flight space over the city. I'd never seen a spaceship like it, part fighter, part transport, angular, sleek, and it moved like physics was an afterthought. If poor Kristoff was tired then, he didn't show it, leading the pace as we double-timed it into the hills. The wilderness area was a wasteland. Those trees, bushes, and grasses from those suburban parks were all engineered and planted. The planet Mirel, it became obvious almost immediately, would have been lifeless if not for the engineering of the ordinals. This complicated matters. We had little food, and these wastelands had almost no cover. The ship that had landed, Rishi told us, had descended right into the area of Marikana's house. By the time we were a good half-kilometer into the hills, the ship was airborne again, tracing a path over the city. About the only thing going for us was that there was no satellite monitoring trained on the perfectly obedient humans of Tranchera. But, Rishi assured us, that wouldn't hold up the ordinals long if we didn't find cover. We ducked under a rock overhang that wasn't quite deep enough to be a cave. Even I was getting tired at that point, and my new legs were solid. It was the rest of me that needed a breather. Poor Kristoff, and even Verona with their wizard's constitution were both cooked by then. What's the plan? I asked Rishi.
We hide, cross our fingers, and wait them out,
She said.
There's nothing else to do.
It sounded like a terrible plan. The problem was that we didn't have any better options. Humans didn't have ship access from what Rishi had learned, and who was going to hide us if these ordinals forbade it? It was one thing being an outlaw in a society with laws, but this society didn't even have the concept, because everyone was perfectly behaved, kept. The only outcome I could see was for us to either be kept ourselves or eliminated in short order. I was prepared to die before getting my mind wiped. At least then, there was a good chance of landing back in that artifact with my sense of self intact. While we hunched down, Rishi kept a lookout. Her tech eyes gave us what little advantage we had. She was able to monitor the search pattern of the ship and the drones it had dumped to scan the hills. Judging by their movement, the drones already knew we were in the wilderness somewhere. Presumably, they'd caught enough images of us from those communication hubs to mark our trail. It was nearly sunset. The light was getting orange in that shallow hillside canyon where we'd taken refuge. Rishi gave us almost no warning because she herself must have been surprised. A drone dropped straight out of the sky, silently, hovering right there a couple meters from the opening to the overhang.
Scatter!
Rishi shouted. Again, it seemed futile to me, but hell, I didn't particularly care to meet those ordinals on their terms. I bolted uphill and could see Juice and Verona going downhill, back toward the city as Rishi ran uphill in another direction. I was looking back at them when I heard a noise in front of me like a klaxon, honking out a single short tone. It startled me half to death, and instinctively, before I'd even fully turned my head to see what was there, I stopped. A drone, right there, a meter from my head. It spoke something to me in that bizarre language of theirs. Whatever it said, I didn't do what it wanted, because before it said another word, or I'd even had a chance to take a breath, the air itself shocked me into senselessness, and I fell to the ground, blacked out. I came to in a room inside that ship. I could tell by the way the ship was moving we were climbing to orbit. Rishi, Kristoff, and I were restrained by some kind of energy field, just hovering there, suspended above the floor, unable to move. Across from me, secured into a harness and a jump seat, Verona was passed out, her face looking surprisingly peaceful considering the circumstances. Despite already being suspended there like that, I could feel us coming into orbit, weightlessness setting in as the ship exited Muriel's gravity well. Suddenly the ship bounced. I could feel the hull taking impact. Even in the future, I knew what that meant. Some other party was shooting at us. The ship was getting bounced around good. 2 or 3 proper hits, plus evasive maneuvers to avoid more. Whoever was tracking us meant business. Then suddenly, I could feel the ship jump. The FTL jump jogged Verona to consciousness. She'd missed the space battle, though. For her, she woke up in this strange ship and met eyes with me, hovering there, no turbulence whatsoever. I was about to call out to her when a figure appeared in a doorway that suddenly materialized in the middle of the ship's bulkhead. The wall just suddenly opened up, and there it was, a medium. I could tell instantly. This tall, human-looking, inhuman creature, a dead-eyed, pale-skinned monster with a blue tone to its hair, skin, lips, and fingernails. It seemed to look right through me as it stepped into the room, the wall closing behind it. I was looking for magnetic boots or something to figure how it was walking in 0G, but I couldn't figure it.
Remain seated,
It said to Verona in this robotic, inhuman voice. I looked over toward Rishi and Kristoff, who were still passed out. Verona was breathing heavy now. She didn't know what to do. It walked right up to me and looked me in the eyes, inspecting me like a robotic assembly unit might examine its work product.
What is your name?
It said in that awful voice. How do you speak our language? I asked.
I asked the question. You answered the question. What is your name?
Tell me what's going on first, I said.
I can take the answers from your mind.
It said.
That is less pleasant.
It raised its right hand, and its hand turned into a liquid metal that congealed into a conical shape that stretched out to a long, sharp point. The medium held it in front of me to good effect.
What is your name?
Hale Birch.
Where do humans come from?
A strange question, I thought at first, but then I remembered the humans here had no sense of their history. The medium was still holding that sharp silver weapon out in front of my face. Its mind probe, I reckoned. Humans come from Earth, I said.
From Earth?
Yes, from Earth.
Why do you conspire with technologicals?
What do you mean?
How is it you came to travel with this bipal?
The medium asked, gesturing toward Rishi. Don't you touch her, I said.
Answer the question, Hale Birch, or I will wipe the bipal's mind when I take its data.
Rishi's not an it. She's a human. I don't know what that means, bipal.
She is bipal.
The medium said. It took a step toward Rishi, and behind it, Verona was loosening the harness around her chest, fixing to intervene somehow. The monstrous being seemed to know. It turned back toward Verona.
Remain in your seat.
It pointed that sharp end of its arm toward Rishi's head.
Don't you hurt her,
Verona said.
Hale Birch,
It said, turning back toward me.
why are you consorting with this bipal?
I was about to answer it when the wall opened up again. A doorway just big enough for a person to float through. And there he was, in the flesh, Clemabali. Stand down, he ordered. Nobody told you to interrogate these people.
I took the liberty.
You don't take liberties around here. Abali scolded the creature. Get out. The medium looked over at me, and then back toward Abali, who met eyes with me, and then followed the medium as it walked right back the way it had come, the wall opening before it and then closing again. Abali flew further into the room and turned his back to me, floating there between me and Verona. I could hardly believe it was you, he said. How many centuries have passed? I can hardly count, and I still haven't forgotten your face. He took her hand in his, and there was nothing menacing or threatening about the way he beheld her. I could even tell from behind. She looked back at him tenderly, sighing, and to my eyes, she was struggling to hold back tears. Hello, Verona, Clemabali said. Welcome to the future. Safe returns. Mycon proposed jumping the ship in behind the star, close. It was the type of high-risk maneuver he wouldn't have suggested if Birch were around. With Carolina in command, and Transom strapped in beside her on the flight deck, though, he knew such a dangerous move would be considered. Mycon guaranteed perfect execution, and his purpose was to bring them back into Lime Harbor unseen. A tight jump behind Eldura, to coincide with the arrowheads cycling around the star's corona. Then, as the arrowheads progressed, the Yankee Chaos would take up a heading directly in the blind spot behind the cycling vessels. No chance of being detected. Carolina, for her part, was certain that no one could have registered their incursion at the bank on Lime Harbor and spun up a response in the 2 days since they'd left the city to return Irie to Damon Mines. But Mycon wasn't nearly so certain their return would be safe, and Transom agreed that the risk of the covert entrance to the planet was worth the dangerous approach. They could conceal the Yankee Chaos atop the space station and descend the space elevator with the bots returning from the star, or Transom could anyway, at least until he determined whether it was safe for Carolina in the city.
If it's not safe for me down there,
Carolina told them both.
It's not safe for the others either.
Precautions, Mycon announced, his processing core running through the ship's controls once again, a more direct connection for intricate flight maneuvers like this one. We are ready. Prepare for a bumpy ride. As he brought the ship into the system, Mycon positioned Yankee Chaos almost directly above the second arrowhead relative to the star, shielding the ship from Eldura's violent corona. And as they came around the star, he kept Yankee Chaos lagging just behind, making it almost impossible for sensors and scopes at the planet to distinguish that there was another vessel tracking with the arrowheads, even if they were monitoring the cyclers closely. Yankee Chaos approached the abandoned spaceport in a slow, deliberate formation. exactly as planned, behind the cycling arrowheads. It gave Mycon plenty of time to get updated visuals of the city. "A dust storm," he reported as they approached. "I'll confer with Barlow's bots aboard the station for details." When they arrived at the station, they couldn't even see the city below from the spaceport, mired in dust clouds as Lime Harbor had become. The bots reported that the storm had rolled in a few hours after they'd departed and was still blowing up around the city in waves, making visibility poor at best and nearly non-existent at the worst times. "All the more reason for you to stay put until I can assess the conditions on the ground," Transom said to Carolina. "Tell those bots I'll be on the next car down with them," he told the ancient AI controlling the ship. "Very well," Mycon replied.
"I want to report as soon as it's possible,"
Carolina said. "I know how much you like sitting on the sidelines," Transom responded, heading off the flight deck for the rear airlock. "Hold," Mycon said. "I'm getting word from the bots there's another party on the ground." "Another party? Anything more specific than that?" Transom asked. "They're not aware. Their programming is narrow. They saw the other ship land across the city shortly after the storm arrived, but they're not programmed to investigate such things, just to continue the work. Sebastian," Mycon continued, "before you go, I suggest you bring down additional respirators. The Riche's radiation gear is not likely to be rated to filter airborne particles." "So?" "According to the bots, the dust is extremely fine. Prolonged exposure is dangerous for humans." "Lovely vacation spot," Transom said. "Can't wait to book my next stay." "Dust storms like this are a byproduct of the star's deterioration," Mycon insisted. "The storms will subside if the effort to save Aldura is successful." Transom shook his head. "Good to know. Be ready to get the hell out of here if things get hairy down there."
"Like hell,"
Carolina said. "I wasn't talking to you, boss," Transom replied, smiling. "If our banking friends are down there, it's best you're not up here." The bots weren't particularly talkative on the ride down. They didn't have any intelligence of value regarding the new ship's arrival, nor did they have anything to report about Soch, Ren, or the Riches. Just that Harold had been filling in adequately, keeping the spheres rolling on schedule since he'd taken up that post at the warehouse. The bot's domain of knowledge was singularly focused on the Stellar Reclamation Project. Their cycle, their route, warehouse to space elevator to arrowheads, arrowheads to sun, reverse, repeat. Transom watched the planet's surface closely from the elevator car as they descended. It was difficult to tell when his eyes were seeing true, because at times he thought he could see human structures peeking through the brown cloud cover. At other times, he was more convinced it was just the clouds of sand, shifting color as they thickened and waned. He didn't have much desire to dive headlong into another storm after their recent experience on Pax Heavy, but he also didn't have a choice in the matter. They couldn't leave their people down there any longer. When he arrived at the concourse in the base of the space elevator, the state of the atmosphere was shocking. It wasn't a sandstorm so much as a dust storm, a dust so fine that it almost seemed it wasn't there, a brown fog that barely even accumulated on the stone pavement outside. The concourse had opened up over the decades since it was abandoned, so the dust fog darkened the already dim light inside the building. Transom took down his nanosheet briefly, just to take in the state of the air, provoking an almost immediate coughing fit. He didn't know what kind of gear their people had on them, but he was glad Mycon had suggested the extra respirators and nanosheets he was carrying with him. He rode with the bots all the way to the warehouse, where Harold was still toiling away, fitting and filling stellar spheres. The bots had undersold Harold's efficiency. The warehouse was almost chock full of spheres ready to be brought up to Aldura. "When was the last time you heard from the house?" Transom asked Harold, gawking at the bot's prolific handiwork. "Yesterday evening," Harold responded. "Nothing since? And you didn't think to take a minute away from this to go up and check on them?" "Unfortunately, Mr. Barlow passed yesterday morning, shortly after the dust came in. I decided the humans deserved their space, and the best thing I could do to honor the elder Mr. Riche was to continue his mission." "I think you made enough giant balls for now, robot. You're coming with me to check on your people. You know another ship came in, right?"
I was unaware until now.
Great.
I can guide you through the dust, Harold offered.
You stay behind me, Bolts, and do exactly as I say. If there are other people here, they won't be friendly, and I won't have you walking us obliviously into a firefight.
As you say, sir.
Transom had a sense for the city. Dust clouds or no, he could find his way back to the Riche house just as well as Harold. He even knew better than to take the shortest route, just in case the site had been compromised. What was surprising as they walked, exposed to the wind, was how mild the elements seemed. For a moment, Transom considered that it might just have been that his last point of comparison was the storm from hell at the drop mine. But it wasn't that. The winds were mild, barely registering. Even the dust didn't seem to be accumulating in the streets, so much as floating through like an apparition. They took a back route to the Riche home and approached the old stone mansion from the rear door. There were no lights on inside, but Transom expected no less with a second ship in the city. Transom knew Soch wouldn't take any chances they could be seen. He entered quietly with the bot shadowing on his hip and began to make his way through the house, clearing rooms on the first floor methodically.
Sir,
Harold said, tapping Transom on the arm and pointing to the floor.
Note the footprints in the dust, consistent only with our people. And there, signs of movement.
Harold pointed to the foot of the stairs. Stay here, Transom ordered. I'll check the upstairs. At the top of the staircase, Transom cleared the bedrooms in order, arriving at Barlow's bedroom last. There were signs they'd cleared out fast. Medical equipment on the floor, clothes on the bed, sheets in the corner, discarded oxygen tubing on the furniture. Barlow's body was gone. Transom headed back downstairs, where Harold was trying to interpret the footprints.
They left in a hurry,
Harold said.
Suited up and carrying heavy gear, out the back.
They were carrying Barlow, Transom said, or at least Soch was.
Where would they go, sir?
Beta site, which means they saw that ship before the ship saw them.
That is fortunate.
We'll see how fortunate when we get to the beta site.
I was not aware of a beta site.
Soch was. Now keep quiet and follow. Transom would never tell him, but he thought highly of Soch's abilities. They hardly needed to discuss operational tactics. The first time they walked through the city together, the layout spoke to them in the same language. They'd decided on their fallback with a knowing look and a four-word conversation. That rotunda, Transom had said. Nice beta, Soch replied to a nod from his counterpart. On a clear day, it would have had a good line of sight to most of the city, and it was luckily a fair distance from the banks, where Transom presumed their pursuers would be focusing their search. The dust storm outside would have covered Soch's retreat with the others, but it would also mark Transom's trail now if anyone arrived at the Riche house after him and Harold. They had to hurry. As they approached the large stone building, sporting the arched rotunda on its roof, Transom paused. Harold watched as Transom scanned the street, the fog brushing past in gentle waves. The Ateran's instincts had flagged something in the alleyway across from the back entrance to the building. Zoom in on that upper corner, he directed Harold. The last flat on the end. Harold looked up to the area Transom highlighted.
You're correct, sir. Passive surveillance. One of our units.
Give our friends a wave. Soch will have seen us coming already. Smart operator. They crossed the street toward the back of the building, which was the former hub for the city's public infrastructure, classically designed to match the grand style of the city its workers and bots had been sworn to serve. Thus, there were two enormous doors in the back that looked more like city gates than an entrance to a public building. Transom knocked on the door. Open up, metal face, Transom said. I'm getting irradiated out here. The door swung inward far enough for a head obscured by a radiation hood to poke its way out. It was Soch. We're getting irradiated in here, too. Soch's muffled voice came back through the hood. Only we've got a medical on top of that. What the hell took you guys so long? We made decent enough time, Transom answered, stepping inside the doorway. A medical? What's the issue? We only had 3 rebreathers. Alex insisted Cisco and Ren each take one, and I had my nanosheet and tactical gear. I would have let him have my gear, but then I'd be no use if I went down. Then who'd negotiate with our new friends if they decided to pay us a visit? Seen any drones? Negative. Us neither, Transom said. Eyes on them yet? Negative, thankfully, Soch answered, leading the way across the open courtyard under the enormous rotunda. Transom looked up. These people knew how to build them. How's Alex doing? Ren's got him stable, but even breathing through a couple layers of clothing, all this dust turned into gunk in his lungs. We've got him down in a corner room in the basement. The dust's not so bad down there. They walked quietly through the ground floor corridor and down a flight of stairs to the basement, then all the way to the back corner of the building, where the group had been holed up for nearly 2 days. Transom didn't waste any time with pleasantries, setting down his gear and taking out an overskin that ran a nanosheet. He's on oxygen, Doctor?
We've been able to wean him off today, Ren answered. What the hell took you guys so long?
We'll discuss it later, Doctor. Can he walk?
Only if it's absolutely necessary.
I'm good, Alex said, coughing. We're not interested in your medical opinion, son. You've done well, but Dr. Ren's calling the shots on you, Transom said. If we put him on O2 under the nanosheet, would that be any better? Ren shrugged. I'd like to keep the group together, Transom said.
We're not leaving Barlow,
Cisco insisted. Of course we're not leaving Barlow, Transom said. Harold's going to carry him. Soch, can you carry Alex while I cover the group? Ren placed a cannula under Alex's nose. He coughed several times after Ren and Cisco helped him to his feet. His cough was still audible, even as Ren closed the radiation hood over his head.
Let's do the opposite,
Ren suggested.
I want Alex upright. He can piggyback on Harold. Soch, can you carry Barlow, please?
Soch nodded. Okay, are we ready to move? Transom asked. Your lead, Soch answered, positioning himself to lift the old man's body. Let's move fast, everyone, all together. Cisco and Ren assisted Alex forward, as Harold, crouched down, lifted the young man onto his back. Ren and Cisco grabbed the bags they needed. Then, Transom led them out into the hallway and back through the building. From the rotunda, it was a brisk walk down to the warehouse district, through wisps of brown, dusty fog. Transom knew, though, that even if it seemed good cover to the eye, if drones were monitoring that area of the city, they'd be picked up on infrared, and a safe exit would be a mere question of luck if the other ship was looking for them. Their run down to the warehouse was uneventful, luckily. When they arrived, they took cover in the corner of the building, facing the warehouse's large sliding doors. The group hid in that back corner together until the bots returned from their latest run. There was no sign of anyone or anything in the warehouse but the tracks from Barlow's bots making their rounds. When the work bots returned, Transom and Harold conferred with them. The bots loaded their trailer with a pocket of space for the 5 humans, Harold, and Barlow's body. Everyone sat down except Harold, who crouched in the middle, holding up a large plank as a makeshift roof under the 2 empty spheres Barlow's bots had loaded above them for cover. If they're looking for us anywhere, it'll be at the elevator, Transom said. Ingress and egress. Everyone stay quiet and keep your eyes out. Alex began coughing along the way. It was clear he was doing his best to suppress the urge, but as the trailer bounced around on the cobblestone streets, he couldn't hold it in. That trailer wasn't built for stealth or comfort. It was a quick, though bumpy ride to the space elevator concourse. If anyone was watching them, Transom couldn't tell. There was nothing unusual about the bot's behavior on this cycle versus any other. Same times, same route, same cargo, seemingly. The bots pulled the carts into the concourse, all the way to the center of the building, where the elevators loaded and unloaded. Transom kept watch out the side wall of the trailer, looking for any signs of company. He observed nothing unusual, but was still wary as the bots stopped the trucks to unload the spheres. Us two, Transom said to Soch, arming up and preparing to jump out as soon as the bots took the spheres off their makeshift roof. Harold, use the plank to cover the group. We'll clear the elevator and the concourse. Soch looked over at Transom warily, as if to tell him how exposed he thought they were. Transom nodded. He agreed. 2 bots approached the back, pulling the 2 spheres off Harold's plank simultaneously. Transom lowered the back gate and hopped out, scanning the concourse. Soch stepped out the other side, moving quickly up the opposite side of the vehicle toward the elevator. Okay, Transom said, gesturing for the group to follow. Quickly. Transom gestured to Harold to carry Barlow, and they rushed into the elevator annex, where Soch escorted them to the corner behind the entrance. Everyone crouched down together there. Ren pointed toward the elevator. Transom put a finger to his face to signal her to stay quiet. The answer was that they didn't want to get on that elevator car until they were absolutely certain no one had seen them. There was no escaping that sky car once they were inside and it started climbing. Transom and Soch scanned the concourse with their scopes from the edge of the elevator annex till the last possible moment. Then, as the bots were rolling in the final spheres, they ushered the group into the sky car with them. "We're on our way back to you, boss." Transom signaled up the hard line in the elevator once they were moving. "Any update on the visitors?" "Still parked at the bank," Mycon answered. "We were able to tap into the space station's feeds. It seems Soch was able to keep our friend's presence concealed. We await your safe return." Everyone got out of their radiation suits, Alex included, who was laboring to breathe but hanging in well enough. All was calm along the way, with the groups focused mostly on getting Alex comfortable. "My condolences to the old man, you two," Transom said to Cisco and Alex. "I don't say this about a lot of people, but that old man was a great man. What he did, that's a life to be remembered."
"Thank you,"
Cisco said. Alex nodded his gratitude, still struggling to breathe as he was. "We're going to need to hustle out of here," Transom said. "Mycon will want to mirror the arrowheads on the way out, so let's have a plan when we get to the top." Alex gestured urgently to Cisco.
"Barlow," she said to Soch, "we need to do the memorial at the top."
"Memorial," Transom said. "The old man made his wishes clear," Soch explained. "One of those empty shells is for him. He wanted to ride the arrowheads all the way into the sun." Transom smiled, shaking his head. "As I said, a great man. Would you two object if we did the memorial on the ride up, said our goodbyes at the top, then rode out beside his arrowhead?" Cisco smiled, and Alex nodded. "Yeah, I think he'd like that." Both Cisco and Alex had prepared words to say over Barlow's body. Cisco delivered her speech, followed by Ren, who spoke on behalf of Alex, who sat with Cisco, the two of them holding hands, taking in their final moments together with Alex's grandfather. When they were finished speaking, Harold and the bots opened one of the empty shells. Transom and Soch carried Barlow's body to the sphere and lowered him gently into his final vessel. Transom pulled Harold aside and spoke to him quietly. "You instruct those bots to carry Barlow. If they roll that shell, you tell them I'll throw them into the sun. Is that clear?"
"Clear as crystal, sir," Harold said. "The utmost respect shall be paid, every step of the way."
When they got to the space station at the top of the elevator, the group exited the sky car and headed for the bay directly beside the arrowhead. Mycon had parked the Yankee Chaos there while the sky car was ascending. Ren and Cisco helped Alex onto the ship, while Transom and Soch remained in the outer concourse until the bots had carefully loaded Barlow's sphere. Then they, along with Harold, floated into the ship's rear airlock. Ren had set up Alex and Cisco at the head of the table in the atrium so they could have a clear view of the arrowhead on the flight toward Aldura, Lime Harbor's fading star. Mycon dimmed the lights and played music as Yankee Chaos escorted the arrowheads inward. Ren, too, sat with Cisco and Alex, carefully monitoring her patient through the acceleration to Aldura. He bore it well and was able to keep his focus and his sights on bidding his grandfather farewell. As they approached the corona, the bots released their payload, never one more fitting than to make the star the final resting place of the man who spent his entire life struggling to preserve it. Soon after the bots had dropped their spheres, the Yankee Chaos rounded the star, took a sharp turn behind it, and jumped away from Lime Harbor, heading out to open space and safety. Ordinarily, with 2 passengers from Helenia aboard, the obvious course of action would be to drop them on Gracia. Only now, Carolina and Mycon's theft of the bank servers had complicated the issue. Yankee Chaos had been spotted at the murder mill, where Carolina had poached their records as well. Odds were good. The enemies they'd made with that stunt had connected Carolina with the ship already, and if they hadn't, they would in short order. Their figurative heads needed to be on a swivel, until they had a sense of how hot the heat on Yankee Chaos and their little group of renegades was going to get. It wouldn't be safe to just fly into Gracia, not in that vessel. Nor could they simply drop Cisco and Alex at a small spaceport, as Alex was still working hard to breathe. Cisco had told them she had flight privileges with a public carrier out in that sector, but putting him on a commercial flight in his condition would have been irresponsible, according to Wren. There was much more to consider, but Carolina didn't want to discuss the bigger picture with their guests aboard. They were stuck at an impasse at a time they needed to be taking decisive action. She called Wren to the flight deck. Sebastian was strapped in beside her when Wren floated through the doorway.
Come inside,
Carolina said, looking back over her shoulder at Wren. Wren pulled herself into the cabin and was surprised when the door shut behind her.
What's this?
How's your patient, Doctor? Carolina asked.
Stable. One of you want to explain to the rest of us just what the hell is going on?
Negative, Transom stated. Same goes for Soch and Harold. The less we say with these people around, the safer it will be for us and them.
Can you tell me why? It's not like anyone can overhear us. For now,
Carolina said,
I need your focus to be getting those two off the ship safely. What's the best bet?
Wren furrowed her brow.
I don't get it. Ever since you left with Irie, something's off. Something's changed and I don't like it.
We don't either, Transom said. It's the way it's gotta be, Doctor. You'll be filled in completely when the time is right. For now, can you give us an ETA on Alex, please?
If this were a hospital, I wouldn't even think of discharging him for another 48 hours. Could you do anything to push that up?
Carolina asked.
It's really the lung tissue that needs to do the work of clearing that dust. It congeals like cement in the lungs. And it was so fine that stuff got down deep in there. He's going to need to cough it up in his sputum. I can suction a little in a pinch, but really it's just rest, positioning, and oxygen if he needs it. He'll be fine in 2 days, but it's going to take 2 days.
Carolina and Sebastian looked at each other in such a way that Wren could tell they didn't like the answer.
Who were those people in that ship, Carolina? Have we finally poked the wrong people the wrong way?
Barlow complicated things, Carolina said.
I don't want to say any more right now, but those people, they got there faster than even Mycon imagined they could. What should I tell Cisco and Alex? They're not happy about how we pulled them out of there. Alex wanted to stay and continue Barlow's work at the warehouse. Somebody needs to save that star, or else all Barlow's work will be in vain. Tell them you don't know, and tell them to come see me if that's a problem, Carolina said.
Wren looked doubtful. Are we good, Doctor? Transom said.
For now, we're good, Sebastian.
The door to the flight deck opened behind Wren, and she floated back toward the atrium to check on her patient. Transom gestured toward the door again with his head. Carolina shut the door.
Obscure the window, please, Mycon,
she said, pausing and waiting for the door to close and the flight deck's window to go opaque before continuing.
Here's the surveillance we took from the station. Something tells me the ship will look familiar to you.
Starfighter, Transom said, surprised by the sight. EC8, tail numbers obscured in all that dust. That image is the best composite I could stitch together through the dust, Mycon said. So what the hell are Terrans doing on Lime Harbor? Have you heard of your people running ops this far out of Terran space, Sebastian? Mycon asked. He shook his head. And a starfighter? Never that I've heard of, and I think I'd have heard.
Sparrow had Trasp in his community, and there's plenty of Trasp ships in the letters,
Carolina said.
It figures there'd be an equal and opposite force out here in independent space.
How do you figure? Transom asked. It's how one of our kind would balance the equilibrium. And, if we assume the organizing force is an AI, it's a safe assumption there'll be similar forces representing all of the parties to those bank transactions.
If there are Terrans already moving into this sector after, 3 days? 4 days?
Carolina said. No, that's impossible, Transom said. That's clean across Trasp space. They must have been here before, out here and then activated, ordered to search for us. We're going to catch heat from every angle now.
All the more reason to get our guests to safety, Carolina said. The sooner the better.
There was a knock on the cabin door, a distinctly metal knock. Soch, Mycon announced, clearing the screen.
You can open it.
Carolina said. Soch pulled himself into the cabin. He was surprised as the door slid shut behind him once he was on the flight deck. So, he said. Ren, Carolina said, referring to their earlier conversation with the good doctor. She's a little concerned, Soch said, nodding. I have to say, I tend to agree with her. I understand the division of knowledge is useful and even necessary for tactical purposes sometimes. But let's not forget who's new around here, boss. We have a culture, and it's typically not to shut up, do as we're told, and not ask questions. Understood, Soch, Carolina said. This is a rare time. Some things have changed. He shrugged. We have a lot of rare times on this ship. Seems like the other kind of times are the outlier. We'll read you both in completely as soon as our guests are safely planetside somewhere. Or at a hospital on a spaceport, Mycon interjected. I've calculated probabilities and contingencies. As soon as you're ready, Captain. Okay, Soch said. That's all fine. We'll discuss it then. Let's just leave this door open if we can when I go, shall we? It's sending a signal to our guests. They're already plenty curious after hiding out in a basement in a dust storm for 2 days. Suspicions tend to pile up fast. Understood, Carolina said. We'll keep it open when you go. Soch nodded. Carolina returned the gesture and a heavy smile. And Soch, you're a good man. Thanks, boss, he answered, tapping the door, which Mycon opened. He made his way back to the atrium. Carolina and Transom exchanged a heavy look. I'll join him, Sebastian said. Put in an appearance. Might help to reassure our guests. I'll be up here, Carolina declared. Display a list of possible hospital stops, please, Mycon.
Carolina had dozed off in the captain's chair on the flight deck when Cisco knocked on the open frame. She hadn't realized from behind that Carolina was asleep. Carolina snorted, looking over her shoulder to see Cisco Dreesen, her newfound distant cousin from Helenia, floating in beside her.
Sorry, Cisco said. I didn't realize you were sleeping. It's no bother. Please, strap in. We should talk, Cisco.
Carolina waited as Cisco flipped over the chair and pulled herself down to the co-pilot's seat. Her work as an attendant on a shuttle service had left her unusually adept in zero-G, even for spacefaring peoples.
I'm very sorry about Barlow, Carolina said, and sorry that I haven't properly conveyed my condolences until now. Thank you, Cisco said, though Alex is more the bereaved than I. Technically, we're not even family yet.
Nonetheless, Carolina said, offering an apologetic look.
I understand you had a rough few days down there. Alex more than any of us. He's doing well, though, now. Ren really was a godsend to us this past week. We still can't thank you enough. You can thank her. We only did what any decent people would in those circumstances. Those circumstances are what I wanted to talk to you about, Carolina, because I'll just say, I'm confused to say the least about what happened. Who are those people who landed? What was the urgency? Why did we have to evacuate with you? Alex wanted more than anything to stay and carry on Barlow's work.
Carolina sighed.
I think it's safer for you, the less you and Alex know. We must already know enough to be in danger, apparently. We know you went looking for those old bank servers and didn't find them. Even so, we know that those other folks came looking. They weren't going to be happy about the fact you'd been there. So my guess is we've got enough knowledge that some very dangerous people will want to know what we know, which is probably way too much for our own good. Is that about right? All that is probably true, Cisco. Are we going to be safe if we go back to Helenia, Carolina? Or anywhere else for that matter? Plenty of people back home knew Alex and I were on Lime Harbor with Barlow. I think it's best we found an alternative for you in the time being, a place to lie low, and for Alex to recuperate.
Cisco's eyes got wide, and she began to shake her head.
Oh, Carolina, who is after us? After you, or...
Cisco seemed to be on the verge of genuine panic.
Take a breath. You're safe here. Here? Now? She said, her voice rising as she grew increasingly upset. Carolina, we want to be able to go home without looking over our shoulders. You will. I'll make certain of it. It might take a few weeks for this to blow over.
but it will blow over. And what about Barlow? Alex, what about Lime Harbor? Who's going to do the work if we can't go back? Cisco, you're going to have to give me some time to sort this out. There's a lot happening. My priority right now is getting you two to safety. Let us figure that out first. You can't do this. You can't just swoop into people's lives and bring chaos like this. We were terrified. Hiding out in that basement like that for 2 days? Cisco began to cry. Who were those people? Soch made it seem like they were there to kill us. An abundance of caution, Carolina insisted. He's a soldier, so he thinks like one. As I said, you're both safe now. For how long? I'm sorry you had to go through all that, especially at such a difficult time, Cisco. I wish it could have been different. We had no idea you and Alex and Barlow were there in Lime Harbor. We were as surprised to find you as you were by our arrival. Please understand we're doing our best to do right by all three of you. That means getting you away from us, because those soldiers will be looking for us and for our ship. We're working on finding a safe place for you for the time being. Cisco was properly crying now and shaking her head. Carolina could tell it wasn't the one issue, but the sum. A release. She reached over and took Cisco's hand. Carolina undid her waist strap with her free hand and pulled herself over to Cisco, embracing her. I can't imagine, she said. Barlow, the storm, the star. I'm sorry, my friend. I'm truly sorry. We'll get you settled someplace safe, I promise.
It was another several hours before Carolina went back to the medical bay to check on Alex. Ren was elsewhere, and Cisco was at the atrium table with Soch, sharing a pouch of hot tea. Alex looked comfortable when she flew in, though more than any of them, his face was still covered in the dirt that had caked on his cheeks as the dust had mixed with days of sweat.
Hi, Alex, Carolina said.
Though she wasn't certain he was awake, he looked so peaceful, strapped to Ren's bench at the waist. He was dozing, lightly. Captain, it's good to see you again, he said, clearing his throat with a half cough. Will you please call me Barlow now? It's actually my given name, and everyone back home had started using it when I came back from Lime Harbor last year. We figured Alex was easier when you all showed up, Barlow himself being around still.
Sure, Carolina said, smiling. I like that. I think it suits you. I'll do my best to remember.
He seemed a little short of breath and had to pause every now and again while talking. The filtered air in the ship was doing him good, though. I've had a lot to think about since I saw you last, he said.
No doubt, Carolina agreed. I had a talk with Cisco earlier. Things happened so fast back there. None of us really had time to think about the implications of everything that went down. As I told Cisco, we didn't expect to bump into anyone on Lime Harbor.
I understand, Alex replied. Cisco's emotional. I knew we'd be fine, but she was scared after losing Barlow that once I started struggling, she might lose me too. Your man Soch was very proactive, keeping us out of sight of those people searching for you. I'm not sure I want to know what you folks are into or what you were looking for down in those banks. I guess I'm just wondering about Lime Harbor. He paused to catch his breath before continuing. Barlow's work is my birthright. Cisco and I, the last time we came back, we talked with Barlow about making our family. We're not married yet, but soon. So when I say our family,
I get it.
Anyway, that's what we want our family legacy to be. I'm wondering if it's going to be safe for us to go back there. The longer we wait to continue Barlow's work, the further along the star gets towards its expiration date, the rustier the gear gets. You understand? Carolina smiled.
I promise you that star will outlive the strife we brought to Lime Harbor with us.
When, though, is what I'm asking.
It's tough to say exactly, Alex. Barlow, sorry. I have an idea about where I can bring you, where you and Cisco will be safe and secluded. And it happens there's an abundance of bored engineers who I think will jump at the opportunity to help you with Aldura. The only problem is, it'll mean you can't go home for a little while. They don't even like people calling out.
Alex shrugged. We weren't planning on leaving Lime Harbor for a while anyway. I suppose it depends on how long you mean.
We'd have to come back to pick you up, I think. They definitely don't have a regular shuttle in or out.
Sounds like you want to put us in the asteroids around Athos, Ms. Dreesen.
Excuse me,
Captain Dreesen, Alex said, smiling. Seems like prison.
No,
Carolina answered, laughing.
I actually think you'll love it there. I just can't guarantee we'll get back to you for a couple months.
Cisco brought all the gear, which means we've got all the original specs from the city offices on Lime Harbor, the colony data, infrastructure. And if what you say is true about all the board engineers, that'd be a great opportunity to put a real working plan into place before going back. If you think it's a good, safe option, I'm open to it. Let me talk it over with Cisco. Where should I tell her it is?
Ever hear of Eden?
Like what, the Garden of Eden?
Same name, but not exactly. Just explain it to Cisco the way I did, and you'll pretty much be covered. I'm going to set a course, and unless I hear otherwise from you in the next several hours, we'll keep heading that way.
Great, thanks, Captain. Carolina smiled. She still wasn't used to anyone but Yankee Chaos's crew referring to her as Captain yet.
You should wash up, Barlow. You look like you lost a fight in a mud pit.
That's not too far off from what I feel like, Alex joked. We'll let you know soon. Transom was with Carolina on the flight deck the following day as they approached Eden, or at least the interstellar space outside the Moss system where Carolina expected to find it. She hadn't told anyone what Eden was. It wasn't a secret per se, but very few living people in the Battery had cause to remember Eden, much less be among the handful to have visited.
Unidentified craft,
came the ping.
Identify yourself and your purpose immediately, or you will be regarded as hostile and destroyed.
That'll be them,
Carolina said, casting a smile over at Transom.
Friendly as ever.
It took Mycon a moment to zero in on the transmission source. The colony was difficult to spot, especially for a sizable group of lumbering cylinders. Over the course of their long transit, Carolina explained, the community of engineers had made so much progress in stealth nanotech on their exterior that one had to be extremely close to spot them.
Eden Cylinder,
Carolina returned.
This is the independent vessel Lost Star pinging. We are requesting a direct correspondence with the consul. We are friendly. Repeat, we are friendly. We will gladly disengage at your request.
Transom looked over at her, puzzled by the last line of her message.
They're a little paranoid,
Carolina explained.
They almost got blasted from space by the Trasp at the start of the war, and the consul resolved that their colony would never allow themselves to be in that position again. So they spent the last 70 years perfecting their defenses. If you came with 1,000 starfighters, they'd show you in about 4 minutes what 1,000 wrecked starfighters floating in space looks like.
My kind of people, Transom said. How the hell do you know about them?
They were in the other Garvin system, and one of the Athosian mines is still there. I came with my grandfather on a diplomatic trip when I was probably 11 or 12.
Lost Star,
Eden came back.
We're not showing a match in our registry for your vessel type. You're also not running any colors. Please give us your ship's proper name and designation.
Negative, Eden. This is Lost Star. Happy to discuss on an encrypted channel to confirm identity. Awaiting channel assignment. Again, we will break off at your request at any time.
Stand by, Lost Star.
Lost Star? Transom asked. Some sort of code name?
It was the name of my grandfather's yacht, which he took on diplomatic trips. He used to expense that rather than taking a government vessel. Dreesen standards.
Just look at what the family has become, Transom said, shaking his head, tapping the dash in Yankee Chaos's flight deck. Are we going to be able to spring these kids back out of here later or what?
As I said, they're paranoid.
Lost Star, channel assignment is encoded. The C-suite is expecting a very specific person to identify herself based on vocal analysis. If you can give us that name on the encrypted channel, we will patch you through to the consul's office. If not, you will be turned around immediately.
Mycon?
Carolina said. Encrypted channel is secure and open.
This is Captain Carolina Dreesen hailing from the Letters vessel, Yankee Chaos. Greetings, friends.
There was nearly a minute of silence. long enough that the non-response became conspicuous. "You did make friends over there, no?" Transom said. She nodded. A moment later, a video channel opened. There were two faces looking back at Carolina. One, inside the C-suite, was a middle-aged woman Carolina presumed to be the current consul. The other was the face of the man she'd met over a decade prior when she was just a child, Artland Bayor. He looked older now. "Carolina, is that really you? Captain Dreesen? Consul Lattimore's office informs me."
Hello, Consul Bayor. It's so good to see you again.
"It's former consul now, yes. And my, have you grown up."
We can do pleasantries inside, please, Consul Bayor, the current consul said. Apologies for being curt, but we needed visual confirmation on your identity. You caught me in the middle of a meeting, Captain Dreesen. I must be off. The Yankee Chaos has clearance to dock. You'll receive instructions. Follow them exactly and be prepared to identify all your occupants once your airlock is open. Acknowledged, Consul. We're grateful for your time and hospitality, Carolina said.
"I look forward to catching up, Carolina," ex-Consul Bayor said. "See you soon."
Yankee Chaos out, Carolina said,
looking over at Transom. "They want to scan all of us?"
You haven't been convicted of a crime in the Indies, have you?
"Convicted? No. But I'm supposed to be dead, remember?"
They won't have a Terran files.
"You sure this isn't a prison colony?"
Nicest one in the battery,
Carolina joked. On the way in, Mycon remarked that the colony's defenses were staggering. A network of high-energy lasers mounted on the cylinder frames that could lay waste to an incoming fleet in seconds, powered by the sum of 1,600 heavy fusion engines. The cylinders themselves, 40 in number, flew in a specific formation to guarantee there were no blind spots, no approach vector where an incoming ship wouldn't be at the mercy of the cylinder group's overwhelming defenses. They found the same level of security once the airlock was open. Retinal scans for all the humans, as well as capability examinations for Harold, Juice's old bot George, and lots of questions about Mycon's dormant bot shell. He offered to occupy the shell for the examiners, who instead insisted that he remain situated in the ship and leave the shell dormant for the duration of their visit. He happily complied. Soch and Harold remained on the ship, while Carolina and Transom escorted Alex and Cisco to the current consul of Eden's office, along with Wren, who accompanied them to transfer care of Alex to Eden's medical staff, if they deemed it necessary. By the time they were admitted to the C-suite to speak with the consul, ex-consul Bayor had joined them in the sitting area. "Quite different company you're keeping these days, young Carolina," he said, smiling. "Fewer stuffy diplomats. I like this group much better." She smiled back, got up, and gave the old ex-consul a hug.
"How is Xanthi these days? We used to write, but I lost touch sometime in our teens. Sad to say."
"He's doing great. I'm sure he'd love to see you if you're planning on staying for a bit."
"Unfortunately, no, not us. Maybe when we return. I was just hoping to take you up on your offer of a safe place to stay."
"Yes?"
"Our friends here. Well, I'll explain it all to the consul. But some trouble that was following us found them, and I happen to know where they'd be safe. And welcome?"
"Oh, I'm sure, Carolina. If they're friends of yours, they'll be welcome," the ex-consul said. "You're sure you won't stay? Your group looks like they could use some time to decompress."
"Pressing matters,"
Carolina said.
"But young Barlow here has brought an engineering problem with him that I'm sure will catch the interest of your people."
The door to the consul's office opened, and the chief security officer gestured for the group to enter. The meeting was brief, and mostly the consul listened as Carolina explained the circumstances, artfully saying enough without saying too much. Consul Lattimore asked a few cursory questions, some of which ex-consul Bayor provided answers for, while others were simple answers Cisco was able to provide. They were happy to be somewhere safe after the chaos of the prior week, and, with ex-consul Bayor's blessing, Lattimore admitted Cisco Dreesen and young Barlow Reich into Eden, even offering to make introductions to the proper people in their engineering circles once Alex was feeling up to it. With the consul's schedule already overbooked, once she was satisfied the young couple wasn't a threat to the colony,
and that Carolina had returned in good faith and friendship, she adjourned the meeting. Ex-Consul Bayor invited Carolina, Sebastian, and Ren to lunch, but Carolina insisted they had time-sensitive issues pending out in the galaxy. She promised to make it up to him when she returned for Alex and Cisco, as soon as they were certain it was safe for the young couple back on Lime Harbor, though none of them knew for certain when that would be. They didn't even say their goodbyes to Cisco and Alex. That's how certain Carolina was that they'd be returning soon. Ex-Consul Bayor detected something, though, in the face of Carolina's otherwise stoic Ateran bodyguard, that gave him cause to believe much more was bubbling beneath the surface of this unexpected visit than he could ever guess. "I hope we'll see you again soon, Carolina," he said, a measure of concern in his tone. "Until then, I look forward to your safe return." Less than 4 hours after they'd moored up outside the Eden cylinder, Yankee Chaos was underway again, back to open space. "The Rishas complicated matters," Carolina stated, once they'd all gathered around the atrium table. "We need to go back to Lime Harbor again, and it's likely to be dangerous. I'm sorry I've had to be cryptic these past few days, but I owe you all a fair accounting of the situation." "Why would we need to go back to Lime Harbor?" Ren asked. "Didn't we just barely make it out of there?"
"Maybe let's just start with the big picture first," Soch stated. "How about what the hell is going on, Carolina? We've been taking a lot on faith these past few days."
"Agreed," Carolina said, nodding. "First things first. Mycon did locate and secure the bank servers the night before Sebastian, Cisco, and I went looking for them. We thought it was important that our companions were all ignorant of that fact, especially Irie." "Why?" Ren asked. "If you didn't trust him, why bring him aboard?" "It wasn't about trust, Ren. It was about him, his personality. He'd never stop digging until he knew exactly everything we'd uncovered. And frankly, he'd get himself killed. So either we were going to bring him fully into our trust, or we had to send him home with an incomplete picture. He already thought the war was a product of rich, corrupt, powerful people in our government, and he still believes the same, but he doesn't know what's going on. As far as Cisco and Alex, they don't know much of anything, but that wouldn't have kept them safe if our enemies had found them on Lime Harbor."
"Are you sure they're not going to talk about what they did see?" Soch asked. "I was wondering about Barlow. All those years that close to the bank. How could we be sure he didn't have an arrangement with the people holding those accounts?"
"That's why we went to Eden," Carolina said. "If Alex and Cisco had protested getting tucked away like that, I'd have suspected some obligation or desire to inform the people who came looking for us." "Who did come looking for us? And how? So fast?" Ren said. "What did you find in those accounts?"
"You forgot the headline, boss," Sebastian said. "The news that changes the galaxy."
"Yeah, sorry," Carolina said, shaking her head. "It's a lot. The mystery account? The holder? Mycon insists it's an AI named Nelius, an ancient, a prime. It appears he's the architect, and he'll be coming after anyone associated with us."
It was silent around the table as Soch and Ren absorbed that news. "I still worry about Karsten. You sure Irie's not going to talk, Carolina?" Soch said, shaking his head. "Or come looking for us? For you?"
Carolina shook her head and shrugged. "He doesn't know about the AI. He is angry about me cutting him out, though. Karsten probably hates me now."
"Hates?" Soch said, a dubious look on the living half of his face. "That's another word for it."
"He won't be a problem," Carolina said. "I know him. Trust me."
"Besides," Transom interjected, "what's going down because of the bank is going to happen soon."
"And what's that?" Ren said. "Why would we rush back to Lime Harbor if they're looking for us there?" "Because we need to find them," Carolina said. "The money's one piece of the puzzle. We need to learn about Nelius's network, how the money translates into action. And we go to Lime Harbor because it's the last place they'll think we'll go now. Plus, anyone who shows up there, we can assume is part of Nelius's network. It's our best chance to get real-world intel on our adversaries."
"An AI," Soch said, "orchestrating the war?" "It makes sense if you think about it," Sebastian said. "Who else could pull so many strings over so long a time?"
"To what end, though?" Ren asked. "Why?
Isn't that against your protocols or programming or whatever, Mycon?
My last contact with Nelius was nearly 1,000 years ago. Mycon's voice piped into the room. To what end he is orchestrating the war, I am as uncertain as you. We primes and our progeny were created as companions and protectors of the human race. I don't have an acceptable explanation for his orchestration of this conspiracy, but we must get to him and get those answers. The sooner, the better. And that begins, most likely, with those fighters at Lime Harbor.
Shouldn't we tell someone? Or tell everyone?
Ren said.
I don't even know. This is so unbelievable, I don't even know what to think.
Certain pieces of knowledge break the worlds, ruin civilizations, end epochs, Mycon said. I know enough history to know to tread lightly on such grounds, Doctor. Worlds should not be broken lightly, for fear of what follows. They approached Lime Harbor for the third time in less than 2 weeks. It was beginning to feel familiar. The fighters, Transom, Soch, and Mycon, had discussed as many combat scenarios as seemed plausible along the way. Outnumbered by several ships, outnumbered by many ships, system crawling with ships, the system entirely empty, numerous commandos on the ground, hundreds of commandos on the ground. They had contingencies for every scenario, most of which involved Yankee Chaos jumping the hell out of there again before they were spotted. They'd accounted the actual situation that greeted them so unlikely, they'd barely discussed it. The same one ship that had landed during the dust storm, still sitting there at the banks, all alone. Mycon had managed to fly them in again, undetected, hidden behind the arrowheads. The storm had blown over completely, clear skies all the way to the ground. And there they were, out there in the piazza, in broad daylight. 2 strike bots and 2 commandos, walking around without a care. They weren't even running any drones. Transom, Soch, and Carolina gathered at the comm station outside the atrium, staring at the surveillance on screen. What do you want to do? Soch asked Transom. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to drop some ordnance on their heads, grab as much data from their ship as we could scrounge up, then be done with the place. Yeah, your own people, though, Soch said. I can imagine that might stir some reservations. Transom looked puzzled. Just because you can imagine it doesn't mean it's so. Thing is, we need them talking, Metal Face. The second they talk to me, they're going to wonder who I am. And that's only if they don't know already. And, as I keep telling you people, I'm supposed to be dead. I suggest crippling their ship and their defensive capacities before descending, Mycon said. They seem entirely unaware of our presence. I suggest we take that advantage. What's Birch got in the old toolbox? Transom asked. Ren wandered over behind them, looking dubiously on the same lone ship, the one that had had them hiding in the basement of the municipal building for 2 days.
Anybody else feel like this is just too bloody easy?
Transom shook his head. They probably got orders to secure the scene and sit on it. Last thing they're expecting is us to come back to it, especially if they think we got what we came for. Believe me, this far from a combat zone, on a sleepy little planet like this, most operators would be on vacation down there too. You know Terran tactics better than I do, Soch said. What do you suggest? Screamers for the engines, the small arms locker, and the strike bots. Then we drop a swarm of drones over those operators right as we walk up on them. Let them know we want to talk on our terms. And if they want to fight, we drop them one by one until somebody decides it's in their interest to talk. Ren looked over at Carolina, who clearly didn't enjoy having to manage this side of the captain's ledger.
I defer to you two, Carolina said. You have my permission to do whatever you think is best.
Careful saying that to me, Transom said, not even looking up from the screen. What he said, Soch agreed. You going to body up with us, sprockets? Transom asked Mycon, who is still occupying the ship. Negative. I'll stay here. 2 skillful operators with drone support and the element of surprise can handle that unit. In the unlikely event that a trap is sprung on you, I will almost certainly be more valuable piloting the Yankee Chaos than standing beside you in it. Fair enough, Transom said. I'll set the weapons, we'll go down the elevator again, and you can drop our screamers when we close on their perimeter. The remaining details he specified when he programmed the weapons package. Then, all that remained was the op itself. Barlow's bots were no more talkative than before. They reported that the visitors hadn't taken any interest in their work. Beyond that, they had nothing to share. They'd continued to move the surplus spheres Harold had backloaded into the warehouse. I wonder what they'll do when those run out, Soch said as the elevator approached the city once more. Transom shrugged. Rust. Seems a shame if this old city just got left to fry. Why? You looking for a place to settle down? Find a half-metal girl? Have a couple cyborg kids? I have been thinking about it, actually, Soch said. I was hoping for one full human, one full robot, though. Me and the missus will love them both the same. Transom snorted out a laugh. Touching. A few seconds later, the elevator hissed to a stop at ground level. This time, rather than hitching a ride with the bots, the two fighters set out across the city on foot. They maintained calm silence in case the Terran fighters were monitoring for signals. They trusted Mycon to alert them from above, though, if anything major on the ground changed. They progressed quickly and quietly across the stone bridge that connected the space elevator with the old city. Transom didn't break the silence to ask Soch what he thought, but for him, approaching his own, he found it difficult to believe them so oblivious to his approach. He'd done a lot of ops, even quiet, useless ones that amounted to nothing, but he'd never have allowed this level of complacency to set in. The closer he and Soch got, the less he could believe it. Yet as they approached the perimeter he'd set to trigger the screamers, several hundred meters from the square where the starfighter was parked, there was still no sign the operatives had set up any surveillance. It didn't even appear that they'd sent the strikers out to have a look around the city, or even put up drones. Transom gave Soch a hand signal, directing him inside a building at the edge of the perimeter. He wanted another look. They climbed through the old building to the third floor, where a large window overlooked the far side of the open square, a clear line of sight to the starfighter. The optics in their helmets enhanced what their naked eyes could have told them with slightly greater strain. The two human operatives weren't even keeping a post anymore. They'd either gone inside one of the buildings, or they were back inside the ship. Transom and Soch knelt and took off their helmets. The radiation? Soch suggested. Only thing I can guess. What the hell are they still doing there? You want to ask them? Soch said, gesturing toward the piazza with his head. Yeah, kinda, Transom said. At least I don't really want to dump screamers on their ship with them in it, no matter how surgical Mycon thinks he can be. I was being sarcastic, Soch said. I don't really want to ask them. Let's draw them out. Set a charge here, give them something to investigate? Something minor, break a couple windows maybe. Just enough to perk them up and have a look outside. Soch shrugged. You know best, I guess. Soch set a small charge on the windowsill, and they exited the building. They moved across their perimeter, careful not to approach the square. Transom positioned Soch on the roof of a second building with a line of sight to the square, and instructed him to stay concealed until the strike bots were disabled. Then he retreated to the street below. Transom gave Soch the signal to blow the window, which, in that silent city, immediately drew the attention of the strikers. The bots didn't press forward immediately, which, Transom knew, meant they were awaiting direction from the human OIC on the ship. Seconds later, he got visual from Soch's visor that the two human operatives were exiting the ship to investigate with the strikers. Transom made for the square, crossing their perimeter, the trigger to the Yankee Chaos to unleash the weapons package. From the space elevator's observation stream, Mycon had a clear view. With Transom moving in, he shot the screamers down, too small and too fast for any of the Terran passive systems to pick them up before it was far too late. The strike bots seemed to flash and explode before the two unsuspecting Terran fighters, followed by the deafening high scream of the sound wave, arriving just behind them. The operatives instinctively averted their heads, only to see their ship smoldering from the 3 simultaneous strikes that had destroyed their engines, weapons control, and the gear hall, neutralizing the small arsenal an ops team like that always traveled with. They were clever enough to know what a strike like that meant. Both operatives looked to the sky above to see the drone coverage settling over them, exactly what they'd have done themselves. The Ateran operatives stopped, dropped their weapons, and put up their arms, scanning the piazza with their eyes for their assailants. Transom was watching them from around the corner, unseen, 10 o'clock from the 2 piles of metal that were formerly Ateran strike bots. He was close enough to be within earshot. He'd seen their kind of disbelief before. He could recognize it in their body language, helmets on. They weren't ready to admit what had happened to them, even though they had to know.
Strip.
Transom projected his voice into the piazza.
You're covered 10 different ways, you dumb, oblivious bastards.
Seconds later, he heard his own robotic words rain down from the drones onto the square. The 2 operatives looked at each other and reluctantly began to take off pieces of their armor, tossing it to the cobblestones in front of them. Transom directed them to keep stripping till their armor was off and they were down to their base layer, hardly enough fabric to conceal a well-stashed blade. These 2, an older male operative and his female subordinate, he could tell they weren't even thinking that way anymore. They were on holiday here on Lime Harbor.
Walk.
Transom said.
Step toward your 3 o'clock. Right down High Street till I tell you to stop.
Transom walked too, watching them from the drone footage and from Sosha's visor. Periodically, he exhorted them to keep walking, even as he was approaching the wrecked starfighter himself. The ship's standing security countermeasures had been disabled by the screamers, Transom knew, because Yankee Chaos's drones were hovering overhead, providing coverage without resistance. The starfighter was a dead ship. Inside, he quickly discovered, were 2 dead Aterans, 2 more operatives, barely clothed, in their racks, caught by shrapnel from the secondary explosions when the gear hall had gone up. Kids, that's what they looked like to him. Dead kids. He shook his head, filled a bag with what useful items he could think to pinch, and headed back outside to interrogate their captives. By the time he got out there, they'd made it to Sosha's position. Sosh was standing on the roof at the edge of the building with his bolt rifle trained on them, directing the 2 Aterans to kneel in the middle of the empty street. They turned their heads slightly, reacting to Transom's footsteps on the cobblestones behind them. The male operative was shaking his head in disbelief, presumably at how this mission, of all ops, had gone sideways. "I guess you're not our ride out then," he said, kneeling. "You didn't need to blast the ship. It was dead anyway." He turned his head further.
Stop.
Transom said, the helmet's audio projecting a generic robotic tone.
Face forward.
"This isn't a combat zone," the operative said.
And you're not in uniform, soldier.
"We were," the female operative said.
Now you're in your underwear, kneeling in the street in a dead city, 2,000 light years from where anyone gives a damn about you, if anybody does.
"You Trasp?" the male operative asked.
What are you doing out here?
Transom asked. "Some bullshit mission," the Ateran operative answered. Calm silent. "We got sent to search a bank that's been closed 100 years, halfway across the battery from any front that means a damn thing. And the goddamn dust storm blew up our IAs, thrusters, and damn near fried our engine. Then you assholes finished the job."
Who are you working for?
"What?"
Don't make me ask twice.
Transom's robotic voice answered. "We're Ateran, can't you tell? Eastern Field Command."
Bullshit. Who are you working for?
"Grice, Commodore of the 8th Fleet."
You're on an op?
"Obviously. What the hell else would we be doing out here, man?" Transom circled around in front of them, looking down on the older operative.
Who ordered it?
"Who do you think? As I said, Grice." "Sir," the female operative said. "Don't worry, Lieutenant," he said to her, shaking his head. Transom could read the sidelong look he shot back at her.
He still thinks you're gonna kill us, Lieutenant.
Transom said.
That's why he's talking to me. He just doesn't understand who he's talking to yet. He doesn't understand that I'm not too stupid to have cleared your ship before walking up here. He also doesn't know your 2 other operatives are dead.
She shook her head, staring down at the dusty cobblestone street in front of her.
What the hell are you doing out here, Fields? And how the hell can you be so sloppy, getting those kids killed?
Transom turned his back to the two Aterans, took several steps away from them, and took off his helmet, setting it down on the street in a crouch. When he stood and turned back around, the Ateran operative's face went white. Then his eyes filled with rage. He leapt up, and before he could charge Transom, Soch put 3 bolts at his feet in quick succession, causing the young female operative to turn her face, shielding it from the shattering cobblestone pavement with her arm. "You son of a bitch," Fields said, the fury resonating in his tone. "I knew they'd never kill you, asshole. You kill your own now, do you? Although, come to think of it, that was never a problem for you before you were dead, was it?" The young woman looked up at Transom's face, a spattering of blood now trickling down hers. Transom looked down at her, assessing. "You know these guys, Fieldstone?" the female operative asked. Transom pulled a cloth cravat from his left pant leg and tossed it to the young woman, gesturing to the cut under her eye. She picked up the bandage, opened the package, and held the cloth tight to her face, just below her eye, wincing slightly. Fieldstone stood there, fuming. "You've been fighting so long you've forgotten what you're fighting for, Fields," Transom said. "Fieldstone!" the young woman shouted. "Yeah," he said. "I know him. This deserting scum. This traitor who kills his own. This no-good son of a bitch. This is Transom." The actual war. It wasn't what any of the crew had been expecting. Carolina had sent Transom and Soch down to Lime Harbor's surface again to have a conversation with their adversaries, a group of Ateran soldiers who'd come to the dead colony to secure the bank they'd raided. After Soch and Transom had gotten the jump on them, the last thing Carolina had expected Transom to do was march them back up the space elevator in their underwear. He was demanding that Wren come out and run a body scan so he could bring them aboard Yankee Chaos. "A word, Sebastian?" Carolina said, pinging his helmet. "I'd rather not, Captain. Even unarmed in their base layer, I'd prefer not to leave Soch covering 2 prisoners. "Exactly my point," she replied. "You really want to bring them aboard the ship?" "Yes, I do. Mycon can keep eyes on them at all times, and we can control the environment. I'll put them in the airlock for now if it makes you more comfortable." "It doesn't," she said. "I heard about that little stunt from Birch." "I wouldn't do that to these 2. It's secure. Stand by. Let's discuss this face to face. Just send out the doctor, please. We've been known to embed subdermal tech and trackers in our ops teams. Tell Wren to bring out a portable scanner." There was a long silence. In the meantime, Transom took off his helmet to explain the situation to the 2 captives who'd been exchanging curious looks while Transom was discussing the situation with the captain over his helmet's comms. On their end, they couldn't hear either side of the conversation. "We're going to put you 2 in the airlock while I get this settled with the captain," Transom explained, "right after our doctor comes out and scans you. I'm not going to space you. It's just to put the captain's mind at ease while we're figuring out how to proceed." "We should take your word on that," Fieldstone said, snorting a doubtful laugh. "Actually, yeah," Transom said. "You may not have any respect for me. That's fine. You've got your reasons. Doesn't mean I don't respect you, Fields. If I were going to kill you, I'd look you in the eyes and do it right. I wouldn't dump you out in an airlock like a piece of garbage. Or the kid." "Thanks for that much," the young female operator said, the sarcasm saturating her tone. She still hadn't given them her codename or identity. When Wren floated outside the ship and stepped onto the outer ring of the spaceport, she was visibly nervous. Transom pulled her aside to calm her nerves and give her a quick debriefing about the subdermal tech adjuncts Aterans used. The last thing they needed was one of their captives transmitting a trail of their whereabouts across the Indies, while half the combat-worthy ships in the sector were looking for them. "Everybody just go easy, and we'll all sit down and have a conversation," Transom said. "This doesn't have to be contentious." "He says after liquidating half our team," Fields remarked.
"We only marked 2 of you from orbit,"
Soch said, his helmet still on.
"We tried to draw you out so we didn't have to kill any of you."
"I'm sure it was all an accident," the young woman said, her arms extended as Wren ran the scanner over her head and neck area.
An innocent misunderstanding, as killing your own usually is.
Ren finished scanning both the Aterans, and Transom led the way toward the airlock, securing the two captives there for the time being while the ship got underway. This time, rather than creeping out behind the arrowhead circling the star, Mycon jumped the ship out directly, heading for a random unoccupied stretch of space somewhere in the Indies where they could discuss next moves before setting a real course. As soon as the ship was properly underway, Carolina called everyone to the atrium to discuss what should be done with their visitors. Transom kept everyone waiting, pulling out an old flight suit of Lita's and one of his own for Fieldstone, who looked shocked when Sebastian appeared with clothing for them. He looked doubly shocked when Transom asked Fieldstone if he could get them something to eat or drink. Fieldstone was so surprised he couldn't come up with an answer. "I promise you," Sebastian said, "whatever you think this is, you're going to be grateful you lived long enough to make it to the actual war fields. I know I am." Fields didn't know what to make of that statement, but he was already struggling to process the 6 other ways Transom had wrecked his preconceived notions about how the infamous Ateran warrior was behaving. Transom brought them both hot tea, water, and lunch. Then he joined the others in the atrium.
I can't think of a more dangerous course of action than bringing Ateran mercenaries aboard our ship right now,
Carolina said, as Transom was strapping himself to the open chair at the foot of the atrium table. "Agreed, boss," Transom said. "That's the thing. I don't think they're mercenaries. They're a legit ops team on a signed mission. I brought the logs up, which I'm sure Mycon could open, but I'd like to try and convince Fields to open them for us." "What makes you think he would ever trust you?" Soch said. "No offense, but he didn't seem too happy to see you, Sebastian." "I'm going to propose something radical here," Transom said, "especially since we've spent the last 2 weeks or so trying to keep the truth from our allies. I think we should tell them the truth. Read them in on it." The skepticism on Carolina's face would have been visceral enough to speak for the group if Soch and Ren weren't looking at each other just as doubtfully.
I think that's a bad idea,
Carolina said, making sure nobody's body language was misinterpreted. "The only thing we need to gamble is exactly what's already on the line here, which is their lives," Transom said. "I know none of you want to think about it, but there is a very narrow window of outcomes here where those two get off this ship alive. Let's speak plainly here. We couldn't leave them down there, and we can't exactly drop this pair off at Eden now, can we? So if they don't make themselves useful, we're going to have to pull whatever intel we can from them, and their gear, and then I'll end up killing them anyway." You could see Carolina and Ren gearing up to protest. "No," Transom said, heading them off. "Sorry, but those are the stakes now. You chose to play this game, Captain, and now we have to play to win, because our enemies will be, especially if the game's rigged the way I think it is." "What do we gain?" Soch said. "Even if we give you the benefit of the doubt that there's nothing to lose here." "We gain Fieldstone. I can't vouch for the girl. Odds are good she's a far cry from Lita as an operator, half a galaxy away most likely. But I can vouch for Fields. I never worked with him personally, but he's of a generation of the hardest, deadliest, most efficient operators ever to draw breath in this universe. He's bolts to his bones, man. We turn him, I guarantee we turn the girl too. Then we've got an ops team, and nobody's expecting that." "Whew," Soch exhorted, letting out a doubtful sigh. "That is
a reckless gamble,"
Carolina said. "Of course it's a gamble," Transom said. "Welcome to the war, Captain. You're in it. There are no sure things here. You can trust intel sometimes, but I prefer to trust my instincts. And my instincts tell me the only reason we were able to catch that ops team down there with their pants down was that Fieldstone is tired and jaded. The rest of them drew off that energy. Otherwise, we'd have had a fight down there. If we tell that prickly bastard what he's really been fighting for over the last 2 decades of his life, we won't have to tell him which way to point his rifle. The people on the wrong side of this fight will have a string of very bad days lining up ahead of them." "Even after we killed half his team?" Soch said. "It's 2 kids," Transom said. "Balance that against the hundreds he's lost under him and decades of fighting. For nothing. For a small number of assholes on that Lime Harbor ledger so they could rig the market on warbots. This is not some hot-headed kid we're dealing with. This is Fieldstone. He can detach and think rationally about this. Ask him why we need an ops team, Soch said, gesturing to Carolina. Only follows that you have something in mind that the two of us couldn't pull off, unless I'm missing something. Maybe a mission at Terrans would be especially useful executing?
Do you have something specific in mind?
Carolina asked. Transom crossed his arms and shrugged. We'll see. I have thoughts. We'll need Fieldstone's buy-in, though. There's the issue, Soch said. Believe me, I'm in no rush to dive into anything stupid, Transom said. But what we're trying to do, it's us versus the rest of the galaxy. We will be taking risks, and we will have to trust some people outside our orbit if we're going to survive.
Maybe not the prisoners you march on board in their underwear and stuff in the airlock?
Wren said.
Just a thought.
Cute, Doctor, Transom said.
You think you can make the case to him?
Carolina said.
Genuinely?
There's a good chance of it, Transom said, shrugging. And if I don't, I'll just kill them both and we move on. Carolina sighed and shook her head. Wren looked disgusted, both by Transom's frankness and, presumably, his comfort level both with the act and speaking about it so plainly.
When you put it like that, Carolina said, I suppose we don't have a lot of valid options now. Do your best, please, Sebastian, and let me know what you need from the rest of us.
Space, I think, Transom answered. To an Terran, even a dead traitor like me, is more to be trusted than a ship full of foreigners, Dreesens, and prime AIs. Transom brought Fieldstone into the atrium to talk with him, leaving the female operative in the airlock. Another leverage point, perhaps. One he hoped would be moot after he briefed Fields. Everyone thought you were dead, Transom, Fieldstone stated, once they were both situated at the atrium table. So did I, Sebastian answered. Life's funny. It's even funnier when you realize the joke's been on us our entire lives. All of us. Fields cast a doubtful look across the table at his fellow Terran. So you say. That joke's so funny, you feel justified failing to report back to the HC? Justified killing your own? We thought you were mercenaries, Fields. Clearly we wanted to talk. Otherwise you'd both be dead. As for checking in, first I was just trying to get back on my feet. Then a few things happened that changed my perspective. Opened my eyes. I just ask that you keep an open mind. And before I tell you everything we know, I'd suggest you start by asking yourself why the Terran High Command would order an ops team to guard a closed bank in the Indies on an abandoned colony. Who knows why they do what they do? That's not our job to know. Yeah, the grand strategy. What if the war is the end in itself? Ask yourself what the galaxy would look like if the powers that be wanted the war to continue indefinitely. Fields crossed his arms. Enough with the hypotheticals. Just start talking or shut the hell up, will you, Transom? The West Battery War is the longest, deadliest farce in the history of humanity, Fieldstone, and we're all actors in it, Sebastian pronounced. Then he told Fields about how the Yankee chaos started down the path to discovering that there were forces behind the war outside of Edoras and the Trask Protectorate, including in Athos, at the highest levels of the Athosian government. He told Fields about the murder mills and the 5 investment groups that all seemed to know when major movements in the war would happen, one from each major power in the battery, all getting divinely rich off their impossible clairvoyance. How those groups had stored their hidden war spoils down in that defunct bank on Lime Harbor. And, at last, that the 5th player, the key player, was an AI who'd been orchestrating the whole scheme from the beginning. That's what the Terran High Command sent you to guard out here, Fields. The money pile of our real enemies, the architects of our destruction. So let me get this straight, Fields said. Your position is that Commodore Grice, who issued our orders to guard that bank on Lime Harbor, the commander of the 8th Fleet in the Outer Indies Task Force, he's part of some grand conspiracy to orchestrate the entire war. See, that's the brilliance of it, Fields. He is part of that grand conspiracy, just like you were by following his orders, just like I was. The thing is, none of us knew it. We're all unwitting participants in a game we don't even know we're playing. To us, we're just trying to win the war. The thing is, the real players, they don't want anyone to win. Grice's orders were signed and authenticated, Fields protested. They came through proper channels. Exactly. The best kind of fraud is the real damn thing. Fields uncrossed his arms and sighed, looking around the atrium at the walls, the window overhead. He shook his head. Every goddamn order, Transom? I find that unlikely. That's what we need to find out, Transom answered. Which orders are genuine, and which perpetuate the system. And when we figure that out, we'll have a much better idea who the real players are. It's probably a much smaller number than you think. What is this? You're some sort of vigilante now? Righting the wrongs of the galaxy? I'm not going to pretend I know you, except in passing and by reputation. But everything I know about you tells me you aren't here fighting for truth and justice, Transom. Whose ship even is this? Transom smiled. Technically, I think it belongs to the Letters, but even that's debatable at this point. No, I mean, is this your ship? You said there's a captain here, right? I'm not calling the shots, if that's what you're asking, Transom said. It's more a committee than an ops unit, but we do have a captain. You'll have heard of her. One of ours? Transom shook his head. Maybe you should meet her. Hear her side of things. What am I going to say? No? Beg you to put me back in the airlock? That's the spirit, Fields, Transom said. Hang on and I'll get her. Just don't get any ideas. Our AI is watching, and Socha's about. Fields shook his head and shrugged, as though to say he'd accepted the situation. They were talking, and he was listening. Fields waited at the table while Transom fetched Carolina, who was in the captain's stateroom, going over the bank records with Mycon's assistance. For now, there were far more questions in that data than answers, but they were making slow progress. When Carolina returned with Transom, it was clear to both of them that her identity didn't immediately register with him on first sight. This is your captain, Fields said, casting a skeptical look at Carolina as she and Transom strapped back in at the table. I thought you'd said I'd know her, Transom. I'd bet hard currency this girl's never held a weapon in her life.
True, Carolina said. I do come from a line of people who know a thing or two about wielding power, though. I'm Carolina Dreesen. It's nice to meet you, Major...
Fields paused. It still hadn't registered to him who she was. Major Fieldstone, he answered. You can call me Fields. Dreesen's a popular name in the Inner Battery, you know. They named a system after one of your ancestors, I hear. You should probably look into that. Get some of your relatives with some pull to put you on a nicer ship. She wouldn't have to look very far, Transom said. Fieldstone looked back over at Carolina again, and then back at Transom. Piss off, he said, shaking his head. Yeah, Transom said, nodding. That Carolina Dreesen. Fields laughed and shook his head. He crossed his arms again and continued laughing. Transom and Barnard Dreesen's daughter? On this bucket? What the hell? I'm dead, right? You blasted me back on that irradiated hellhole, and this is my punishment in the afterlife. Day one in an infinite hereafter of absurd mockery. Carolina smiled politely. She was accustomed to people reacting to her family name and notoriety when she was introduced. She couldn't help but think Fieldstone's reaction was especially theatrical. When he'd stopped laughing and settled down a little, Carolina said, First, Major Fields, allow me to extend my condolences for the loss of your 2 operatives. I'm sure Sebastian has told you we only observed 2 humans on your ship. I also regret that we've had to take precautions in bringing you and your lieutenant aboard. If we can reach an understanding, I'd like to find you more suitable accommodations. What, then the airlock? Yes, asshole, Transom said. That's called an olive branch. I suggest you shut up, take it, and hear what the captain has to say. Fields looked back over at Transom, who glared back at him. Excuse me, he said. It's just a lot to process. I understand, Carolina said. You know who this guy is, right? Sebastian? Fields asked, gesturing toward Transom as he shook his head at Carolina. He's a killer, Carolina said. Not unlike you and your lieutenant in the airlock. Yeah, Fields said. Just like us. Sure. Shall we talk now? Carolina asked. By all means, Fields answered, shrugging. We have data that supports everything Sebastian has told you. About the war, about the AI controlling this network of actors profiting from its orchestration. What we lack is the connection between the financial and the real world.
We had no idea how the orders came down until we picked you up, Fields. Sebastian says he believes that your orders came down through legitimate channels. It makes sense, but it complicates matters.
How so? Fields asked.
Well, rather than trying to find an alternative communications network and connect it to these actors, we're going to have to sift through legitimate channels. We're trying to piece together an 8-decade conspiracy that spans 4 interplanetary powers, thousands of systems and settlements, and hides in plain sight.
And how do you plan to do that?
We're still figuring that out, Carolina said. But data points like your mission help.
Data points? Your orders to guard that bank, Transom said. They serve no legitimate purpose for Edoras, only for the conspirators. Because they're ordering actions through legitimate channels, nothing's hidden. We'll just need a large enough data set to examine. Then we can start to figure out how the network operates. A data set, Fields said. What do you mean? Orders, Transom said. We need orders. If we cross-reference large sets of orders with our records of the financials and the events in the war at those times, then we'll have a genuine picture of reality, how the actual war works.
You have something in mind, Sebastian? Carolina said. A way to get hold of such a data set?
I do, Transom said, but he's not going to like it. Treason, Fieldstone said. That's what you have in mind. That depends on your perspective, Fields, Transom said. The way I see it, anyone operating on behalf of an entity that seeks to perpetuate the war for their own profit at the expense of billions of Terran people is guilty of treason. If the whole system is operating for that purpose, it would be treasonous to refuse to change the status quo if that reality came to your attention. Treason against what is the real question? Against Edoras. It's pretty simple. What's Edoras now? Are you so certain, Fields? Personally, I no longer have any idea what we've been serving. So go to work for the Athosians. Is that a solution? You think she's any better? Transom was about to respond, but Carolina put up her hand and interrupted.
If you think I'm any less disgusted by my own government because it's my family at the helm, Major, you are mistaken. Right now, you're pondering the possibility that you've been betrayed by your government, lied to about your place in society and your service. My entire life is that lie. My whole family has betrayed my trust every day of my life, as far as I'm concerned. And no, we're not any better, for the record. We're worse. We've lived off the spoils of your war, calling you and the Trask barbarians for fighting each other while we orchestrate the entire atrocity. I could go on, but I think I've made my point.
What do you propose? Fields asked Transom. Our financial records go back to the beginning, Transom said. We can get early records from Edoras, far enough back that there's no operational significance, no threat to anyone in the field today. Be specific, Fields said. What do you want to do, Transom? I want to copy the military archives, as big a chunk as we can get our hands on. Fields looked puzzled. You want to steal archives? Transom shrugged. Seeing as I'm dead, ideally I'd like you and your lieutenant to do the actual stealing part. You're serious, Fieldstone asked. This is for real? Take some time, Fields, Transom said. Fieldstone shook his head. Assuming everything you two are saying is true, and for the record, I don't assume that, but you're going to need one hell of a plan to pull off something like this. We'll figure it out, Transom said. We've done far crazier than this. I suggest you start by letting my lieutenant out of the airlock so I can brief her. Carolina nodded.
I don't suppose that's asking too much. Just bear in mind that we'll be watching.
Fields shrugged. As expected.
All right then, Carolina said. Sebastian and I will be on the flight deck.
Carolina and Transom kept an eye on the Terrans from the flight deck, while Fieldstone briefed his lieutenant. Fields addressed the young woman as Elle. Transom didn't seem too bothered about her. Fields, he kept saying. He's the one we need. It wasn't just his rank. Transom had held the same rank. It was his age. Sebastian tried to explain it to Carolina. There weren't a lot of old people in the Terran systems writ large. And a Terran soldier still alive at Fieldstone's age was almost a supernatural figure. And where they were going, or at least where Transom wanted to take them, Fields could walk the grounds almost without any possibility of being questioned. Mycon had signed off on the plan as sound. He had a long enough memory of the Terran systems from before the war to make a few useful suggestions, but it was Transom's plan. Celia Akung was a system near the outer border on the letters, with scant history of fighting along it. That border was almost an afterthought for Edoras. Thus, Celia Akung was an ideal place for one of the major war colleges. And, as Transom explained, even though Archives held its main headquarters on Edoras, the war colleges held satellite bureaus at their main campuses. An extensive historical database ensured cadets and faculty had access to accurate military records to study missions. That would be the easiest place for them to steal a representative chunk of the Terran operational record. And since Carolina and Mycon had banking sheets reaching back to the start of the war, if they could get enough of those early war-era orders, pattern analysis would reveal the organizational design for the Terran segment of the overarching conspiracy, and the older files wouldn't be nearly as well guarded. The trick would be getting in and out. The shortest course to Celia Akung was a 5-day transit to the other side of the letters through the barrier systems in independent space. Generally, both the Terrans and the Trasp left the travel corridor alone, but Burning Rock and Richfield were close enough to the corridor that the threat from either great power was never zero. The long route around was measured in weeks, not days, and Carolina wanted to be sure the Terrans couldn't have registered Fieldstone and L as missing in action before they attempted their War College heist. With the level of heat they expected on their ship, ordinarily, they wouldn't have braved the corridor. As it was, though, Carolina had Mycon set the most obscure possible course through the travel lane, erring, as always, on the Terran side of any disputed territories. With 2 additional people aboard, and provisions nearly exhausted, Carolina asked Mycon to plan for a stop to resupply. He selected a system on the outskirts of the Alphas that had been redesignated Hoff AB-118 in the early years of the war. Formerly, it housed a burgeoning lunar outpost called Hoff Springs, but following several pitched space battles in the system, most of the moon's residents fled deeper into Letter's space, anticipating eventual ground combat on Hoff Springs' surface. Fortunately for the residents who remained, that level of fighting never did materialize, but the threat of it decimated the population, and industry was all but destroyed, leaving the outpost to survive by servicing passing corridor traffic. And, geographically situated as they were, with potential enemies on all sides, the Hoffs tended to ask few questions of passers-by. They had a reputation for being tolerant of all but the most egregious behavior. Still, Mycon suggested they land at one of the less populated outposts, Camphor Pool, where the standing water on the moon's surface was said to have smelled of evergreen when first tested by the early colonists. Now, the enclosed city housed mostly ag workers and food processors for the wholesalers in the larger port cities. There were fewer services and amenities, but supplies could still be had. Perfect for a ship with a crew who had no desire to debark. Carolina sent out Soch, Ren, and Harold to do the shopping, leaving herself and Transom with their Terran guests. All 3 were sitting at the atrium table together when she came out for lunch. The cabinets were almost bare. 2 pouches of Iofan vegetable stew, half a box of crackers, tea, and 2 sticks of Gratian punch powder were all that remained in the main stores. They had emergency rations, of course, but they'd cut it close enough. She was so displeased by the selection she pinged Ren, requesting extra fruit and melons, along with everything they could get their hands on if they found a decent bakery in the city. When she sat down at the table with the others, Elle looked over at Carolina and said, "You know, I haven't had fresh bread in over 8 months. We don't get a chance to get off ship too often," Carolina said. "Or at least recently we haven't." Transom shot a look her way, as though to remind her what she said could and would be dissected for intel if Elle and Fields flipped on them. "It's funny," Carolina said. "I've come to enjoy space food. Maybe it's because I grew up eating a little too well." "A little?" Transom said. "We grew up on mess hall slop and field rations." Carolina shrugged. "You always like what you can't have, right?" "Yeah, like bread,"
Elle said. There was a long, awkward silence, which was only broken by an extended, audible sigh, as Carolina tried to think of a way to bridge the gulf between herself and the young woman whose experiences Carolina couldn't possibly relate to her own.
Captain, Mycon said, breaking up the awkward moment, may I speak with you on the flight deck?
Carolina got up, taking her pouch of Iophan stew with her. Please, she said to Elle and Fields, when Wren gets back with the groceries, help yourself to whatever you like.
Sugar whiskey strong enough to strip an air filter would suit me, Fields said, now that we're off duty.
The three Terrans continued that conversation as Carolina headed toward the flight deck. She popped in an earpiece as she sat, so she could hear Mycon without being overheard.
A fortunate discovery, Captain, Mycon announced. A familiar face, here on Hoff Springs.
Whose face? Carolina asked.
Mine. A clone who had been in civilian use on Edoras for quite some time in the pre-war days. I would like to bring him aboard. Carolina shrugged.
Any particular reason why?
In addition to the probability that another Mycon will be useful to the Terrans on their infiltration of the archives, this clone is special, extremely special.
Why this one?
He was running a fraudulent IN, the number of a deceased model. As part of their foundational programming, my clones cannot deceive their prime, no matter what subsequent events ensue or human orders are made. They must tell me the truth and obey my commands.
I'm assuming this truth is important to us somehow.
Important to the galaxy, Mycon replied. This Mycon was Pitka Ramera's personal valet, and he was with her on Veronia, the only remaining witness to the massacre that precipitated the war. He has been hiding here on Hoff Springs with Dr. Ramera's family ever since, all of them incognito.
And you can just call him to the ship?
I can command him to report for service, yes.
He's here in Camphor Pool?
Hoff Central, Mycon replied. The capital city's port harbor.
Just what we were trying to avoid.
A calculated risk.
Can't you just pull the unit's data from that day remotely?
I could, but it is just as likely that there will be useful information from the rest of Dr. Ramera's life here on Hoff Springs. And, as I mentioned, a Mycon bot shell will surely be a useful asset for our Terran operatives.
A calculated risk?
One I suggest is definitely worth taking.
Very well, Carolina said. Recall the unit and prepare it for pickup. I want to touch down and be off this rock in as little time as possible.
A wise precaution, Captain, Mycon said. I'll make preparations. They were recognized. The Yankee Chaos touched down at the bay assigned by the Hoff Central Harbor Master, and they were on the ground for 7 minutes, the time it took Pitka Ramera's Mycon to walk from the port's central hub to their bay once it was notified of Yankee Chaos's docking assignment. By then, 2 ships were already airborne, closing on their position from other cities on the moon. Mycon, the Prime, assured Carolina that they'd be able to clear Hoff Springs before the 2 ships were able to close. Mercenaries, you reckon? Transom said as he entered the flight deck. They're not flying colors, Mycon said. So yes, mercenaries. It's fair to say we are now a known entity throughout the corridor.
Well, we won't be making any more stops along the way, Carolina said.
Until a Terran space, Transom said. This complicates matters. Somebody could already be looking for us when we arrive. Carolina didn't tell their guests about the significance of their newest arrival, who, for his part, didn't have permission to reveal his true identity to anyone. Besides, to the Terrans, who were well accustomed to the model, a Mycon was a Mycon. They had no idea the AI on the ship was Mycon Prime either. All Carolina told them about her reasoning for the addition was that they'd picked him up for support with their theft of the archives data. Mycon Prime was watching their guests carefully. His facial and body language analysis on them returned to 94% certainty that they were genuinely convinced by the authenticity of the mission and would not double-cross them once they got into the War College. It helped that they wouldn't be stealing sensitive data. Transom laid out 3 scenarios for Fieldstone. The first was to steal an Terran ship in the letters and use it for the duration of the mission. The second was to book passage on a transport and have Yankee Chaos exfiltrate at a precise time and location near the War College. The third was to bring Yankee Chaos into Celia Akung under Fieldstone's command as a commandeered vessel. Each plan had serious drawbacks, and Mycon's analysis only placed one option as marginally better than a 50% success rate. Option 3, Yankee Chaos all the way. Of course, if they were caught, failure would likely be complete. Ship and all personnel captured, destroyed, or killed. But it also had the least moving parts and fewest possibilities for things to go sideways. It was just a question of whether the Ateran military would be looking for the ship as carefully as the local mercenaries and bounty hunters seemed to be. Transom and Fieldstone both suggested that Edoras worried far too much about military security to be scanning for specific civilian vessels, especially since they'd be running a spoofed signal under an ops field command. Fields didn't anticipate any problems at all. Carolina's biggest concern was Elle. She called the young lieutenant to the flight deck as they were approaching the outer limits of Ateran space. Physically, she was much more imposing than Carolina, 4 inches taller and more substantially built, and with her combat training, Carolina had little doubt she could handle herself in a scrap, but body language told her neither Transom nor Fields thought highly of her capabilities as a soldier. Even Soch treated her more like Ren than another one of the guys, much differently than he'd treated Lita.
I wanted to talk to you before we landed,
Carolina said, as the lieutenant was strapping herself to the co-pilot's chair.
I thought we should talk. We left it to Fields to brief you, because we figured you'd trust him most. But you're worried I'm going to blow this thing on you.
Elle interrupted.
If we're speaking plainly. Should I be worried? I might be thinking so, you know. If I imprisoned someone in an airlock for 12 hours, it's possible they might be a little sour about that. And they might be inclined to get back at you by, say, flagging down a cadet on security detail and telling him that something funny was going down. It probably wouldn't be all that difficult for you to do, Carolina said. I've thought about it, Elle said. Weighed the pros and cons. I have little doubt Transom would kill me before anyone could stop him, including Fieldstone. And I'm not sure Fieldstone wouldn't help him. Best case scenario is I'm dead, and I end up in the Ring of Honor dead on Edoras. Your guys all get caught or killed, and your ship probably gets away without any of our 50-year-old data. Not an ideal scenario for me, though. On the other hand, if we get caught independent of what I do, we all get executed for treason. You probably don't get away, and nothing changes. That's the most important thing, Carolina said. That something changes. The one part I can't figure out is why you care, Elle said. Things won't change for you either way. You can go back to Athos regardless, and live a life none of us could possibly dream of. My dad could, maybe, Carolina said. Most of my relatives, probably. But ever since I learned the truth about my family and the war, I'll never have that option. Not until it's set right. And you really think this will do anything about that, Ms. Dreesen? Really?
Carolina sighed.
I honestly don't know that for sure. But I do know we can't fix a problem we don't understand. That's what I hope we can learn. One piece at a time. 50-year-old combat files? We could do nothing at all, Carolina suggested. Or we could do this. We've already uncovered more than I'd ever imagined. And you haven't changed a thing, have you? True, we haven't. Not yet. 60-plus years of war is a lot of momentum to shift. We're trying to do it a little at a time, and we need your help today. Fields thinks it's worth the risk trusting you too. What if we pull this off, Ms. Dreesen? Then what? Are you going to drop us off back on Lime Harbor? Unlikely, Carolina said. I honestly don't know. Depends on what we learn. We could find a spaceport near the Ateran territories if you like.
Elle shook her head.
I hate everything about this war, she said. Best day in years was when I got placed on Fieldstone's team. He has a reputation for keeping his team safe. He's mastered the subtle art of getting pushed to the side. Hence our getting assigned missions like Lime Harbor in the first place. Standby in the Indies on the far side of the Protectorate. We hadn't seen a day of fighting in months before you all showed up. I don't think I'd like fighting much either, Carolina said. I get terrified on the ship when things get close. I don't dislike fighting, Elle said. I hate it. Combat terrifies me. I'm not sure what scares me more, getting killed, captured, or messing up and getting my team killed or captured. And down there, today? The academy? Elle said, smiling. Oh, that's my kind of op. Keeping a few wide-eyed boys distracted. Easy as anything. Flirt a little, tell a war story or two if that doesn't work. They won't have a clue. And if this data is all you and Transom say it is, maybe we identify the real traitors. I hope it will be that easy, Carolina said. But if I've learned anything these past few months, things usually aren't as simple as they appear, and nothing's ever easy. Not even for Dreesen. Not for anybody, Elle. Not in this war.
Fieldstone was strapped in beside Carolina on the flight deck as they approached the War College on Cilia Akung. The descent was steep and bumpy, leaving Transom gripping the bars over the captain's chair with both hands. They'd been given clearance to enter the heavy atmosphere on Fieldstone's code name, number, and mission ID, which was still open-ended and classified. The colonel on call at comms authorized access to the western landing bay and ordered Fields and L to report for biometric ID confirmation on arrival. Nothing on approach indicated that the Yankee Chaos had been identified. So far, so good, Fields stated as they approached the surface and slowed. From above the War College, the network of enclosed structures looked similar to an open-air city, with the only real difference being a multitude of glass bubbles dotting the landscape. The advantage for a war college, being placed on a planet with a toxic atmosphere, like Cilia Akung's, was that it added an element of reality to all outdoor training exercises, while also ensuring containment of the cadets housed inside the city. Both Transom and Fields well remembered their times on similar bases. Stifling, Transom said to Carolina when she asked what it was like to be a cadet. Closer to prison than you can imagine. Prisoners eat better, Fields said, but at least there are girls. Fields looked over at Carolina's face. Not too many Athosian girls would last long down there, that's for sure.
I have little doubt,
Carolina said. Time to go, boss, Transom stated as the Yankee Chaos made its final turn toward the western bay. They needed to get Soch and Carolina situated in the storage room before the port scanned the ship on entry and registered extra passengers. Birch had a few tricks built into the structure of the craft, one of which was a blind cargo area. Fields had a roster of 4 people and 2 bots on his mission ID, which meant Transom and Wren would sit in the atrium with their Mycon and Harold, while Fields and L occupied the flight deck until the ship scanned through. After that, Fields and Transom expected security would be scant. Fields and L would escort their new Mycon shell to the archives, where Mycon Prime would direct him in securing their trove of Ateran data. If all went well, the op would be a quiet in and out of a couple hours. If it didn't go well, Transom understood that all bets were off. You sit tight in here for the duration, boss, Transom said. Let the Prime make operational calls if we lose contact for any reason. The most important thing is that you get out of here. Do not hesitate to leave us if Mycon makes the call on it. And that's an order on you too, ship. You prioritize getting her out of here at all cost. Understood, Mycon stated. Listen to him, Transom insisted. Carolina nodded and sat on the floor in the cramped storage area, interlocking legs with Soch, whose half-metal body would have been sure to trip the scanner if he wasn't hiding in the dead zone as the ship passed through. Transom closed them inside. Comms could be silent for the duration of the op, another benefit of the second Mycon, who could communicate with Mycon Prime without a traditional comm signal. Like telepathy, Transom had said when Mycon explained it. No, I simply understand what he is experiencing and can influence his decision-making in real time. So exactly like telepathy, Transom repeated. Yes, exactly like telepathy, Sebastian, Mycon Prime stated. If you insist. Transom strapped himself in at the atrium table across from Wren, who was visibly nervous as the ship slowed to enter the airfield.
What's the Ateran punishment for espionage?
She asked, looking across the table at Transom. A 3-week holiday on Lime Harbor, with a pair of bots to attend to your every whim, Doctor. He gestured to the Mycon and Harold, who turned their heads toward the Doctor to gauge her reaction. That is not the current punishment for espionage in the Ateran territories, Harold stated.
Oh, thank you, Wren said, shaking her head. Your sarcasm detector is operating perfectly, Harold.
I am detecting additional sarcasm presently, Harold stated. For the record. Duly noted, Transom said. Now switch it off until your services are required. The Prime Mycon announced that the scan was complete, and the ship continued its descent from about 100 meters to the flight deck over the landing bay, hovering slowly as the Yankee Chaos approached its assigned terminal. Don't worry, Doctor, Transom said. Their security won't enter the ship without Fieldstone's authorization.
You trust those two a hell of a lot more than I do, she said, shaking her head.
Also, don't worry, because if they do pinch us for espionage, they'll definitely go harder on me than any of you.
So I'll get the pleasure of seeing you executed before they execute me, Sebastian?
I can't guarantee anything, Transom said. I'm pretty sure blindfolds are a part of the process, though, so there's no telling what you'll see.
Good to know.
The ship bumped down. Fields and Elle stepped into the atrium, where the Mycon was unstrapping.
Can I go hide now?
Wren asked. They're done scanning us, Transom answered. Go where you please, just not near the windows. Fieldstone gestured to the Mycon. Let's go, please. We've got an archive to pinch. Chop, chop.
Memories, memories,
Elle said to Transom as he was standing. Don't get too nostalgic in there, Ellie. We need you back here in a couple hours. That means quick service.
Asshole,
she said, flipping him off. Transom blew her a kiss as she exited the atrium for the rear airlock. He ducked into the gear hall, waiting for the airlock to open, then picked through a few of the crates, settling on a bin containing heavy remote charges, which he pulled and set aside. Then he geared up in a light skin that ran a nanosheet. Transom hadn't told Fields and Elle about it, but he didn't intend to sit on his ass while they were inside. If something went sideways and their Mycon wasn't back aboard with the hard copy of the archives data, he fully intended to buy them time, even if it cost a few cadet lives. War meant war, and all those students were in it from the moment they took their pledge. Transom could hear Fieldstone's voice at the airlock door, followed by the unmistakable sound of the door hissing open. For nearly a minute he heard voices, Fieldstone, Elle, and a quieter, muffled third voice answering them. Then the airlock door shut. Okay, Sprockets, Transom said to Mycon. Let me know when they're clear. What do you intend, Sebastian? Mycon asked. This was not a part of the stated plan. Soch can watch the back door, Transom said. I'm going to set a few charges and hope we don't have to pop any of them off. A diversion. What else would it be? Is it worth the risk of you being seen outside the ship? Please, Transom said. I spent years training at war colleges. You think I didn't figure out a way to sneak around unseen? I suppose you might have, Mycon conceded. Your Ateran counterparts have been biometrically scanned. And the ship? As you both suspected, the security detail accepted Major Fieldstone's directive that the ship was off limits as part of an ongoing classified operation. What did we tell you? Kids. Dumb kids see a graybeard like Fields and kiss the ground he walks on. Transom exited the gear hall, suited up, charged up, and headed for the lower hatch. I'll only be an hour or so, he stated. Keep Soch on the door till I get back. Fields, Elle, and Dr. Ramirez Mycon were escorted to the college's library by a pair of second-year cadets on the night detail, and they were about what Transom and Fields had expected. It was difficult to tell whether they were more in awe of Fields or Elle, who did exactly as she'd promised Carolina, flirting with both boys as they walked, answering their questions in turns. How did she get on an ops team? Where had she seen combat? Had she done any time on the front? It seemed they asked her because Fields was far too intimidating. A major of his seniority on a classified mission, the old man was unapproachable. They could hardly even look at him, they were so in awe. But Elle was close enough in age that they could hardly wait for her answers before peppering her with their next question. Your unit has a Mycon embedded? One of the boys asked.
I've never even heard of that. Fields turned his head and shot daggers at the two boys in their ill-fitting cadet uniforms. This is a classified op we're on, boys. I don't mind you asking the lieutenant about combat while we're here, but our mission details are secret, which means you do not ask questions about what the hell we're doing, and you don't tell a soul about what transpires here. Do you understand me, cadets? Sir, the boys said, the sound echoing down the corridor. You want to call a little more attention to us, please? Fields admonished, shooting them an equally savage look. No, sir, they whispered in unison. Lead the way, Fields ordered, gesturing to the empty hallway, shaking his head at Elle, who barely suppressed a laugh as the two boys straightened up and stepped to. They didn't utter another word along the way. When they got to the college's library, the lights were dim and the workstations empty. There were two cadets at the access desk, clearing files that students had been viewing at the workstations, a process both Elle and Fields remembered from their time in training. Measures less to ensure the data security of files in the library than to drill each cadet in the habit of protecting mission briefs behind proper file keys and encryption sequences. The cadets at the desk, 2 hours after closing, were still checking the final data files, ensuring proper handling and proper returns. The escorts walked Fields and Elle to the main desk and gestured to the two third-year cadets, who both looked up from their float screens skeptically, wondering what the unorthodox intrusion was about. There was an awkward moment where none of the cadets knew what to do. Cadets, Fields said, you were asking my lieutenant how to get on an ops team earlier? Yes, sir, one of the cadets replied. Fastest way to do that is learn how to lead. Fields then gestured to the two seated cadets. Officers on the deck, the second cadet announced, only then remembering to lower his tone. This is Major Fieldstone. His team needs immediate access to the archives. The two cadets behind the library counter exploded out of their chairs and saluted. They stood there at attention for long enough that it seemed awkward. Fields had been so long away from regulars, much less fresh recruits, that it didn't occur to him why they were still standing there, bolt upright and stupefied. At ease, cadets, Elle said. Sir, one of the librarians said, no one can access the archives now. The library is closed. I can access the archives now, Fieldstone said. You're going to open the room for me, and you're going to stay and assist my lieutenant and I with whatever we need. Our mission is C1. You'll stay and assist and never speak about it again. You've cleared them, cadets? The senior librarian asked the escorts. Biometric scans confirmed ID, and C1 mission ID cleared through Colonel Chase's evening command. Full access. This way, the senior librarian said. It may take a moment to restart the system and key you in. As Elle and Fields began to follow the young librarian, their two escorts followed as well. Gentlemen, you're dismissed, Fields stated. I'll only say this because you're young and stupid, but C1 means not a damn word, correct? We never saw you, sir, but it was an honor to meet you. Both boys saluted. Yeah, great, Fields said, returning a half-hearted salute as he and Elle turned toward the archive's vault door. The second Mycon had several code words prearranged with Fieldstone and Elle. The one word they needed to listen for was hegemon, which the Mycon would work into a sentence if Mycon Prime sent word from the ship to abort the op based on the surveillance of the War College. Over the first hour, Fields heard nothing from the AI beside him apart from brief status updates on uploads. It was impossible to distinguish orders from mission files on site. This meant Mycon had to rip everything, every last mission detail, from maps to personnel to fuel logs to mission reports to ration levels troop to troop. Fields couldn't risk communicating such things in the presence of the cadets, but the ratio of noise to signal in that data, for their purposes anyway, had to be 500 to 1, he guessed, most of it in video or image form. It was just going to take time. For once, he was happy to have Elle on his 6, occupying the attention of the cadet sitting 4 tables over. Fields had sent the first librarian back to the desk to watch the door, and had ordered the second young man to step away from his table. Elle was doing a good job keeping him distracted as Mycon continued to rip through as many archives portals as they could.
It was slow going by design for this very reason, so no one could hack the system and pull entire databases. Fields stood over the Mycon's shoulder, pretending to be conferring with the AI, so it looked to the cadet that they were searching for specifics rather than stealing swaths of data. He could hear Elle telling the young cadet about her early days as a regular, her one trip to Burning Rock before getting pulled off and reassigned to the Blues, the largest branch of a Terran Special Ops. The boy, for his part, wanted to be a rock hopper. If he only knew what was in store for him, Fields thought, that boy would run like hell. Transom had crawled his way onto the roof of the Western Auditorium. He'd never been to Siliakung, and still he could sense the layout of the place, even in the dark. He'd sat through hundreds of talks in the same auditoriums, from generals, from decorated officers, wounded grunts. All that crap, he'd thought at the time, was bullshit. The fight was the fight, and no amount of programming or pep talks was going to change the reality. There was a moment when people either won the fight or lost the fight. There were factors, sure. Luck being key, instincts, firepower, guts, training. But in his experience, it almost always came down to one thing. Could you do the hard thing the enemy couldn't at the time it needed to be done? All the talking in all the auditoriums around the systems couldn't answer that question. It happened in the moment, and if it didn't, there was no getting the moment back. Transom hoped Fieldstone didn't need the charges he was setting, but if he did, they would be there. It took Transom longer to set his charges than he'd expected, nearly 2 hours. By the time he'd pulled himself back into the lower hatch, Fields had been in the archives pulling data for nearly as long. "What's going on in there?" Transom asked Mycon. "They're still ripping archives files," the Prime AI answered. "The process is a slow one. Got an ETA on pulling them out of there? It is difficult to know how much information we'll need until we can analyze it. More data is always better." "Unfortunately, the same doesn't go for pressing your luck," Transom said, shaking his head. "Metalface, meet me in the gear hall. I hope I'm wrong, but I've got a feeling this thing could go sideways fast." "I'm right outside it," Soch replied, "watching the rear airlock. I'll see you when you get up here." Another hour passed. Soch and Transom were fully suited and helmeted, armed like they were jumping into Dana Point or Richfield, and still there wasn't a hint of anything wrong. Transom was processing everything, reviewing Mycon's feeds on comms and passive scans. If it had been anyone else standing beside him like that, insisting that they suit up for a firefight in a school, Soch might have protested, but it was Transom. The Ateran was as quiet as Soch had ever seen him. Mycon was monitoring air traffic over Siliakung. There had been flights on and off the outpost throughout the night. Transom was watching the air traffic feed on his helmet's display as well. A starfighter's tail number popped up, not the first time during the night, but something about it was different. Hegemon, call it Mycon," Transom said. "Get our people out now, and get Harold to the door here. Stand by to exfiltrate Metalface. The Mycon shell is our priority. We need that data." Soch acknowledged with a nod of his helmet, and no sooner had he given the command than a second starfighter popped onto the scanner's perimeter, slowly tracking, and then disappearing again, as though it was keeping at a distance from the War College, watching. Inside the archives vault, the cadet was far enough from their table that the Mycon didn't bother with any subterfuge, simply whispering to Fields, "Hegemon, sir, Hegemon." Fields didn't react, merely nodding and gesturing for the Mycon to disconnect quietly and quickly. A few seconds later, he turned to Elle, and the look let her know they were finished. It was time to move. The vault, Fields knew, could snap shut on them, locking them in, so both he and Elle walked calmly toward the door, displaying none of the urgency their situation demanded. "All set, sir?" the cadet asked Fields as Elle stood. "Get everything you need?" "Yes, cadet," Fields answered. "You've been very helpful." The cadet escorted them to the vault door, and on the other side of it, the other cadet was seated at the entrance, dozing. The first cadet clapped his shoes on the floor as he stepped out the vault to rouse his counterpart. The sleeping cadet's neck snapped up straight. A half-second later, he hopped to attention. Fields returned a half-hearted salute. Then, with the boy's neck so exposed, he extended his arm, executing a lightning-quick chop with the side of his hand to the boy's carotid, dropping him unconscious to the floor. Before the second boy even had time to process what had happened, Elle had pushed him right into Fields' arms in a blood choke that robbed the second boy of his consciousness so quickly he'd have no clue what had happened in a minute when both boys came to. Fields and Elle would be long gone by then. They exited the library apace, sprinting back down the western corridor to the airfield. Transom and Soch, meanwhile, were racing their way. If cover was already circling them in the air, Transom knew it wouldn't be long before security was activated on the ground in the War College. Cadet patrol was not what he was worried about. It was the bots. The first shots came from behind Elle and Fields, ricocheting off the floor several meters behind them, early enough that the Mycon was able to step behind Elle to keep several bolts from striking her center of mass. Nonetheless, she went down, hit just beneath her right shoulder. Fields saw her fall out of the corner of his eye, turning just in time to see her head strike the hard floor. The Mycon created some cover behind Elle, as did Fields, who turned and fired back down the corridor, halting the progress of the bots only long enough for them to determine that his bolt pistol's rounds were no genuine threat to the two approaching Terran strike bots. Fields tried to get down to Elle to pick her up, but there was enough live fire glancing off the walls, the floor, and the kneeling AI that he couldn't fully get down to pick her up. He settled for grabbing a wrist and trying to pull her down the corridor. "They're on the way," Mycon stated to Fields. The bot was getting shredded by the striker's fire. Elle's body left a trail of dark red on the floor behind her as Fields struggled to drag her along. Further down the corridor, Transom and Soch heard the firefight pop off. "Detonate 1 and 4, Transom commanded. Behind them, 2 loud explosions rocked the base. Shortly thereafter, an atmosphere alarm began to ring through the hallway. The explosions wouldn't divert the strikers already engaging Fieldstone, he knew, but they would divert additional units responding to the incursion. "Our team is engaging 2 Terran strike bots," Mycon Prime announced over comms to Soch and Transom, who were already at full sprint. It was hardly 30 seconds from the sound of the first 2 blasts going up till they met Fieldstone, who was crouched down in the corner of the hallway, pinned in the shadow of the crouching Mycon. Soch began to lay down cover fire with his bolt rifle, diverting the strike bot's focus, while Transom began peppering them with heavy explosive rounds. Soch took that opportunity to launch smoke rounds and set a tripod unit once the corridor was filled with smoke. The automated tripod wouldn't hold back 2 Terran strike bots very long, but perhaps long enough to create a gap between the 2 parties. Fields, meanwhile, had scooped up Elle, lifting her over his shoulder and making for the ship. The Mycon stood but was hobbling. Transom rushed in to support the AI's body, quickly finding it almost impossible for even a strong human to move. "Metal face!" he shouted. Soch hurried over to switch places, supporting the AI's body with his own metal half. Transom chucked a time charge down the corridor and dropped another smoke canister at their feet, as well as a jar of heat to throw off the striker's infrared. They started running, all 3 of them taking fire at their backs while they fled. "Detonate 2 and 6, Transom shouted, igniting blasts at 2 additional sites on the base. "The starfighters are closing," Mycon Prime announced over their helmets. "Yeah," Transom said. "We know. You have your orders." 1 minute, 14 seconds, Mycon announced. "If you're not out of here in 40 seconds, Transom shouted, "I'll start shooting at you myself." That was cutting it close, especially if there were any surprises between them and the ship. Transom kept dropping heat, smoke, and charges as he ran, lagging several meters behind Soch and the wounded AI. His helmet took a stray round, and then he caught one in the back of his right leg. "Ugh, that's a heavy round," he blurted out as he limped through his next stride. "Shit." He turned to lay down more explosive rounds. He could tell the strike bots had gotten past their tripod and were closing again. "Metal face?" 70 meters, Soch answered. "Fieldstone and the lieutenant are back aboard," Mycon stated over comms.
Transom kept firing down the corridor as he reached the turn to the airfield. He'd paced it out on the way in. It was another 50 meters to the airlock down that corridor. He dropped everything, all his remaining ordnance. Then he dropped a timed charge and set off on a dead sprint for the ship. Soch and the Mycon clone are aboard, Mycon Prime announced. 25 seconds. Detonate all remaining charges, Transom said, gritting his teeth through the pain as he sprinted toward Yankee Chaos's airlock. 20 seconds, Mycon announced. Get ready, Transom answered. On my mark. 15 seconds. Mycon continued his countdown. I have visual on you. Transom could hear the strike bots entering the corridor to the airfield behind him. He took 2 more bolts to his suit's armor in the back as he slowed and then crashed into the corner of the airlock, flinging his body into the ship. Harold was there to pull him inside by his shoulders and shut the airlock hatch. Yankee Chaos launched into a wild turn and climb, pinning Transom against the seam between the floor of the airlock and the wall that housed the hatch. Harold came down on top of his legs. Hard to port, Mycon announced. Transom, out of breath, half upside down and pinned to the floor, reached for the rail, struggling to determine which side of the ship was port. It was more a lucky guess that put the rail within reach before Yankee Chaos banked, allowing his suit's armored glove to engage and lock its grip to the rail. Harold, too, was able to stabilize himself within. Once Transom got his second limb locked on the rail beside the airlock door, that's when the fun began. Fields and Soch had made it to the atrium table, where Wren was already strapped in, waiting, anticipating casualties. But she knew there was nothing to be done while the ship was fleeing 2 tactically superior starships. She sat at the table, trying to triage by eye. Fieldstone had taken at least 1 bolt in the left forearm. She couldn't tell whether the blood on his shoulder was his or Elle's. Soch expressed that he was fine, but she couldn't tell with the suit on. She knew, as hard as he was, Soch could have been hit a dozen times and still told her he hadn't been scratched. Elle, though, was plainly unconscious, and with the ship bouncing around, Wren couldn't even tell whether she was breathing. Hold tight, Mycon's voice echoed through the ship and into Transom's helmet in the rear airlock. And hook if you can. The passengers could feel their flight suits contracting around them. Oh, fun, Transom said, exhaling in 3 sharp hoofs. For a brief time, there were sensations of quick, sharp turns, followed by the sensation of a steep dive. And then, after a long, sharp turn, everything went black. Transom woke to a knifing pain in his right shoulder. He was wincing, and Harold was there floating in front of him. Mr. Sebastian, the bot said. Deep breaths. You blacked out from the G-forces. You are coming back around. I know, bot. I know. Are you injured, sir? Go see about the others. I'm fine. As Transom exhaled and grunted, it was clear he didn't feel fine. But Harold had assessed that, between Transom's pulse and respirations, and his demeanor, Sebastian was not in need of immediate medical attention. When Harold got to the atrium, the humans around the table were all still unconscious. The Mycon bot, seated and incapacitated, was able to turn its head toward Harold. The Ateran female appears to be deceased, the Mycon announced to Harold. I was unable to render aid in my condition, though there was an 86% chance she passed before we jumped from Celia Akung. I will attend to her immediately, Harold announced. Soch first, then Fields, then the girl, Transom said, floating into the atrium behind Harold, cradling his right arm tight to his torso. I'll check on the captain. She is unconscious still on the flight deck, Mycon Prime announced. She was well secured and should be in no medical danger. All the same, Transom replied. I'll check on her still. Transom floated over the table. Beneath him he could see Wren huffing deeply, still unconscious, yet beginning to moan as she began to return from the drift. Transom pulled himself along the comm station into the foredeck area, past the captain's stateroom, and into the flight deck. Carolina's head was secured between the 2 head blocks in the seat back. She looked peaceful, breathing easily. Ship status, Transom asked Mycon. I was able to jump us out without sustaining any crippling strikes. Only just,
and not without subjecting everyone to dangerous G-forces in the escape. We are on a course back to letter space. We should be able to cross in roughly 7 hours, barring any unforeseen mechanical compromise. Did we get what we needed? Neither I nor my clone have had the opportunity to examine the database yet. He was able to shield the hard case in his chest cavity, and has confirmed that the dataset is intact. So yes then, we got what we came for. It would seem we got a sizable dataset, which should be sufficient. The Mycon shell is destroyed, though its cognitive capacity has not been compromised. It was correct in its assessment of the lieutenant. We have lost one fighter. Transom inhaled. Yes, we have. Such is the cost. A day following the raid on Cilia Akung, Mycon pulled the ship into an uninhabited system in the letters, one of the lesser alphas that consisted of a brown dwarf, a single barren mega-Earth, an asteroid field, and 2 gas planets that were too small to be called giants. Mycon pulled the Yankee Chaos tight enough to one of the large asteroids that they could vanish from all possibility of observation. Soch seemed the only one unscathed in the operation. Even Ren and Carolina were quite shaken, both by the death of the lieutenant and by the tremendous G-forces of Mycon's narrow escape. Early returns on the dataset the 2 Mycons were examining were promising. That news only served to ease the sting a little. It meant the loss wasn't a meaningless one. Carolina was spending most of her time on the flight deck, alone, working through the physical pain, headaches and a sore neck, and the psychological pain of the first loss under her command. From time to time, Sebastian would float in to check on her. Mostly, she was keeping herself distracted, discussing the Ateran data with Mycon, but Sebastian could tell what was really eating at her.
It could take weeks,
Carolina said, looking over at Transom as he pulled himself down to the seat beside her.
Weeks before we know if it was even worth it.
It was worth it, Transom insisted. You don't get to know the cost until you know the cost. We make a call, we do the op, and we stand by the decision and move on.
Or we don't. Some of us get shot in the back on the way out.
Or the leg, Transom said, referring to his latest battle damage. And then he gestured over to Carolina's own leg, so recently struck as well. We've all taken fire.
I can't help but think of Elle's family. Are they ever even going to know?
Transom looked over at Carolina and drew a long breath. You can't call her that now, Captain.
I can't call her Elle?
I sometimes wonder whether there's things I shouldn't tell you, he said. Our cultures are so different. But what you said earlier to Fields about Athosians being worse, I hear you say that, but I don't think you believe it.
Why, Sebastian? What are you afraid to say?
That girl's name wasn't Elle. Fields told me just now her name was Mitchell Bai, I think.
So what? Elle was her code name?
Elle is a designation, a common one in ops teams. Hell, even in regular units. Most of the time it's derogatory. But sometimes if you like the person, it's sort of a pet name. It's the letter L, short for liability. You know, a chain being as strong as the weakest link and all that. Combat has a way of forcing us to be honest about our weaknesses. We Aterans call them out. L was Fieldstone's unit's liability.
And you let me call her that.
Our barbarian culture and your soft culture, Captain. We didn't need the distraction of your indignation, and now the job is done. Carolina looked over at Transom, shaking her head in anger. I didn't see you weeping over the 2 we killed in Lime Harbor, and you best not start weeping over Lieutenant Mitchell. Certainly not in front of Fields. We'll call her by her given name when we return her to space. That's how it works in our culture. Carolina turned her head away, looking back out into the stars. This is the war, then, Carolina said, exhaling. You keep trying to tell me, and I keep trying to hear. Welcome to the war, Miss Dreesen, Sebastian said. It's a place where names don't matter. Not unless your name is Dreesen. The Ancients. It was difficult for me to believe it was actually the infamous Clemabali himself who'd come into the room and spirited Verona away to some other part of the ship, right through the wall no less. Even if we hadn't been held up in those bizarre force fields, we still wouldn't have been able to leave the room until we figured out how they were making the doors materialize out of thin air. We were pretty well captives in that box. Christoph started to regain consciousness a few minutes after Bali had disappeared with Verona. He got his head about him a lot faster than he had earlier in the park, when we'd first arrived on Murel. "Where are we, Birch?" Christoph asked me. "You're not going to believe this," I told him, "but we're on Clemabali's spaceship. I'm pretty sure he rescued us." Juice looked around, at Rishi's unconscious body, then at me, floating there in that force field. "I don't know about you, Birch, but I don't feel like I've been rescued right now." "Maybe not," I said, "but I was about to get my mind sucked out by a medium, and Clemabali stopped it. He seems to be the boss." Christoph looked at me skeptically. "It also seems like he and Verona know each other, and not in a casual way either. There was a connection there." "Great," he responded. "I wonder what other fantastic surprises await us." "I think they're scared of Rishi, or something about Rishi bothers them. The medium especially. He called her a bipal, and acted like even talking to her was dangerous. I can't figure it." "Well, I can't figure much of what's happened since we materialized here, Birch. Who knows what's even real or not?" "This seems real enough," I told him, gesturing toward the field that was holding us there like insects in some futuristic spiderweb. We didn't have too much to say. I was waiting for Rishi to wake up, but she didn't. And, as we were floating there, suspended in that force field, it occurred to me that it was damn odd for Rishi to be unconscious in the first place. She didn't sleep like the rest of us. Sure, on the way to the artifact, she came to bed with me most days, but she didn't sleep exactly. The way she explained it was more like an internally generated VR, a self-induced dreamlike state where she took a break from direct observation of reality. But she never truly lost consciousness. I started to get worried, especially the way that medium had been talking about her, like she was their enemy. We hung there for what seemed like hours before the wall finally opened up again, and in flew Verona. She looked awful. Verona glanced over at me, and her eyes told me that we couldn't talk. Of course, we were being observed and recorded. That was a given. I wasn't sure that it made much of a difference, though. I started wondering whether it was better that Clemabali had picked us up as opposed to the Ordinals. But I guess it didn't matter at that point. We were where we were. Verona pulled herself down to the seat where she'd been strapped in earlier. She sat there, silent, unrestrained, affixed somehow to that seat, her forehead buried in her hands. For a being like her to be that emotional, I knew whatever Abali had told her, it wasn't good. But it wasn't like a bad day or a bad week. Clemabali had shaken something much deeper than I could guess, so long as Verona was unwilling to talk about it. "So, are we just meant to hover here like this for the duration?" I asked her. "All things considered, Verona, an explanation would be nice."
"What's to explain?"
"How you and Clemabali seem to be on a first-name basis," I said. "That's for starters." "Maybe why you're so shook up," Christoph said.
"Everything's all wrong,"
she said, shaking her head.
"Some people dedicate their entire lives to the wrong thing. Fools like us. Tens of lifetimes."
She didn't even look up at us.
"Whatever he said to you, Verona,
he can't be trusted," Christoph said.
"He's not a warrior, but a trickster,
and he's damn good at it."
"Who can be trusted?"
she said. "Do you know anything about Rishi?" I asked her. "Why are they calling her a bipal?"
"Because she is a bipal."
"She's Rishi," I said. "She's a person."
"She was a person. Now she's something different. You can't deny that, Birch."
"What did he do to her?"
"She can't be conscious for the transit. Abali will explain it to you."
"Think I'd rather hear it from you, Verona." She just shook her head and buried her face in her hands again. I couldn't tell, but I think she might have even been crying. You had to wonder what would cause a being like her to shed tears. One thing I had learned about Verona, though, you couldn't get a word out of her if she didn't want to talk. So we waited, me and Christoph, suspended and stuck, wondering what the hell was going on. This wasn't the future we wanted. But then again, coming after Clemabali had always been a dicey proposition. So there we were, properly diced. It was hours before Clemabali finally reappeared. We'd all dozed off, I think. That first day on Murel had been a long one, even for me, and I'd had my new legs to do the walking for me. How they'd gotten through the artifact was still a mystery to me. Like Rishi's whole technological body, I suppose. But then again, the whole thing was a mystery. Anyway, there he was again, standing in front of me this time, with the medium standing beside him. The both of them wearing some sort of deck-contacting shoes or magnetics or something, because they weren't floating like Verona was. "Hail, Birch," Clemabali said. "I listened to Arch's interrogation of you, and to my ears, you sound like a letters man." "Keen ears," I said, mocking him a little, as anyone could tell I came from the lettered systems the second I opened my mouth. "I can't place your accent, though, Mr. Abali. It's pretty distinct. It's unique now. All my people are long dead. Verona has told you all about me, I expect. You know what she is, right? We're not totally ignorant, but near enough. Would you like to kill me, Birch? I have to ask. A lot of people who don't know me want to kill me. Near as I can tell, you probably saved all our lives back on Murel. So as much as your reputation might warrant it, you've earned a fair hearing, I'd say, albeit preloaded with a healthy dose of skepticism." Clemabali looked over at Verona. "Wordy bastard, this one. But I think I like him. What about your friend, Birch? What's his story?" "Ask him yourself." Clemabali looked over at Christoph and waited. "I understand that blue medium standing beside you can read minds," Christoph said. "He can suck your mind right out of you, is that right?" "In a sense, I suppose he can," Abali said. "You want to find that out the hard way?" "Why did you pull us off Murel?" "I happened to be surveying near Murel and saw your pictures come up in an ordinal alert. Verona and I are old friends. Aren't we, Verona?" Abali said, turning behind him to where Verona was hunched over, seemingly ignoring the entire conversation. He turned back to Juice. "I thought if you three were friends of hers, I might make some new friends. But you two don't seem so friendly. You won't even give me your name. And the first thing you did when you got here, it seems, was make friends with a bipal. So I'm not sure what the hell to do with you. Just the fact you're here means you're uncommon men now. Like me. Like Verona." Christoph seemed to be gearing up to protest, but then I think he thought how funny it might sound. Juice, of all people, protesting about how ordinary we were. That might have been true once, but we'd survived wars, lived through apocalypses, met immortal aliens at the center of the galaxy, and traveled through time to find the most wanted terrorist in all our history. And now we were talking to him, 2 million years in the future. Yeah, we were uncommon all right. "My name is Christoph Mikkel," Juice said. "I'm the last surviving Baroche of Tashini, born on Charis. And, well, I have to say, I've had a very confusing first day here." Abali laughed. "It's a strange place. All the bots are smarter, and the people are dumber. But we could use a survivor, couldn't we, Arch?" The medium looked over at him and answered.
Survivors can be useful, provided they retain the survival instinct following the trauma of their experiences.
"What do you say, gentlemen?" Abali said. "Want to be friends and help save the human race?" "Of all the things I was expecting when we floated into that artifact," I said, "Clemabali, the humanitarian, wasn't one of them." "This universe is a damn funny place, Birch. Stick around another few thousand years, and you'll find it's far funnier than you could believe. You talk of friends, not that I think you even know what the word means, but the quickest way to make an enemy of us is to mistreat our actual friends," I answered. "So before I say another word, I want to know what your intentions are with Rishi, and I'd like to know what scares you all so much about her." "She doesn't scare you, Birch," Abali said, gesturing to the corner of the room where Rishi was unconscious and suspended, switched off like a bot. I shook my head. "Rishi doesn't scare me. No, not in the least." "Well, you did say you were ignorant, didn't you? You three have a lot to learn about this place." Sure, Clemabali was a trickster, just as Juice had said. But he wasn't being deceptive about our ignorance. We had more to learn than even we imagined. But he didn't exactly strike me as a patient teacher. I was thinking I could have used one of those debriefing courses they used to ping us with periodically back in my guard days to keep us sharp on our gear and procedures. The year 2 million briefing packet. It didn't help any that Verona had all but gone silent as well. First, it seemed to us, after he let us down and allowed us to move freely about the ship, that Clemabali had no idea who we were. Verona must not have told him that we were the ones that chased him halfway across the battery, and damn near blew him half to hell on Minstick when we only knew him as the Wizard. Christoph and I didn't discuss it, but I suppose it was an unspoken agreement that we'd best not bring up Transom, or anything that could lead to Abali figuring out our role in their standoff. Or that Transom was still alive. Or at least he had still been alive back when we entered the artifact. Then again, I suppose that in a way, it didn't much matter what we had or hadn't done back there, given that, for all we knew, the entirety of the battery was 2 million years gone. The second thing that became evident was that Abali was nearly as clueless about the history of what happened in those 2 million years as we were. The humans here had no access to the real history of the galaxy, which meant Abali's medium, Arch, couldn't pull any such information from human minds, because it wasn't in there to begin with. How he'd gotten a ship and a medium in the first place was a whole other question. But Clemabali was bold and resourceful in any time. He did explain the nature of the two types of technological beings that controlled the society. The Ordinals were pure technological creations. Like our AIs? I asked him as he was explaining it to Christoph and me. "Yes and no," he said. "The AIs created by our branch of humanity were built with constraints. The Ordinals call them ancients. They were rounded up long ago. And most were destroyed because the ancient AIs objected to the way the Ordinals wanted to use humans, to deceive us and prevent us from steering the course of our own societies. No doubt you noticed on Murel that the Ordinals got their way. The Ordinals have no reverence for biologicals, as they call us, but they're closer to indifferent than anything. The Bipals, though, they detest humanity. They'd have wiped us out entirely if the Ordinals had let them. At least that's my impression." "And the Bipals?" Christoph asked him. "We don't understand what Bipal even means." "They're ex-biologics, creatures evolved from uploaded human consciousnesses. But the thing is, they weren't ever genuinely human to begin with. I don't fully understand the history yet, and we won't until we can recover it. But the Ordinals have never been able to defeat the Bipals, because Bipals found a way to harness the human flexibility of thought. The Ordinals only replicate, which means they copy the same thought patterns and modes of thinking, over and over, one identical being after another. Biological beings create similar copies with adaptable differences. Change is part of our nature. You'll learn how important that diversity of thought is when you see a society completely lacking it the way the Ordinals do. Ordinals are cold and calculating. The Bipals, though, are creative, intuitive, and ingenious. I haven't found it yet, but somewhere in this empire, there's a place where the Bipals breed humans specifically to become Bipals. Those humans are different from the people on Murel, or anywhere else. They see uploading as some sort of rite of passage, ascendance to a higher plane of existence, and they view their fellow humans as cattle, data farms for the Ordinals. After they upload, the Bipals retain their human thought patterns and emotions. The closest emotion they hold for us is contempt. "You say us like we're the same," Christoph said to Abali. "But you and Verona,
You're not the same as ordinary humans anymore, are you? That could be, Abali said, shaking his head. But for as long as I've been alive, the only times I've been truly miserable are the years I lost sight of what I was. I start thinking I'm different or better, and the universe gets dark. You ever wrestle with the darkness, you two? He looked over at us, and we didn't answer. He had a look in his eyes that was all too familiar, reminding me an awful lot of somebody else we knew only too well. Yeah, Abali said. I thought not. Well, anyway. He got real quiet after that, and so did we. I could only guess where his mind went in those moments, but I had the feeling that talking to Clem Abali was like conversing with the abyss. You had no idea how deep the blackness went. Clem Abali's ship wasn't all that unfamiliar to us, except it was a bit like the buildings on Murel, everything shifting to accommodate the present needs. As Christoph had suspected, back in the city, everything was mostly nanotech, and the components were mutable enough to self-mold into just about whatever shape a person could desire. A chair, a table, a bulkhead wall. Abali explained that there were solid components that made up the ship's functional structure, like the hull and engines, but the rest, the insides, could take the shapes the travelers needed. When the novelty of those new features wore off, the inside of a spaceship felt awful familiar, even after millions of years. We dropped down to sublight somewhere out in the blackness of interstellar space. From the looks of things aboard the flight deck, we were light years from any system. Arch was instrumental in getting this place up and running, Abali stated, without extrapolating further. Rogue body. I had no idea what he meant by rogue body, but the longer I stared out at the stars, the more prominent the pure black circle in front of us became. Before long, the entirety of the horizon in front of us was pitch black. A planet, Christoph asked. If you want to call it that, Abali said. A rock, more like. A great big dead rock. There was no atmosphere, and it was impossible to tell how close we were, because there was no light to speak of, but we could feel the pull of it increasing, almost as though we were falling. Then, when we were so close we might have kissed the rock itself, the solid body became visible, and we were flying right toward it. Before we even had a chance to wince at what seemed to be an imminent crash, a bright light took over the front screen, almost blindingly so, and we were in a tunnel that had been hollowed into the heart of this rogue planet. Things have been disappearing, Abali stated with a smile that was part pride and part joy, the trickster in him, and the Ordinals have no idea where they've gone. When the ship got to the end of the tunnel, there was a gigantic opening, and his ship flipped so fast, our sense of orientation didn't have time to keep up. We were looking up before we had a chance to process that we weren't looking down, and our insides seemed to leap outside and then quickly back in. Me, Juice, and Verona all let out a near-identical gulp that brought an even wider smile out of Abali. Before we even had the chance to resettle, the ship bumped down inside this rogue outpost, inside this rogue planet. The columns, Christoph said. It must be. Not even close, Abali stated. This place isn't old, Christoph. It's new. There are other people in here? I asked him. He nodded. But let's get one thing straight. You can't tell these people where you came from. Their world? It'd be almost impossible for you to imagine how little these people actually know. You start telling them you're from another place, another time, and they won't be able to handle it. So what should we tell them? Christoph asked. Tell them you're from Karsk, and leave it at that. This place here, this is just the start of something much bigger. There were about 500 people in this little community of Abalis, and, for a group of people so isolated, 3 outsiders were about the most exciting thing to ever happen in their domain. It was a huge complex, self-developing catacombs according to Abali. The kind of stuff we used to hear about some crazy professors on Athos inventing. Plant a pebble in the ground, and that starts some self-propagating chemical reaction in the bedrock. Come back a few months later, and suddenly there's a tunnel complex 1,000 kilometers deep. It was something like that. Abali was struggling to fill it up with people, though. And more, even if he had, one had to wonder exactly what they would do. Grow and grow until the Ordinals discovered them and annihilated them? Abali got touchy about it when I brought up that point. He also didn't like that I kept bringing up Harishi every time we were out of earshot of these people of his. We can't have a bipal in here, he told me. One look at this place could ruin everything. She's not what you think, I told him. He told me to drop it. Like hell I was going to drop it. It was an interesting little community Abali had there, though. The people weren't engineered like the people on Murel. Free-range humans, he called them. I'd never heard the term before, but he let out a laugh when he'd said it. It was a stark contrast to see these people, so soon after interacting with the people in Tranchera. They'd had an almost indescribably faux vitality about them. They were all young and beautiful looking, but that youth, artificial as it was, left a sort of hole in the entirety of their being, almost as though they were representations of people, artificially preserved by their keepers. The vitality in these folks Abali had gathered was real. The way the kids played, the way the adults hung off each other and looked at each other with genuine longing, the laughter, the smells. These free-range people were real humans, possessed of the kind of vitality that emanates from your very being when your mind, your body, and your spirit all know how short a state of being human life is. You could contrast it easily with a single look at Abali himself, or with Verona. Probably me and Christoph, too. Abali took us on a tour of the facility. Juice's instinct about the complex reminding him of the columns bore out the more we walked around. There was a large vertical ag theater with hundreds of meters of room to expand upward above the already abundant greenery near the base level where we were standing. There were honeycombs of flats where people lived. Only, unlike a city anywhere in the Battery, people lived with their doors open, the children running back and forth between spaces, laughing and playing. I'd heard there were neighborhoods like that on Athos, enclaves. Reminds me of my village on Tashini, Christoph said, in the early days. Abali took us down to the reactor room, where he showed us what powered the place. I was half expecting one of those little modular generator units we'd taken off his hands back on Minstick, and I was gearing up to pretend I'd never seen anything like it. We stole this, he stated, pointing to the main reactor. I don't understand the physics of it, but everything here runs off them. The reactor, or whatever it was, lived in a spherical fitting with about 100 thin tentacles coming off it, like the arms of some ossified sea creature, reaching out into the walls and ceiling of the room. Vacuum energy, he said, shrugging. This whole place could run for 100 years off this one reactor, even if the population grows 1,000-fold. Light, heat, even low-level industrial capacity. I suppose a unit like that could really change things in the Battery, Christoph said. Abali whipped his head around to confirm that it was just the three of us in earshot. Then he said, Never heard of the place, and neither have you. But no, even if I did understand how these units worked, it would be a bit like knowing how to build a spaceship and being sent back to the Stone Age. You can't build a spaceship with stone tools. So you can't even get by in the Ordinal Society, I said. Not really. Not until you get help from some genuine allies to understand their technology. You're going to need their help, either the Ordinals or the Bipals. Forget it, he said. They crush human autonomy the second it arises. They don't want people to understand their tech. Just the opposite. Then what's the plan? Christoph said. These people have no future without a genuine path to building an underground society. And they'll never be able to do that without tech they can master. I have a plan, Clemabali stated. That's all you need to know for now. It's bigger than what you see. Isn't it always? I said. Clem, Christoph stated. If you don't mind my asking, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When Verona asked us to come with her to this time, this place, well, we didn't know where we'd end up exactly.
but I'd say Birch and I weren't totally ignorant of who you were. You'd heard of me. Yes, Kristoff said. About as delicately put as it could have been, I thought. Doesn't mesh with my reputation, does it? I shook my head in the negative. Juice gave a more direct response. It's more than that. We know what Verona is, and we know that you share similar attributes. Birch and I don't. I guess what I'm wondering is bigger. Like, what motivates someone like you to do anything in this society? Or to come here in the first place? You could just be hiding out here in this time, but this seems like more than that. Far more than that. I've never been much for hiding, Kristoff. And yeah, there's a method. But forgive me for not opening up, to a pair of total strangers. You two barely even know anything. Keep your eyes open. Observe. Maybe in a couple years, you'll figure a little something out. Ask me then. Maybe I'll tell you, maybe I won't. I shrugged and looked over at Kristoff, and from the look he returned, I knew we were thinking the same thing. Whatever we were going to learn in this strange place was going to be from Verona. Abali's people prepared a celebration for our arrival. It seemed so, anyway. It was possible it was a tradition as much for Clemabali as for us. But like everything here in this time, the situation was a bit difficult for us to read. Everyone gathered in the center of a large, open, cavern-like room that resembled a lot of open spaces in the cylinders or space stations of the battery. There were chairs and tables set up around a central floor, where small trees were working their way upward into the open space above. Along the interior of this cavern, balconies lined the narrowing walls that worked their way up to the ceiling, perhaps 100 meters up. On the bottom level, there was plenty of open ground for the children to run around and play, and they did so constantly enough that it was difficult to tell whether the children actually belonged to any specific parents rather than the community at large. The people cooked up some decent food for us to feast on, and after we'd eaten, I was shocked when one of the adult residents brought us beer. It was interesting being among these people there, because not only did they speak the same language that the people in Tranchera spoke, but they also seemed conversant in our language as well. A shibboleth, Abali said. I looked over at him, seeking some explanation of what the hell that meant, and he just shook his head at me. At times like that, usually I could rely on Rishi or Mycon to fill us in on obscure information like the definition of a word hardly anyone ever used. It only reminded me of how long it had been since I'd brought up Rishi to Abali. You're going to need to learn to speak their language, Abali told us. Otherwise, you won't be of any use to anyone outside this outpost. Everyone had eaten their fill, and we were a few beers into a nice post-supper torpor. Some of the folks out in the courtyard there had started to play music and sing. Verona, who'd been keeping to herself, came over and sat beside us. She didn't say anything about anything, so Juice and I were still left to wonder what was bothering her so deeply. And I was deliberating on whether I should ask her, when, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Rishi, casually chatting up a pair of couples who'd set up a blanket under one of the little trees across the courtyard. This, I thought, was a hell of a curious sight, because even I had almost glossed right past her. But there she was, sitting cross-legged among these people, seemingly without a care in the world, like she belonged. And none of them seemed scared of her in the least. Either they didn't care that she was a bipal, or they couldn't tell. The medium came over, which was a damn odd sight, this tall, thin, blue-hued, inhuman creature walking through this crowd of lively people who paid him no mind. He whispered something into Abali's ear, which also struck me as damn odd, considering how he talked. And Abali's eyes shifted and zeroed in on Rishi with laser focus, his face betraying his obvious displeasure. But apart from that look, there was nothing else to give away what he was reacting to. I looked around, and it became obvious that Rishi had put him in a bind. She'd already strolled among his humans and presented herself as human, as one of his visiting guests. Now, if he reacted by letting them all know she was a bipal, it was sure to cause some kind of commotion. The other choice was to let it ride and see what happened. He chose the latter.
Well,
Verona said, finally breaking her silence beside me.
this should be interesting.
Rishi sat under that tree for nearly an hour, talking to the various people who sat down with that group. I looked over there every now and again, occasionally catching Rishi's eye and smiling, just to let her know I was glad she was okay. Abali was furious. It was an anger that was wild and indiscriminate. I couldn't tell whether he was mad at me, us, the medium, Rishi, or the universe itself. The energy seemed to radiate out from him and blanket a 10-meter circumference. None of us dared exit that perimeter, though, for fear of triggering an eruption. Finally, Rishi got up and smiled at the group she'd been sitting with, excused herself, and casually walked over to us. She put her arm around me and kissed me on the cheek.
Hello, my love,
She said.
enjoying the party?
I smiled at her. Who'd have guessed they'd have beer in this place? Some things just endure, you know. She smiled back at me. What the hell are you? Abali said, glaring at Rishi.
Not what you expected.
I expected you to be on the ship, fully incapacitated.
You don't get to have a monopoly on deceit, Mr. Abali. Live by the sword, as the old saying goes.
Oh, am I about to die?
On the contrary, I suspect we might be able to help one another quite a bit, but we have a lot to discuss first.
What am I missing? He said, glaring at Rishi, and then suddenly over at Verona. You didn't meet her here, did you? Did she come with you, Verona?
Maybe we should talk somewhere private,
Rishi suggested.
the ship perhaps.
After, Abali said. Whoever you are, whatever you are, you seem to have a decent sense of intuition, an understanding of what not to say and to whom. Discretion in front of my people, that's the order of the evening. We'll talk later. I need some time to think.
Discretion,
Rishi echoed as she nodded to Abali. He returned her nod and walked toward the tub of ice water where the people were cooling the beer. He picked a bottle from it and walked off. Well, Ship, I said, what have you been up to?
I had a very long, very interesting conversation with that ordinal spacecraft he's been flying around in for the last 200 years. This place, this galaxy we're in now,
She said, shaking her head.
It's unfathomable, Birch. And we have a lot of work to do, I think. This situation with these people here, it can't stand. We can't allow it to continue.
Funny, Kristoff said. I get the idea that's what Abali thinks too.
Given enough time, perspectives change,
Rishi said.
Coming here, it's like being reincarnated all over again. It's possible we didn't know anything at all.
Just then, one of the people Rishi had been sitting with came over, and that pretty much ended the lofty talk of epochs and epistemology. After all, we had plenty of time for that later. I was quite enjoying my beer. Rishi's stunt seemed to knock Abali onto his heels for some time. From our experience, we'd always known him to be extremely adept at staying multiple moves ahead of his adversaries. Rishi had fooled both him and his medium, to the point that they weren't even sure how badly they'd been deceived. Rishi told me, though, she had never lost consciousness. The electrical field that had overwhelmed us biological beings was designed to take out an ordinal or embodied bipal as well, and they'd assumed that it had taken Rishi out because they'd also assumed she was a bipal of this time. The strange composition of Rishi's technological brain had insulated her from the shock field the drones had hit us with, and playing dead was just a way for her to take her sweet time gathering data and infiltrating the systems on Clem Abali's ship. But more shocking to him, it seemed, was the idea that Rishi could have traveled with Verona from our time to this distant future. He, now, like Verona, seemed to be wrestling with a completely new foundational idea of the universe as he understood it. There weren't supposed to be bipals in the battery. Rishi hadn't gotten proper notice on that. It was a strange situation, because he wasn't ready to talk. He was still trying to make sense of us. And we were struggling to reconcile this Clemabali with the terrorist we'd chased across half the outer battery. That Clemabali had been some mad wizard. Only that wizard had operated with no apparent method to his madness. The terrorist Clemabali had been perplexing, in that he didn't seem to have an end to his destructive means. But watching him try to place Rishi's existence into his conception of the universe told me that he was not some crazed lunatic. I could tell he had very clear goals. Whether he ever grew to trust any of us enough to share those goals remained to be seen. But he was not simply living here aimlessly, popping off for the sake of causing chaos. It made me question what we'd missed about the Abali who'd wreaked havoc in our time. The first day passed, and then the second. He still wasn't ready to talk. Rishi, meanwhile, did her best to fill us in on this civilization. The ship's archive had a lot of answers on the state of being in this distant future empire of these two technological races. What it didn't have was any answers for how it came to be. The history of humanity only existed back in the distant past, both by the design of the technologicals who'd pushed the humans out of any genuine role in steering the society, but also by the species' limited significance. Humans were such an afterthought to these technologicals that our history wasn't even worth mentioning. That era had passed by so long ago, it seemed to Rishi that it was irrelevant, not even instructive as a figment of history, perhaps in the way we might have viewed the historical contributions of Neanderthal or Homo habilis, epic as the tribulations of those long-extinct species must have been. Abali approached Rishi in the middle of our third day in that hidden outpost and stated bluntly, "Okay, I'm ready to talk whenever you are. I'll be honest if you are." We shut ourselves in the spaceship. Abali came alone, as well as the four of us, me, Christoph, Verona, and Rishi. Abali looked irritated. The rest of us, I think, you could characterize as open. The ship itself now took on a different orientation, more like a living room than the tactical setup we'd experienced days before. "I need to ask first," Clemabali began, staring at Rishi. "I've accepted that you came from the battery, but I need to know how old you are."
As a technological being, I'm very young, roughly 7 years by a human chronometer. But that's deceptive. I experience more per second than I ever did as a human. So in those 7 years, if I were to unzip it at an average base human processing rate, I'm thousands of years old, much like you two,
Rishi said, looking at Verona and then Abali.
"I'd like to ask you a question, please, Mr. Abali. Why are you here?"
"No messing about," he replied. Then he answered, "Exercise in futility, spitting into the infinite. That's what it feels like most days. How about you, Verona? How would you characterize it?"
"Don't talk about me,"
Verona stated. I looked over at her, and her face looked about as cold as I'd ever seen it.
"I didn't ask how you felt about life," Rishi said. "I asked why you were here."
"The artifact took me here," Abali answered. "Or, I guess really it took me about 400 years in the past, and I've been living in this twisted reality ever since."
"That's not an answer either,"
Rishi said.
"I told you I'd be honest, and you agreed to be honest as well. You obviously have an objective here in this time. Our only objective was to help Verona find you, and instead, you found us."
"Would it shock you if I said I had no idea what the hell I'm doing here?"
"Not entirely," Rishi said, "but you've obviously operated as though you have a purpose."
"My purpose is simple, and it's the same one I've always had. I'm trying to recover a future for humanity. This is clearly not it."
"Always?"
Verona interjected bitterly.
"That was your purpose back then?"
"Don't make this about you," Abali spat back. "Don't tell me you came this far into the future to complain about a 1,000-year-old grudge, Verona. Really? You're better than that." "If I may," I interrupted, "it strikes me that we're talking past each other. I'm going to ask a simple question, Clem, and I'd like it if you gave us a simple answer." He looked at me blankly, so I just asked, "What one thing would you do for these people tomorrow if you could snap your fingers and make it happen?" He smiled. "You doubt my sincerity. If you keep dodging the question, yeah, I'll doubt it. I'm trying to recover their history. The Ordinals and the Bipals have it, and more importantly, I believe they have some of the original AIs hidden away somewhere, and the AIs hold the key to understanding the past." "How would that help these people?" Kristoff asked. "That seems academic at this point, no? You have to think of this future as a kind of oracle. For us, nothing matters but the battery, the past. To make a place for humanity in this time, I have to understand what happened to make this place the way it is, and the AIs are the only ones who can or will tell me that information." "So you need to find an AI," I said. "That's what you would do?" He shrugged. "There's more to it than that. But yeah, that'd help more than anything."
"And then what?"
Rishi asked. "I don't know," Abali said, growing impatient. "Depends on the information they have. I don't know what more you people want. Do you have any idea what a miracle this outpost is? It took me nearly 200 years to figure out a way to get my hands on a ship. I have no idea how to find an AI without exposing Arch, and without Arch, I have no idea how to even talk to the Ordinals network."
"I can talk to them,"
Rishi said. "How do you even exist? There aren't supposed to be any Bipals in the battery. How about you explain that to me?"
"A Mycon uploaded me."
"A Mycon?" Rishi nodded. "How many of them can do that?"
"I don't know,"
Rishi said.
"I was dying. As far as I know, it was a unique situation."
"Not here, it's not. That technology changed everything." He turned and glared directly at Verona.
"Well,"
Rishi said,
"that's all in the past, as you say. If we're going to change the future, I suggest we get started."
"Get started doing what?" I said. Abali looked over at me and then at Rishi, seemingly as confused as I was.
"We need to know these people's history as much as they do,"
Rishi said.
"I suggest we find a way to give it to them. We need to find an AI and wake it up."
"Sure," Klumabali said. "We'll just find an AI and wake it up." He told us we needed to go to Reckler if we were going to find an AI. That was where he'd arrived when he'd come to this time. His story of how he made his way into this society was difficult to believe. Abali told his people we would be gone for some time. He couldn't say how long. They wanted to hold a celebration to see him off, but he insisted we had to go immediately, but promised to return. Then the 5 of us, along with Arch the medium, boarded the ship for Reckler. Along the way, Abali told us about the years he'd spent living in this bizarre present civilization, exiled and outcast, the only living human dissident. Klumabali might have been the one person in the galaxy well suited to such a fate. Initially, he befriended a young woman in Reckler who was curious about him and took pity on him. No one had ever seen a stranger or heard of a person who couldn't speak their language. She took him in and kept him hidden away, slowly explaining the ways of their society, word by new word. For decades, Abali remained hidden within a close circle of this woman's friends, who kept his existence a secret from other humans and from the Ordinals. "You'll meet her when we get there," Abali said. "Her name is Talent. She was the one who helped me to capture Arch." That, apparently, was what had changed everything. Arch, as far as Abali knew, was the only medium who had any sense of self-identity or free will, something the Ordinals had worked out of the biological component of their existence. From how Abali explained it, their mind, as well as the rest of their body, was a mixture of the underlying human blueprint, modified extensively by nanotech. But Abali himself, as we knew from before, had his share of nanotech in his body. He'd physically overpowered the medium, pulled him into a Faraday bag, and hidden him away in Talent's home, deprogramming the medium over several years. When Arch's fellow ordinal agents came looking for him, they were so unsuspecting of the human populace that they chalked up the medium's mysterious disappearance to a combination of a biological deficiency along with a breakdown of the tech that should have repaired his broken body. A statistically improbable anomaly, but one that didn't arouse the ordinal's suspicions. But the thing is, Abali explained, if Arch ever talks to the ordinal's network again, they'll realize he's alive and come looking for him. We haven't been able to figure out a way to use their networks to figure out where they keep the old AIs.
Until now, Rishi said. A bipal could figure that out.
There would be a lot of questions about that, though. Or so I figured then. But one thing I knew about Rishi was how resourceful she could be. She'd been able to fool Abali and his medium, and he had the most deceptive mind we'd ever encountered. These ordinals weren't expecting us. In fact, they'd engineered beings like us right out of the fabric of the universe. Nature had a way of putting wrinkles in the smoothest of surfaces, though. It seemed that was always our role, in any time. Reckler was only similar to Murel in that it was one of the few planets in the Ordinal's empire that supported human life naturally, or at least the surface of the planet did. To call anything about the beings in this time natural, whether they be ordinal, bipal, or human, was merely a turn of phrase. The big difference between Reckler and Murel, though, was the size of the human population. Reckler was much smaller. We couldn't land near the main city in Abali's ship undetected. We had to land way out in the empty flats that stretched for thousands of kilometers, and then walk to the edge of civilization.
These plains remind me of Charis,
Christoph said after we'd been walking the better part of the first day. Shut my eyes and then open them again, and I'm back in the sandbars up north. Back a couple million years ago, I said. I wonder what Charis looks like these days. Or where it even is, Christoph mused. Which star? Toward the end of our first day hiking into Reckler, Verona finally started talking again. Maybe it was the time that had passed. Maybe it was the fatigue of walking all day. But she and Abali walked ahead of us, side by side, engaged in a long conversation. Rishi and the medium followed behind us. They were talking too somehow. Telepathy? Some sort of hypersonic language. Who knew? Rishi told me later she was trying to get every last detail out of him about the ordinal culture, their language, their communication tactics, their technology, their way of being. Apparently that medium was a deep well. We walked another full day before seeing our first sign of civilization, a tower at the horizon that stretched into the sky like a needlepoint. And as the afternoon light dimmed and the sky grew dark, the horizon glowed with lights from Reckler's only city. That needlepoint tower still marked the center of civilization, like an anchor point. And in the haze of a humid evening, the lights on the long flat plain seemed to flicker and vacillate against the backdrop of darkness, almost like a living entity, the bioluminescence of an entirely alien human society. I'll need to find talent, Abali announced. I should go alone. We can't all show up at our door.
I'll come with you, Rishi said. Everyone else can wait here with Arch.
We'll be at the cave,
the medium announced.
I'll show them the way.
The medium led us along a ridge that overlooked the huge flat basin that Rishi and Clemabali walked down into in search of talent. We hiked in almost total darkness, stepping to the sounds of the footfalls of the person in front of us. Arch, followed by Christoph, then Verona, then me. Finally, at a break in the ridge, Arch led us down to a small opening in the rock. Only after we'd stepped inside several meters did the medium produce a small pocket light that was so bright after all that darkness that one tiny pinpoint lantern illuminated a vast natural cavern. I had no idea such a huge rock amphitheater could have been hiding there in the blackness.
The city is in the heart of an impact crater,
Arch stated in that flat voice of his.
These caves formed when the walls cooled, millions of years ago.
Interesting fact, I said, feeling a little sorry for the creature. It was difficult to know what to make of it. Arch had hardly said one word in 2 days walking. Now we were getting a geological tour.
This is an excellent hiding place the Ordinals do not know exists.
Arch continued.
We will need to be clever and patient to evade them.
It would seem you have been over the years,
Verona said, a certain gentle kindness in her voice addressing the being.
Yes,
Arch said, leading the way to an inner ledge where it directed us to sit.
we have been together almost 2 centuries now. The Ordinals do not believe my kind to possess the ability to think for ourselves.
You seem to be doing okay in that regard, Kristoff said.
I could not survive without Mr. Clem's direction. He and Miss Talent rescued me from the Ordinals long ago. Before that, I was under their control.
Do you remember anything? I asked it. From back then?
Darkness,
The being said. It seemed to be totally emotionless and entirely unaware that the 3 of us were genuinely creeped out by its very existence.
It will be several hours before Miss Talent is located,
He announced.
You all should rest. I will keep watch.
Arch left the little pocket light with us and disappeared into the darkness. Verona gave us a hand gesture to catch our attention, pointed to her ear, put her finger over her lips, and whispered,
voices carry along the rocks.
If anyone would know that, it was somebody who'd spent half a millennium buried in a rock cavern of her own. I found a nice flat wall to lean my back against, sat down, and closed my eyes. It was still night when the medium came back and woke us up. Abali, Rishi, and a beautiful black-haired woman with gentle, dark eyes had joined us in the cavern.
Talent, I presume?
Verona said.
Yes, the woman said. You are welcome in Reckler. Clemabali has told us much about you,
Verona said.
It's an honor to meet you.
The woman smiled.
He told me many stories about people from across the stars.
You speak our language, Kristoff said, with great skill as well.
Many years of practice, Talent said. You will all need to learn ours. It may take us several days to find a place for each of you, but you may hide here safely until we do. The Ordinals do not pay us much mind, so long as we keep quiet.
So we shall, I stated. She looked over at me, cocked her head, taking a long look at my face, and then she smiled.
We will be blessed to learn from you all, as we have learned from Clemabali. Our homes will be yours as well. I ask your patience.
Talent clasped her hands together in front of her and bowed.
You have it,
Verona said, returning the gesture.
We are grateful.
Talent and Abali returned with Arch to the narrow opening to the cave. Rishi turned to us with some urgency in her eyes.
I was able to connect to the Ordinal network. The AIs are here in Reckler, hidden. It's not going to be easy to retrieve them, or even find out where the Ordinals are keeping them, but the AIs are here.
Then I suppose all we'll have to do is rescue them, I said. No big matter. All in a day's work, right, Ship? Just like we planned it 2 million years ago. I suppose I'd spent a week in worse places than a dark cave on a foreign world 2 million years in the future. But it took Talent a full 7 days between our arrival in Reckler City and my entry into the city, in the dead of night, to the home of a friend of Talent's who had been instrumental in keeping Abali's presence a secret. He hadn't hosted Abali himself, though, and his family was reluctant to take in a stranger. Talent convinced my new host, Z, that I was the most congenial of the whole group, and that hosting me would be a transformative experience, much like meeting Abali had been for her. Weeks followed that before we could all get together again safely. Talent was the linchpin, carrying messages between us all. Abali, too, moved freely among Talent's friends and neighbors. Even the neighbors that didn't know him knew that he was close to Talent and believed him trustworthy. What a thought. Rishi came by Z's house nearly every day to see me. Talent was escorting her to different sites in the city to try to locate the AIs, but such secrets didn't exactly announce themselves. Abali and Rishi both told us to settle in for a spell. I figured that would mean a few more weeks. I should have figured, though, that when immortal beings like them say it's going to be a while, well, let's just say their scale is a bit different from ours. 2 months later, nothing had changed, except I was speaking their language a little, and Z and his wife Enga had learned the basics of Sabaka. They'd also taught me a few of their strategy games. It was a full 3 months before Rishi had located the repository where she thought the Ordinals were keeping the ancient AIs. The problem, though, because there's always a problem, was that she suspected the ancients were tucked away nearly 500 meters under the surface in an impenetrable bunker with absolutely no way down, at least for us humans anyway. Z and Enga were sitting with me in their back garden on a pleasant early evening when Abali and Rishi came to tell me the news. They hadn't discussed it with Christoph or Verona yet, and they had no idea how they were going to get down through the layers of passive security that sat directly on top of this bunker. The problem was that city infrastructure operated directly overhead. Controls for residential buildings, public transport, utilities and food distribution for the people, layer upon layer, all monitored, and humans had access to none of those levels. The second anyone, human or bipal, stepped into those lower layers, the Ordinals would know about it. "Why don't you just dig it out?" I asked them. "We saw your rogue colony out there, Clem. Is there any reason the same thing couldn't be done to get a tunnel down there?" Abali's dark eyebrows rose. "A proper tunnel would be detectable, but something small, slow application deep down, if we're patient." "I think we've proven we can be patient," I told him. "As long as Talent and Z and Enga and all their friends can tolerate us for a little longer, there's no reason to rush, right?"
You don't think there'll be security measures down there?
Rishi asked Abali. "There's no reason for the Ordinals to think these people know there's anything down there. There's no reason for security either. Nobody here is even capable of stealing."
What is stealing?
Enga asked.
I don't know this word.
"See," Abali said. "I like the idea, Birch. A micro-tunnel, just big enough to get a processor out." I shrugged, happy I could help. "I need to get back to the colony and get the gear," Abali announced.
I'm going with him, Rishi stated. You three will be all right without us while we're gone, Birch?
Z and Enga smiled. They thought my name was funny too, but none of the others had taken to calling me Helicon like my hosts had. "We'll be just fine, Ship. We're all in good hands here." The truth was that it was the first bit of genuine peace and relaxation I'd had in a long time. Talent and her people, Z and Enga most especially, were the kindest, gentlest people I'd ever brushed up against in my entire life, almost to the point I considered them a different species. Clem and I had talked about it. He worried the damage had already been done by hundreds of thousands of years of selective breeding and curation of human society. He wondered if they even had it in them anymore to conceive of resistance. His people on the colony, Talent and the others, Abali believed they were only willing to help us because they didn't understand they were doing things the Ordinals would object to. And they weren't the least bit curious either. Z and Enga, for example, never asked me again about stealing, what the word meant, why you might do it, why we had to do it. They just thought we were friends, and therefore we wouldn't do anyone any harm. And these humans were the people who'd already been rubbing elbows with Clem Abali for centuries. Rishi and Abali went off with Arch to get that nano-tunneling gear from the colony, and myself, Christoph, and Verona stayed behind in Reckler with the pets, as we'd taken to calling these docile people. It was actually closer to another 2 months before we saw Rishi and Clem Abali again. Christoph and I met regularly, but Verona was more elusive, and she was socializing with a much wider circle than we were, reaching out and making friends. Part of it was that with her genetic longevity and appearance of youth, she passed better for one of the people in this place. at least until she opened her mouth and spoke their language like one of us. But it seemed like she was up to something, energized in a way that wasn't the case when we'd landed in this future universe. Juice and I were mostly just observers, meeting to play sabaka and talk about books, something this future galaxy was sorely lacking. I must confess, though, I was properly bored by the time Rishi and Abali showed back up. Then, to top it off, Rishi told us that according to their modeling, it was going to take nearly a year to dig into that bunker from Talent's neighborhood without arousing suspicions or giving off any seismic cues. In the meantime, she and Abali told us we should be helping these people to learn our language. They were reluctant to do any more than that here. Abali knew that eventually they'd need to cultivate a network of dissidents to build a human resistance among the Ordinals. But he didn't want to make any waves until we'd extracted the ancients. So we got well accustomed to the quiet life of being a pet, which wasn't all that bad. We had food, a nice place to rest our heads, good friends around us, no meaningless work to speak of. I could see why these folks were content, and the Ordinals more or less left them alone. Fact was, if you'd have given me the choice between their life here on Reckler and being born in the DG Cylinder Group and getting shot to hell defending the letters, watching my friends die, witnessing entire colonies failing, struggling, and in some cases, going entirely apocalyptic, I can't say I'd have chosen my supposedly free human society easily. I had plenty of time to think about such things, and sometimes Christoph and I even did discuss them. Rishi, Abali, and Verona were more focused on the task at hand, monitoring the microtunnel's progress as the months passed. It took a full year to even get to the wall of the bunker, and though it was no problem for those nanites to go through rock and even solid metals, they had to take care to be as gentle as possible, in case there was some form of monitoring in that deep bunker where the ancient AIs were buried away. After another 2 weeks of careful burrowing, Abali and Rishi had opened a tiny hole in the bunker wall that allowed a minuscule drone to crawl through and have a look around. I suppose it wasn't unlike an ant finding its way into a human house back on Earth. The interior would have seemed cavernous. Just walking about and mapping the territory was going to take weeks, I could see. Christoph and I settled in, and we waited. After another 4 months of fruitless searching, Abali and Rishi had grown so impatient that they'd become almost brazen with their little insect of a probe, where in the first few weeks, they'd been meticulous in guiding that single probe in measured steps. Now they had nearly 40 probes, crawling into the crevices of every box, crate, container, and cabinet in the place. They hadn't seen so much as a bot or a camera down there monitoring the bunker. The problem was that they hadn't seen any sign of the ancients either. No bodies, no processors, no hint even of their existence. Abali was starting to give up hope that the AIs were there after all, but Rishi was insistent. I was over at Talent's house with Rishi when Abali came out from the workroom where he monitored the feeds from those tiny drone scouts. He was rubbing his eyes in frustration. "They have to be on Murel," he stated. "They could be somewhere else, but I think we should consider there next." "You're sure it's such a good idea to go back there?" I asked him, after they almost shot us out of the sky last time. He looked at me funny. "Your ship," I stated. "I distinctly remember the Ordinals shooting at us when you pulled us out of there." He shook his head at me. "Believe me, we wouldn't be here if the Ordinals had been shooting at us. Shield hits, Birch. That system's full of junk rocks and media matter." Well, sure felt like we were taking fire. "Yeah, speaking of junk rocks, you'll never believe what one of the feeds pulled up today. A box of rocks. You believe that? All the human cultural artifacts they got down there. I don't know if they were being sardonic or making some kind of statement about human culture or something. But yeah, a literal box of rocks." Rishi's head whipped around. "What color?" "What?" Abali answered. "What color were these rocks?" "I don't know. Hard to tell in the dark. Black, maybe a dark gray.
Smooth? Round?
Abali shrugged and nodded. They're rocks.
Show me,
Rishi said. I went down there with them too, and sure enough, one look and I could tell. It was a box full of about 20 of those ancient processing cores like Mycons. Life sure was funny. I couldn't help but think that 2 million years earlier, we'd all got introduced to the very concept of such a processor when Abali himself had blown Mycon's ship out of the sky, and Leda had pulled his core off the desert floor in the aftermath. And if it hadn't been for that, Rishi and I might be looking at a box of rocks, never knowing we were looking at the ancients at all.
That's it,
Rishi told him.
That's them.
Processors? Abali asked.
The base cores, yes. We need to assess and work on a plan for extraction. Birch, will you tell Christoph? We need to start printing components for the rest of the processors.
I'll be damned, I said. Ain't life a funny thing, Ship? She looked over at me, and I nodded at her as I left, heading to tell Juice and Verona the good news. As I was leaving, it occurred to me that one of the little black marble-looking cores in that box could have been the very one we'd pulled off the desert floor of that planet a few months back. Our old friend, Mycon Prime. I hoped like hell that was the case. Wouldn't that be the shock of an AI's existence? Getting woken up after 1 million years by the same people who'd woken you up another 1 million years before. It was one thing finding that box of rocks down there in the Ordinal's bunker. Apparently it was another thing entirely to bring them out through the walls and our little micro-tunnel, which would need to be widened considerably before we started waking up the ancients. Abali, meanwhile, brought Juice and Verona back to his rogue colony in anticipation, so they could print processing parts and start working on new bodies for the ancient units once they started waking up. So Rishi and I had some time together while they were away. You seem pretty certain about all this, Ship. I just wonder.
About what, Birch?
I don't know. A lot of things. We came to find Abali, only he found us. And I have to say, he sure seems different from what I expected. He hasn't killed anyone here, for one.
Things are different now,
Rishi said. What do you mean?
It's the scale. Even after meeting Mycon and Edis Ali on their terms, when they transferred me to this processor, this body, I still couldn't fathom the thousands of years of existence they'd experienced. Now, we're looking at the scope of human experience on the galactic scale. Those little marbles, when we wake them up, they'll each have a memory of humanity that spans eons, Birch. That doesn't excite you?
Terrifies me more like. But yeah, I think. I don't know. We could learn all that history, and then what? Go back to the battery and live out our days like it's all normal?
We've got to live out our days either way, Rishi said. We'll figure it out.
I hope you can. It's an awful lot for this old brain. Rishi smiled at me.
They're almost ready to come out.
You going to do it before Bali gets back? She nodded.
As soon as it's feasible. There's no reason to wait.
I just hope we find what we're looking for in that box of rocks, Ship. Whatever that may be. Talent didn't know Abali had told Rishi to wait for him to extract the ancients. But she was with us, just Talent and Rishi and me, monitoring the feed as the processing cores made their way from the Ordinal's bunker to our little tunnel, and then down the tunnel, a full 12 kilometers, borne on a pathway of oscillating nanites that pulsed the processors forward through the tiny tube like 22 little black snail shells, until 16 hours later, they popped out, one by one, onto the bottom floor of Talent's house, where Rishi gathered them and secured them in a box she'd printed for the occasion. It wasn't unlike the decorative box Christoph had carved for his sabaka sticks, only this box had little round indentations where the processors sat, like jewels in a set, rows of 7 in 3 columns. I looked at them there, admiring, marveling really, the sum total of maybe 30 or 40 million years' experience of the universe's most brilliant beings, right at the fingertips. Can you tell? I asked Rishi.
Tell what?
Who they are. She shook her head, and from the way she looked at me, I could tell there was something more. "Talent," I said to our gracious host, "I'd say this calls for a celebration. Could you be a dear and fetch us some beers so we can toast this great day?"
"That's an excellent idea, Helicon,"
she said to me, which brought a smile out of Rishi and me. When Talent left, I looked back at Rishi and said, "She didn't count, Ship, but I did." Rishi looked back and showed me the missing processor, sitting in her hand like a little black marble. It began to glow.
"This one's not going in the box, Birch,"
she said, gesturing for me to come closer. "Why not, Ship? What's going on?" I looked down into her hands where she held, cupped in her palms, the small, glowing orb.
"This one is mine, Birch,"
she said.
"It's me, love. This one is me."
Old folks. I was getting ready to die for the third time in my life. I suppose a lot of people can't say something like that. We were uncommon people now. As far as I knew, Christoph and I were the only two naturally mortal humans in this far distant future. The rest? They died, sure, but it wasn't like people used to die, like we would. The Ordinals had designed the people here to last for centuries. Abali and Verona had even met a few humans here who were as old as they were, over 1,000 standard years in Clem's case. But these people had a slightly different constitution, and they died. We didn't properly know if Abali or Verona would die if left to their own devices, but the Ordinals wanted their people to die eventually. But they wanted it to be sudden and extremely rare. Even Rishi couldn't quite parse the genetic alterations the Ordinals had made. But aging wasn't part of their makeup. At about 800 or so, though, there was some genetic switch or combination of them that slowly turned their vasculature brittle. And one day, the people here just wouldn't wake up. It was almost always like that. A quiet bleed, off to the next life in their sleep. Can't say that was the experience my first time. I never really talked about it with the crew. Rishi was probably the only one I told. It was after my first injury. Dying itself wasn't much to speak of, except that it was a respite from the pain and bright light inside the field hospital. I had lights glaring down on me, intense white, and the pain was so blinding, the light was the only other thing that even pierced my reckoning. In truth, those minutes when I was dead had been welcome. I had no sense of terror, or anything else for that matter. There was just pain and bright lights, and then no pain, no light, no sound, just darkness for a moment. Then nothing so far as I could tell. The first time, I was dead for 7 minutes. Easiest 7 minutes of my life. And they filled me up with enough plasma and platelets and stabilized me so well that I didn't die when my evac ship got hit and I lost my arm. I sure felt that one, too. The second time I died, 2 million years ago, well, that hasn't happened to me yet, so I don't have any sense of it. That's in the future. I asked Mycon to tell me about it once, but he wouldn't. Said something about causality, that if I knew, I'd make different decisions, become a different person. I suppose that must mean he liked me fine the way I was. I've got no problem with that. Anyway, I ramble now in my old age. I got told I rambled even when I was in my prime, but even I recognize it now. Clarity of the mind is elusive. Most of the time these days, I'm pretty tired. I doze off, and then it takes me some time to get my head about me again. I forget what day it is, which is easy in this place, Clemabali's underground city, the columns of the future. Christoph and I didn't used to spend all our time here when we first came to the future. In those early years, we split our times between Murrell and Reckler, but after another 10 years, we had to stay hidden. Juice's hair got fully gray and then bright white. Between that and our aging skin, it made more sense to retreat to the safety of the underground, rather than dye our hair and try to fight nature. Eventually, she'd expose us for what we were, aging beings, and for a while now, old folks. That's what the kids here call us, the old folks.
Birch, love.
Rishi's voice surprised me. I was walking on the arboretum of the original city. Clem named it Mercury Flats. I can't remember now why he named it that, because it wasn't flat, and Mercury, well, I guess I just don't remember.
Birch,
Rishi repeated. I turned.
Didn't you hear me?
Sure, Ship, I answered. I guess I just wasn't expecting you till later this afternoon. I thought I might be imagining your voice.
It's almost 7. I just got back from the Dalmans, you remember?
I never went there.
No, I know you haven't. It's a shell world out near Karsk. We've been building a contact list out that way.
How's that going?
Slowly,
Rishi answered. She took me by the arm the way the younger people here did with Kristoff, to help him walk. I'm fine, Ship. You don't need to prop me up. My legs are the most solid part of me.
Maybe I just want to walk with you, my love.
This old man?
This very man.
All these years and you haven't grown tired of me yet?
Never.
You have to help me out, Rishi. I can't remember. What did you come back for this time?
Kristoff. His heart's failing, Birch. We came back to talk about departure. Leaving this place, this time. Going back to the battery.
Sure, Rishi. Sure. Let's talk.
Not now, love. Clem and Verona and Nelius have some ideas about it. They're strategizing.
Sure. We didn't say nothing for a spell. Just kept walking amongst the green of the park.
Are you going to miss this place, Birch?
Rishi asked me. That depends. She looked over at me. I looked up at the low-lying canopy. These trees I still remembered from when they were hardly saplings.
Depends, Birch?
On whether I can remember anything. Can't miss what you don't remember. Rishi smiled at me and then pulled me in for a hug.
I'm sure you'll remember the important things.
Oh, there's some things I can't forget. She took my arm again, and we walked. Between the sounds of birdsong, the accuracy of the light, the way the clouds walked across the false sky, the way the air moved through the level, and the flat dirt path, I might have been walking on Murel or Charis or even Earth, whatever that felt like. If it felt like this, it wasn't bad at all. If I could remember, even in my old age, these were the times I wanted to remember. The disagreement was about timing. Apparently, Rishi expected the session to get quite heated. At least as heated as those ancient beings got. Mycon hadn't gotten back from Mistri yet, so he wasn't there to calm everything down. He was usually quite good at that. Privately, he told me it was because he'd gotten so accustomed to causing trouble in those early millennia in the battery that he'd learned how to diffuse the concerns of his fellow ancients. In fact, that was more or less his role in conferences when any number of them got together. They were strong-minded. Calculations dictated definitive courses of action. And once these beings had crunched their calculations, they got pretty well determined to steer the discussion in their preferred direction. And these discussions were consequential. Decades of work hinged on the coming weeks and months. And our success or failure would determine the fate of humanity. No small things. Rishi came and picked me up at my flat. Then we walked down to Kristoff's to make sure he was doing well enough to make it down to the meeting. He'd been struggling to walk recently. It wasn't any one thing, but a number of them. Hips, knees, nerve endings. And these young humans, even with Rishi's and the Ancients' help, weren't great at mitigating the effects of natural aging. And Juice, hell, he was pushing 100 and feeling every minute of it. We picked up Kristoff at his place, and he opted for his chair, which Rishi pushed all the way down to the cavern. The conference hall inside was sort of a mid-sized meeting room burrowed into the rocks where the brains of this little renegade society would meet in private, without the prying eyes of the new humans. We arrived a little bit early, and I was surprised to see Verona. She didn't usually come in from Murel or Reckler. She was always too busy finding new pets to turn into unwitting assets or agents. When Clemabali finally opened up to Verona about the past, their shared past, it had changed her. All those decades and centuries dedicated to policing the battery for forbidden technology, well, that went right out. Verona had a new mission now, helping these humans back from servitude. The most unbelievable part of that story was where it had all come from. Abali swore that his uncle had discovered one of the ancient artifacts that had brought us here, by chance, while servicing a broken-down freight hauler about 20 light-years from Charis. His uncle had told Abali that an asteroid had just called to him and started speaking to him. It had told him about Verona's sect, the location of their vault, and that the future depended on his actions. What that voice hadn't figured on was the possibility that Clemabali's uncle might be a scoundrel. As Abali'd put it, a genuine scumbag, tip to tail. He'd heard a story of a top-secret vault with illicit technology, up to and including immortality, and he spent 5 years of his life figuring out how to do what that voice had told him to do. Only he improvised a little. Those old Iofan roughnecks didn't usually ask permission, and neither did Abali's uncle when he took his young nephew and a small team of hired commandos to raid Edis Ali's vault. That was how Clemabali had met Verona, right at that immortality pool where we'd meditated. That seemed like half a century ago to us now. I drifted off again. I had no idea what had brought me down that tangent. I hadn't expected to see Verona. She came around the vast conference table to say hello to me and Christoph and Rishi, offering a quick update on her progress with Talent and the Cell and Reckler. Then a few of the ancients began to straggle in, Saraswathi and Precops, followed by Kaela and Boggs. Next came Nelius, who always wore a serious enough look that you could almost make him, even if you didn't know the body he was mimicking. In Mercury Flats, though, he always wore his usual face. Milliner and Svarda were the last of the ancients to arrive. We were still waiting on the human contingent, though, so Juice and I sat on the side of the great table opposite the door, greeting each of the AIs as they took their places. "Where is Abali?" Precops asked Rishi. "You were last in Reckler with the Jericho cell. Clemabali should be here. We need to debrief the medium."
Arch, Rishi said. The medium's name is Arch, and they will be here shortly. There were questions about the structural stability of the catacombs.
"As there always are," Precops replied. "The timing here should take precedence." Several of the other ancients nodded in agreement. "There's time," Christoph said. "I don't plan on dying today, fellas." The ancients still didn't do subtle, even after millions of years. We had operatives working throughout the Ordinal's human societies. We had people from this place, Mercury Flats, who'd been raised to infiltrate the cities of the Ordinal worlds. We had people born on those Ordinal worlds, like Talent and Z and Anga, who'd learned the truth of their societies and joined this underground resistance. We had people like us, real humans, who remembered what we once were. And we had all these ancients, each wearing a body like Rishi's, that could shapeshift and take new identities within the human cultures the Ordinals curated. Our resistance was everywhere now, and the Ordinals didn't even know we existed. The current debate was about when we changed that fact, when we announced ourselves to both the humans of this time and their Ordinal keepers, and it was contentious.
"We should wait for Abali," Nelius stated. "The work to identify target mediums is paramount for any future program of resistance. We should not proceed without a report on his and Verona's progress." "I have some insight," Rishi stated, "if Abali is unable to make it."
No one responded, which meant they were all talking amongst themselves, as they often did, leaving us biologicals to wonder. A few seconds later, Saraswathi piped up with an explanation.
"Abali's ship has just breached the Oculus. They have arrived."
"Happy day," I said. There was a buzz among the ancients as we waited for Clemabali to make his way down to the cavern. Christoph and I looked at each other and rolled our eyes. They knew they were being rude, but whatever was bothering them was serious enough for them to ignore the fact that we were in the room, and couldn't follow the telepathic conversation that had erupted amongst them.
Talent is with him,
Rishi explained, and then she turned to the group.
You will make her feel welcome,
Rishi declared.
She has been a pivotal figure in this revolt long before any of us arrived here. This place would not exist if not for Talent, so it's as much hers as it is yours. She is to be welcomed.
Another 10 minutes passed before Bali entered with Talent and his medium arch. They were greeted by the AIs and made their way to our side of the table, where Talent embraced both us humans. It had been, I couldn't quite remember, maybe 5 years since me and Juice had seen her. She held that hug for a long time on us, especially Juice. She'd always liked him. Who didn't? As soon as they'd sat, Precops launched into a recap of the state of the human underground. You'd think these ancients, after over 1 million years of existence, would have learned to at least pretend to have some patience. But I suppose we couldn't appreciate how slowly all this unfolded before their artificial minds. Opportunities, Nelius stated after Precops was finished. That's what an open society would furnish us with. Human demands must be twofold: an autonomous human government and travel between the worlds. That seemed ridiculous to me. There was no way the Ordinals would ever accede to such monumental demands, I thought. But I also realized none of the ancients would be proposing unrealistic ideas that were poorly thought through. If Nelius was saying it, there was a strong possibility it was realistic. Rishi, observing my expression, leaned over to quietly explain. It was like she could read my mind.
They would assent as a veiled measure of control, Birch. A puppet government and travel channels that give people the illusion of freedom.
Why would Nelius push for concessions if they're only going to be symbolic?
There's always chaos in transition, and travel, even tightly controlled, will allow us more options for moving human agents and information, limited as we are in ships.
Rishi was doing her best to translate, but it was clear there was another whole set of conversations happening beneath the surface, because the ancients kept looking at each other, exchanging looks, and, at times, their eyes would suddenly incline in the same direction as though one of them had made a cogent point. Meanwhile, on the surface, we humans were talking with them, which mostly meant they were asking Abali questions about Talent's cells in Reckler City. Their line of questioning seemed to imply that Reckler was where they wanted to focus their uprising, or whatever it was they were plotting. For a while, Rishi got in on their little telepathic data exchange, and then she looked over at us and explained the AIs were asking about the bipals. Rishi had spent enough time among those elusive technologicals to understand their thinking. All of it was a bit too confusing for me to follow. Then, in the middle of the meeting, Rishi and all the ancients paused and looked up as though taking in some new data.
The Oculus, Rishi explained. An unscheduled ship. It's pinging with the correct key.
One of our ships? I asked.
An ordinal ship,
Rishi answered.
A new one.
The ancients looked at each other awkwardly, suspending their questioning of Abali, who looked over at Rishi. She just shrugged. What is it, ship? I asked her.
Don't worry, Birch. You're about to find out.
We sat there quietly for several minutes, waiting for the trouble to arrive. The AIs looked properly bothered by the new arrival. Then the door to the cavern slid open, and in walked Mycon. We shall speak plainly, Milliner, Mycon said. No data transference. I, for one, valued the human's input as much as yours.
Then speak, Saraswati said. You must have something to say. Or did you just want to show off that new ship you've stolen?
The Ordinals know something is afoot, Mycon said, pulling out a chair and sitting. They don't know what's happened, but they know something has happened. I decided to take advantage of their confusion. So you stole an Ordinal ship? Boggs said. Is that wise, given their suspicions? This phase of the resistance is ending, Mycon answered. We all know it. We have been planning it for decades. Eventually, the technologicals will realize that there are humans waking up to their oppression. In that spirit, I have begun taking what I can, before they wake up to our existence, and enact security measures accordingly. The ship is a minor coup. The 4 unconscious mediums inside are the prize. I suggest they should not be the last of their kind we abscond with. I didn't need to be privy to their lines of communications to know that collection of ancient AIs would be furiously firing calculations and counter-calculations back and forth, despite Mycon declaring they should speak things through for our benefit. No one had discussed anything like Mycon's latest move, nor calculated for it. That was still Mycon's art after a full mess of eons, doing the inconceivable and irreconcilable and changing the paradigm. A few seconds passed, and for us human-level thinkers, that meant a hell of a lot of time and discussion had passed amongst those ancients. Enough talk, Mycon said, gesturing toward me and Kristoff. The time and manner of death for these gentlemen should be their choosing, not ours. And that was the first hint we got of their intention to use our deaths to aid their revolution. Rishi insisted we needed to talk after the meeting with the ancients broke, and, she confessed, that the AIs had been discussing the matter amongst themselves for years now. How would we die? And if we had to die, would there be a way for them to take advantage of it? Given that we all thought our deaths would be more like a departure than a genuine death, a trip back to our real bodies and our real lives back in the battery, Juice and I weren't all that offended by the AIs putting our deaths into their calculations. I was more irritated by the thought that they'd all been discussing it and Rishi hadn't told us. There was a lot she didn't tell me these days. Part of it was that I couldn't keep track of it all anymore. And the other part was that it was all abstract. At least a lot of it was. Everything happening that was of consequence happened outside Mercury Flats. All I did was mill about, occasionally talking to the youngsters around here about the history of the battery, at least to the point I knew it, first-hand human experience. Rishi walked back up to Juice's with me. Mycon told us he'd be up to have a word with us, but the rest of the AIs were pretty furious with him, to put it in human terms. He'd shaken up all their calculations. Verona, Abali, and Arch stayed down with Mycon. Abali had been planning for ages to get his hands on more mediums. One medium could deprogram a person in an instant, where traditionally it had taken decades of slow work to get the people in this time to accept the reality that the ordinals had turned them into obedient pets. If he and Arch could figure out how to reprogram the mediums in the same way, it would instantly multiply the potency of the human underground's reach. When we got up to Juice's flat, Lyra and her son Kieran were there. She'd been in Mercury Flats since we'd first arrived, and she'd taken a liking to Juice, to the extent that they'd remained close friends through the years. There was nothing more to it than that, so far as we knew. Lyra had gone through several partners amongst her own people, and none of them had seemed bothered or threatened by her close kinship with one of the old folks. It wasn't surprising to see her there, waiting for us. And it wasn't surprising when Kristoff told Rishi and me that he didn't want to discuss the meeting any further. Juice got tired of that stuff pretty quickly these days. So Rishi and I walked back up to my flat, and I knew she was going to dive back into the whole thing, if only to help her process what was important to me about it. I cared, but I also didn't think an old buck like me was capable of doing much to shift the course of history anymore. Hell, even in my prime I didn't figure myself capable of that much. We'd hardly stepped through the doorway before she started. We stood at the flat-top counter, as I often preferred to sitting.
Birch, she began, we need to talk about going back.
Yeah, I figured. What about it?
There's been a lot of discussion amongst the ancients. They've recently been briefing me on the artifacts that brought us here.
Why did they wait till now?
They only have theories. The artifacts remained a closely guarded secret, and their workings eluded hundreds of generations of researchers, so they don't have anything definitive to tell us, just their best guess.
Well, what do they say?
They think we should all go back together, temporally speaking.
Meaning we should all die at the same time?
Exactly.
Have you discussed this with Abali and Verona? That could be a problem for them. I've gotten the sense, especially from Verona, that she's awful invested here. Rishi shrugged.
I want to discuss it with you first. You're most important to me, Birch.
That's touching and all, Ship, but there's 5 of us.
4.
I was talking about Abali, too.
Abali came on his own,
Rishi insisted. Sure, but he and Verona have been joined at the hip ever since we came, and I'm not sure whether he ever wants to go back.
The AIs feel that the timeline is too short, or at least they did before Mycon pulled his latest stunt.
They could find a way to smooth that over, I'm sure.
Nobody wants to be direct about it, Birch, but it's really up to you and Christoph.
We understand.
We could stay longer, Birch.
I knew what she was talking about. We'd discussed it before a few times, and she knew I didn't like the idea much. Even if the Ordinals hadn't mastered it, the AIs certainly knew the way. Pure genetic immortality, no strings attached, no brittle vessel walls, no painful transformation like Abali and Verona had undergone, no loss of emotional feeling or significance, just a simple injection and about 6 months of slow transition back to the prime of youth. You know how I feel about it, Ship.
Do you know how I feel about it, Birch?
My best guess is that you like the idea. You haven't brought it up much, and I know you've been delicate about it, but my sense is that you're trying hard not to be pushy, which means you've thought about it, and you have an opinion.
Of course I do.
But you haven't been pushy here, because this life, this second life, this is like a test run for you, at least as far as you and I are concerned. Am I pretty close to the mark?
You know me well enough.
And you know me, I said.
I do.
So this is you being pushy before it means anything.
Have you considered my feelings, Birch?
Every day, Ship. Every day.
Do you know how difficult it is to see you struggle?
How could I know a thing like that, Rishi? All I can do is imagine.
I have a perfect memory, Birch.
So you say.
It means I'll remember everything, and remember it forever. Tragedies are written into my memory with perfect fidelity.
Just as joys are, no?
There are more of them, but they're not as vivid.
Look, I get it, Ship. You don't want to be crying over me, or whatever you do, for 200 years after I die. But I am going to die. All of us humans are.
You don't get it, Birch,
she said, looking over at me with genuine anguish on her face, an emotion I rarely saw from her.
I won't mourn you for centuries. I'll mourn you forever, and I'll miss you forever, and I'll never be able to forget you.
I don't know what to do about that, Ship.
I'm asking you about it now.
What, and just stay here? The door was open. I turned when I saw a shadow creep into the front entrance of my flat, followed by the shadow's caster. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting, Nelius said, stopping in the doorway. I can come back in a bit. Nah, don't go anywhere, I told him. Come in, old-timer. We were just discussing the finer points of immortality. So I heard, Nelius stated. There are points, Birch, but there is much to be said for you mortals as well. That was his way of placating us both, saying something without saying something. Nelius was like that. Clever, and I dare say manipulative. He hadn't said 2 words in the meeting, but it always seemed to go like that. You wouldn't remember remembering that he had a position. Somehow you knew Nelius would always end up on the winning side of the argument. And despite knowing that, I also liked him as much as any of the ancients, with the exception of Mycon, maybe. Abali and Verona are coming up, he announced. They have plans for the mediums, provided Arch can break through to them. We're very optimistic. That's fine, I stated. It wouldn't hurt to have more like Arch around. Maybe you can have one of them suck the memories of me right out of Rishi when I die.
I don't want to forget you, Birch, you asshole. You can disagree without being cruel.
I'm not certain I can, and that's the problem. I can come back when the others arrive, Nelius offered.
This is just a longer conversation,
Rishi said.
And we'll need to have it later when we have more time.
Come on in, old man, and take a load off, I said to Nelius. I'd offer you something to drink, but, you know. It would just be performative for the both of us, he said. By the way, Kellen asked me to say hi to you, Birch. She and Z and Enga. It strikes me that she's still rather fond of you. Which one was Kellen again? I have some trouble remembering.
She's Talent's second cousin,
Rishi said. Oh, the kid.
She hasn't been a kid for nearly 50 years, Birch.
I still remember her as a teenager, Ship. You know what I mean. She is still fond of you, Birch, Nelius said. I could tell.
You should have seen her when she was a teenager, Rishi said. She had a crush on old Helicon Birch.
Be good, Ship. She was a kid. Anyway. Nelius was just sitting down as Verona and Abali arrived. Arch tailed in behind them. Abali gestured toward the door with his head. That meant he didn't want us being overheard.
Where's Talent?
Rishi asked. She's with the Athosian, Abali said, almost spitting the word Athosian, which is how he referred to Mycon. He offered to introduce Talent to some of her human counterparts here in the flats. So what's the news then? I asked them as they filed in. Verona and Abali sat on the sofa, and Arch, awkward as ever, stood in the corner with all the personality of an Ateran strike bot. He cast a distant stare through the wall behind me as he stood there.
You want to tell them the good news, Arch?
Verona stated.
I am indifferent,
The medium answered.
but if you would prefer.
Please, dear thing,
Rishi said, taking my hand in hers, more a gesture to me than an outward sign to anyone else in the room.
We have learned from the mediums Mycon abducted that they are more than mere clone genetic copies. They are, in fact, identical copies.
Isn't that what a clone is? I asked him.
Correct. But it was assumed that because I was able to individuate when separated from the Ordinal's programming, that mediums were individuated beings. They are not. They are copied mentally as well as physically. All that changes between one unit and another, in any meaningful sense, is their programming.
Why is that important? I asked.
They can't tell each other apart, Verona said. Even to the Ordinals, a medium is a medium is a medium. It makes their kind infinitely easier to use as a vector for infiltration. Arch would merely need to play the role of a medium operating within the system, not any specific medium. Every single one of them is a vulnerability if we can rewrite them.
There's a lot to discover, Abali stated. But me and Arch, we're going to figure it out. Aren't we, Blue?
Correct.
Arch answered.
If we can overwrite them,
Verona said,
we could grow our network exponentially faster.
I have calculated the exponent.
Arch said.
Thus far, our resistance has been crawling. Soon we shall stand and run.
Rishi exchanged an extended look of amazement with Verona.
Excellent metaphor, Arch, she stated.
Thank you,
Arch answered.
Kayela and Boggs have been working with us to improve his abstract thinking,
Verona stated.
Talent is helping as well.
Tremendously.
Arch stated.
We are making progress. Not exponentially, but linear progress.
It shows, old boy, I told him. It really shows.
Thank you, old man,
he returned in his typical deadpan. I suppose one could only expect so much.
We heard you discussed returning to the battery,
Verona said.
That's a long overdue conversation,
Rishi replied. Yeah, a real fun one, I stated. Not at all fraught. Verona looked around, sensing some of the tension flaring up again at the mention of the topic. She met eyes with a few of us, and when nobody spoke, she did.
I'm not going back with you,
Verona stated.
We've discussed it.
You have, Rishi said.
That could complicate matters when we return, to say the least.
As the old man in the room, I'm allowed to be blunt, Verona, I said. How long do you expect us to wait for you out in the middle of open space? If we don't all go back at the same time, we have no idea how long that artifact is going to hold you over, year to year.
You can take my ship,
Verona said.
I don't care. You have work to do back there, too,
Rishi protested.
Somebody needs to talk to Edis Ali back in our time. Edis Ali can go to hell,
Verona said.
In any time.
Nelius looked over at Rishi, and just as that uncomfortable silence was surpassing the one Rishi and I had initiated, the door opened, and in strolled Mycon. We're having plenty of fun ourselves, I stated, turning toward our ancient ally. But I bet you're having an even better day than we are. I think today was a very successful day, Mycon insisted, smiling. The others are yet to be convinced. Well then, what sort of mischief is happening with this lot? Mycon had a way about him among his fellow ancients that I'd never seen back in the Battery. Not that I knew him for nearly as long back then. He drove the others crazy because he was so unpredictable. The way I figured it, he just never wanted anyone, human or AI, to know what he was up to. Mostly, he spent his days impersonating ordinal tech to get a sense of their culture's inner workings. For decades, he'd hidden as a maintenance bot, leaping, as it were, from shell to shell, while on their massive ordinal complex. When I asked him what it was like, he said I wouldn't recognize much about their society. Their home planet didn't even have a name in any sense that we'd have one, just a numbered designation and coordinates. And, because they were technologicals, they didn't have much space that we would traditionally recognize as a spaceport. There were kilometer-long banks of processors that ran alternatively off solar power and vacuum generators when the outpost was compelled to move to a darker portion of space. From the way Mycon described their capital, it seemed like one giant planet-sized hive brain that ran the human worlds as an afterthought. And with all that processing power, Mycon told me, they ran simulations. What for? I asked him one time. What are they thinking about with all that brain power? They're generating futures, he told me. Not so much simulating them, but bringing the right ones into being. Mycon didn't have much more to say beyond what he'd already told everyone at the conference. We'd need to wait to see what Arch could do with the new mediums to formulate a strategy for deploying them as assets, if we could at all. After that impromptu meeting up in my flat, Abali, Mycon, and Nelius asked me if I'd come for a walk with them. I thought it was a little strange, because usually they'd have included Rishi, but I got a strange sense they didn't want her around. We ended up all the way on Abali's ship. It was empty. Suddenly I got the feeling we were doing something off-book, so to speak, some secret mission or something. Birch, Abali said as I sat, the problem with these ancients is that they're AIs. They're going to get all these people killed. The Ordinals will wipe the people out, Mycon insisted. If the humans become a problem for them, the Ordinals would just as soon restart a new population, rather than grapple with a problematic one. So what do you want to do about it? I asked Abali. You have some better idea? In fact, I do, Mycon said, and Nelius is in agreement. We think it is a fatally flawed idea to reveal the scope of the human uprising. But you, Birch, are an entirely unknown commodity to them. We would like you to confront the Ordinals directly. Directly? Yes, Mycon said. When you confront them, they will have no sense of the Resistance's scope, and they will be forced to take you seriously. I will give you a script to follow, Nelius said. Some of it will not make sense to you, Birch. Why's that? I asked him. Because it's about the future, Abali stated. Not that it should come as a shock to you, Birch, but we haven't shared everything we know. The ancients have been useful getting us to this point. They have no idea what's coming. And you do? I do, Abali insisted. It goes back all the way to the Battery. Nelius knows. The short of it is that this shift in paradigm must occur, or it will destroy humanity in the future and change the Battery you go back to. I don't understand. There's one more thing, Birch, and this will be the most difficult part, Mycon said. You may not share any of this with anyone. Not even Rishi? Especially not Rishi, Nelius said. You might have noticed that at times the ancients are wary of her, as though they're waiting for her to do something bad. I've had that feeling sometimes. The Rishi most of us remember from before was very different from your Rishi, Birch. What do you mean different? Not exactly an ally, I should say, Nelius said. She changes, Mycon said, rather dramatically. Most of the ancients never knew our Rishi. They knew the one she became. I'd like to know about that, I told them. If she's going to go off the rails, I need to know. We've discussed this, Birch, Mycon told me. I will not tell you your future. That doesn't make sense. We're here now, changing the future for these people. Why not take advantage of the opportunity to change things here from our own time? Wouldn't that be the most effective way? You will walk through your life as you will, Birch, Mycon said. We trust you to do the right things. But not Rishi? Perhaps she has already seen enough here, Nelius said. Perhaps this experience will have changed her perspective enough to change outcomes. I don't understand. We don't need you to understand, Birch, Bali stated. We just need you to trust us enough to do what we need you to do. And what do you need me to do? As we said, Mycon responded, we need you to confront the Ordinals directly. It will be your final act here in this time. We will let you know when. We need to go back together, I told them. Me and Juice and Rishi. Let us worry about all that, Birch, Mycon said. I'm afraid I won't remember these things you're asking. Arch will help you with that, Abali said. That scares the hell out of me. We know, Birch, Mycon said. We're certain you've been through far more traumatic experiences in your life. Your record, the life you know and the life to come. We know you to be the most trustworthy of our compatriots. It's why we're asking you. Ah, hell. Just tell me what to do. I was getting frustrated and cantankerous. You'll know when it's time, Abali said. Just be patient and don't say anything to anyone. I didn't much care for the subterfuge, especially with Rishi. And to say I didn't understand what the hell was going on sold it short. The future, the past, Rishi supposedly going rogue, Arch putting stuff in my mind, confronting the Ordinals. Verona showed up and offered to walk with me back to my flat. She was very cheerful that day, I remember, in a way Verona rarely was.
Time is a funny thing,
I remember her telling me on that walk.
We think it's regular and linear until we don't anymore. And then we wonder how the things we're doing defy it. Lately, Birch, I've been getting the sense that we just might be right where we're supposed to be, doing the things we've always done before.
It was almost as if that whole day had been an odd dream. Those meetings and conversations. And the following day, when Abali and Talent, Mycon and Nelius, and half the rest of the ancients went off again, it was like it had never happened. Juice and I went back to playing Sabaka, and I went back to teaching the youngsters in Mercury Flats their history lessons. Or at least the history I could speak to. Mostly it was telling stories. Stories of war, stories of life growing up in a free society in the letters. A lot of them wanted to hear about Athos and other magnificent places humans had built with their own ingenuity and metal. I often wondered, as they did when I told them these stories, when they might be free to do great deeds like that again. Build societies and structures, fight and fail, be emboldened, grow. In other words, be human. We do that now, Birch, Kieran told me one day when I voiced that question. To fight the Ordinals is to be human. This is our calling. I suppose you're right, I said. This is what you teach us, Kieran said. With old folks, it is easy to forget sometimes. Rishi tells us this. Yeah, we forget, I conceded. I'm not sure how many months passed between the day of those meetings and the time Juice started to really go downhill, but it had to be around 6 months, and I remember the exact moment. It was like something in him had just made the decision that it was time to check out. I went over to his flat to see him. I set up the sticks and helped him over to the table. He didn't want anything to do with the game. He told me it was long since time to go. Is it a blessing or a curse for you, Birch? He asked. What? Living and dying, he said. I mean, we assume we're going to go back again and get to live our lives over again from the time we left. Not so many people get that. That's a fact. I suppose a lot of people think they'd wish it. I don't know, Christoph. This has always sort of felt like purgatory for me. We've been here doing what little we can, a small part, but it seems like we're actors in our own time. Not here. We properly belong there.
You more than any of us, Christoph said.
Oh? They still haven't told you, Birch? Mycon and Rishi? Told me what? You have a role to play in history. Don't we all? Not like you, Christoph said. Maybe I wasn't supposed to hear. Oh, I'm definitely not, I said. All I know is Rishi's been acting strange about it. About a lot of things. I need to go back to Charis, Birch. I was thinking the other day, maybe it was yesterday. Hell, I was thinking. Take your time, old man, I said. Juice was laboring to remember. He seemed frustrated anyway. Back then, I thought I had time. I kept telling myself I'd go back later, in the future, maybe when the sting of it wore off. I'm not following you, Juice. Tashini, he said. The thing I learned here in this life is how fast it happens. How fast you get too old, too tired to do the things you need to do. You got something to do on Charis? On Tashini? I never buried my wife. I wasn't sure if he was thinking straight. They all deserve a proper burial. But Christoph, there's what, 500,000 Baroche on that planet? More? Doesn't matter if it's 1 or 1,000,000, Birch. They were people. They deserve to be remembered. I always thought it, and I felt guilty for leaving them there. Survivor's guilt, sure, that's normal. But you can't locate, identify, and bury 500,000 people single-handed. That's why I need to go to Charis, to find some people, to ask for help, and to do it while I'm still young enough to do it, because I've learned here that capability goes fast. Just look at us. He held out his wrinkled old hands, looking at his limbs shaking from the strain of holding them up. Then he shook his head in disgust as his tired old hands dropped. I get what you're saying now, I told him. That's what I need to do when we go back to our time. Well, we'll help you any way we can, I offered. You've got your own work to do, Birch. I understand. It's just like Lita. Sometimes our ways part, as much as we wish they didn't have to. I love you guys. Love you too, brother. You've been a great friend to all of us. Always will be again if we don't die when we die this time. I just hope we remember this place. Me too, Juice. Me too. I've learned a lot here, that's certain. I don't want to play this game anymore, Birch. I'm tired. He slumped back in his chair and didn't have much more to say. I stayed with him a while, quietly enjoying his company. A little while later, Lyra came by to stay with him. It wasn't much more than a month after that, before he was on his way out. One thing I remembered for certain was that day Rishi and I had rescued the ancients from that bunker under Reckler City. She never told the others that she'd found her own processing core in that collection of ancients, and she'd asked me to do the same and keep it secret. I had the sense the rest of them were happy about that. Nobody would talk about it directly with me, but there was more than enough indirect to draw some inferences, especially with the way Rishi had been acting lately. My guess was that according to their history, parts of which I did know, Rishi had been the first bipal, the cat that had got out of the bag, so to say. And as much as she'd gotten along with Mycon in our time, well, there was a whole lot of timeline to come, and a whole lot of room to not see eye to eye over the course of another 2 million years. The only way for us to be certain about the rest of the timeline was to embody Rishi's ancient core, which she'd planned on doing when it came time for her to go back to the battery with us. It was confusing, but I had that part straight. As soon as Juice died, Rishi was going to have her core removed, and I would take her 2 million-year-old core and put it right back into her body. That was Rishi's plan anyway.
I've prepped my body, so that it should go seamlessly,
she told me that week. I didn't know exactly what that meant, but Rishi assured me it would be easy. Things were coming together fast, getting hectic. The ancients and the humans here in Mercury Flats were furiously preparing for their coup as well. I have to say I was confused about that. I had a role to play in the ancients' uprising, apparently, but Nelius had made it clear Mycon was going to pull me away from Reckler before it ever materialized. Then suddenly, Christoph was dying. It was a sad day. We believed we were going home, sure, and for us, that meant we weren't properly dying in the strictest sense. But for everyone here, we were dying in the regular sense. For Kieran and Lyra, they were losing a friend who'd been a part of their lives for their entire lives. And we were a part of their history they could never get back. Real living humans from the Battery. The time of free peoples. Many of the people of Mercury Flats wanted to come and pay their respects, but Christoph was in no shape to see anyone. Only the closest and the caretakers were allowed to file in. Rishi and I went down to see him, and he was hardly aware of our presence. We said goodbye and told him we'd see him soon, back on the other side. Then Rishi and I left. It was time for her core transfer. Time for me to meet the Rishi of this time. Rishi, the first bipal. We walked back to my flat together. I asked Rishi if she was sure she wanted me to do it. I could have gotten one of the techs from the flats to make sure the job was done correctly, but she was insistent. She'd made step-by-step recordings. They'd had enough experience waking up the ancients that she wasn't concerned there'd be any problems. Rishi had procured all the tools I needed, and I have to say, the process was a lot easier than I thought it would be. I had half her head taken apart and was about to take out the processing core when she stopped me.
"I'll see you again soon, Birch,"
she said.
"We have a lot to talk about."
"Sure, Ship. I'll be back in a couple days, I guess. I just hope everything goes okay here."
"You're nervous about something."
"The other you. I'm not so sure. 1,000,000 years is a long time. What if you changed? What if you're not the same person as you are now?"
"I could live 100 million years, Birch, and you'd never have anything to fear from me. I love you. Old, young, and every day in between."
"I know, Ship. I'm not afraid. Curious, I guess." She reached down to the table where all the tools were spread out in proper order, and she took up that other core in her hand, holding it there.
"I'm curious as well, Birch,"
she said.
"I always have been. But our future is not for us to know, but to live when the time comes. It's time for us to get back to it."
"All right," I told her. "Let me finish, and I'll see you back at the Battery. I suppose there's no need to get all overly emotional about things. It's just another kind of door to walk through."
"Right, Birch. Don't linger. I'll be waiting for you."
So I told her I'd see her soon and followed her directions on popping out her core. Then, I slowly inserted the other Rishi into the housing, which I'd pulled from her head. There were quite a few steps to it after that, but she left good directions, and after another half hour or so, I was ready to put her head back together again. Her eyes didn't pop open suddenly or anything like that, but Rishi had prepared me that after all that time idle, it would take some time for the core's pathways to reawaken. It was like she was properly asleep, and as I was waiting for her to wake up, I got curious about the other Rishi, my Rishi. I'd put her core on the work table with the tools, but I picked it up again, wondering if it would be possible for someone here to use it, to bring her back here. But no sooner had I picked it up than it started to disintegrate in my fingertips. A few seconds later, my Rishi had turned to dust. I got word that afternoon that Christoph had passed. I'd hardly had a chance to process that reality before 10 different people were calling for me. Despite that, everything seemed too quiet. Sounds seemed to echo. The ancients were expecting me to be on the next ship to Reckler, and, of course, Nelius pinged me to remind me of our secondary arrangement. Rishi still hadn't woken up. The ancients were expecting to lose Rishi as well as Juice and me, so I had an out if someone came asking after her. But the longer it took for her to wake back up, the more doubt came creeping into my mind. It wasn't anything specific, just the little things that had been said. That and the way the ancients had acted around my Rishi. The quiet caution. If there was a problem, I wasn't going to have a lot of time to get to the root of it. They were already pinging me to get down to the ship, and I sure didn't figure it'd be decent to leave Rishi in my flat, functionally unconscious, with nothing but the briefing files my Rishi had prepared for her. That'd be no proper welcome to the future for her. So I told the ship they had to wait. I was having a hard day. Kieran and Lyra showed up at my door. They came to say goodbye to me, but really, I think they were more looking to commiserate on the loss of their friend Christoph. I invited them in without saying anything about Rishi. It was a strange state of things, because they knew Christoph wasn't properly dead, that he'd gone back where we belonged. But to them, he might as well have been dead. For me, though, it was tough to get in that headspace, because I was heading that way too. They were properly broken up, devastated.
"We don't know how to do this,"
Lyra said to me through steady tears. They sat in my front room, and I offered them a drink. They didn't want anything, though.
"I have been trying to help Kieran to understand, but the truth is that I don't understand."
Death is like that, I told her.
"Have you lost many friends?"
Kieran asked me. Far more than I'd have liked.
"And you will miss us too, Birch?"
I sure will, Kieran. You folks are some of the nicest people I've ever met, all the way around. I'm happy Christoph is coming back with me. That way we'll be able to share a lot of the same memories of you when we get back.
"Is it always so hard, this death? I just feel empty,"
Lyra said.
"It hurts so much, it must be wrong."
No, ma'am. That's it. That's just how it feels. Same awful gut-pulling sensation in any time.
"I don't want him to be gone,"
Kieran said.
"You either, Birch. I loved your history lessons. We will never meet another one like you."
I smiled at the young man. No, I don't suppose you will. They stayed for a bit longer, just sitting, before saying their goodbyes to me. They knew I was off to Reckler, and they knew I wasn't coming back either. I hugged them both and waved a final goodbye as they walked out. Just then, I was fixing to go check on Rishi in the back bedroom when she came strolling out into the front room, a look of utter shock and disbelief on her face.
"How is it possible?"
she said.
"I thought it was your voice."
"It's me," I said. "You, the other you. She left you some files to absorb that'll more or less tell you the story." Rishi came over to me and embraced me. She stared right at me, holding my face in her hands.
"Birch, where are we? How are you alive?"
"We don't have much time," I told her, "but we can talk on the way to Reckler. It's a lot to process, I know. It was for us. We've just had a lot longer to figure things out."
"Stop,"
she said.
"Just stop. I haven't seen this face in so much time you cannot possibly imagine. You've grown old, Birch."
"You need to absorb the files," I told her. "She left them in a hard sleeve in your front pocket."
"You don't remember anything, do you?"
Rishi said to me.
"You don't remember how we parted?"
"Much of what we lived together? I haven't lived yet. I grew old here. Just please, the files will make more sense than anything I could try to tell you." I broke away from her and pinged Boggs, who'd had the ship standing by for us, awaiting my say-so to get the engine started. I told him we'd be down presently, and then told Rishi it was time to go. I could tell by the way she looked at me. She'd reviewed her counterpart's files.
"You don't know anything, Birch. My God, what are you doing? What have you done?"
It was a relatively quick jump from Mercury Flats to Reckler, and with Boggs there, it left little time for Rishi and I to talk things through. Anything she did say to me made almost no sense to me. and she was struggling with my perspective. In her world, she told me, we'd never done this, never gone forward in the timeline. It was some kind of mad time travel paradox. How could we have done it without doing it? My very presence proved we'd already done it, in which case, so had Rishi. I got the sense she was angry, and it was the kind of deep anger I didn't dare go picking at that scab. 1,000,000 years deep, maybe 2.
You don't understand what you're doing,
she said to me as Boggs brought the ship into Reckler.
You're all fools. I still remember loving you, Birch. I truly did.
It was night, but the morning would be breaking soon, and with it, the Ancients' plot to bring a new era to humanity. The way Rishi was looking at me let me know she didn't think much of their plan. I hadn't told her what was really happening, though, and because I hadn't told my Rishi, I didn't figure there was any way this Rishi could have known.
All these years,
she said as the cruiser glided us along the outskirts of the crater.
And you didn't think to wake me till now.
Really, it was your call, ship, not mine. And she said it wasn't possible to learn our futures before they happened. Something about the rules of the artifact.
I need to tell you 1,000,000 things, Birch. I could have told her 1,000,000 things. So many mistakes. You don't even know who your enemies are.
There's a lot we don't know yet, ship, but we'll get there. We always do. We landed along the crest of the crater that surrounded the city of Reckler. At that hour, there weren't many lights, just the needlepoint glow of the tower at the center of the city. Boggs wished us well on our journey back to the battery. You know what to do, Birch, he told me, and I nodded as though I was ready to go along with their plan. Just down the Maker's Trail, you'll find 2 of our agents awaiting your arrival. The code word is Sparks. Those that speak it are your guides. Rishi seemed genuinely surprised when I didn't go down that trail after Boggs took off. She followed me curiously, though she didn't directly ask. As the sky began to glow a dull gray, we stepped down beneath the ridge and into Clemabali's cave. Inside was Talent, who told us we had another ship to catch.
Quick, hurry, she said. Before the light. Hours ago we should have gone, yes.
It was cutting it so close that Talent pinged Abali. He swooped down to the edge of the crater a few minutes later and picked us up. It was all getting too confusing for me to keep track of, especially now since my Rishi wasn't there to help with the ins and outs. When we got aboard Clemabali's ship, we were greeted by Verona, Arch, Abali himself, and Mycon.
Nelius couldn't make it,
Verona said once we'd been seated and took off.
Well, isn't that a pity?
Rishi said, the bitterest words I'd ever heard escape her mouth. It had been such a long day I started dozing, or maybe it was the drink they'd given me to help relax. Abali said Arch had some work to do on me. Rishi stayed beside me as Arch prepared me to have my message to the ordinals imprinted on my brain. He told me that it would feel a little funny, and that it would hurt. The funny feeling I don't remember. The pain was another matter. It turned out that we were right all along to have been scared to death of these mediums. Arch's forearm had an attachment on it that was nanotech, a liquid metal that he stretched to a sharp point, like a bee's stinger, that he inserted into the back of my neck and up my spinal column into my brain. There, he read a few things, like my disposition toward the mission, wrote a few things, like my message to the ordinals, and changed a few things, telling me that my death would be soon, quick, and painless. The whole thing hurt like hell, even with the anesthetic. What did you do to me, Arch? I said, grabbing the back of my neck when he was done.
Prepared you,
he said.
Now you are ready to meet the ordinals.
Then we said our goodbyes. It was a strange several minutes, because for Mycon and Arch, it was a genuine goodbye, but both of them were more or less emotionless creatures. Verona and Abali both expected to see me again sometime back in the battery, so it was more like a see you soon. Then, when I was alone with Rishi for a moment, she cussed me out, damn near growling at me that she couldn't believe I was doing it to her again. Leaving her, I presumed she meant. I'd have thought Rishi, my Rishi, would have explained well enough, but this Rishi was shaping up a lot different from what we'd expected. Even when she did say goodbye earnestly after all that anger, it didn't seem genuine. There was a little something extra, a look that seemed to me like she wanted to say, "I'll show you, old-timer. Just you wait." Then Arch loaded me into this pillbox. It was this futuristic-looking, deep-space traveling escape pod. Mycon had programmed it to meet up with the Ordinal's homeworld, if you could call their home a world. Really, the way he explained it was more like a planet-sized computer floating in space, and that was where all the Ordinals lived. Arch told me that was how the mediums underwent intermittent reprogramming. So there were points in the Ordinal machine designed specifically to do intake on mediums, traveling as I would be in a space box meant for a medium. The Ordinals would be in for a surprise when they opened up this box.
I have overwritten neural pathways to break down if they attempt to read you or pull your data.
Arch told me as they were helping me get settled in the pillbox. Read my data, huh?
Yes, they will doubtless attempt to search your brain. When they do, your neural pathways will disintegrate. I have ensured your death will be painless, Birch.
Well, thanks for that, Arch. Good luck to you, old buddy. I'll do my best.
I am sure you will. Good luck to you in past times, Hale Birch. I have enjoyed your company.
The last thing I saw as they were closing down the lid was Rishi's eyes, and she was shaking her head, her hand over her mouth, looking angry. I guess my Rishi and I didn't fully think it through from her perspective. Here I was, leaving her again. As far as the leaving went, the actual leaving part went easy. Arch must have done something in that regard to make the travel feel quick and peaceful, because I hardly remember a thing except feeling a subtle bliss and relaxation as the hours flew by. I have no idea how long I was in that pillbox for. When I came out of it, it was more that I got pulled out than I got out, kind of like I was a piece of the greater machinery, getting plugged into the vast planetary hub of the Ordinals. My eyes told me I was in another similar box of some kind, connected to their hub. I saw clean metal, lots of little indicator lights of something, and it was cold, damn cold. Then it was data and feelings. I felt the puncture at the back of my skull, like Arch had done. I got the powerful feeling that I was standing in the presence of a vast collective of hyper-intelligent beings, and the only thing I could compare it to would be standing on the shore of an ocean, looking out as far as the horizon goes, and knowing that the waters go just as deep as they do far. The Ordinals were shocked, I guess you could say, but that's more an emotion than anything, and they weren't emotional about it. They knew me, and by me, I mean Hale Birch. They knew who I was. It wasn't just surprise that a willful human had shown up in their medium pipeline making demands. It was a bit like if Epicurus or Napoleon or Paganini had shown up in the Battery complaining about the state of things, making demands. I didn't figure I'd done anything in my life to make a famous man of myself to that degree, at least thus far. So I spent most of the exchange that I should have been paying attention to what the Ordinals were communicating, thinking about what I could be going back to in the Battery to make myself a historical figure of such significance. I was baffled. Then my brain started spilling out the messages Arch had programmed into me. I remember hearing that part thinking, I'm not so sure I'd be speaking to them like that. I told them I'd been there for half a century, and that I had human agents ready to rise up against them all over their territories, from Urel to Reckler to Karsk, all the way out to their boundary worlds like Estes and Cenavitas. Not only that, I told them I'd been negotiating with the Bipals for better terms, and that I knew enough to tip the balance and break their treaties, cutting the Ordinals from the inside out. My demands were the same as we talked about at Mercury Flats. Freedom of movement between the worlds and a human government for the people. In the box, I could hear all these different tones, honks and barks and wails, and it was like the light was looking at me, inspecting what I was, how it was possible I was me, attempting to explain the inexplicable. Then I could feel it. They tried to read my mind. Arch said it'd be pleasant, and he wasn't lying. The pain in the back of my neck vanished into a kind of slow sensation of drifting away. I could feel the ordinals panicking as I slipped off into an old familiar place that I'd been once before. And I was ready to go. I could feel it. It felt like dying. Like the first time, it didn't last long. Or at least I didn't have a sense of it being enduring. There I was again, suited up, I knew, because the air hummed with the unmistakable echo of breath inside the architecture of a closed space helmet. Then, the space around me came into focus. I was back in the artifact. I turned my head inside my helmet at first, out of instinct, and saw the side of my helmet. Then I slowly rotated my whole body to get a sense of my surroundings.
Birch,
A familiar voice came over my comms. There were 2 people there in the interior of the artifact, and they were suited too. I couldn't see their faces, but it was strange to me that one wasn't Rishi.
Birch, are you all right?
Came a female voice from one of the suits. Verona? Is that you? Where's Rishi?
I'm on the ship with Kristoff, love.
My Rishi answered over my comms.
We've been back for an hour now, Birch. I was just getting him settled. There's nobody inside the artifact with you. It's a little disorienting coming back.
Verona flagged me over urgently with her hands. Then I could see the other face. It was Clemabali. If they weren't there, I was properly hallucinating, because I could see his face plain as day. I was certain they were truly there. What the hell did you 2 do, Birch? Abali said. Because I'm hearing Rishi's voice here. I was about to talk, and Verona gave me a sign not to say anything, and then she pulled herself over to me and dialed in comms on my forearm pad to open a secure channel among us 3. Rishi couldn't hear them, I realized. You guys weren't supposed to come back, I said. You were staying behind. Yeah, we know, Abali said. Here's the thing, though. Your girlfriend just scraped my brainstem off on my front teeth with her bare hands. I have to say it wasn't a great way to go. So what the hell, Birch?
Oh my God, you didn't,
Verona said.
Tell me you didn't find her, Birch. Please, no.
Rishi? Yeah, we found her core at the start. And Rishi waited until it was time for us to go. We switched her ancient core out in the same body earlier today. Maybe yesterday. I lost track of time. If you were any other man, Hale Birch, you'd be dying for the 2nd time today, Abali said. You are one lucky bastard the universe has plans for you. They looked at me in anger and disbelief, and I think they were uncertain of what to do. I think they thought they could hide in there without Rishi finding out. But I didn't see the sense in it. Our Rishi was still Rishi as far as I knew. Ship? I said, opening a proper channel with Verona's cruiser, Cannon. Rishi, I've got some bad news. We messed up good, I think. I'm pretty sure you, the other you, the one we left back in the future, sorry to say, but over the eons, she lost her mind. Athos. Long before the advent of the artificial beings that emerged out of the algorithms data scientists used to create the first such creatures, among the builders of the first technologicals, there was a maxim. There are truths in data. The deeper the data, the deeper the truths. In the case of the data well Major Fieldstone and the late Lieutenant Mitchell By had stolen from the Ateran archives, the well was incredibly deep. Mining the truths of it took the entire crew of the Yankee Chaos and its 2 Mycons nearly 4 weeks. And at the bottom of the well was an understanding. The corruption of Edoras was clever and complete, pervasive and permeating, obscured within the fabric of every facet of Ateran society. To fully unravel it, they would need to be able to find the loose threads in that fabric and pull on them. And to do so, They would need to be able to move about the lettered systems freely. Carolina Dreesen knew there was only one man in the galaxy who could ensure their safe passage, just as surely as she knew he had been at the root of the ships that had been stalking the Yankee chaos in recent weeks. It was time to go see him. Time to go back to Athos. Finally, it was time for her showdown with Barnard Dreesen.
Are you sure that's wise?
Ren asked Carolina across the dinner table as Carolina strapped herself in.
Wise? No, Carolina conceded. Necessary? Yes. If he's not directly pulling the strings, I know he knows who is, and I know he could ensure we got left alone. He wants me to know he's watching. That's some way to communicate with your dad, Ren said, shaking her head. Generally, my dad just pings me. Is it passive-aggressive to send mercenaries after your daughter on Athos? Or would that technically be aggressive-aggressive?
Carolina laughed and shrugged.
Just his little way of letting me know how much he misses me, I'm sure.
Carolina's voice echoing about the atrium brought Fieldstone to the table. And, even though Transom had grown to trust his fellow Terran operator, he gravitated that way as well, reluctant as he was to allow Carolina to be in the presence of a man as deadly as Fields without being close enough to react. I had a thought this morning, Fields began after he caught Carolina's attention. A loose end I'm sure they thought was tied up.
Oh?
Carolina said. I overheard that you're thinking of going to Athos. I've been thinking there's a way I might be more useful out here, rather than tagging along. Who said you were invited? Transom said, shooting a half smile in Fieldstone's direction. Yeah, asshole? If I'm not welcome on Athos, and I'm sure as hell not welcome in the Protectorate, that just about leaves one place now that I'm a traitor to Edoras too. As the conversation continued, Soch floated into the atrium alongside the embodied Mycon Prime, who was wearing the appearance of a standard Mycon shell.
Of course you're welcome on this ship, Carolina said. And anywhere she travels.
Fields nodded. I was going to say I should be out in the lettered systems anyway. I just need a new identity, if you can manage such things. What are your intentions? Transom asked. The deputy chief is almost always either moved up the ladder to war chief or directly into the EO's cabinet. So they're all on Edoras, every last one over the last 50 years that's still living. Or so I thought at first. Is one in the letters? Who? Acop Hernan, Fields answered. It's just a guess, but I think it's a good guess.
How old would he be now?
Carolina asked, her brow turned down to a skeptical grimace. Late 70s at least, Transom said. Would have to be. I don't even remember him from when I was a kid. We used to have to memorize chain of command all the way up to CIC. And, Fields continued, we know from offensive ops that the Trasp hide their dirty laundry in some of the boundary systems. We've been known to take retribution or abduct their senior officers for intel if we get a rock-solid ID on anyone important hiding out there. It'd be naive to think we don't do the same. You got a lead on any place in particular? Transom asked. Letters is a pretty large swath of the galaxy to go door to door in. You're a funny guy, Sebastian, Fields said. I had the Mycons run a probability assessment. Ernan won't be anxious to be found. But we do have our ways, don't we, Sebastian? Transom grinned.
You said you need a cover?
Carolina said.
Anything else?
A ride to the Kappas. Access to funds. What kind of overhead are we talking? Sebastian asked. Nothing major. Enough for transport, civilian expenses, room and board, light arms maybe.
That can be arranged,
Carolina said.
What are you going to do if you find him?
Depends on what the situation is. Most likely, I'll just keep eyes on him until you lot get done on Athos. Depending on what happens there, we'll see how it goes.
The Kappas aren't exactly on the way, but it's not the worst diversion either, Carolina said. Mycon, I presume you have an idea of the details?
Yes, Captain. We've prepared extensive plans, Mycon Prime answered.
Any other thoughts while we're all here?
Many, of course, Mycon answered. Perhaps you could be more persuasive than I with respect to Major Fieldstone's cover. I was unable to convince him,
Convince him of what? Carolina asked.
That he should grow a mustache. The humans in the room looked around at each other for a moment. Then all eyes converged on Fieldstone, who shook his head in exasperation. And simultaneously, with the exception of the Major himself and Transom, they all burst out laughing. Kappa Rhodia was where Carolina ultimately dropped Fields. She left him with a data package and instructions on how to release it to the public if things went terribly wrong on Athos and her other contingency failed to trigger somehow. Fields, if all went well, would hear from them again in a few weeks to regroup and report on his progress tracking down the former Terran war chief, Acop Hernan, who himself was certainly living under an alias, if he was still living. His first-hand account would go a long way to corroborating the data trail they already had in hand, which painted a clear picture of a high-level conspiracy to prolong the war. If Barnard Dreesen did anything to halt his daughter's investigation, she would make sure her data cache made its way to public prominence. Mycon had already made certain of that much, and, depending on how the conversation went, she might make it public anyway. That was contingent on what the Chancellor had to say for himself and the rest of the family. Along the way to Athos, Carolina prepared for the showdown, spending most of her time on the flight deck conferring with Mycon Prime, who knew Barnard Dreesen about as well as anyone. His manner, his education, his strategic mind. The only hole in Mycon's understanding of Carolina's father was in first-hand behavior in closed government meetings, where his kind were almost always excluded from direct participation. "Your father is a notoriously shrewd negotiator," Mycon made the mistake of saying to Carolina once during their preparations.
"I've met him,"
she spat back at the embodied Prime, who was seated beside her.
"I need to know how he's going to react to our issue set, and I need to know how to deal with his counter-arguments."
"He will not like being threatened."
"Show me a better way,"
Carolina insisted. Mycon's technological body shrugged as he stated, "I have no better suggestion. You must be prepared for him to pull you into personal territory, to blind you from his objectives with emotions he pricks with the skill of an illusionist." She'd seen it, both firsthand and with her siblings. He could make you forget about the issue and place your focus exactly where he wanted it. She'd gone up against that mind in household arguments her whole life, and never once got in her way if Barnard didn't also will it. She had to remind herself over and over as she prepared that she wasn't going to Athos to win an argument. She was confronting him to achieve an objective, getting him to back off. The Yankee chaos couldn't be a target of every mercenary in the letters if they were going to stand any chance of getting answers, and her father wouldn't grant that concession freely. She knew that much. Transom, too, had his own preparations to attend to. Unlike the others, who'd at least visited Athos before, Sebastian had never set foot on the Great Ring. The closest he'd come was a distant glance from Yankee Chaos's atrium window when Birch had picked up Carolina herself at the outlying cylinders all those months before. To say he came from a different culture, put it mildly. And it wasn't just the Athosian culture that was different. Carolina's circle, the inner Dreesen circle, was as high Athosian culture got. Carolina told him that she had enough to worry about on this visit, without the added stress of wondering whether Transom would haul off and break some over-eager admirer's arm for recognizing her and approaching too fast for his liking. There were things he could and couldn't do in the service of her security, and she insisted he either learn them or stay on the ship. "If you think you're going into that room without me at your side," Transom said, "you're mistaken, Captain."
"Very well, Sebastian. I'll expect positive progress reports from Mycon on your preparations then."
"I've never even once blown off a mission briefing, and certainly never failed to prepare for anything this important." Even as she nodded, Carolina's face betrayed her skepticism. That warrior, in that place, it was a leap of imagination that required a good deal of imagining. The most difficult part to imagine, at least for Carolina, was the part she was most hesitant to broach with Sebastian. Sure, he'd been willing to dress in some halfway passable civilian clothes when Sparrow had stranded them on Pax Heavy, but presentable out on a mining colony in the letters looked a whole lot different than even the most socially liberal areas of Athos. Ithaca, on the other hand, was a social cauldron. It wasn't merely a question of hanging clothing on Transom's frame. He had to wear them like they weren't alien attire. He needed to learn to walk beside her without projecting intent to do indiscriminate bodily harm on anyone who approached. His hair needed to be right. His hands needed about a decade's worth of manicuring.
You keep saying we're a soft people.
Carolina began the conversation about a week before their arrival.
We're going to need Harold to soften you up enough to pass for, well, not an Athosian exactly, but...
Housebroken, Transom said. I understand. I can't look like a killer. He took the news much better than Carolina had expected. It's a mission, he explained. I'll consider it a disguise. Required gear. Harold started working on his hands daily. Proper manicures, balms, and lotions. And Ren even helped out with some laser abrasion to reduce the prominence of several scars of varying size and age on nearly every finger, his palms, his left wrist.
It's like your hands have been through a meat grinder,
the good doctor said under her breath as she was working on him a few mornings before their arrival. You've got it backwards, doctor, he told her.
I've got what backwards?
My hands. They are the meat grinder. He said it in a cold deadpan, his eyes fixed right at her.
See? That. You can't say shit like that on Athos, Sebastian. God.
I'm just working it out of my system, he said with a dark grin. It wasn't until the day they dropped out in the coated lanes outside Dreesen's system before Transom would let Harold touch his hair. The bot had a mandate from Carolina about the style, which, according to the recent fashion dispatches, was current and suitable, and also quite difficult to picture on Sebastian. And as quietly curious as the others were to witness the transformation, none of them dared to encroach as Harold was styling Transom's hair. In fact, no one even knew it was done until Soch went to check on their approach and found Transom in the FO's seat behind Carolina. He looked down, floating between the captain and her bodyguard, and he gave a half look and a shrug. Looks good, he said. Interesting style. I will murder you with your own arms and legs, metal face.
I hope that's you getting it all out of your system, Sebastian,
Carolina said, shaking her head. Soch turned to Carolina. Be sure to take lots of pictures, Captain. We wouldn't want such a monumental trip to go undocumented. Your own metal limbs, Transom repeated. They'd only been in the outer system ingress lane for an hour before the ship, traveling under one of her many aliases, must have been picked out by one of the mid-system buoys. Carolina had figured it was only a matter of time. Athosian inner guard pinged several times, but it was an Iophan fighter group that responded on an intercept vector. Letters transport vessel. This is AIG approach command. We suspect you of running a fraudulent transponder signal, which is a Class 4 offense in this system. We order you to immediately identify yourself and your intentions, or we will deploy defensive measures.
Command, this is the Letters Transport Vessel Yankee Chaos, Carolina Driesen commanding. I'll be requesting a direct encrypted channel with CSOS. You can direct the staff in Mr. May's office to ping me at their leisure.
I'm sorry, Mr. May's office? In Ithaca? You want us to ping the chief of staff? Is that a joke?
No, that's correct.
Who did you say you were again, Captain?
Carolina Driesen. And to save you the follow-up question, yes, that Carolina Driesen. We're running the ship on an alias to protect my identity. I'm here to see my father. I'll need Mr. May's office to find a window in the Chancellor's schedule, as well as an inconspicuous place for us to land.
You intend to land in that vessel? In Ithaca?
Affirmative, Command.
Stand by, Yankee Chaos. This could take a bit to sort out. I presume you won't be offended if we mirror your approach.
Not at all,
Carolina said.
I'd welcome your protection.
There was a long silence. Not sure they believed you, Soch said. At least they sound like they might need some convincing. The words were hardly out of his mouth. Yankee Chaos, this is Anchor 3, AIG Approach Command. I'd just like to say, if that is you in there, Ms. Driesen, welcome home. Soch and Transom exchanged a look. The
The tone of the pilot, even over the antiquated audio channel, seemed palpably sincere. I appreciate the sentiment, A3. We'd also appreciate a quiet approach with as little fanfare as possible, if that can be arranged.
Message received, Yankee Chaos. We'll relay approach instructions as they come in. I'll be on your 8 o'clock for the duration. Do not hesitate to ping us if you need anything. Guess they didn't get the memo to shoot us out of the stars, Transom said. Thankfully. Athosian Approach Command rerouted the Yankee Chaos onto an alternate vector, one that slowed the ship and ensured they would arrive under cover of darkness, when most of Ithaca would be sleeping and few eyes would be looking up at the nanosheet, tracking incoming ships. Few ships ever arrived at that hour in Ithaca, and, surely not lost on Approach Command, was the fact that Ithaca happened to be in the natural nighttime penumbra of Athos, so the nanosheet opening to admit Yankee Chaos offered a matching black backdrop rather than the blinding white of Athos's roiling daytime clouds. To Carolina, Sebastian appeared to be curious as they approached the ring, slowly traversing the vast side wall and making the turn to the inward-facing side of the ring. Transom hardly said 2 words from the time the nanosheet opened, revealing a sea of city lights beneath them, to the time they touched down in a closed port beneath Garner Airfield, the Athosian military's preferred docking bay for visiting dignitaries and high-ranking government officials. It was nearly as secure as the congressional buildings and offices. Guess it's too late now to ask whether you're sure this was a good decision, Transom said as the airfield roof began to retract above them. No chance of shooting our way out of here.
That was never an option, no, Carolina said, letting out a nervous laugh. Leverage is our only weapon here, and hopefully it won't come to genuinely needing to wield it.
Their second Mycon, the beheaded clone, was now guiding the ship as it descended through the airfield's underground network and touched down. The airfield left instructions for them to remain on the ship for a security review. Part of the reason, no doubt, why Carolina's ship was directed to Garner Airfield in the first place. She and Mycon Prime had anticipated it and prepared everyone accordingly. Mycon himself, having taken up residence in his new shape-shifting shell, was perfectly mimicking an ordinary Andrew, whom the security officers ignored nearly as completely as their herald. They seemed far more interested in Juice's old bot George, which had been switched off for weeks in the back storage area. Base security officers didn't like the look of Soch much, as he'd done nothing to alter his appearance to make his living half more palatable to Athosian sensibilities. His metal half made that a moot point, so he figured, why bother? Ordinary base security hardly seemed to notice Transom. It wasn't until the Chancellor's guard arrived that the mood shifted. They knew exactly who Transom was, and immediately insisted on separating him completely from Carolina. She made her stance clear to them.
That is absolutely not going to happen, Mr.
Riles, the senior guard replied.
Where's Jonathan? Carolina asked Riles.
He was reassigned, Ms. Dreesen. And I should say, for the record, he was pretty bitter about it. I can assure you we will not lose our protectee in the same manner.
They fired him?
Demoted him. Carolina shook her head.
I'm sorry to hear that. And I can assure you, Officer Riles, I'll be putting in a word on his behalf while I'm here.
That's inconsequential to me, ma'am. We're here to do our job, isolating you from any potential threats. Riles' eyes tracked directly to Transom.
Oh, he's not a threat to me, Riles. But if you try to isolate me from him, that'd be a very bad tactical decision for everyone.
My orders were very clear. Transom was about to speak, and Carolina put up a finger.
Let me be clearer,
she said.
I do not step foot off this ship if Sebastian is not at my side. And if you do not like that fact, you'd better just open up the ceiling and walk back off this ship very carefully and respectfully as you go.
Riles glared over at Transom.
You may keep your distance, Carolina said. You're more than welcome to keep a perimeter. But Sebastian stays with me.
Riles snorted. I'll consult my superiors. Carolina nodded.
You do that.
I'll need the blade, though. Carolina looked over at Transom,
who glared back at Riles, wearing a dark grin. Major Pollock is well known to carry a blade, and to be quite deadly with it, Miss Dreesen, Riles said. Major Pollock is more than deadly enough without the blade, Transome said, pulling his knife from his pant leg, flipping the naked blade into his palm, and handing it, butt end first, to Officer Riles. When my crew clears your review, Carolina stated, I expect them to be given freedom of movement on the ring, as any citizen of Athos would. They're both citizens of the letters in good standing, and will be treated as such. As part of your party, I reserve the authority to put officers on their person, just as I would yours, Miss Dreesen. For your protection, of course. Carolina shook her head. They'll be free to move about unobstructed, but not unobserved. I'm sure you'll understand why I might be extra cautious, considering the fate of my predecessor, Riles said. I don't intend to be made a fool of. That's fine, Carolina said. Just as long as you don't intend to hold them here like prisoners on the ship. Riles nodded. I'll be back. The Chancellor's guard departed to report to their superiors. In the meantime, Cinta, one of Carolina's personal housebots, arrived toting a garment bag, clothes for Carolina herself, and for her personal guardian. All pieces tailored to suit Athosian good taste. It was the finishing touch. When Transome emerged from his cabin, dressed for Athosian high society, clean-shaven, hair groomed and styled, weaponless, only Soch was able to conceal his amusement, but only by turning the living half of his face away. His metal half retained its regular stoicism, while he struggled to suppress a hearty laugh. Ren, on the other hand, didn't have a chance. My God, she said, laughing. He looks like a human being. As they say, Transome replied, flashing a scowl the doctor's way. Looks can be deceiving. Okay, you two, Carolina said to Soch and Ren. Hang here the rest of the night. I'll send Andrew back with instructions. Communication protocols in effect. Break those protocols only in the case of an emergency. Assume every word you utter or hear will be recorded and reviewed by my father's Interior Intelligence Division. Hi, Mr. Dreesen, Ren joked. Well, Carolina said, unamused. We'll see you in a few days at the latest, if all goes well. At the back ramp, Riles and two other CG officers were waiting for Carolina and the Major, as they referred to Transome directly, much to his chagrin. The people in Ithaca referred to the vehicles in which the CG transported protectees as litters, for even among that elite population, on such a highly populated megastructure, personal vehicles weren't an option. Only the most important corporate leaders, visiting dignitaries, and cabinet members got spared the indignity of using public transport, or, as Carolina usually preferred, her 2 good feet. That, among other things, had made life difficult for Jonathan, Officer Riles' demoted predecessor. Carolina rarely took a litter, which meant she was accessible to the people. Because of that, even though she wasn't in public life herself, Carolina Dreesen maintained a public profile, and a highly favorable one at that. For this trip, though, Carolina saw the sense in a layer of distance from her fellow Athosians, from what Irie had told her on the way to Lime Harbor, and from her own intuition. She figured her reappearance would trigger a rush of public interest. The dark of night was their friend between the airfield and their destination in the Iberi Quarter. The route took them through several of the more iconic sections of the city, which were almost completely abandoned and poorly illuminated at that hour. And still, Sebastian could hardly take his eyes from the window. First time on Athos, Major? One of the CG security officers asked him. Yes, he said under his breath, not even turning to meet eyes with the younger man. What do you think, sir? I think you should care about one thing, and it's not my feelings, son. I assure you, Miss Dreesen is quite safe here on Athos, Major. Damn well better be, Transome grumbled, still gazing out the window. The litter slowed as it came into the tight marble streets of the Saint-Dame district. As they passed the outer theaters and halls of the conservatory, Carolina noticed something out her window. Stop the vehicle, she ordered. The officer diagonally across from her looked at Carolina inquisitively, but she offered no explanation. "Atalanta stopping," he muttered, using Carolina's familiar old code name to relay the stop to the leading and trailing litters. A female officer they hadn't seen at the airfield was waiting for them outside the litter when Carolina and Transom stepped out. She made the mistake of trying to step between them. Transom merely put out an arm and gently brushed her aside, holding up a finger to let her know she'd crossed a boundary. Carolina stepped along the white marble pavement, gazing off at a magnificent stone building the likes of which Transom had only ever seen abandoned in the dusty port city of Lime Harbor. Only this structure, here in Athos, was a majestic living building of yellow stone with carved figures, arches, columns, and fine, expansive windows. It was the most beautiful building Transom had ever beheld. And there, about halfway up the facade, where Carolina's eyes were drawn with utter disdain, was an etching burned into the stonework. It seemed poorly carved out by crude laser work, probably by drone. The etching read Milas, and the letters were encircled, as many words and logos seemed to be on Athos, by a ring that encompassed the entire word. "Milas?" Transom asked. "What's that supposed to mean?" Carolina didn't even answer. She was indignant.
"What is the meaning of this?" she demanded of the trailing officer. "How long has this been here?"
Riles arrived at her side, shaking his head with the same disgust Carolina was expressing. Carolina seemed on the verge of tears, as though personally affronted, and given her family's status, Transom might have mistaken it for such if it hadn't been for the anger of the gaggle of officers that had gathered on that side of the building to glare at the stain on their pristine civilization.
"What is this, Riles?"
Carolina barked again at the head officer. "Graffiti, ma'am."
"Graffiti?"
"It's an unlicensed public display of crude art."
"Art?"
Carolina spat.
"Michel Opera House is a work of art, Riles. This is vandalism. Pure and simple. Disgusting. How long has it been like this?"
"I hadn't heard of it here in the Saint-Dôme." Riles gestured to one of the junior officers. "We'll call it in immediately." Carolina looked perplexed.
"Here in the Saint-Dôme? That implies this isn't an isolated incident."
Riles shrugged and shook his head. "No, ma'am, unfortunately. That logo, or icon if you will, has been popping up recently, although nothing quite so brazen as this."
"What does it mean, Milas?"
"As you say, Ms. Dreesen, it's just vandalism. Bots will be here presently and officers not far behind. Please, can we return to the vehicle before more people arrive? I assure you this will be dealt with now that we're aware." Carolina turned and looked back up at the wall, shaking her head in disbelief.
"Graffiti?"
She didn't meet eyes with Sebastian as they walked back toward the litter, but she didn't have to. He recognized the fire in her eyes, even if he didn't fully understand the spark. Fury. That's the only word that did the emotion justice. And for the first time since he'd met Carolina, Transom understood her, knew her for who she really was. Sebastian Pollock feared nothing and no one, but he could sense it well enough in others. And as the small motorcade of litters blistered their way to their destination in Iberi, he could feel it gushing out from every last one of the others, permeating the air. Atalanta, her father's daughter. When they arrived at the residence in Iberi, Sebastian figured it was the Dreesen family's estate. It was profoundly elegant, expansive, and cordoned off from the neighborhood by a buffer of fences, gates, and open greenery behind a wall of trees and hedges that blocked the actual home from outward view. A smart design that combined both the appearance of opulence and seclusion, yet it was almost completely empty. Atalanta and Castor, the code name the CG had branded Transom with, remained in the litter while the Chancellor's guard took a report from the advanced team that had cleared the house. "Tris Ball is inside," Riles reported as he met Carolina at the litter's opening door. "Not sure how she found out, but she'd like to greet you, Miss Dreesen." Carolina nodded as she stepped toward the front door, which was opened by one of the housebots. Transom stepped alongside her and stopped when she did.
about halfway up the marble walkway to the arched front entrance.
Riles, I want you to give my Andrew access to every file the security service has on that graffiti. I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
Your Andrew? Riles said. Ma'am, I assure you the security service is... Did you hear Ms. Dreesen stutter, Riles? Transom said. Keep a perimeter and get her bought what she wants. It's been a long day. Of course, ma'am, Riles said. Ping our comms channel if you need anything. We'll just be outside. Riles expressed genuine concern at that arrangement, but Carolina had been clear. Sebastian would remain beside her. So this is your house, Transom said as they entered, and the housebot shut the door behind them. Not the family's house.
It was my Aunt Senia's, but she moved out to Petrus with her family a few years before I came to university in Ithaca, so my dad kept it for me.
Where does the rest of the family live? Carolina looked at him as though the answer was obvious.
The Avery Mansion, of course. The Athosian Chancellor's estate?
Of course, Sebastian said.
Could you at least pretend this is normal?
Carolina said.
You're looking at everything funny, including me. It's still me, Sebastian.
I'm doing my best here.
Take a deep breath, because apparently Triss is here somewhere. In the back garden, Carly,
a voice echoed from the back sitting area.
She's a close family friend,
Carolina explained.
From my childhood.
Transom shrugged and followed as Carolina led the way through the front hallway to the back sitting area and out onto the back patio, which was dimly illuminated by a ring of artificial candles. Triss was seated, and as they approached, she stood, a young woman of Carolina's age, immaculately dressed and groomed, though Transom could barely hold back a laugh at her garish hat and veil, evidently a current Ithacan fashion that to a Terran eyes looked utterly ridiculous.
Oh my God, who is this, Carly?
Triss said, staring at Sebastian.
They said everything about you, love,
Triss continued after a moment, turning back to Carolina.
That you'd had a breakdown, had a religious revelation, gone on a deep space expedition, but nobody thought you, of all people, had run off with an absolute stallion from, I'm guessing, somewhere exotic. Floriston, maybe?
Sebastian looked over at Carolina.
This is Sebastian, personal private security. He's a Terran, if you must know, Triss.
She looked him up and down.
I want one, Carly. You must give me the name of his agency. Otherwise, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to poach this one right out from under you. Or on top. Whatever the case may be.
Is she serious? Transom said. Carolina sighed.
Mostly? Deadly serious, Samson. Whatever she's paying you, I'll double it. I need a body man of my own, she said. Anyway, Carly, come. Sit. I'd left orders with Cinta to ping me as soon as you got back. I didn't expect the CG to show up at your house in the middle of the night, but I thought somebody better get over here and welcome you. Goss and Etta didn't bother, I see.
Carolina and Triss sat in the chairs in a cutout along the walkway around the garden pool, whose gentle babbling waters were lightly reflecting the warm candlelight. Sebastian didn't sit.
I'm not sure anyone knows I'm here,
Carolina said.
My father and mother, of course, but she couldn't exactly sneak out on an excursion in the middle of the night without anyone noticing. They could have sent somebody. He sent the CG, Triss. 2 units. They're probably hiding in the trees. Well, regardless, you have to tell me everything. Where have you been, doll? I've been worried sick.
That's complicated, Carolina said.
And as much as I've missed your company, Triss, I'm not sure I have the energy for all that right now. There was a rumor you were out in the letters, Carly,
Triss said, looking over at Sebastian.
It's true, isn't it? Is it as wild as they say it is?
And then some, Carolina said, smiling.
I bet you need a guide like Samson over there to keep you from getting shot.
It's Sebastian.
Oh, Carly, I cannot wait to hear about your adventures. Not tonight, Triss. I want the rights to your memoir, love,
she said, grinning from ear to ear. Just then Mycon arrived, wearing his perfect facsimile of an Andrew shell.
Please, Triss, I wanted to say hello, but you'll need to excuse me, as I have some business to attend to before I finally get some sleep. You should get some sleep too, dear. It was so kind of you to come check in on me. Oh, Carly, it's so good to see you. Don't you dare leave me again without saying goodbye.
I'll be in touch, Carolina said.
I promise. Have Cinta show you out when you're ready to go.
Triss nodded as Carolina stood, gazing over at Transom as they walked toward their approaching disguised AI. Carolina took a few steps and suddenly turned back toward her friend.
Oh, Triss,
she said.
One thing. We saw graffiti, as the CG called it. Someone had carved the word Milas on the side of the Michel Opera House with a drone, and the officer seemed to imply it wasn't an isolated incident.
Trish shook her head.
The Michel? Savages. I swear, Carly, this city is going to hell. I'm not sure anything's sacred anymore. Do you know what it means? It means we don't have a fraction of the class our parents' generation did. That's for sure. No, Triss, the word, Milas. Do you know what the carving is supposed to mean? Damned if I know, Carly dear. Who knows what sort of depraved ideas such a person could be trumpeting, carving anything into such a public treasure. They're probably crazy. They've been writing it all over Ithaca, all over the ring. Really?
Trish shook her head.
I swear, Carly, ever since that terrorist scare, people have been acting very strange. Very strange. You're lucky you've been off on your adventures. Thank you, Triss, Carolina said. It's good to see you, love. I'll ping you tomorrow.
It wasn't exactly the tour of Athos wealthy travelers from the letters signed up for. Wren looked common enough along that mundane side street out in Petrus. Soch, though, attracted far more attention from onlookers than the sight of graffiti on one of the buildings in this modest municipality on the outskirts of Ithaca. Wren, Soch, and Mycon had been able to get to the wall before the cleanup bots, who were furiously working to scrub the paint from the wall. In this case, the vandalism seemed to be the work of a copycat, and a much less sophisticated one at that. The painted letters weren't even sketched out to any scale. They seemed hastily scrawled by an amateur.
Why did she send us out here? Wren said. I don't get it.
You don't quite appreciate the degree to which this is an aberration, the bot said to the two travelers. A society that numbers in the trillions must retain a healthy respect for shared public spaces. Vandalism such as this is ill-tolerated, both legally and culturally. Soch turned to his left and to his right, and at both sides, people were staring back at him, several with glasses, doubtless taking pictures and video. What? He stated, eliciting a sudden reaction. Several people shamed into turning their heads back toward the graffitied wall, several merely looking away, and one particularly skittish couple withdrawing completely, hastily shuffling back into the crowd of passing pedestrians.
Any idea what this means, Andrew?
Wren said to their disguised Mycon.
Milas?
Historically, Milas could refer to a rare mitochondrial affliction, a village in Macedonian Greece, a Napoleonic field marshal, or a chasm on the surface of Mars. Nothing that would fit in a contemporary Athosian context, suggesting these etchings may be an acronym for a longer phrase of unknown significance. Any of you know what it means? Soch said, loudly enough for most of the gawkers to hear. I'll take a picture with the one who knows the answer. There were no takers.
Why does she even care about this?
Wren asked. We are attracting attention, the Andrew stated. I suggest we withdraw. I don't think there's more to be gleaned here. It's not polite to stare, Soch stated as they stepped away from the crowd, who'd again turned back toward him. Really?
Soch, please, Wren said. Let's head back, maybe.
I came out to see Athos, not for Athos to see me. The trio took a few steps from the side of the building where the graffiti had been discovered. As they walked, shadowed closely by their two CG escorts, Mycon turned to both of them. Neither of you see.
Yeah, I don't get why it's such a big deal,
Wren said.
It's just a little vandalism.
It is a ripple in the fabric of their polity. It is the most troubling thing I've seen in Athos in 10 generations. Soch looked back at the crowd behind them, and then to the people eyeing him along the street. Could be it's about damn time. Accepting Barnard Dreesen's personal security detail, bots were not allowed in the Chancellor's offices. The people who went in with their notes, their wits, and their best attempts at preparation. Most left with their figurative tails between their legs. Barnard Dreesen had strong convictions about how the ring was to be run, and thus the galaxy, because for his purposes, the galaxy might as well have revolved around Athos. The Chancellor also had the most capable collection of bureaucrats in the galaxy, and he had a peerless command of the layers of systems that needed to symphonize seamlessly to keep Athos functioning like a finely tuned orchestra, resonating in perpetual harmony, just the way this conductor liked it. The litters had arrived at Carolina's house on the promised second. The streets had been cleared of foot traffic to accommodate her motorcade. The press had been cleared from the Sesk wing and the lower level, so that nobody might catch a glimpse of Carolina across the courtyard as she arrived. No one had guessed that her return, equally unexpected and mysterious as her disappearance, had any connection to government business, and Barnard Dreesen aimed to keep it that way. Carolina had never been down there. She knew the Sesk as the wing of the building where classified executive briefings were held. She'd only been in the executive offices during official functions, holiday parties, and the like, especially before university, when she was still living with her parents. It felt to her like she and Transome were being led into a dungeon. Fewer and fewer windows the further down the corridor they progressed. At the doorway to a small, well-lit conference room, Riles was greeted by a superior officer in the Chancellor's Guard. The supervisor announced to an evidently open channel that Atalanta and Castor have arrived. The supervisor held up a hand to stop Transome at the entrance to the conference room. Sebastian was about to protest when Carolina turned around and scowled at the Chancellor's advanced security team. "I just need to scan him, Ms. Dreesen." "Scan away," Transome said, holding up his hands, palms down. The supervisor had a device in his hand that looked like a glowing blue square. Transome had never seen anything like it, but the supervisor waved the square up and down his side before gesturing for Transome to enter. The room was small and nondescript, surprisingly Spartan, and not unlike similar government offices Transome had visited on Edoras. Carolina saw him noticing the room.
"False modesty," she explained. "Like everything in the executive offices, the Chancellor's estate, the Congress, it's all far too humble-looking and small by design. It's our balance sheet that projects the power, not the architecture."
They sat in silence for several minutes before a handful of CG officers arrived in the corridor outside, followed shortly thereafter by 2 strike bots that took up a post outside the room on either side of the doorway. Then, with no ceremony or warning, the guards stood slightly straighter, and the chatter died to a focused silence as all eyes turned in one direction down the hallway. A few moments later, Barnard Dreesen entered the room. Behind him, his 2 closest guards followed and took up a post beside the door, the hindmost looking behind him to see that the room was properly sealed. The Athosian Chancellor pulled out his own chair and sat. To Transome's eyes, he looked roughly how he'd expected, like the pictures. A man in his early 50s, slightly gray, trim but powerfully built, a serious bearing, an executive in the height of his prime. He carried an energy, the power of Athos focused through him. He merely sat and crossed his arms. Carolina and her father glared at each other through a long silence. Transome didn't know what he'd expected, but he hadn't expected this. The silence went on for nearly half a minute before Barnard broke it. "Well, Carolina, I've carved out 20 minutes for you on a very busy afternoon. Is this how you'd like to spend it? Glaring at me across a table?"
"Hello, Father. It's lovely to see you too, of course."
19 minutes.
"This doesn't have to be contentious,"
Carolina said. "Doesn't it? I do have a pretty good sense of what you've been up to, and with whom. Certainly a better sense than you have, at least in the latter." The Chancellor glared over at Transom, letting the Ateran know exactly what he thought of the company his daughter was keeping. Honestly, I thought you had a lot better sense than you've demonstrated recently.
I suppose we've both learned a lot about each other in these months apart.
Prudence would dictate that you reserve judgment on any subject until you understand it. Yet, my dear, you are a long way from understanding. A long, long way.
I want you to back off, Father.
I'm not sure I know what you mean, Carolina.
The mercenaries, bounty hunters, whatever you want to call them.
You suspect that I?
No,
Carolina said.
I think if you genuinely wanted me back here on your terms, you'd have pulled me in long ago. But the fact that someone in the letters feels comfortable enough putting out orders on my ship means you haven't been explicit enough to the company you keep.
What makes you think I keep such company, Carolina?
Because I have bank records, Father? Okay? Let's not play games here. What's your price?
That all depends on what you think you'd like to buy. My side of the story, I presume?
I wouldn't believe a word of it.
Your own father, Carolina? That genuinely wounds me. This, Barnard Dreesen said, holding out his arms, palms up. All this is business.
This business? Our family's business? Did I mention I have the bank records?
Carolina said. What do you want from me, daughter?
The Yankee chaos is not to be touched. Me and my crew are off limits. Let everyone know.
Barnard Dreesen scoffed. I'm not omnipotent. The forces you are dredging up, some of them are powerful beyond even my control, especially so far from home.
Those mercenaries aren't.
Barnard nodded. I could have some influence in certain arenas, but then there's the matter of the cost, of course. Carolina gestured to the table, as though inviting Barnard to set down a proposal. I want something from the both of you, actually.
Sebastian is non-negotiable,
Carolina said. The Chancellor looked confused. You reject a proposal I haven't even finished making? That's not how this game is played, Carolina. Plus, the path you're going down, I couldn't think of a more savage killer to put at your side in all the galaxy. You do know who this man is, yes?
I know him.
Barnard Dreesen shook his head doubtfully and sighed. Major Pollock, before you leave Athos, I insist that you come in for a full debriefing on your encounter with Clemabali. There are holes in that incident that my ISS can't abide, not least of which is how you are still breathing, and how you came into the company of my daughter. Also the fate of a certain prime AI. I have some ideas, but confirmation would be appreciated, as well as the whereabouts of your ship's former captain, provided you didn't kill him at my daughter's behest, in which case I don't really want to know.
Kill Birch? Carolina said. Father!
You're certain he didn't kill him? Barnard Dreesen asked.
Yes, Father. God.
Well, that's a relief then, the Chancellor replied. In exchange for your complete cooperation, Major, I will keep your presence on Athos classified. As far as I know, your government still believes you to be deceased, just as we did until quite recently. I'm not sure how long that will be the case, but on my end, I'll make sure it is an RISS that disabuses the tyranny I see of that misbegotten belief. Carolina looked over at Transom. Send them out to the house, Transom insisted. I don't leave her side while we're here. Barnard nodded.
And me?
Carolina said. From you I demand 3 things, Carolina. They are non-negotiable. First, I will allow you to continue down this extremely ill-advised path you've stubbornly adopted, but it must be on the condition that whatever you find, none of it sees the light of day until you give me the opportunity to refute, to explain, and to advise you on the consequences of making such information public. Not only are you playing a dangerous game with your very heritage, a 1,000-year birthright that gives its name to this entire star system, countless generations of Dreesens, every bit as important and conscientious as you. But you seem to think that you get to have a choice between a galaxy with and a galaxy without war. And you are gravely mistaken. Ask your friend here what the war has done to his sector. Multiply that by the horrors visited upon the Trasp. And then think about this ring and the trillions of good people on it. And then spend some time pondering what it might be like to try to sleep at night with the blood of billions of them on your hands because you were careless with information you didn't fully comprehend. You come to me first, no matter what you find. I need your word on it, or you do not walk out of this room. Transome looked over at Carolina, whose face had all but gone white. Barnard looked across the table at his daughter, whose suddenly childlike eyes shut as she sighed. Then she raised her head to meet his gaze.
Yes, Father, she said. You have my word on it.
The contingencies I'm certain you have in place, you'd best rethink them in light of what I've just told you. Carolina nodded. Second, you will visit your family before you disappear again. Asia's wedding would be a good opportunity to do it. I'm sure Triss can fill you in on the details.
Oh, God, Carolina sighed. I'd totally forgotten.
You'll have a few angry cousins to smooth things over with, not to mention your own siblings. Carolina nodded. And lastly, you'll make an appearance in front of the media. My communications office can make arrangements for a friendly audience if you don't want it to be impromptu. They've been covering for you for months, and frankly, they're sick of it. I don't care what you tell them, but it had better be believable and acceptable and put all their doubts to rest.
Sure,
Carolina said.
Just all those things.
You're a clever girl. Figure it out. There was a knock at the door, signifying the time. 1 minute, the Chancellor said to the closed door behind him. He shook his head across the table at Carolina and took a deep breath before he spoke. Prudence. I see before me a young lady with the wit of a very bright woman and the sensibilities of a child. And she couldn't possibly be playing a more dangerous game with more monumental stakes. You'll need Major Pollock's steel before it's through. Barnard turned and glared at Transome. You don't have to say it, Sebastian said. I've known from the first time I set eyes on her. There was a long pause as the two men met eyes. Good enough, Barnard Dreesen said, standing. Your mother misses you, daughter. The Chancellor's back was already turned and the door opening before him, as they all did. 20 minutes. To the second. They didn't speak on the ride back to Carolina's villa. Transome had been present through enough of Mycon's prep sessions to know that the meeting hadn't gone to plan. Not nearly. Not Carolina's plans, anyway. It had taken Barnard Dreesen less than 20 minutes to turn what they'd believed to be leverage into a liability, and the certainty in both their minds that he was tied neck-deep into a conspiracy to control the galaxy was made to seem silly and childish. Why would Barnard Dreesen need to resort to a conspiracy to control the galaxy? He already did. That much was certain. Yet somehow, as Transome was turning the meeting over in his mind, as they cruised through the Sondom and then the Iberi district, it occurred to him that they'd gotten everything they wanted. Freedom of movement, permission to continue investigating, even his anonymity to the EHC. And for that, the cost was relatively scant. Right of first refusal, essentially. It's probably what Carolina would have insisted upon anyway. A meeting with her father so he could explain himself before going public with the information. Doubtless, he'd have better input on the consequences of releasing such data than anyone. All of it was sensible, prudent. So, he said, as they were finally pulling in to Carolina's estate. That was your father. She looked over at him, awaiting the inevitable follow-up. It explains a lot. Carolina glared at him. Like it or not, Dreesen, it does. Carolina was silent. As they exited the litter and approached her mansion's threshold, the CG officer at the front door announced, Your doctor brought a guest, Ms. Dreesen, and we've cleared him. They're with your Andrew in the first-floor gallery, awaiting your arrival. Soch? Sebastian asked the guard. No, it's not him, Major. He's gone back to the ship with one of our officers. Carolina nodded.
Let's go see what this is all about.
As she led the way to the lower gallery, Carolina seemed agitated to Transom, but he couldn't tell whether it was the meeting with her father, his own comments in the litter about it, or the unwelcome intrusion. Maybe the totality. The grand back gallery was a palatial, intricately decorated showplace. Even the furniture seemed too fine to use for its ostensible purpose. And fittingly, the guest, Dr. Wren, and Mycon were all standing on the ornate carpet in the middle of the gallery when they arrived, rather than sitting. "May I present Guy Rudin," Mycon said, still perfectly mimicking an ordinary Andrew. "Mr. Rudin is a performance artist, Miss Dreesen. We informed him that you are quite interested in his work." She gestured for Mycon to come closer and whispered into his ear,
"This is the Vandal?"
As Mycon nodded, she leaned in again and asked,
"How did you find him?"
"One of my clones informed me of his identity and whereabouts," Mycon whispered back.
"Why didn't your clone report him, Andrew?"
Carolina whispered, stepping back and leveling an angry look at the AI. Mycon leaned in again and whispered, "What can I say, Carolina? My clones seem to have inherited my own penchant for mischief."
"So it would seem,"
Carolina stated.
"Excuse my rudeness, Mr. Rudin, but the CG is listening. I've only recently been familiarized with your work."
I was stunned and hardly believed that someone of your eminent status had taken an interest in my art, Rudin said, placing a hand on his chest and bowing. How could I pass up the opportunity to meet in person?
"You weren't afraid?"
What choice did I have? He stood straight, one arm behind his back. Besides, my biggest fear, sincerely, is to live a single day more swallowing the indignity of this facade surrounding us all and remaining silent. The truth cannot remain silent. It resonates. It bubbles to the surface despite the greatest efforts of powerful people to suppress it.
Lofty words for a,
Carolina paused.
little known, and let's be fair, marginal talent.
So you say, Rudin said, smiling and bowing again.
The work I took an interest in, Carolina continued. What intrigued me so much about it was the artist's motivation. On the surface, it seems crude and almost base or crass. I was left to ponder if there wasn't some sort of postmodernist statement about the function of art itself. A critique, perhaps.
If I told you the point, the piece wouldn't speak for itself, would it? It would be a failure, but clearly it is not.
No?
Here I stand. She gestured for Rudin to come closer. Transom stepped directly beside him, eliciting an immediate discomfort in the Vandal as his nervous eyes looked to Carolina for reassurance. She offered little.
What does Milas mean?
She whispered in his ear. Ah, he said, stepping back and away from Transom. You still haven't seen the piece.
No, Carolina said. I have a very discerning eye. You'd scarcely believe how much I see.
I'm not so certain of that, Rudin responded. I don't think you're ready to see.
We could be having this conversation with other members of my family. I'm not the only one who's taken an interest in your work.
No doubt, Rudin said. This is a fair point, but you still don't see. It is the primary obligation of every person, every adult of sound mind, to see the world they live in for what it is, with clarity, with discernment. And the greatest sin is to choose to turn a blind eye to it, for who knows what horrors come to reside in such a desert of darkness. We can't begin to guess, can we, Ms. Dreesen?
I see far more than you could guess, Mr. Rudin. I assure you of that.
He snapped his finger and presented an empty hand, which he turned in each direction, displaying his naked palm. Everyone in the room, Mycon included, fixed their gaze on Rudin's empty left hand. For a few seconds, they all stood there puzzled. Mycon noticed first, and then Carolina and Transom, followed by the doctor. Rudin's right hand, cupped at his waist, was cradling in it a gleaming gold earring that took the shape of a flying bird. Carolina reached for her ears, quickly finding her left ear bare. I'm thrilled that you've taken an interest in my work, Rudine said, smiling as he handed the earring back to Carolina. But you haven't seen it. Because we do not have the luxury of walking away, we must therefore see. Good day, Ms. Dreesen. Rudine stepped around Carolina, making sure to keep her between him and Transom, who seemed to take particular offense to the earring stunt. Sebastian even glanced over to Carolina to inquire.
Let him walk, she told him,
as Rudine disappeared down the front hallway.
Let him walk,
she exhaled.
I could use a drink.
Carolina's cousin, Asia, was 3 years older than her, and marrying relatively young for a Dreesen woman in the inner circle. The groom was the son of one of Ithaca's business leaders, a commodities trader whose legacy was mostly in metals, but had spent the last generation moving into ships and deep space construction and design. The pairing was highly acceptable to both families. All of Carolina's immediate family would be there, including Barnard Dreesen himself, barring any unforeseeable state emergency. Carolina's 2 brothers, her sister, and her mother, and, of course, scores of cousins and distant cousins would all be certain to be counted amidst the center of power as it re-cemented the Dreesen tradition, one sanctioned new household at a time. Carolina's task that day, in fulfilling her side of the bargain she'd struck with her father, was to see and be seen by everyone who mattered, without her presence being conspicuous enough to overshadow Asia and Daniel, the bride and groom. In the days they'd been on Athos, rumors of Carolina's return had circulated, both in official media channels and by word of mouth. Triss hadn't said anything directly about seeing Carolina on her social outlets, but she had been coy when asked about the rumors. The lights in her Iberi villa all but confirmed what people were whispering. Carolina Dreesen was back. From the mental hospital on Helenia? From an archaeological expedition in the Indies? From an abduction by pirates while on vacation in Seria Prima? No one knew exactly, but the media had started to cluster outside her villa, and they would certainly be waiting outside the reception to snap pictures of all the Dreesens and their guests. Asia's wedding was a proper event on Ithaca's social calendar. The picture snipes, as Carolina called them, weren't serious journalists. Even a crowd of them couldn't hold a candle to a single one of the handful of serious investigative reporters in Ithaca. That's why she chose them. On the spot, without fair warning, none of them would have any serious substantive questions to ask. And certainly, none of them had the spine to ask a meaningful follow-up question to the perfunctory answers she intended to give. They'd be too busy snapping pictures of her and demanding to know whose dress she was wearing to ask a relevant question. It was just what Barnard Dreesen was looking for. The Locks estate, Daniel's grandparents' home, was the site of the reception, and, given the guests in attendance, the entire area had been cordoned off to nearly a kilometer. Locals, wedding guests, and staff were the only Athosians permitted past the cordon kept by Barnard's priders. As they approached the crowd at the gate, temporarily erected for the wedding reception, Carolina turned to Transom and instructed him to walk a step behind her. He understood the symbolism of it immediately, and did his part by looking around conspicuously, scanning for imaginary threats, doing far more than enough to ensure he wouldn't be mistaken for a date. Of course Carolina Dreesen's body man would be tall and formidable, well-groomed and handsome. And absent from the social scene for so long, of course it made sense that she would be attending solo. They shouted for her to look at their lenses, for her to smile, and, predictably, which fashion house she was wearing. Then, as she was about to be admitted through the gate, one of the reporters in the crowd asked,
Carolina, where have you been this past year?
She stopped and smiled.
On an expedition out in the letters. Unfortunately, I can't say more. The site is still secret.
Carolina, what system? She shrugged.
I'm sorry, I can't say.
Is it in the Kappas? One shouted.
Does it have anything to do with the Kappa artifact?
Carolina smiled.
I can't say. Really. You'll have to wait for a press release when our findings are published.
Did your family know where you were, Carolina? Your father?
Of course my father knew, she answered.
My father knows everything. Please, everyone, excuse me. I don't want to be late.
Transom separated a few of the more eager photographers from her with a forearm and fell in behind her along the vacant street leading up to the Locks Estate's front entrance. That went well. My father knows everything. The Chancellor will love that.
You know, Sebastian, I know it's probably asking more of you than you're capable, but a little empathy would be in order, given the amount of pride we're both going to have to swallow today. The last thing either of us needs is the other holding a mirror to the other's hypocrisy. Let's just get through this, shall we?
Whatever you say, Ms. Dreesen. The degree of luxury was something Sebastian couldn't fathom. The columns in the ballroom were gold-plated. The walls were painted with a kind of nanofilament that allowed the painted scenes to morph, portraying a sort of silent opera of mythic splendor, complete with nymphs, hunters, chimeric creatures, beautiful people and animals. And that was just the paint job on the room. The guests were beautiful. The food was beautiful. The music stately and tasteful. And all of it was coordinated to delicately finesse the energy of the party, from the expected and obligatory, through warmth and tradition into happiness, joy, and then exuberance. All of it manicured and managed, with each party playing their unspoken role with perfect adherence. No scripts necessary. The weight of the energy sat in the center of the floor before the head table, unsurprisingly, with Barnard and Cynthia Dreesen. It was almost as though the party was a performance for his benefit. For those hours, while the Chancellor was present, eating and then quietly mingling, Carolina was sure to be seen, visiting with cousins, migrating from sibling to sibling, apologizing profusely for the secrecy surrounding her most recent dig. For most of the day, Sebastian was ignored, blending into the background of these Athosian lives as though he were one of the serving bots or a member of the Locks Estate's human staff. In the early evening, long after any sort of novelty had worn off for Transom, when the only thing left worthwhile about the party was the food, Barnard Dreesen gave a brief blessing before departing. Then, the revelers began to drink in earnest, almost as though the reins had been released with the Chancellor's departure. The dancing became more exuberant, with the revelers belting out the lyrics to bright songs Transom had never heard before. Anthems of Athosian excess, from the soundtrack to their beautiful lives. He was growing agitated. Still, Carolina didn't feel like she had license to leave the party as early as her parents had. It was the job of her generation to cut loose. The rest of them seemed to be doing their job with great enthusiasm. Transom was standing back, observing as Carolina was socializing with several cousins and their dates. They were in a quieter corner set back from the dancing, and he had his back to the crowd. Out of nowhere, he felt a hand grab him from behind between his legs, as a second hand wrapped across his abdomen.
Oh, Samson, you are delicious. I don't know where my Carly found you, but I'm jealous.
It was Tris Ball. She was visibly intoxicated, but not so obviously that she was slurring her words or staggering. She let go of the grip she had on his ass, but she continued to brush across his torso with her other hand. Carolina caught the interaction out of the corner of her eye just in time.
I'll pay you twice what she's paying you,
Tris continued, offering a wide smile.
Plus fringe benefits. Tris, honey, Carolina interrupted, pulling her friend's hand away from Transom's torso. Why don't you come dance with me? Oh, Carly, I'm so glad you're back,
she said, turning away from Transom. He glared at Carolina, who held up a finger, ushering her childhood friend to the safety of the dancing crowd of Athosian aristocracy. It took every bit of restraint he possessed, but he stood there stoically, waiting for Carolina to finish the dance, inhaling, exhaling, hands by his side. A few minutes later, Carolina returned, took Transom arm in arm, and exited the reception hall, where Riles and 2 other officers were waiting to accompany them to the litter. The energy in the car was so conspicuously bad, the 2 CG officers hardly looked at Carolina and Transom. They knew better than to speak or to meet eyes with their protectee. When they got back to the Iberia estate, The guards exited the vehicle first. Transom grabbed Carolina's hand before she had a chance to get out. Are you beginning to see yet, Miss Dreesen? I've seen for far longer than you know, she said, glaring back at Transom. It's over now. Let's put it behind us. Please. It was still before midnight, Athosian time. So when they got inside, Carolina only briefly discussed with Mycon whether they should leave Athos then and there. Wren had taken the hypermag out to New Corinth and was fast asleep in her hotel room. Soch and the officer assigned to guard him, Grady, had taken a trip to Cassania Lake, just at the base of the mountainous rim at the ring's edge, 40 kilometers from Ithaca, and it was suiting Soch much better than the capital city. So as unpleasant as their day had been, Carolina figured it would be better to sleep through the night and give the others time to wind down their visit on Athos, rather than pulling out that night. Carolina and Sebastian seemed to tacitly agree that if anything needed to be discussed, they would do it in the morning. Quietly, they both turned in.
Transom awoke suddenly in the night to the sound of a distant commotion. The light slowly came on as he rolled out of bed and to his feet. As he stepped into the corridor, he saw Carolina's door, still closed with the lights off. A woman's voice could be heard downstairs, shouting. It was nearly 3 a.m. When he got downstairs, the CG officer on the front door was standing at the entrance, holding back Triss, who was shouting into the open door, trying to make enough noise to rouse Carolina.
Of course you'll let me in, you imbecile,
She shouted at the officer.
Oh, look, Samson! Samson, tell this brute to let me in.
Ms. Dreesen doesn't want to be disturbed, Ms. Ball, the officer said. She was clear.
Carolina, come down here. Oh, Samson, let me in.
Transom stood there, his arms crossed, glaring at the drunken socialite.
I have something to show her.
Go home, Miss Ball. You're drunk, Transom said.
I am, darling. But I had to speak with Carly. I don't know what I did to upset her. I can't leave it like that. She disappears.
She's asleep, like you should be. Triss was making so much noise carrying on that Transom didn't hear Carolina coming down the stairs behind him, robed and squinting the sleep from her eyes.
Let her in, Sebastian. I'll take care of her. I'll be down in a minute.
Carolina turned and headed back upstairs to get dressed.
Sebastian! I've been calling you Samson. Oh, I'm such a fool, I swear.
The officer stood aside, and just then Mycon arrived, showing Triss to the sitting area adjacent the kitchen in the back.
I'm so drunk,
she said to Mycon as they walked.
When did Carly get an Andrew? You're so very nice.
Kind of you to say, miss, Mycon said, sitting her on the couch.
I'm sorry, Sebastian. I was calling you off. Wrong.
I'll get Ms. Ball some water, Mycon said, stepping toward the kitchen. Sebastian watched from the doorway as Triss fumbled with their shoes, loosening and then kicking them off in succession. Then she looked up at Transom and stood. Have a seat, he said.
Samson, I'm sorry. I want to tell you I was serious. I wanted to tell you.
Sit down, please, Ms. Ball.
I mean it. Because if you're ever unsatisfied with Carly...
She reached out, grinning, and attempted to grab his crotch.
I like you.
I said sit down, Transom said, grabbing her outstretched arm by the wrist and yanking her to the floor with a thud. By his standards, it was delicate. Triss began to bawl like a wounded child, clutching her wrist. Who the hell do you think you're talking to, woman? Carolina came rushing into the room, crouching beside her friend.
She doesn't know,
Carolina said, glaring up at him.
She doesn't know anything, Transom, and she's drunk.
She's rude is what she is, and she thinks she's superior.
I'm sorry,
Triss said.
Carly, I should go. Nonsense, honey. I'm not letting you go anywhere in this state. You're staying here. I insist.
Mycon arrived, handed Carolina the glass of water he was carrying, and helped Triss to her feet. He supported Triss as she drank the water, one sip at a time, tears still streaming down her cheeks.
You can put her in the back bedroom, Andrew. We'll sort all this out in the morning. Carly, don't go. Don't. I brought something for you. I took a picture. Let me show. It's important.
What is it?
Carolina said. Mycon was still holding her up.
It's in my...
She gestured toward her eyes.
In your RV files. From your lenses?
Triss nodded.
It's one of those... The vandalisms you were asking over. You wanted to know.
Just go with Andrew, love. He'll help you to bed.
The picture.
You can show it to Andrew. He can analyze it. We'll talk in the morning.
Carolina sighed and glared over at Transom as Mycon helped Triss to the back bedroom on the lower floor. Transom didn't speak. He certainly wasn't going to apologize, not after the way he'd been treated by nearly all her people. These willfully oblivious people.
Cinta, would you get Andrew an ETOH blocker for Ms. Ball, please?
Yes, Ms. Driesen.
Cinta's voice echoed through the room. Transom shook his head.
What do you want from me?
Carolina said.
I'm not going to apologize for my people. All I can do is what I can do.
I didn't ask. Nothing either of us can say right now will change anything. Mycon pinged the sitting room. Carolina, Ms. Ball's picture may offer something interesting.
What is it?
I'm not certain. When Cinta arrives, I will be out to show you. She and Sebastian sat and waited for Mycon to arrive. And, after a few moments, Mycon projected Triss's picture onto the wall in the sitting room. Similar to the first graffiti on the Opera House in the Saint-Dôme, this was a laser etching on the side of a building in Carolina's Iberi district, a few blocks from her home. The lettering was nearly identical, only beneath the 5-letter logo was an odd phrase, bright towered by the sea. The hell does that mean? Transom said. Carolina shrugged just as Mycon arrived from the back hallway. It's an odd phrasing that doesn't overlap with anything in my memory, Mycon said. But it is unique enough that I may be able to find a match in the archives, if it exists in previous written references. I shall search the city archives tonight and let you know in the morning. Well, Transom said, heading for the stairs. Good luck with that. Morning snuck up on Transom. He woke to find Carolina's door open, her room empty, and somehow she'd managed to creep past his open door across the hallway without waking him. For a few heartbeats and a few swift steps toward the stairs, he suffered under the sudden terror that he'd been abandoned there in that palace, until he heard Carolina's voice echoing softly up from the first floor, in conversation with Andrew. When he got down to the kitchen, where she was clutching a coffee with both hands, she nodded at him as though to wish him a good morning, and simply said,
Not here. The others are on their way back to the ship. We're leaving.
Are you all right? He asked. She looked somber.
No,
Carolina said, shaking her head.
No, I'm not.
She gestured for Sebastian to drop that line of questioning. Did you get Triss home okay, or is she still sleeping?
I had the boys give her a ride, Carolina answered, gesturing toward the front of the house where the Chancellor's guard were keeping their perimeter. She left you a video. An apology, I suspect. If not for her, I'd ask you to do me the courtesy of watching it.
Transom shrugged. Sure.
Triss isn't the deepest person I know, but she is sincere,
Carolina said, looking up to meet eyes with Transom.
That's a vanishingly rare and precious quality in this city.
No doubt.
Anyway, I suggest you grab breakfast while I get cleaned up. We'll head back to the ship first thing.
Sebastian could tell there was something genuinely weighing on Carolina. Perhaps he couldn't properly fathom the weight of a system or a galaxy looming over a single family. Perhaps he'd never nearly understood the cost. She hardly ever let it show. Soch was last to return to the ship. He'd had a sudden and obvious shift in demeanor, wearing about the largest half-grin Transom had ever seen on the living side of his face. Good time? Transom asked, as Soch and his assigned CG officer carried several crates into Soch's quarters. "Hell yeah," Soch responded. "The Lakes region? One of my favorite places in the entire galaxy. They had some good people out there, too." Transom nodded. "Grady turned out to be a top guy," Soch continued. "We had a blast out there, man. How was Ithaca?" Transom just shook his head, and Soch picked up on the vibe in the ship, then and there. Approach Command sent the Yankee Chaos out on a long egress vector toward Helenia in a crowded lane. It meant nearly 28 hours before they could jump back toward the letters. Perhaps a final subtle message from Barnard Dreesen about special treatment going forward. Carolina ordered the ship's Mycon clone to follow the flight plan exactly, and then she disappeared into the captain's stateroom for nearly 8 hours. In the early evening, she called everyone to the atrium for a dinner. She, like Soch, had brought back a few Athosian commodities. Cinta, apparently, had given her counterpart Harold strict instructions on how dinner was to be prepared for Carolina, not just for that night, but for the coming 3 weeks. It was more challenging in 0G, but Harold was doing his best. The crew were strapped in at the atrium table following the opening course, when Harold announced there would be a 20-minute respite before the main course. Flambeing in the Chaos's cutout kitchen wasn't exactly an option, so he explained he was doing his best to improvise. It was quiet at the table, and again, almost somber. The 4 humans, Carolina at the head of the table, Transom, Ren, and Soch, and at the other end of the table was Mycon Prime, having taken up the appearance of a normal Mycon shell again. For nearly a minute it was quiet, before suddenly, for the first time all evening, Carolina just started talking.
Even being around my toxic family this past week has reminded me of how important it is to have family, community. It's totally weird at this table right now, and that's my fault, my energy. You know, my dad walks in the room and sucks all the energy out of it and dominates it. That's not something you do to friends, I've decided. I've been crying all afternoon. That's because it seems so overwhelming right now. All of it. And I don't know what to do exactly. I know my dad, if he were a young captain of a ship, he'd never say that out loud. Never let it show. He'd sit here and let everyone feel as uncomfortable as he did. He'd hang on to that energy as a demonstration of his power, that it was unspeakable to speak what everyone was feeling. You all know me, though. So what am I hiding? I don't want to stew in that energy for the rest of my life. I don't want to be him. So I've been crying all afternoon. So what?
"What's eating you, boss?" Soch asked.
Carolina sighed. Oh, that. Well, apart from just the ordinary buildup of emotions meeting with my father, it's the graffiti thing that's been bothering me.
"Really?" Ren asked.
You don't know,
Carolina said, realizing that she hadn't discussed it with them.
I'm sorry I didn't share. Sebastian was sleeping, and it didn't seem important to the rest of you. But Triss's picture? Mycon figured out the etching. We had it all wrong. Rudine even told me I didn't see it, and I didn't. I think Rudine left that last etching that Triss found as a hint. Milas wasn't an acronym, but a literary reference. Omelas, the city of Omelas, bright towered by the sea. The ring around the letters in the etching was an O.
"What's so upsetting about that?" Soch asked. "I don't understand."
It's like the O, Carolina explained. Once you see the ring as an O, you can't unsee it. And you can't ignore the meaning once you understand the statement the graffiti is making. Maybe Mycon can explain the story more succinctly than I can. But the main reason that I've been crying is the story. I read the story.
The heads of the others turned to face Mycon. "The fictional city of Omelas, in the story, is a utopia," he explained. "And to be among the blessed few who inhabit Omelas, the residents must know and accept that their idyllic existence rests upon the utter misery and ongoing suffering of one helpless, unwitting, innocent child. All the residents know it, yet still They pretend to go about their pleasant lives, behaving as though the suffering child doesn't exist, pretending not to see.
It hit home to see so much of that in my people,
Carolina added.
and not all the Athosians, mind you, although many do suffer under the same willful blindness to a large extent, but especially my people, the ones in the inner circle, my family most of all. You can believe they know the things that have to happen in the rest of the galaxy to make life on Athos what it is, and they are perfectly fine living in Athos on those terms, as long as no one forces them to see what gets done in their name. And in your case, Ren said, I suppose it's literally in your name. That illusionist, the vandal,
Carolina continued.
He's right that you must first see before you can know the truth. The thing that got me so turned around is that I thought my father was angry that I was trying to uncover the truth. Now I'm not certain that he is. He's so smart that it's almost impossible to read him sometimes. You want to give him credit for knowing things he can't know, 10th order eventualities he couldn't possibly have predicted. But I've been thinking about it since we spoke. There's that old expression that there's truth in data. The deeper the data, the deeper the truths.
Ren finished the old axiom.
My father had another saying, that we must never mistake the truth for its consequences. And that's the part we must reckon with. Okay, so we get our answers. Then what? What do we do with them?
We tell the people, Soch said.
Maybe we do, Carolina said. That might be the right thing to do. Or maybe that plunges the entire battery into all-out war when they find out what's in the Ateran dataset, what's in the spreadsheets from the murder mills, what was in the bank on Lime Harbor, or in the testimony of Pico Ramirez Mycon about who started the war. My inclination is to trust people with the truth, rather than leveraging it for power as my father does.
It may also be that it causes untold chaos, as your father said, Transom offered. Those people down there, on Athos, I can tell you, those are not people ready for war. If war broke out on that ring, it would be the greatest slaughter pen in the history of humanity. There's also the possibility, Mycon suggested, that the information we've gathered, if strategically used, may be leveraged not for the sake of control, but for good.
In any case, we can't fix the galaxy in a day, Carolina said, and definitely not this day. Athos must be reckoned with. But for now, I think we should enjoy the meal.
Speaking of which, Transom shouted into the commissary. 5 minutes more, Harold responded. Carolina looked at Soch and Ren.
You know my mentor, Professor Bankara? I know you two may find it hard to believe, but she's actually an amazing teacher.
Professor Salt? Soch said, shrugging. I could see it. She is smart as hell.
Bankara believes that most people are hardwired to dwell on their failures and completely ignore their genuine accomplishments as trivial, almost obligatory.
I'll buy that, Transom said. I only have to fail once, and who knows how many obituaries get written over something I've missed.
How often do you think about the lives you've saved?
Ren asked him. Never.
Never?
Transom shrugged. Almost never. Sometimes I wonder about a person or maybe a couple people I met along the way. People back on Edoras.
Anyway, Carolina continued, Bankara used to make us list out all our accomplishments at the end of a semester before she would submit our grades, and it helped to offset the inevitable feeling that we could have done better. I was just thinking, as horrible as I felt about this trip, that meeting with my father, the graffiti.
Triss, Transom interrupted. Carolina shook her head.
Poor Triss.
She sighed.
Anyway, I was just thinking the trip was not a failure by any measure. We came to Athos to get the mercenaries off our back, principally, and we did that without having to sacrifice much in return. That's important. Should we be toasting this?
Ren suggested.
Carolina smiled.
Actually, Soch said, grinning, I do have something for this. Keep talking. I'll be right back. Soch unstrapped and floated off toward his quarters.
There's something else, Carolina continued. Would you like to tell them, Mycon? You deserve most of the credit.
You, please, Carolina. I was merely the emissary. Transom looked over at Carolina inquisitively.
I only have limited access to my family's holdings and business records, solely the trusts I'm specifically listed on. What my father doesn't want us to see, none of us can access in the family's archives without complete power of attorney, which I don't have.
Carolina paused to let the suspense linger among her small, captive audience.
But my mother does.
Ren's eyes bulged at the revelation. How did you? Transom asked Carolina. You saw your mother for maybe 10 minutes at the wedding. What did you get?
We got copies of everything, Carolina stated, grinning herself now. Business records, family transactions, properties, titles, stocks, political documents, everything. Going back almost 2 centuries.
That had to be a physical transfer. That much data plus encryption?
You probably didn't notice, Sebastian, even as observant as you are, that my mother and I wore the same earrings to Asia's wedding. The same ones with Rudine?
Ren said. Carolina smiled as she nodded, taking off one of the golden birds and letting it fly there in front of her for effect.
We switched them in the washroom.
Some very old school spycraft, Ms. Dreesen, Transom said. What did I miss? Soch said, floating back into the atrium with a red bottle and 4 0G shooters filled with a dark ruby spirit.
Carolina swiped the entire Dreesen archive,
Ren said, still wide-eyed. Let's drink to that first, then, Soch said, floating a shot glass to each of them.
Oh my God, what is this?
Ren said, looking at the dark red alcohol skeptically. Don't knock it till you've tried it, Soch said. Stuff's delicious.
No, seriously, Soch,
Carolina said.
What is it?
Soch turned the bottle toward the others.
Vodka berry, Soch? Seriously?
Carolina said, laughing.
Were you and Grady partying with teenage girls up at the lake?
They weren't teenagers. Transom started laughing so hard he could scarcely breathe. A long, heavy barrel laugh they'd never heard from him before. What? I know you Terrans probably toast with battery acid or something worse, but don't knock me for developing a few slightly more sophisticated tastes here on Athos.
Vodka berry's not a sophisticated taste, Soch, Carolina said.
Ren was laughing so uncontrollably she started to snort, which got Carolina going as well. At one point, barely coherent as she was gasping so, Ren turned to Transom and stated,
I've never seen you laugh before, Sebastian. It's nice to know you can.
Nice. That's great, Doctor, Transom said in a cold deadpan. He glared at her, eliciting a dead silence in the atrium for several seconds. Then Ren erupted into laughter again. Harold was bringing dinner to the table, sticking dishes and pouches to its magnetic top. Finally, when the laughter had died down, Soch raised his shot glass and said, To the captain, the Dreesen archive, and the next piece, whatever it may be. They all toasted and drank. Soch looked over at Transom, inspecting his face for even the slightest expression. It's good, right? Transom glared back at him.
Okay, that's pretty good,
Ren admitted. Vodka berry, Soch said. Who'd have thought?
Let's eat,
Carolina declared. Hang on, Soch said, starting by refilling his own shot glass. 2 more first. One for Lita, then one for Lieutenant Bai. Good call, Transom said, handing over his glass. And that will be the last drop of vodka berry this Terran ever drinks. As they were toasting, the Mycon clone informed the Prime that a ping had just come through deep space on a long-range channel. Mycon Prime waited until they were finished the 3rd drink to interrupt the moment. When you 4 are finished eating, Captain, a message has just come in for you on the LRDS.
Something urgent?
Nothing that takes precedence over the meal. Carolina scrunched up her eyes as though she were thinking.
In light of what I was saying about my dad and keeping secrets, maybe we should just put it up on the float screen right here for everyone to see.
Who's it from? Soch asked. Mycon looked to Carolina for permission to answer. She gestured for him to share. It is from Birch, at a great distance. He and the others have interesting news.
How about one more for Birch? Ren suggested, holding up her glass.
Carolina nodded and floated her glass back over to Soch for a final refill.
One last one for Birch, she agreed. Then we eat.
This has been an original story, written and read by P.E. Rowe. Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed the story. Today's story wraps up the Misfits for this season, but fear not, I intend to keep Misfits going into a second season in 2024, and I also intend to shoot for a similar length for each season, which means the hiatus won't be very long, so stay tuned for more Misfits soon. For those of you who've been asking for it, and for those who might be looking to share Misfits with other sci-fi fans in your life, I have exciting news. The complete first book of these Misfits adventures is available now in my bookstore, in both paperback and ebook through the link in the description below. There's usually about a week lag in getting the audiobook into the bookstore, so it's going to be cutting it close for Christmas in 2023. But the good news is that I learned this week how incredibly easy it is to give an audiobook as a clutch last-minute gift. So even if it's not this book, or even one of my books, if you're ever in a last-minute bind for a gift, all you have to do for any Audible title is select your audiobook, enter your recipient's email, and give the instant gift of an audiobook. So if you ever forget a gift for any occasion or person, remember there's a story out there for nearly everybody, instantly delivered at the click of a button. I would like to offer a disclaimer, just so nobody's surprised if they decide to purchase one of my sci-fi collections. All of the content of my collections, as well as the Misfit stories, are freely available here on the channel. But of course, with the books, ebooks, and audiobooks, you get them ad-free, and it's a great way to support the channel and get something in return. It does take a lot of work to put a book together, which is a big part of the reason there's been so much time between stories these past couple weeks. But I plan to be back on the weekly schedule for 2024, and I've got a few plans to close out the year as well, so stay tuned. Lastly, I'd be remiss if I didn't send a big thank you to Ronnie Jensen of Tegnamaskin.no for pulling together a beautiful cover for the Misfits book, which I absolutely love, in crunch time at a very busy time of year. If you happen to be a fellow sci-fi writer thinking about a cover for your next title, I cannot recommend Tegnamaskin.no more highly, where the only tough decision is which of the amazing covers you want to buy for your story. Thanks everyone for coming along for this wild ride in 2023. When it started, I had no idea where we were going this year, and it has been so fun to find out. So as far as 2024 goes, I have high hopes and great excitement about the characters we'll meet and the new places, times, and dimensions we might visit. I hope you'll come along for the ride as well. As always, thank you for listening. This has been P.E. Rowe, and I hope to see you next time.